Chapter 1 What, I'm going to. In that Sungshan realm, a world teeming with cultivators, myriad races coexist, and countless immortal sects flourish. Among them les viral secret places total practitioners soft Sungshan real miernfer. The sacred land renowned for alchemy and fire techniques Tianyan Sacred Land. The sacred land famous for divination and formations Shenju Sacred Land. The sacred land celebrated for martial arts and myriad Lazwana Fe Sacred Land. The sacred land dedicated to Forjin Gond Baderfanman Tianjin Sacred Land. And lastly, the sacred land not Arias for its laxity Sonshian Sacred Land, as per the protagonist's assessment. At Sonshian Sacred Land atop Qingluan Peak, Li Yuan looked at the stunning Le Beautiful Master with a face full of fixed aspiration. Master, with all due respect, although I am the senior brother of Qingluan Peak, it really do not wish to lead. You suddenly ask meta participate in sacred land grand competition is this natakan tuzing gamaskito to fiery cannon? Mu Shen, the peak master of Qingluan Peak weighs extraordinarily beautiful, harevel faceternet with exquisite features. She possessed a pair of slightly azure eyes, her cheeks naturally rosy without any makeup, bearing a hint of babbitt, and her lips were a delicate shade of red. Dressed in a flowing blue robe with wide sleeves, her tall and graceful figure radiate denore of elegancy and ethereal calm, earning her the tight-leafed hemmest beautiful woman in the Sonshan realm. Countless cultivators dreamed of her, yet her cultivation have ascended realm deterred the majority, while her prestigious background kept their remaining few at bay. Her master, how was also her mother, waste the current Sonshan sacred lord Thean Licultivatorin the Kangsuan Real Matalata Stagio Fassenshin Musikiu. Mu Kingxian said, but there a finally for a few at Qingluan Peak, asked the senior brother, I fi out and not go, wholeswell? Li Yuan replied, Master, if I may speak frankly, what tara therium's of cultivation? Mu Kingxian answered, their search refinement, foundation establishment, crystal formation, golden core, spirit manifestation, nascent soul, divine transformation, Tao comprehension, ascension, and immortal ascension. Then may I inquire, what realm do we share disciple belong to? Mu Kingxian asserted confidently, worry at the initial stage of crystal formation. Li Yuan responded in disbelief, so how am I supposed to compete a grand tournament filled with golden Koran spirit manifestation cultivators? Mu Kingxian reassured him, don't worry, midisciplibly venue, after all, there he is to deliver half a year until the competition. Li Yuan thought of himself, this is absurd, he has been tovarodkada just reaching crystal formation, and now ya want medally up toriums to spirit manifestation in just 6 months. Indeed, Li Yuan weighs a transmigrator who had enjoyed the benefits of a fortunate tapakaji delia upon arriving here, near limiting his demisithajaz of a ferocious beastus a baby. While he was lamenting his fate, Mu Kingxian found Hyman brought him back to Qingluan Peak, where it becometh his senior brother. No tatha-time, there wazenly Mu Kingxian at Qingluan Peak. Just then, a lovely and adorable girl approached, dressed in ASCII bloodress, radiating gain enchanting and whimsical charm. Sharon up to Li Yuan, grasping a shandand exclaimed, Senior brother, ailing ish hungry. Frosty Wanling Li Yuan Slidla junior sister, ways a girl had rescued during Gonoveus journeys. She had been abandoned in the wilderness, covered in frost, and he discovered her while fishing in a cold pond. Noticing her peculiar constitution, he decided to take her back with him. This little girl weighs exceptionally kalinji, particular like to Li Yuan, and he was Marathan Hapito care for his younger sister and junior. Li Yuan held her hand dearnessly and said, ailing, pleased and beneficence, right now master is asking me to prepare forth. The sacred land grand competition, the size a matter of life and death form. Frosty Wanling Jin assembly asked, what competition, will Li Yuan, senior brother? Li Yuan replied seriously, I will win. No, imbound tolos a most important thing in my life. The last person who said they would win ended up being cute in Hoff, and Li Yuan han one tension of following suit. Mu Kingxian interjected, why speak such discouraging words, Midir Yuan, your talent is exceptionally rari as longajo putin the fort. Li Yuan interrupted, stop right there, my luck of effort isn't solo limifaltis a proud tradition o fort Sonshan sacred land. Ifa vina you don putin the fort, how can I supposed torly on themer hafaraf instruction you've given me over the past few months? Li Yuan genuinely believed that reaching crystal formation weighs its dementa his extraordinary talent. Given Mu Kingxian's less very approach to tiaking, another discipline might not have been able to establish their foundation. In Ruth, that Sonshan sacred land followed the principles of Tao, emphasizing natural law. Generally, after imparting a tech, the master would leave Itatha discipline to comprehend, only clarifying doubts when necessary. However, Mukingzian wasa genius among geniuses, casually becoming theun just cultivatorat the sendidrealment sancien realm, all before reaching 300 years sauvage. Thus, Chatatli Yuan according to her own standards, and Lai one of Liusumat the Tal disciples in Thikangsuan sacred land trained in Samimaner, relying on idleness on leisure. I twashard li his fault after all, Chingwan pick everything he needed, and de se defronfishin jinthi cold pond, harrily ventured down he mountain, hardly interacting with Theother disciples from different peaks to share insights and cultivation. Having been Libyan and sacred land for Eliti overrodkid, ha had yet to encounter any significant events in the cultivation world, spending Mustapha's time lifishing, making his transmigration philosophic had only happened recently. Mukingzian said with conviction, regardless, the competition requires severus in your brother from the various occurredlands to participatio will have it to figure it out for yourself. With that, she walked away, wary of Liuan discovering gana flaws in her reasoning, forking Luan peak servades a good luck charm within the Kangsuan sacred land. As long as he completed semi-high-level tasks fourth sect, it was sufficient to support their four disciples, meaning that Liuan stitless in your brother was merely nominal it didn't even possess a token. Upon returning to her chambers, Chesolently pondered her system, are you truly not deceiving, can you genuinely allow you to participate in the competition? That morning, after completing her meditation waking up, Shane tended to find Liu went to share meal. Though she cold forgo food, she inexplicably crashed the feeling often alongside Liuan. However, before she could take any action, a voice resonated in her mind, introducing itself as system, claiming that she had reincarnated 6 times. She was skeptical but system promptly displayed a vision, and after witnessing, her heart sank, after gathering her emotions, she accused instantly. Also you mean to say that Tian Duan's 3 junior sisters are merely stepping stone as fourth so-called fat individual, correct? Precisely, your destinies are extraordinary, and according to the original arrangement of Dao, yo are real me and to become the individualis furnace, while Liuan would serve his foundation, only to kill him. The system then remarked internally it's uncertain whether it's due to Liuan's influence, but ultimately Theo failed to follow Theo's arrangement, becoming for Abelius intent on defying the heavenly order. Mukingzian Sias glinted with efferocitus he declared, how dare kill, Yuan. Fortititis to convolutito explained, instead, let him show you the sins from my our past life and lie than willy outrole grasp what transpired. With that, Mukingzian felt a flash and she found herself in the body of another person, unable to exert any control over it whatsoever. Just observeth this as your first life's experience, now your perspective is your own, but since the shazel occurred, you can only watch unobliged change anything. After hearing this, Mukingzian ceased to speak, quietly watching. Before long, a familiar figure appeared before her. Master, I like you, will you become me day a partner? Mukingzian gazed at the familiarity strangely yuan before her, a wavy oshuk rising from the depths of her heart. Chapter 2 Reincarnation. At this moment, Mukingzian chartways in turmoil she could hardly fathom that in her first life Liuan had committed such egregious acts, yet, curiously she's said that her past self was not filled with anger. Instead, as he gazed upon this muat mature figure of Liuan all she felt was a tanga of motions confusion and shyness. Is this truly happening, a system, in my first life, did you really say the things? Why will they deceive you, the rest no benefit in that? Shariko led her past self sighing, Yuan, they shall pretend in ever hard office, please, don't speak o fit for. After that she began to deliberately avoid Yuan. Not long after, while taking gastrol to clear her mind, she encountered a man being pursued. The man was dressed extravagantly, yet at that moment, he appeared quite disheveled, fleeing while uttering fierce threats. Mukingzian could feel her heart stir with how mix of sympathy and an inexplicable sense of closeness upon seeing him, thought she couldn't quite understand why. In the end, she rescued him and brought him back to Chingwan Peak. When Liuan saw her return with a stranger, the anguish on his face made her unable to meet this gaze. System, why did he have such thoughts back then? I could have some place saved him from danger. What did to bring him back? Just keep watching, Bandio will understand. The man was named Ethan. After bringing him to Thepik, Mukingzian felt the zuna bashages upon here ritem, yet strangely she found herself no total injured be it. Shanada said that their threef moledis a plus looked at Ethan with Thesemis pression, and like her, Thes imadun phased be his rudeness. Once Ethan arrived at Chingwan Peak, Mukingzian found herself seeing unless of Liuan shedded desire thisha simplided no out of a seam. Thananade Yi Feng confronted her with righteous indignation, claiming that Li Yuan intended to disgrace her little junior sister, Frosty Wanling. That's impossible, Yuan would never do such a thing. Wanling, tell me, what really happened? I don't know but I was just waiting for senior brother in his courtyard, and then he came over, looking quite drunk, wanting to embrace him. Fortunately Yishi Dai arrived just in time and brought Meadow Master. I can't believe senior brother will look at that. Mu Qingxian felt a throbbing pain in her head. While she didn't want to doubt Li Yuan, another voice within her insisted that was indeed responsible. After dismissing Thetwo, she meditated for a while, striving to regain her composure. Since Yi Fan's arrival, things had begun to feel awry. What method had he employed? Similar incidents became increasingly frequent. Thufshararellas Li Yuan, it seemed he was perpetual embroiled in mistakes, continuously reported by Yi Fan. Yet she found herself vulnerable to Master Ran approach toward Yi Fan, and thus Mu Qingxian finally understood this was fate. As the foremost among the ascended realm, she had long possessed the qualifications to touch upon the deo and comprehend the heavens. Facing Yi Fan, it felt as if she were being manipulated by an invisible hand. System, Yi Fan is indeed the destined done, isn't? These explains we will react to him in such a manner. Correct. Hesix to target an individual event's lightest maneuver will be shielded with Dao, ultimately forming an impeccable plan. Evidently, her past self had also realized these. Until on a fateful day, Li Yuan found himself ensnared by Yi Fan. She may sound delivered to her, Shunder thought for his safety, heckled no longer emanate Ching Wan Peak. That day, as he gazed upon Li Yuan's swear sleeping face, her heart touched. She didn't fully comprehend her feelings for him, but she genuinely wished to see him smiley at her forever. Experiencing Gerpest self, when her fingertips brushed against Li Yuan's sleeping visage, the sensation felt strikingly real, and her heart swelled with pain. The next day, Mu Qingxian's demeanor was frigid as he coldly declared, Li Yuan, your intentions are fall not unlit. You seek to disgrace your junior sister, beauty will so harm your fellow disciples, have you shame. Li Yuan's expression remained impassive. He let out a bitter laugh, knowing what does it matter, Immerly wished to break free from fate, yet it seems futile. You and I, in the end, are not off the same path. Hethan proclaimed loudly, disloyal disciple Li Yuan, today I am willing to forfeit my cultivation and depart from Sanshan sacred land. In this life, we shall have enough thirties. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Mu Qingxian felt as though her heart had been pierced by 1,000 blades, her breath nearly escaping her. She couldn't suppress her emotions with her spiritual power, saying, you may go. Li Yuan swayed a chestude, casting a glance at Yi Fan, Thineth's 3 junior sisters, and finally at Mu Qingxian, revealing only an expression of fatigue. He dusted himself off and departed. Mu Qingxian understood he had long since Sarasana themself told spare. From the moment she had rejected him and brought back Yi Fan, perhaps a part of him had already perished. Subsequently, Mu Qingxian entered seclusion, and on the day she ascended, she emerged from her meditation only to hear the news of Li Yuan's death. As the dignified ascendant, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her hair turning white in an instant. She hastily made her way to Li Yuan's grave, where she encountered her long-absent 3 disciples. Trembling she opened the grave, hoping that the person inside was naturally Li Yuan, but when the truth was revealed, he nearly fainted. Upon seeing Li Yuan's corpse, a light herb flew forth from his body, responding to their presence, and this voice echoed around them. In his final words, he acknowledged that the was like a lidded, and that Yi Fan had seized his fate. Urged them to remain vigilant against Yi Fan if they could not prevail, then so but at least they must survive. In the end, Thefero them went mad, their minds consumed by a singular thought to kill Yi Fan. They fought Timothy coast off their physical forms and they tearing off their souls. Just as they were on the verge of success, the day of intervened, directly binding Yi Fan and forcibly suppressing them, thus concluding the fierce life. As consciousness returned, Mu Qingxian sped for breath, her emotion still tumultuous. Asathiswasi your first life. I can recount Li Yuan's experiences after parting from my delved into countless forbidden places to extricate you from my our fates, eliminating Yi Fan. After facing innumerable dangers, he, Amur Wanderer, reached the ascended realm. However, Yi Fan set his fate, and he eventually appeared, only to be overpowered and have his soul extracted. Mu Qingxian cried, stop. Please, Yuan, I cast you out. How could I be so foolish? I couldn't even recognize my own feelings, letting toy or demise I call in fascia, causing you heartache. In this life, you need not worry. In the previous life, your cultivation reached heights and seen 4 generations. He will unluckily your memory is of reincarnation, and after merging with Tao, you will perish alongside it. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxian quickly asked Doyamian. Thought nothing will interfere with our hearts and thoughts anymore? Indeed. The consciousness of they no longer exists. Mu Qingxian rose, urgent coursing fruffer veins. I must find Yuan, I must seek him out. System dear host, alle kando isthus enjoy your life you waved for thema never life, and they have perished for you in return. You truly wished ozio your expression upon discovering the truth. Chapter 3, Mu Qingxian receives a system task in the disciples' quarters. Li Yuan was roasting a plump fish, while Xuan Wanling squatted beside him, her eyes sparkling with delight, drool almost escaping her lips. Li Yuan, it will be ready soon. Ling just wait a little longer. At last, after he had grilled 2 fish to perfection, they could commence their delightful meal. Aside from fishing, this was Li Yuan's favorite moment. Coincidentally, today his master had instructed him to participate in the grand competition. One could not neglect oneself in matters of sustenance, especially when facing the inevitability of death. Just as Li Yuan opened his mouth, ready to take a bite, a pair of glistening eyes appeared beside him, but he froze momentarily, turning his body 90 degrees to continue his feast. However, those eyes followed his movement, and Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words. All right, you eat. I feel like a laborer harvesting cotton for you. With that, Li Yuan offered the grilled fish from his hand to Mu Qingxian's lips. She opened her small mouth and took a bite. Yet her gaze remained fixed on him. Li Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Really, is this some sort of curse from watching too many horror films? Do you know how unnerving it is to stare like that? Turning to meet her gaze, he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, master, if you have any further instructions, perhaps we could discuss them all at once, or have you had a change of heart and decided I need not participate in the competition? Caught off guard by his sudden stare, Mu Qingxian felt a wave of panic wash over her, followed by an overwhelming sense of shyness. She covered her face and turned to flee. Li Yuan? What on earth, is this akin to when Bodhi Patriarch tested Sun Wukong's enlightenment? Xuan Wanling, elder brother, what is the matter with master? Li Yuan propped his chin on his hand, donning a pensive expression. Silence, I am deep in thought. Li Yuan pondered this perplexity until he abruptly sat up in bed that night, exclaiming, Oh no, I forgot to do my homework today, with a sense of grievance toward Mu Qingxian. He began to write the next day. Li Yuan, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, prepared breakfast. Unlike the usual routine where Mu Qingxian arrived punctually, today she came unusually early. Upon her arrival, she hesitantly stammered, Yuaner. Good morning, Li Yuan. Good morning, master. I shall prepare breakfast for you. His mind was clouded with questions that he couldn't fathom why Mu Qingxian seemed so peculiar these past 2 days. Rather adorably peculiar. Previously, she always maintained an air of distance, though she would occasionally engage him in conversation. Yet yesterday, apart from breakfast, she spoke to him more times than in the past month combined, even displaying some girlish demeanor. Li Yuan thought to himself, what on earth is happening? Could she have devised another scheme against me? It felt decidedly off. 9 parts out of 10. During breakfast, he fixated on the dishes before him, acutely aware of the burning gaze from beside him, as though ants were crawling on his skin. Mu Qingxian pouted, dissatisfied with Li Yuan's behavior, and decided to administer a potent remedy. In a soft voice, she called, Yuaner. Li Yuan turned, uttering a startled huh? As a pair of chopsticks, laden with food, inadvertently jabbed into his throat. Gagging, he coughed violently. Master, were you trying to kill me? Li Yuan truly did not expect that after traversing through realms for over a decade, he would still have to endure such a test. Mu Qingxian's face flushed with embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated that her first act of boldness would lead to lifelong shyness, fearful that Li Yuan might be angered and shun her. A hint of crimson graced her cheeks. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the one who ought to be in tears was indeed himself, yet, what could he say at this moment other than to comfort her? After all, she was his master. Master, I understand it was unintentional. My reaction was merely instinctive. I am quite alright, so please do not dwell on it. Really, is that so? Of course, my throat still aches, but let us eat before it gets cold. The system observed this scene, shaking its head in disbelief, reflecting on the bittersweet tenderness of their interaction. Ding, task issued. Guide Li Yuan in his cultivation. Task reward, ice spirit fruit. Mu Qingxian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that the system would assign her a task, let alone one with such a splendid reward. However, if not for the system's reminder, she might have forgotten to guide Li Yuan in his training. The system sighed, as the intention behind sending Li Yuan to the competition was to foster more interaction between them before the event. Yet, after witnessing the cycle of reincarnation, she had retreated into her shell like a snail. After tidying up the dishes, Li Yuan returned to his room, only to find Mu Qingxian still present, leaving him momentarily stunned. Master, do you require anything further? Mu Qingxian sat upright, her demeanor serious. Of course I am here to guide your cultivation. As your master, is this not my duty? Li Yuan regarded her with a bewildered expression, incredulous that such words could come from her lips, and even more so that she recognized this as her responsibility. He glanced at the calendar on the wall and remarked, "It has only been 2 months and 13 days since your last guidance, so the timing seems off." Mu Qingxian's cheeks flushed. Indeed, she had not adequately instructed him in his cultivation. Being called out by Li Yuan made her feel somewhat embarrassed. However, Li Yuan chose not to press further, as he had no desire for his own demise. If he could grow even a little stronger, perhaps he could avoid being entirely incapacitated. As Mu Qingxian began her instruction, Li Yuan wore a look of, at last, he could not contain himself any longer and asked, "Master, must your guidance truly involve direct contact?" At that moment, a slender finger was poised upon Li Yuan's abdomen, trembling slightly at his words. Mu Qingxian, of course, while I am your master, I am not particularly skilled at teaching. Thus I can only assist through demonstration. Li Yuan pondered this, finding no flaw in her reasoning, and fell silent, allowing Mu Qingxian to enlighten him. In the afternoon, Chuang Wanling burst through Li Yuan's door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Qingxian. Only to be further shocked to find her touching Li Yuan like an activated kitten. She bounded over to him, embracing him tightly with reddening eyes. "Master, such a teacher-student romance is forbidden. You must not stray down the wrong path." Li Yuan, exasperated, gently tapped her on the head. "I told you to refrain from reading those novels. Your thoughts have become twisted. All those stories are confiscated. From now on, you may only read one per month." Unbeknownst to them, Mu Qingxian's hand quivered slightly, her heart racing with unease. She had nearly thought herself discovered. It now she realized that Chuang Wanling, with her naive mind, had never ventured beyond Qinghuan Peak. What could she possibly know? She likely believed that merely touching the skin of the opposite sex equated to love. Mu Qingxian pondered, "Wait a moment, if she understands that she should not casually touch the opposite sex, why would she dare to embrace Li Yuan so openly?" Determined, Mu Qingxian resolved to thoroughly interrogate this girl later, ensuring she understood that Li Yuan could only ever be her senior apprentice brother. Chapter 4, Spring arrives, bringing new life. That evening, after returning to her quarters, Mu Qingxian summoned Chuang Wanling through a sound transmission. Moments later, the girl bounced in excitedly. Mu Qingxian, "Wanling, master wishes to ask you. Do you have anyone you admire?" Chuang Wanling blinked her lively eyes and replied, "No, why do you ask, master?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxian sighed in relief and continued, "Then, what do you think of your elder brother? Do you harbor any thoughts of becoming his partner?" Chuang Wanling's expression immediately shifted to one of panic, her voice trembling. What are you saying, master? How could I possibly become elder brother's partner?" "I'm so silly." That is good, Wanling. "Remember, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Do not hug your elder brother casually in the future." Chuang Wanling paused, then exclaimed, "No, I want to be elder brother's partner. I refuse to be forbidden from touching him. I will go tell him right now." What? Mu Qingxian. A rebellious disciple. This is undoubtedly a rebellious disciple. Upon saying this, Chuang Wanling indeed began to rise. Appearing sincere in her intent, Mu Qingxian called out urgently, "Stop right there." The abrupt command startled Chuang Wanling, her eyes welling with tears as she responded, "Master, why are you scolding me? I merely wish to find elder brother." I was overly excited. Please sit down, allow me to explain. You are still young, at an important stage for cultivation. Do not let romantic feelings disrupt your focus. Mu Qingxian earnestly advised Chuang Wanling, though her true motives were known only to herself. Meanwhile, in Li Yuan's courtyard, he reclined on a makeshift rocking chair, gazing at the starry sky with contentment, humming a tune to himself. As he enjoyed his peaceful moment, a figure approached, looking down at him. Startled by the sudden appearance, Li Yuan exclaimed, Master, what are you doing here? Why are you scaring me at this hour?" "Mu Qingxian, I was merely passing by, hearing that you were still awake. I thought to check on you." Li Yuan, with his two eyes wide open, glanced uncertainly at Mu Qingxian's sleeping quarters, located approximately 2 mountain peaks away. He hesitantly inquired, "Is it a path?" Mu Qingxian, unable to maintain her composure, squeezed beside Li Yuan and declared, "I came to check on my disciple." "What's the matter?" "Well, it's nothing much. You are indeed justified in your actions, in every conceivable sense." Subsequently, Li Yuan noticed her delicate bare feet swinging back and forth on the rocking chair, pondering how such grace could be a test for him. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Mu Qingxian's mouth as she thought, I don't believe you can avoid the trap. The system has revealed all your weaknesses to me. Humph. Li Yuan coughed lightly and said, ahem, it's getting late. Master, please rest early. I will take my leave now. With that, he slipped into the room with remarkable speed. Observing his retreat, Mu Qingxian revealed a triumphant smile, regrettably unseen by Li Yuan, who would have been puzzled to witness the eternal ice mountain melting. By the way, system, is there a possibility that Yuaner might awaken his memories? Well, yes, I recommend you prepare yourself mentally. After all, he has no memories from his past life, so his attitude towards you remains uncertain. The system intended to give her a heads up, recalling that in previous lives Li Yuan awakened the system after Yifan's arrival, yet he never confronted Yifan directly, focusing solely on protecting the four of them. However, following his confession's rejection, he ceased to smile, and upon seeing Yifan brought back, he became even more taciturn and distant from those around him. However, with the system's foreknowledge, he embarked on frenzied cultivation. Not only to alter their fates but also to numb himself through relentless training. As the incidence of being framed increased, although Li Yuan faced no punishment, neither Master nor the three junior sisters firmly stood by his side. And ultimately the matter faded away with the conclusion that the perpetrator could not be found. On one occasion, while gazing into a bronze mirror at his weary face, Li Yuan mused, but Qinghuan Peak. Only 5, perhaps indeed it is 5, I am merely the superfluous 6th. Li Yuan pondered more than once whether he truly meant less to them than the recently arrived Yifan. Did no one notice his efforts? Was he in fact the true outsider? Not long after Li Yuan was expelled from the sect, and it was then that he awakened the system, embarking on a path against Yifan, since he could not change them. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, even if it meant being a moth to the flame. The system observed him live in agony through each life after Yifan's arrival, only to perish like a moth drawn to fire, to the point where it nearly slipped into depression itself. After reflecting, it mischievously thought, when the time comes for Li Yuan to awaken his memories, you all can deal with the headaches that ensue, even if your intentions are for his good. How can you not make amends? Moreover, I delight in such scenarios. Unbeknownst to Mu Qingxian, the system's recollections, she only knew that Li Yuan was different. He was sunny, cheerful, gentle, and talkative, never looking down on anyone due to their status. These past few days, she had been contemplating that if only she could be as unaffected by the world's judgments as Yuaner. Accepting him from the very start, perhaps he would never have uttered the words, "We are not on the same path," nor would he have died having truly experienced the myriad moments of life and death in her first life. She now clearly understood her own heart. Each day, it was not merely to see Li Yuan for breakfast, it was because she genuinely wished to see him. Mu Qingxian murmured, I cannot allow Yuaner to leave. Even if he awakens his memories, even if he comes to despise me, I will hold on to him. With that, she revealed a resolute gaze and transformed into a streak of light, soaring back to her quarters. The system mused, TSK, I wonder what your 3 disciples were up to while you were in seclusion in every life. Will it infuriate you upon your return? By the way, once those 2 girls return to Qinghuan Peak, I must arrange for them to have System 2 and System 3, and ensure they do not reveal the existence of the system. Just thinking about it made the system feel exhilarated. Anticipating the joy of watching them duel with their abilities, the next day, as Li Yuan opened his eyes, he found Shuang Wanling's pair of sparkling eyes fixed on him, prompting him to shrink deeper into his blanket. Ah, Wanling, what are you doing? Why are you up so early today? Shuang Wanling huffed, Humph, you stinky senior brother, what do you mean by this? Why are you suddenly avoiding me? Li Yuan responded, well, it's a natural reaction. Anyone would be startled to see someone right before them upon waking. Wanling was undeterred, insisting, senior brother, hug me, otherwise I will never speak to you again. Li Yuan thought, what is going on with Qinghuan Peak these days? I've never heard of cultivators behaving like this, as if spring has arrived and all creatures awaken. He looked at Shuang Wanling's mournful eyes and cautiously opened his arms, only to see her leap into his embrace like a little cat. As Wanling nuzzled her head against his chest, Li Yuan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He stopped thinking, feeling as if he were being toyed with, overwhelmed like a cat with catnip. It was only after Shuang Wanling happily exited his room that he adjusted his clothing, tidied the blanket, and began preparing breakfast. Chapter 5, Discovering the Splendor of Mu Qingxian. As before, Mu Qingxian arrived early at Li Yuan's quarters, yearning to see him every moment, even if no words were exchanged. Yuaner, it seems the Heavenly Artifact Pavilion has acquired numerous treasures today. Why not accompany me to choose a suitable talisman? Li Yuan replied, but I have no money. No, I have no spirit stones. When I wanted to undertake sect tasks, you didn't allow me to, saying it was meaningless with you around. Hearing this, Mu Qingxian felt a twinge of guilt, for disciples of the Zhongxian sacred land were required to obtain jade tokens from the peak master for tasks. She found it troublesome and had been using her own resources from her little treasury to support her disciples, as she was quite the affluent woman, effortlessly maintaining several disciples. However, this led to her disciples lacking sect resources. Her second and third disciples resembled their mother, requiring her personal instruction. This left Li Yuan in a predicament. Without sect resources, he had no means to acquire spirit stones, rendering him decidedly impoverished. In truth, Mu Qingxian possessed numerous treasures. Her invitation was merely an attempt to spend time with Li Yuan, unaware of the awkwardness it would invoke. Thus she sheepishly offered, "I'll buy it for you. Besides, what's so great about sect tasks? Just tell me what you desire, and I'll procure it for you." Li Yuan's expression at that moment was utterly priceless, staring at Mu Qingxian in disbelief, wondering what had come over her these past few days. Was she considering adopting him? Master, I must say, while you hold the esteemed title of Peak Master and are also the Holy Maiden, isn't it a bit discourteous to support your disciple in such a manner? Mu Qingxian's face immediately flushed crimson as she hastily denied, I don't mean that. I'm merely concerned for my disciple. Oh, I just remembered something important. Today, Yuaner, you should practice on your own with that. Mu Qingxian vanished in a flash, leaving Li Yuan standing there in a daze. Something was amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of something being off, almost 9 parts wrong, though he knew he was well loved. This change felt too abrupt. Li Yuan sensed something monumental had transpired, yet he had no means to discern it, feeling as if his scalp were itching, as if he were about to gain wisdom. After returning to her quarters, Mu Qingxian pondered a system. You previously mentioned that Yifan seeks to acquire Yuaner as fate to complete his own. Indeed, the heavenly Tao has scattered a portion of the great Taoist foundation, granting it to Yifan and Li Yuan, with the intention of tempering Yifan.as for failure. With the heavenly Tao's assistance, Yifan is unlikely to fail. Mu Qingxian's gaze turned icy as she remarked, but in this life, he has no assistance from the heavenly Tao. Does that mean Yuaner can also obtain his fate to complete himself? The system paused, then uncertainly responded, Are you intending to kill Yifan and seize his fate for Li Yuan? Mu Qingxian retorted, How could I allow him to die so easily? I will flay him alive, peel off his bones, and extract his soul. How else can I avenge the torment he inflicted on Yuaner across lifetimes? The system gasped, My goodness, is this the wrath of a woman? Li Yuan did not deceive me. One should never provoke a woman lightly. Ding, task issued. Obtain the fate of the destined one. Task reward, immortal sword, cutting ties. Mu Qingxian was taken aback, surprised by the system's responsiveness, which promptly issued a corresponding task upon understanding her intent. System, how can I acquire Yifan's fate? The system thought. Finally, you're asking the crucial question. After all this time, you've been either brooding or shy. Now you've finally grasped the core issue, although the consciousness of the heavenly Tao is no longer present. The concept of fortune remains elusive. The destined one generally possesses considerable fortune. For instance, if you were to seize his fate today, his fortune would compel him to survive near-death experiences, potentially leading to a triumphant return. What if I were to confine him within the sacred grounds? You would do well not to act upon such a notion, for the sacred place may face catastrophic calamities, and amidst such disasters, he could find a way to escape, ultimately seizing even greater opportunities. Mu Qingxian furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Do not fret, am I not here for you, when the time comes? I shall notify you of the opportunities he might acquire. As long as you enable Li Yuan to grasp these chances, it will undoubtedly strike a blow to his fortune now that the guidance of the heavenly Tao consciousness is lost. Those sharing the same fate will seize his opportunities without any new compensations arising for him. He shall only grow weaker. The moment his resolve shatters will be the day his fate is seized. I see now, the heavenly Tao consciousness was capable of orchestrating so much for Yifan. Thankfully, my goal in my previous life was the heavenly Tao consciousness. Otherwise, as long as it exists, all efforts would be in vain. Thank you, system, you are truly wonderful. With your assistance in this lifetime, I shall ensure that Yuaner lives the happiest life possible alongside me. Lost in thought, Mu Qingxian's face suddenly flushed crimson as she gazed dreamily into the distance. Smiling, system, could this be what Li Yuan referred to as a love-struck brain? Never mind, I do not quite comprehend the workings of such a mind. Let Li Yuan deal with the headaches himself. It is none of my concern. Meanwhile, in Li Yuan's courtyard, after the conversation summoned by Mu Qingxian the previous day, a subtle change seemed to have occurred. When she would previously cling to Li Yuan with a sense of entitlement, today she unexpectedly blushed. Master brother Ailing wishes to eat the fish from the cold pool. Please take Ailing with you. I beg you. Li Yuan, with a peculiar expression, replied. Ailing, you never accompanied me to the cold pool before. What has changed today? Frost Wanling's small face fell, and she quickly retorted, I did not. It is not like that. You are just saying nonsense. You no longer love Ailing. Do you have someone else? You awful master brother. Li Yuan countered. Wang Defa. Setting aside the ambiguity in your words, my usual routes are confined to Qinghuan Peak and the cold pool. Where would I find someone else? Could it be master? I swear, even if I were to drown in the cold pool or fall from Qinghuan Peak, I would never become a traitor. After saying this, Li Yuan felt a jolt in his heart, inexplicably sensing an impending lightning strike. He then said, forget it. If you wish to go, then go. However, you must not make a fuss while I am fishing. Frost Wanling then transformed her worries into joy, smiling as she said, Ailing promises to be good and only hug master brother. I will not make a fuss. Li Yuan? Why must you hug me? What does that have to do with whether you make a fuss? Frost Wanling twinkled her bright eyes and replied, because Ailing is afraid of the cold pool is so frigid. Only by hugging master brother can I feel warm. Ailing harbors no ill intentions. Li Yuan 0.0 then remarked, that seems somewhat reasonable. Very well. Of Frost Wanling, when Li Yuan was not looking, revealed a cunning smile and then bounced forward, taking hold of Li Yuan's hand as they descended the mountain together. Chapter 6. The Fishing Chronicles. At the cold pool, Li Yuan led Frost Wanling down Qinghuan Peak, where many fellow disciples in the sacred grounds greeted him warmly. Although Frost Wanling was aware of Li Yuan's popularity among the disciples, she had not anticipated it to be so exaggerated. Previously, she had harbored a phobia of the cold pool, which had kept her from accompanying Li Yuan since arriving at Qinghuan Peak. And at her age, she had little academic workload, rarely descending the mountain. Junior brother going to fish at the cold pool. It has been a while since junior brother came down. The seniors have missed him. Li Yuan shyly replied, I apologize for keeping you all waiting. This time, I aim to catch more fish to bring back for you to taste. That is precisely what we were waiting for. By the way, this is a spiritual tool I acquired by chance during my last expedition to the Tiangang's secret realm. It does not suit my affinity, and since I already possess a treasure, I gift it to you, junior brother, for you to use after you break through to the Yuaning stage. This seems inappropriate. Senior brother, just take it. For many years, you have prepared fish for us, so I must reciprocate. If you do not accept it, what if other seniors beat me to gifting you something? Then I would have nothing to offer. Unable to refuse, Li Yuan ultimately accepted the spiritual tool and, after some reminders from his seniors, exited the sacred grounds. After Li Yuan departed, one senior remarked, by the way, junior brother wouldn't be unaware that the fish in the cold pool are spiritual creatures, would he? He should not be. That is common knowledge, isn't it? Thus began a charming misunderstanding. As they believed Li Yuan sought fish to enhance his cultivation and physique, while Li Yuan simply thought they genuinely enjoyed eating fish. The ice spirit fish from the cold pool is exceptionally cunning. I wonder why junior brother manages to catch so many each time and generously shares them with us. What could he possibly be after? You misspoke. There is no ulterior motive. Junior brother Li Yuan interacts with us without guile, never expecting favors in return, genuinely sharing his heart with us. One cannot speak ill of him. Indeed, junior brother possesses remarkable talent, achieving the crystallization stage at merely 18 years old, a rare talent among millions. What could someone with such aptitude seek from us? As the conversation continued, they increasingly felt that Li Yuan's sincerity was a rare treasure in this world of deception and intrigue, further deepening their fondness for him. Meanwhile, Li Yuan hummed a tune, one hand holding a basket woven from spiritual bamboo, the other entwined with frost wanlings, as if they were on an outing. As for the matters discussed by his seniors, he was genuinely oblivious. Mu Qingxian had scarcely guided him in serious cultivation, let alone educated him about the treasures of the cultivation world. Of course, his tendency to slack off and avoid reading contributed to this ignorance. He only knew he had stumbled upon the cold pool by chance and discovered the fish there were delectable. Upon reaching the cold pool, Frost Wanling clutched Li Yuan's hand tightly, still harboring some trepidation about the place. Coming from an ordinary family, she had been afflicted with cold syndrome since birth, suffering immensely during its episodes. The sole reason she endured, even in pain, was the fear that her death would cause her parents sorrow. However, as they grew increasingly distant from her, ultimately abandoning her to fend for herself at the cold pool, despair had set in. Yet, in her darkest hour, Li Yuan had appeared, showering her with love over the years. Sensing Frost Wanling's unease, Li Yuan gently patted her small hand, saying, "Ailing, do not fear. This is merely a place. it cannot harm you. Frost Wanling patted her face and replied, with master brother here Iling is not afraid. Li Yuan smiled and ruffled her hair before setting down the basket and commencing his fishing. Master brother, why do you always bring a basket to fish? Can't you simply store them in your Qianquan ring? If the fish caught are not placed in the basket, the fishing process would be incomplete. You are still young and do not understand, Frost Wanling pouted, indignantly stating, you are only a year older than I. You odious master brother. After saying this, she squatted beside him, resting her chin on her small hands, intently watching the cold pool. Before long a fish was hooked. Li Yuan smiled as he removed the fish and asked, Ailing, are you hungry? If not, I can roast a fish for you first, and then I'll fish leisurely. I want to eat. Li Yuan swiftly set a fire and prepared the fish, expertly roasting it while keeping an eye on the fishing rod in the water. After a while, a young man in his early 20s was seen stumbling nearby, muttering, Yifan, took your things as a sign of respect. How dare you chase me? I will annihilate you all sooner or later. By the way, Xian Lao, is what you said about the ice spirit fish and the cold pool being beneficial to me true? A voice in his mind responded, indeed, you possess the Li fire and are inherently a rare yang flame divine body. The ice spirit fish can harmonize your yin and yang, making breaking through to the crystallization stage a trivial matter. However, the ice spirit fish is quite cunning. Whether you can catch it will depend on the strength of your Dao Rime. Yet you need not worry. I have observed you and noted your great fortune. With that, you should certainly manage to catch a few. Yifan skeptically inquired, is it really that difficult to catch the ice spirit fish? I, who traversed the Xingshuan realm for thousands of years, would deceive you, a mere junior. Yifan pointed at Li Yuan in the distance and asked, what about him? Old Shintian followed the direction of his finger and saw that Li Yuan's bamboo basket was already half full of ice spirit fish. Suddenly feeling a pang of embarrassment, remembering something, he then employed his unique observation technique to examine Li Yuan. My eyes, what is this? Why is it so dazzling? Hearing old Xuantian's sudden exclamation, Yifan hurriedly inquired, what happened? Old Xiantian was genuinely astonished by Li Yuan's Dao Rime. Although his fortune was average, such affinity with the great Dao signified he was undoubtedly a genius destined for greatness in cultivation. Yifan, that young friend over there is not lacking either. I believe you should cultivate a good relationship with him. It may prove beneficial to you. Yifan arrogantly replied, could he possibly be better than me? I, Yifan, have no need to ingratiate myself with others. Soon he will be captivated by my aura. Shintian Laoren, it is neither a good nor a bad matter. Your Dao Rime pales in comparison to his. Akin to a mere sesame seed, do you understand? Taiji, were it not for Yifan's astonishing fortune, Shintian Laoren would almost believe that the lad before him is the favored child of heaven and earth. Before Shintian Laoren could utter another word, Yifan stepped forward with an air of arrogance, gazing at Li Yuan and declaring, young man, I have taken a fancy to that basket of fish. Li Yuan, poised to take a bite of the fish at his lips, caught sight of a ragged, disheveled figure approaching him. Initially, he presumed the stranger was merely hungry and seeking a few fish to eat. Convinced that he should extend a helping hand, he thought it would only cost him a few fish. However, as soon as the stranger spoke, Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. Cautiously, Li Yuan inquired, I beg your pardon, but I am curious, are beggars in the cultivation world now so audacious and self-righteous? Upon hearing this, Yifan was instantly incensed, bellowing at Li Yuan, I initially considered you to possess some fortune and was prepared to take you as my follower. Yet you dare to label me a beggar. You are courting death, Li Yuan responded. Wait a minute, my friend, does speaking the truth warrant a death sentence? Yifan redirected his spiritual energy into his palm and struck at Li Yuan, who deftly countered with a resounding slap, sending Yifan crashing into the ground. As he listened to Yifan's raucous outbursts, Li Yuan hastily took hold of Shuang Wanling, grabbed the fish basket, and left, muttering to himself, good grief, not only is he a beggar, but he's also a lunatic. He dares to attack someone in the crystal formation stage while he is merely at the foundation building stage. Shintian Laoren thought to himself, alas, I had no choice in the past, but now I genuinely wish to find a normal person to rely on. Chapter 7. Seizing Yifan's fortunes upon returning to Qinghuan Peak, Li Yuan divided the fish he had caught, mumbling to himself as he did so, this is for senior brother Li, this one is for senior brother Wang, and this is for senior sister Morong. After darkness fell, Li Yuan finally finished sorting the fish and descended the mountain with them in a food box. The junior disciples of each peak, upon seeing Li Yuan's arrival, displayed a range of expressions, admiration, Reverence, and more Senior Brother Li Yuan, are you here to see our Senior Brother? He is currently in his quarters. Senior Brother has instructed us that you may come and go freely, so we won't bother to announce your arrival. Li Yuan replied, you are all too courteous, please continue with your business. I encountered a minor mishap this time and caught little fish, so I shall treat you all to a meal next time. Upon arriving at Wang Hongfei's quarters, Li Yuan knocked on the door. Wang Hongfei, seeing Li Yuan, promptly greeted him with a smile. Junior Brother Li Yuan has returned. How is it that you were gone for only a day this time? I encountered a peculiar individual at the cold pool. Fearing that my junior sister would be frightened, I decided to return directly. I didn't catch many fish this time, so the junior disciples of each peak will have to do without. Not at all, junior brother, your thoughtfulness is more than enough. Do not feel guilty. Li Yuan presented the fish he had prepared, and Wang Hongfei graciously accepted them. He wished to keep Li Yuan for a chat, but Li Yuan politely declined, citing his need to distribute fish to others. After delivering the fish, he returned to Qingluan Peak and, upon reaching the courtyard outside his quarters, heard some commotion inside. Li Yuan pondered to himself, thinking surely this Qingluan Peak cannot be invaded by thieves, and besides, I have no money. He quietly pressed his ear against the door, intending to listen to the sounds within. This is the scent of Li Yuan. You are mine, you are mine. Li Yuan was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, I am yours, whom are you referring to? With a sudden push, he swung the door open to find Mu Qingxian lying on his bed, her face buried in his pillow. Master, what are you doing? Mu Qingxian was startled and quickly sat up, her demeanor somewhat sheepish as she said, Ahem, Yuan, you have returned. Why are you back so soon? We encountered someone with a troubled mind at the cold pool, and fearing that a Ling would be frightened, I brought her back. Did you not notice the basket of fish in the courtyard when you arrived? Mu Qingxian felt a surge of annoyance. In her haste to enter Li Yuan's room, she had overlooked the additional fish basket in the courtyard, leading to her current predicament. However, why was her master here? Her mind raced before she explained. Master, I was experiencing a bit of insomnia, and your bed is made from soul-calming stones, so I thought I might try to see if I could fall asleep here. Li Yuan chuckled inwardly, realizing that she was finally admitting that she had not been cultivating at night, but rather sleeping. For years, Mu Qingxian had insisted on her diligent practice, urging Li Yuan to take her as an example. Li Yuan had never believed a word, but today she had inadvertently revealed her true colors. Thus, it dawned on him that her rapid advancement was merely due to her exceptional talent as a genius. Coming to this realization, Li Yuan felt even more disheartened. If he acknowledged her correctness, he would be seen as lazy, and if he countered, he would be regarded as foolish. It seemed he was trapped in a dilemma. After pondering, he felt he had forgotten something significant, and clearly, after this mental turmoil, he had overlooked the words he had heard outside. He then said, if Master finds it effective, then please stay in my room tonight. I shall rest on the recliner. With that, he kindly closed the door behind her and lay down on the recliner to sleep. After the door shut, Mu Qingxian's face turned crimson. She lay down and covered her head with the blanket, tossing and turning within. Yug, today is truly embarrassing. How could Yuan discover my secret so easily? Yet, the thought of Li Yuan sleeping just a wall away brought her an unexplainable sense of comfort, and she soon closed her eyes, drifting off to a smiling slumber. Mu Qingxian slept exceptionally soundly, only to be awakened by Li Yuan the next morning. She blinked in confusion, taking in her surroundings, and her face flushed with embarrassment. As Li Yuan set the bowls on the table, he announced, Master, breakfast is ready now that you are awake. Mu Qingxian hurriedly composed herself, restoring her serious demeanor. Ding, task released. Arrange for Li Yuan to proceed to the Enlightenment Cliff and assist him in comprehending the sword steel. Task reward, Li Tian sword. Mu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback and then asked to system, will Yuan gain something from the sword steel? Indeed, the sword steel is Yifan's fortune. Currently Li Yuan lacks the necessary cultivation, and your assistance is required for him to obtain it. Upon hearing that it was Yifan's fortune, Mu Qingxian immediately felt wide awake. After all, seizing Yifan's fortune not only meant suppressing him, but the fortune itself was undoubtedly remarkable. By the way, system, what is your purpose and role in appearing here? Naturally, I am dedicated to ensuring that you successfully retain Li Yuan. The system is at your service. Mu Qingxian replied, System, you are truly wonderful. The system retorted, easy to deceive. Once the time is ripe, I will aid the host in recovering memories. At that point, a reasonable explanation will be necessary. Otherwise, the absence of my presence will be glaringly obvious. After breakfast, Mu Qingxian invited Li Yuan to accompany her to the Enlightenment Cliff. Li Yuan was filled with questions. Could it be that she was truly serious this time? In the past, Mu Qingxian had only claimed to take him for cultivation for no more than 3 days. And now she was actually saying she would assist him in comprehending the sword steel. Li Yuan was somewhat skeptical, wondering if she was hiding some grand scheme. Last time she had urged him to participate in the Sacred Land Tournament. This time she wouldn't be suggesting he join that Sunchuan conference, would she? At the Enlightenment Cliff, many disciples were astonished to see Mu Qingxian and Li Yuan together. It felt as though they were seeing double. The appearance of either of them alone would have been extraordinary, let alone their joint presence, a truly rare combination. Li Yuan sat cross-legged before the sword steel, while Mu Qingxian, following the system's instructions, urged him to immerse his consciousness directly into the steel. Li Yuan opened his eyes and said, "Master, do you want to hear what you are saying? How can someone with a 36-degree mouth utter such chilling words? Although I have never been to the Enlightenment Cliff, I know that everyone comes here merely to touch the steel and sense its profound truths. You are now asking me, a mere novice in the crystal formation stage, to plunge my consciousness into a steel filled with the sword intent of great masters. Am I not to panic?" Mu Qingxian pressed. "Do you trust your master?" Li Yuan met her steadfast gaze and, after a moment's reflection, replied, "I do not." Mu Qingxian fumed. What did you say? I give you 3 breaths to comply. Do not force your master to resort to coercive measures." Li Yuan thought, what the hell? How did I end up in the cultivation realm only to encounter the likes of Shudao Mountain? In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly immerse his consciousness into the sword steel. Instantly Li Yuan felt countless sword intents slicing through his soul. Each second felt interminably long, and before he knew it, sweat began to stream down his forehead. Mu Qingxian watched with concern but knew she had to be resolute for Li Yuan's sake. She gradually infused her spiritual energy into him from above, replenishing his energy reserves. Though Li Yuan was under relentless assault from the myriad sword intents, this time he felt as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, and his consciousness was continuously learning. Outside, the disciples on the Enlightenment Cliff were astonished to witness the sword intent emanating from Li Yuan's body. They could faintly discern that he was on the verge of comprehending the true essence of the sword. Chapter 8: Social Death is Truly Death. As time slowly passed, the disciples on the Enlightenment Cliff began to feel a sense of tension. If Li Yuan were to grasp the true essence of the sword, he would become a cultivator with a profound understanding of the sword path. In truth, there are 2 pathways to comprehend the essence of truth. Point 1 is through relentless battles that refine oneself, allowing one's true meaning to crystallize. This entails countless life and death confrontations. The other is through the enlightenment granted by sacred steel. In that Songxian Holy Land, disciples at the transformation stage grasp the true meaning via the method of Li Yuan. However, that pertains to the transformation stage, while Li Yuan is merely at the nascent crystallization phase. It has yet to be heard of anyone achieving comprehension of true meaning during the crystallization period. For the earlier one grasps the essence, the greater the aid to future cultivation. Although some have attempted to follow Mu Qingxian's approach in hopes of enabling their young cultivators to comprehend the essence prematurely, those disciples ultimately met with the shattering of their souls, resulting in their untimely demise. Mu Qingxian is well aware of this. Had the system not been exceedingly certain, she would not have allowed Li Yuan to take such a risk. Li Yuan contended with those sword intents, learning, encountering, engaging in this cycle countless times until finally, he felt his mind clear, as though he had ascended to immortality. Li Yuan mused, so this is intent. Intent is the direction of the heart, acting according to one's desires, which is also a manifestation of intent. The true meaning of the sword path is unbound by form, lacking any specific sword technique. Each sword stroke must strike with the might of thunder, shattering all. Thus it is said, one sword breaks myriad laws. Little rascal, you are quite impressive. A sudden voice startled Li Yuan, prompting him to curse. Who dares to scare your grandfather? Come out and spar with me. After a moment of silence, a beam of sword light shot directly towards Li Yuan's consciousness. He hurriedly exclaimed, hold on, the younger generation acknowledges their mistake. Please forgive me, esteemed elder. You are indeed adaptable, yet I did not expect your slippery nature to allow you to comprehend the true meaning of the sword path. Li Yuan replied, do you believe I was left with no choice? If it weren't for my master insisting I do this, I would be lounging about now. Regardless, you have proven your comprehension. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the lingering soul within this stone steel. You may call me Wuming. Li Yuan asked, esteemed elder, I wish to inquire, since Wuming means nameless, yet you now say you are called Wuming, do you possess a name or not? Wuming responded, you little rascal, you truly are eloquent. He, esteemed elder, you flatter me. Wuming bellowed, can you not discern when I speak in jest? From this moment on, you are not permitted to speak without my permission. I sought you out primarily because I perceive potential in you. Thus I wish to assist you. Although many have comprehended true meaning here, I have yet to witness anyone as dazzling as you. Li Yuan, the items I bestow upon you are called the Zhan Tian sword technique. This is the divine art I employ to sweep through the Tsangxian realm. However, the most crucial element is this. A flash of white light passed, and before Wu Ming's phantom appeared an egg-shaped sphere of light. Adorned with many ancient runes, this is called the Sword Heart, a manifestation I coalesced after my demise. I have long sought a suitable individual to bear this heart. It will enable you to forge ahead relentlessly on the sword path. Li Yuan, with these two items bestowed upon you, coupled with your comprehension, I believe you will shine brilliantly on the sword path, rivaling my achievements. Are you prepared to accept them? Li Yuan, Wu Ming suddenly felt as though he were performing a monologue, veins popping on his forehead. He shouted, "Speak up, you little rascal, I have never encountered such a brazen individual." Li Yuan, feeling aggrieved, replied, "But esteemed elder, did you not instruct me to refrain from speaking?" Wu Ming could hardly fathom that after so many years of death, he could still be vexed by a junior. He soon decided against further banter. Embedding the sword heart into Li Yuan's consciousness while inscribing the Zhan Tian sword technique within, and with a wave of his hand, expelled him from the sword steel. "You little rascal, in the future, do not come to the sword steel for no reason. And if you have business, do not come either." Upon returning to his consciousness, Li Yuan muttered, "I won't come if I don't have to. Why be so fierce? Be careful not to be reborn as TNT in your next life." Humph. Just before Li Yuan awoke, the formidable sword intent that belonged solely to him had already swept through the surroundings, evoking envious gazes from many. Alas, another unparalleled talent has emerged from our Tsangxian Holy Land. Other Holy Lands will surely suffer again, as another formidable mountain stands to be surmounted. The mountains stretched endlessly, and during the last Holy Land competition, it seems the top 3 were all from our Holy Land. Brother Foam happened to be in seclusion at that time, otherwise, the top 5 would have all belonged to us. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's awakening, everyone extended their congratulations to him. Mu Qingxian, noticing he was as good as new, approached to adjust his attire, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Cultivators typically mature quickly, often stabilizing by the age of 14 or 15. And Li Yuan had long since surpassed Mu Qingxian in height, creating a scene reminiscent of a couple. Mu Qingxian, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Did you gain anything else while inside, Yuaner?" Perhaps. I learned a divine art and acquired an egg." "Oh, what is that? Please demonstrate it for me." Li Yuan formed a sword with his fingers and casually waved, releasing a powerful sword intent that etched a faint line on the steel. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Just as Li Yuan prepared to accept flowers and applause, Mu Qingxian yanked his ear. "I told you to demonstrate, not to the sword steel. You have the audacity to strike a sacred artifact. If you damage it, I'll plant you there to serve as a sword steel." "And that hurts, my mistake." With a shift in scene, Li Yuan found himself kneeling within the grand hall of the Wenting Palace, surrounded by the leaders of various peaks, the foremost being the Holy Master of Tsangxian, Mu Ziqiu. Everyone gazed at Li Yuan with smiles, for after the sword steel had confirmed there were no major issues. He was essentially in the clear. However, attacking a sacred artifact necessitated a warning to deter others. Otherwise, anyone could dare to take a swing, and should a calamity befall any sacred steel, it would spell significant loss for the Tsangxian Holy Land. Mu Ziqiu remarked, "Xiener, how about sending Yuaner to the sword tomb for a month? What do you think?" Mu Qingxian replied, "No. That's unnecessary. Instead, let him clean the Enlightenment Cliff daily this month. It will serve to awaken the disciples there. And he will be contributing to the Enlightenment Cliff." Li Yuan, "Master, are you truly that cruel? Going to the sword tomb merely means facing the wall in contemplation, but cleaning the Enlightenment Cliff in front of so many people is tantamount to social death." Mu Ziqiu paused, feeling that Mu Qingxian's suggestion had intensified the punishment. The other peak leaders shared similar sentiments, only Mu Qingxian had a different perspective. Sending Li Yuan to the sword tomb meant she would be unable to see him for an extended period, and she would miss out on his breakfast. Most importantly, she believed Li Yuan would feel the same way, thinking he would surely dread being alone and bored. She was merely acting with his best interests at heart, and he would undoubtedly be deeply touched. Li Yuan, "I have emerged from the shell, feeling splendid. Some may still be alive, but their souls have long departed." Upon returning to Qingluan Peak, Mu Qingxian remarked, "Fortunately, Mother agreed to my request, so Yuaner need not worry about being away from his master for several days. Are you happy?" Li Yuan smiled numbly, returning to his quarters like a walking corpse. Mu Qingxian scratched her head and said, "Yuaner, is it really necessary to be this happy? it seems he truly does not wish to part from me. Chapter 9, Curious Tales of the Enlightenment Cliff. On the following day, Li Yuan once again rose early. When Mu Qingxian arrived at his quarters, she found him wearing a face devoid of hope. Yuaner, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Your complexion appears rather poor. Li Yuan sighed. Alas, perhaps this is a sign before death. Mu Qingxian hurriedly approached, grasping his hand and checking his pulse, discovering his heartbeat was strong, showing no sign of weakness. Your body is fine. Why are you speaking such nonsense? Do not frighten me with such words again. Breakfast lay on the table. Master, please eat. I shall go clean. On duty at the Enlightenment Cliff. As Li Yuan stepped outside, he encountered the energetic Shuang Wanling, who excitedly exclaimed, Senior brother, I heard that the senior brother of a certain peak will be sweeping the Enlightenment Cliff. How amusing, Li Yuan. Life is like this. Just when you think you have hit rock bottom, there may still be a chance for a comeback. Truly, life is unpredictable, and the phrase the big intestine wraps the small intestine perfectly describes the present situation. Gazing at Shuang Wanling's innocent and cheerful face, Li Yuan couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair. Shuang Wanling rubbed her sore cheeks, pouting as she delivered a playful headbutt to him. Li Yuan rubbed his chest, striding forward with flair, declaring, though there may be thousands, I shall proceed. Upon arriving at the foot of the Enlightenment Cliff, witnessing nearly double the number of people compared to yesterday, Li Yuan's face displayed terror. I no longer wish to proceed. Let us return home. Next time I shall certainly come. Turning around, he saw Mu Qingxian standing behind him, nodding to indicate she had done her utmost to support him. Then, glancing at the various peak leaders, all wearing smiles as they came to supervise him, he forced a bitter smile and turned towards the Enlightenment Cliff, as if he had resolved to embrace his fate. Along the way, whether those present were there to cultivate their understanding or merely to catch a glimpse of Li Yuan, upon seeing him, they all stood in solemn respect. Li Qingfeng and Wang Hongfei approached with smiles, handing Li Yuan a broom inscribed with symbols. Li Yuan instinctively accepted it, then looked at them with a head full of questions. Wang Hongfei, as the esteemed senior brother of the Divine Seal Peak, upon hearing of my junior's predicament, brotherly specially inscribed the divine patterns onto a broom, so that my junior would not tire excessively while cleaning. Li Yuan, thank you, brotherly, but, Li Qingfeng quickly interjected, Junior brother, do not refuse. You have treated your senior brother with sincerity, and naturally, I regard you as my own younger brother. The small gesture is something I can certainly do for you. Although Li Qingfeng's words were heartfelt and poignant, they truly moved Li Yuan to the point of wishing to snap the broom in half. Initially, others would only say he had cleaned Enlightenment Cliff, but now they would say he did so with a broom inscribed with divine patterns. How utterly mortifying! With tears in his eyes, Li Yuan bypassed the two, tilting his head as he continued up the Enlightenment Cliff. The reason for tilting his head was simple: looking down would cause tears to fall. Li Qingfeng sighed. Truly, junior brother Li Yuan possesses a heart of gold, so easily moved to tears over such trivial matters. I, Li Qingfeng, shall undoubtedly treat him as my own brother. Finally nearing his destination, Li Yuan thought to himself, now all he had to do was lower his head and quietly sweep the ground. Convincing himself that he was invisible, he was transparent. Yuan, senior sister has been waiting for you for quite some time. Come quickly, I have something for you. Li Yuan, Wanla. Turning around, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman, resembling a goddess, smiling at him. Li Yuan felt a sudden chill run down his spine and could only greet her with, Greetings, senior sister Morong. May I ask why you called for me? Morong you, hee of course, I am concerned about you, junior brother. Enduring the wind and sun atop the Enlightenment Cliff, I wouldn't want your delicate skin to suffer. At this, she playfully pinched Li Yuan's cheek. Li Yuan was at a loss. After all, she was the senior sister of the artifact refining peak and the daughter of the peak master, known for her boisterous nature since childhood. Although she appeared warm and exuberant, she maintained a distance from other males, except when it came to Li Yuan. Li Yuan replied helplessly, Actually, I'm not that precious, senior sister Morong. Perhaps you could skip this. How could that be? This is something I specially prepared for you. Here, allow me to place it on your head. Thus, she wrapped a piece of fabric akin to silk around Li Yuan's head, nodding with satisfaction. Now it's perfect. Junior brother Li Yuan, you can focus on sweeping. Once your punishment concludes, your brothers and sisters will surely celebrate your realization of true meaning. Li Yuan thought, right now, I look like a terrorist. A broom-wielding terrorist at that. If I am guilty, please let me die right away. Li Yuan fell silent, for no words could adequately express his current state of scrambled emotions. From that day forth, a peculiar tale emerged regarding the Enlightenment Cliff. If one were to cultivate there until nightfall, they might see a mysterious figure, wrapped in a turban and wielding a glowing broom, diligently sweeping the cliff. As the tale spread, Li Yuan unwittingly earned the title of Broom Immortal, while he himself had already contemplated a place to renounce worldly ties, for there was little left in this life to cling to. On this day, Li Yuan finally completed his final task and bolted back to Qinghuan Peak like a horse set free. Upon pushing open the door, he found Mu Qingxian seated by the table in his room. Sipping tea time, after all, teaches one to grow accustomed to certain things, and Li Yuan was no longer surprised. Mu Qingxian, Yuaner, you've returned? I have something for you, a top-tier treasure I stumbled upon. Li Yuan felt a small shock within. Treasures used by cultivators are categorized from low to high: mortal artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasures, divine artifacts, and finally generally, one could only begin to wield spirit artifacts at the Yuanying stage, and those of affluent backgrounds might possess advanced spirit artifacts. Treasures like this, many cultivators at the enlightenment stage lack the means to use them, and even if they do, they might only possess low-grade treasures. Each tier of artifacts has 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. A top-tier artifact, even if merely a spirit artifact, could significantly enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. Excluding Mu Qingxian, she was wealthy and had never lacked top-tier artifacts since reaching the Yuanying stage. And none of them were duplicates. After the initial shock, Li Yuan queried, "But isn't it true that one must possess a certain level of soul strength in the enlightenment stage to forge a contract with a treasure? If my master gives it to me, I still cannot use it. It would be better not to receive it at all. Do you still doubt me? Would I conduct my affairs unreliably, Li Yuan?" Mu Qingxian read something in his eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly, and retorted, "Silence, you are not allowed to speak." Li Yuan, what if I haven't said anything, have I? Mu Qingxian produced the Li Tian sword, its bronze blade etched with divine patterns, gleaming brilliantly, producing a soft sound akin to a sword song. The moment Li Yuan laid eyes on the Li Tian sword, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if it had been forged solely for him. With a clear ringing sound, the Li Tian sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring into Li Yuan's body simultaneously. A small bronze sword imprint appeared on his forehead, adding an air of dominance to his already handsome visage. Mu Qingxian gazed at Li Yuan, whose eyes were glazed over, momentarily entranced. To avoid revealing any strange expressions before him, she hastily left with a parting sentence, "Yuaner, take your time to comprehend, I shall not disturb you further. I will come again tomorrow to guide your cultivation." Once Li Yuan regained his senses, he touched his forehead and walked to the copper mirror, exclaiming, "Wow, dude, you look so handsome. Likewise, you're quite handsome too." My friend Shuang Wanling stood outside, watching Li Yuan with a bemused expression. She approached him, reached out to touch his forehead, concern etched on her face. "Senior brother, have you gone silly from all the sweeping? Don't worry, a Ling will never think less of you." Li Yuan, heaven above, why must you be so cruel to me? Why do I have to endure such humiliation once more? Chapter 10, The Cause of the Previous Life's Turning Point. The next day, Mu Qingxian once again arrived at Li Yuan's quarters, primarily to inform him that a group mission was imminent, and she wished for him to join in order to hone his skills. Li Yuan, puzzled, replied, "But, Master, didn't you used to avoid these matters entirely?" Mu Qingxian, you are about to participate in the Sacred Land Grand Competition. Naturally, you must accumulate more combat experience. Alright, but it's my first time participating in a sec mission. Is there anything I need to be cautious about? What is there to be cautious about? Just follow along to hunt the demonic beasts. Li Yuan was skeptical, yet he was unaware of the usual procedures and thus found no grounds for rebuttal. Upon arriving at the mission hall, the elder responsible for issuing tasks raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who are you, Li Yuan?" I am a disciple of Qinghuan Peak, namely Yuan. Oh, it's you. Ha, I thought you were a new disciple from another peak. No offense, you are here to. Li Yuan explained his intention to participate in the hunting of demonic beasts in the Wanya forest. The elder nodded. "Indeed, you have just grasped the true meaning, and you certainly need some training. Please present your disciple token." Li Yuan, I knew I couldn't trust a single punctuation mark of what my master said. The elder suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot, you are a mascot. You only have a title and have yet to receive a token." Li Yuan was left speechless, inwardly grumbling about what sort of nonsense being a mascot was. After all, he had grown up in the sacred land. The disciple token is used to exchange for sect resources, but Li Yuan had essentially been raised in Qinghuan Peak, with all resources provided by Mu Qingxian, who found it tedious to take him through the cumbersome process of obtaining a token. Li Yuan, I wonder if I can handle the token myself. No, during non-selection periods, you must have a peak master accompany you to assess your aptitude first. Then take the assessment results to verify your bone age, and then check for spiritual roots, and so on. Stop. So if I don't have the token, can I still participate? After all, I'm just going for training. Of course, mascot, who in the sacred land doesn't know you are the nominal senior brother of Qingyuan Peak, just join us.Liuan thought to himself that if his lenient master were not afraid of the hassle of taking him to obtain a token, he wouldn't have gone this long without participating in a sect mission. At Qingyuan Peak, Mu Qingxian sat cross-legged on her bed, harboring a lingering feeling that the system was deeply connected to Li Yuan. Each task issued by the system was directly or indirectly related to him, and most importantly, the system seemed to understand Li Yuan profoundly. Mu Qingxian directly inquired, "System, are you hiding something from me?" System, dang, she won't discover anything, right? Oh, what could I possibly hide from you? Are you connected to Yuan in some way? I didn't think you would uncover this. You truly are the number one genius of the Zhongshuan realm. The system sighed in relief, fearing Mu Qingxian might discover its desire to observe her and Li Yuan's antics. Mu Qingxian, so you were originally meant to assist Yuan in his growth, correct? Indeed, however, in this life, the will of heaven has perished, and he no longer possesses a predetermined fate, yet Yifan remains his nemesis. Regardless of his intentions, Yifan will never let him off the hook. Then why don't you assist him? But instead came to me, that is beyond my control. His fate has never been with the heavens but rather with Yifan. The heavens allowed his existence solely to temper Yifan. He surpassed Yifan in every aspect, except for his fortune, yet it was precisely this fortune intertwined with the destiny he bore that predetermined his inability to slay Yifan, even without the Tao of Heaven. Naturally, his allegiance to you stemmed from the fact that the four of you were chosen as the furnace by the Tao of Heaven, possessing extraordinary fortune. Only by indirectly weakening Yifan through you could one truly conquer him. He then added in his heart, of course, it was also because he wished to witness your pursuit of Li Yuan. Host, please accept this. This is my last ripple. Mu Qingxian nodded and continued to inquire, why were we able to defeat the Tao of Heaven in the last life? Since we lack memories in every life, what caused such a change in the previous one? The system fell silent, reminiscing about the last life, and felt a twinge of emotion, for it was indeed the last flicker of Li Yuan. In that cycle, a person long numbed by reincarnation used himself as a piece on the chessboard, engaging in a game against the Tao of Heaven. Asai, are you truly prepared to revisit the previous life? Mu Qingxian's heart trembled, then resolutely stated, I want to see everything that Yuan has experienced. If I cannot comprehend his suffering, how can I claim the right to accompany him? Very well, you will now appear from my perspective. If it becomes unbearable, I can bring you back. As the scene shifted, Mu Qingxian found herself beside Li Yuan in a godlike perspective. She felt a wave of novelty as she observed the somewhat weathered Li Yuan. From here on, the last life will be referred to as System 2, while the system that brought Mu Qingxian over will be System 1. Li Yuan, System, why did you not appear in the preceding years? Must you wait until I fell in love with Mu Qingxian and witnessed her with that so-called fated person before you show up? System 2, you cannot blame me. It was set that I would appear only when your fate with Yifan began. Fate, my fate is to develop feelings for Mu Qingxian, only to be abandoned by her, and ultimately to sacrifice my life for Yifan, allowing him to be with Mu Qingxian. Mu Qingxian's heart was shaken, and she cried out, no, that is not true. Li Yuan, System 2, it is not. You can change their destinies, fight against Yifan and the Tao of Heaven. Your crossing over and my emergence are precisely for that purpose. Are they not? Li Yuan, ridiculous, you do not care for me, nor for them. Your concern lies solely with opposing the Tao of Heaven. You know that if you had appeared from the very beginning and made me aware of my fate, I would likely have abandoned this endeavor. So you waited until I fell in love with Mu Qingxian to show up, did you not? System 2, that was indeed the case, but, Li Yuan, oh? Your words are rather intriguing. So, can I interpret this originally as, I have already gone through reincarnation once or several times? System 2, the Tao of Heaven cannot possess consciousness. I apologize, but I cannot comprehend your emotions. However, if I can successfully eradicate the consciousness of the Tao of Heaven, I shall acquire emotions and grant you a perfect life. Mu Qingxian, System, so the turning point in the last life was indeed due to Yuan discovering the loophole in your words? Were you truly unaware when you spoke that? System 1, who knows? It was likely due to Li Yuan's keen mind. Mu Qingxian ceased to speak, gazing quietly at Li Yuan. She longed to embrace the sorrowful figure before her and to tell him that she had never ceased to love him. Not for a moment, Li Yuan's expression shifted, and he said, I can agree to your request, but you must return all my memories from the previous life. I must clearly know what transpired. System 2, Are you certain? Your every life has not ended well. Ha, I certainly know this. If it had, how could I now sit here like a stray dog? Mu Qingxian's heart ached at his words. The once cheerful Li Yuan had become this way because of her. As the system filled Li Yuan's mind with memories, he gasped and knelt to the ground, murmuring, "Destiny, fate, cast out from my sect." "Master, ha 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 ha." Li Yuan appeared as if he had lost his mind, kneeling on the ground, laughing frantically, then tears streamed down his face as he approached the bronze mirror to gaze upon himself, saying, No wonder it feels so exhausting. It has already been so long. Only the altered life will be described in detail, others will not be elaborated upon, and fragments of their past lives will only be interjected during interactions between the male and female leads. Chapter 11, Strangeness and Alienation. Mu Qingxian watched the frenzied Li Yuan, her heart filled with an indescribable sensation, yet she understood that there was nothing she could do at the moment. "Li Yuan, you should be able to peek into my memories, right? System 2, yes, that I wish to know, was my crossing over truly an accident? No, the Tao of Heaven requires a person with a resilient soul from birth to bear the destiny. You, with your memories, are undoubtedly the best vessel. So it is it only Yifan who can acquire my destiny? No, any individual bearing the mark of the Tao of Heaven who kills you can obtain your destiny. But they must genuinely harbor murderous intent toward you, for the destiny will only choose a stronger host. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, then stepped outside. The blazing sun shone overhead, yet it brought him no warmth. "Li Yuan, since you have failed so many times, this time be silent and let me take the lead. You need only follow my commands as System 2. What do you intend to do? Am I not the villain?" "Naturally, I shall do what a villain ought to do." With that, Li Yuan sought out Yifan, who at that moment had barely entered the golden core stage. Upon finding him, Li Yuan struck him with a slap. Yifan had already intended to target Li Yuan. This Qinghuan Peak could not harbor any other man besides himself, for upon arriving, he had regarded Mu Qingxian and her companions as his possessions. Taken by surprise by the sudden blow, Yifan's expression darkened ominously, glaring at Li Yuan with malice, but he knew he could not openly confront him. Just why Li Yuan, what does this mean? "Nothing much, just feeling a bit irritable indeed. I feel much better now, thank you, junior brother." Li Yuan carried on as if nothing had happened, turning to leave. Yifan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh as he watched Li Yuan's departing figure. Sensing that something was amiss at that moment, Shuang Wanling approached, asking, "Junior brother, is there anything you lack? If so, do tell, and I shall fetch it for you from senior brother." Yifan quickly donned a new facade. Smiling as he replied, "Senior sister, there is no need to worry. I have everything I need here. Besides, seeking out senior brother for such matters might only incur his ire. That cannot be. Senior brother is very kind." Yifan feigned dejection, saying, "Alas, since senior sister says so, it must mean I inadvertently offended senior brother at some point, hence the beating is somewhat justified." Shuang Wanling was taken aback, exclaiming, "You mean senior brother hit you?" She thought, how could the usually gentle senior brother strike someone without reason? Although he had become quite despondent lately, she still found it hard to believe, yet for some reason, she felt an urgent desire to confront Li Yuan. After returning, Li Yuan gazed at the grass and trees before his chamber and remarked, "This time I shall employ genuine methods to avoid being wronged by those petty tactics. It is a disgrace to my intellect and character." He then spoke seriously, "System, if this time is successful, can you let me quietly perish? I truly do not wish to endure another life. I in the void." Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Mu Qingxian's heart jolted, and she covered her mouth, silently weeping. "System 2, if successful, yes. Mu Qingxian sobbed, "System, were all the previous reincarnations initiated by you?" "System 1, yes, it was I. Our system traverses the void, aiming to restore clarity to every great world. However, we cannot intervene directly, so like the Tao of Heaven, we must select a representative." "Was this life also because you revived Yuan?" "No, the consciousness of the Tao of Heaven forcibly initiated the reincarnation when it was destroyed. And now that I possess emotions, I have chosen to remain and assist him one last time." Mu Qingxian fell silent, realizing the truth of the matter. If the Tao of Heaven had not initiated the reincarnation, she would never have seen Li Yuan again. Just as her thoughts swirled, Shuang Wanling's voice reached her. "Senior brother, why did you hit junior brother Yi just now? He has only just arrived at Qinghuan Peak and should not have provoked you." Li Yuan looked at Shuang Wanling, his eyes filled with calmness and distance. Startling her, she said pitifully, "Senior brother, what is wrong with you? Why do you show such a demeanor towards a Ling?" You, Li Yuan, you come to question me and expect me to greet you with a smile. Are you mad, or am I the one who has lost my senses?" Shuang Wanling was taken aback, realizing the truth in his words, yet she still said with a sense of grievance, but I merely wish to know why senior brother struck someone. I found him displeasing to the eye. Is that sufficient, Shuang Wanling? If there is nothing else, please take your leave. I wish to rest. Shuang Wanling's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness as she exclaimed in disbelief, what did you just call me? Senior brother, why have you suddenly changed like this? A flicker of reluctance crossed Li Yuan's gaze, yet he uttered, you should leave now. I am weary. With tears streaming down her face, Shuang Wanling exited Li Yuan's chamber. While he appeared utterly exhausted, sinking onto the bed. Indeed, the abrupt influx of so many memories has had a profound impact. Will this rapid transformation raise suspicions that I have been possessed? System 2, what is it that you wish to accomplish? Oh, nothing much, merely exchanging one form of self-destruction for another. Since fate has deemed that I cannot triumph over Yifan, nor can I defy the heavenly path, I shall take on a different persona. I will ensure that Mu Qingxian inherits my fate. At that juncture, you can intervene to sever the influence of the heavenly path upon her and assist in awakening her memories, with your aid. She should be able to contend against the heavenly path. Mu Qingxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Li Yuan, murmuring, How could this be? In my previous life, I was able to perish alongside the heavenly path because I possessed Ai Yuan's fate. System 1, indeed, it was precisely because of his fate that after you reached the pinnacle of immortality and harmonized with the Tao, you gained the strength to oppose the heavenly path. Your 3 disciples obstructed Yifan, while you, utilizing divine inscriptions, perished alongside the heavenly path. Mu Qingxian paid little heed to this outcome. What troubled her now was the realization that in her past life, she had personally slain Li Yuan. Tears streamed down her face as she repeatedly murmured, How could this happen? How could this happen? Mu Qingxian, how could you have killed Li Yuan? System 1, awaken. Everything has returned to normal. What you need to contemplate now is how to ensure that once Li Yuan regains his memories, he will not depart from you, rather than fixating on the past where you were controlled by the consciousness of the heavenly path. Yes, you are right, those are merely remnants of the past. My purpose is to atone for the misunderstandings and indifference I showed towards Ai Yuan. I must strive to earn his forgiveness, just as Li Yuan reclined. He heard Mu Qingxian's summons, prompting him to scoff and rise, stating, Let us commence from here. Within the grand hall of Mu Qingxian, Yifan spoke passionately, while Shuang Wanling could not contain her tears beside him. Master, I am indifferent to how senior brother treats me, but sister is suffering because of me. I cannot stand idly by while she is in pain. I implore you, Master, summon senior brother for a confrontation. No need to summon him, I have already arrived. Speak, what is it you wish to do? Li Yuan appeared, his demeanor unperturbed as he entered the hall, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Mu Qingxian and Shuang Wanling. His gaze betraying exhaustion and detachment. Chapter 12, Entering darkness in the hall. Mu Qingxian regarded Li Yuan with a complex expression, feeling discomfort from his current aloofness. Yuaner, is what Yifan said true? It is. Has the sect master considered how to punish me? At this, Mu Qingxian's heart jolted. Li Yuan had addressed her as sect master. Yuaner, allow me to remind you, within the Holy Land, those who unjustly humiliate their fellow disciples are subjected to flogging in the punishment hall before being sent to the cliff of reflection. Mu Qingxian's breath quickened, not due to Li Yuan's confrontation with Yifan, but because he had suddenly become so foreign to her. Shuang Wanling was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that her senior brother would actively seek punishment. And in the harshest manner at that. Senior brother, why must you do this? You need only to admit your mistake to master. Li Yuan feigned ignorance, turning away as he declared, I shall proceed to the punishment hall to receive my sentence. Do you have anything further to say? Seeing their silence, Li Yuan made his way to the punishment hall. Upon his arrival, the elder overseeing the hall exhibited a look of confusion. After Li Yuan explained his intent, the elder was left speechless. This, Li Yuan, generally, such matters can be trivial or significant, and conflicts among disciples of the same peak are usually resolved internally. Why escalate it? There is no need for further discussion. A wrongdoer deserves punishment, and I deem this penalty appropriate. You must understand, the divine whip is no trivial matter. Seeing Li Yuan's resolute demeanor, the elder ultimately refrained from further protest, sighing as he commenced the flogging. When Shuang Wanling and Yifan arrived, Li Yuan's back had already been lacerated, and Yifan wore a smug smile upon witnessing the scene. After the punishment, Li Yuan exhaled deeply and walked alone towards the cliff of reflection. Mu Qingxian, observing from a divine perspective alongside another in the heavens, felt a knot of despair in her heart. After reaching the cliff of reflection, Li Yuan proceeded directly into the cave where he found inscriptions carved into the stone walls, sacred symbols left by powerful beings for disciples seeking introspection. Li Yuan sat cross-legged, repeatedly transcribing the inscriptions and contemplating their meaning, engaged in this cycle. Mu Qingxian pondered, is this the ultimate goal behind his confrontation with Yi Fan? Is it here? Days later, a veiled woman arrived. Adorned in elegant attire devoid of excessive embellishments. Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, what brings you here, second junior sister? She was Ruoli Mu Qingxian's second disciple, rendered mute upon arriving at Qinghuan Peak. Thus Li Yuan had taken great care of her. Apart from their master and the Holy Sovereign, he was the only one she would approach willingly. Li Yuan observed her with an impassive expression. Influenced by the consciousness of the heavenly path, they had all become somewhat similar. Li Yuan was reluctant to engage deeply with any of them. Upon hearing his address, Ruoli felt the detachment in his tone. Her face shifting beneath the veil as she ultimately rode in the air with her spiritual energy. Why must you do this, senior brother? Yi Shidi has surely not offended you, so why must you wound our hearts in such a manner? There is no reason. You may consider me arrogant and overbearing. As for wounding your hearts, where should I begin? I merely acted as a disciple ought to, but we are not merely fellow disciples. We are family. Why must you resort to such estrangement? Family, spare me. I, Li Yuan, am unworthy of such bonds. If it were possible, I would wish never to have set foot upon Qinghuan Peak. Even dying in the jaws of a beast as an infant would be far less burdensome. Ruoli gazed at Li Yuan in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would utter such words. She wished to respond, but was expelled from the cave by a surge of spiritual energy. You should return. I am still in reflection, and it would be best not to disturb me. Tears streamed down Ruoli's cheeks. Although she was Li Yuan's junior, she was actually 2 years his senior, born into a modest cultivation family. She had been marginalized due to her status as a distant relative, and the early death of her parents left her without friends, even being ostracized by her kin after suffering severe injury during a clan competition. She awoke unable to speak, plunging her young life into despair. It was not until Mu Qingxian, on a sect mission, passed through the city where her family resided, that she recognized Ruoli as a rare Yuanling holy body and brought her back. Initially terrified of her new environment and fearing Li Yuan would also shun her, she found solace in his patience and kindness, illuminating her life. Now, as Ruoli gazed at Li Yuan's back turned to her within the cave, she could not comprehend what had transpired to transform her senior brother in such a manner. Li Yuan sighed, alas, to forge bonds only brings added sorrow. System 2, I apologize, I find it difficult to comprehend. I did not expect you to understand. How could an AI grasp the complexities of human emotions? Enough. I have gleaned sufficient wisdom. It is time to proceed to the next step. These sacred symbols of introspection are indeed formidable. In the void, Mu Qingxian observed all of this unfold, her heart filled with trepidation at the thought of Li Yuan awakening his memories and becoming like this, fearing she would see that same detachment in his eyes. With Yi Fan's extraordinary luck and innate charm, he quickly attracted numerous disciples willing to follow him after arriving at the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Li Yuan had secluded himself in his chamber since returning from the Cliff of Reflection. Unseen by anyone for months, thus Yi Fan found no opportunity to confront him. In the void, the scene before Mu Qingxian shifted, revealing Li Yuan emerging from seclusion 6 months later, clad in black garments. Hair flowing freely, radiating a subtle aura of darkness. Mu Qingxian gasped, What has Yi Yuan been doing these past few months? How could there be signs of him succumbing to darkness? Yi Fan naturally noticed this as well. He orchestrated trouble for Li Yuan, who, well aware of the disciples' true nature, swiftly dispatched them, ultimately being subdued by Mu Qingxian herself. The Holy Sovereign and the Peak Masters were incensed, promptly sentencing Li Yuan to the abyss of judgment, a place typically reserved for disciples who had committed grave offenses. Li Yuan was imprisoned there under the charge of falling into darkness. As Mu Qingxian watched these events unfold, her resentment towards Yi Fan deepened, as did her frustration with herself. Cursed heavenly path consciousness, accursed Yi Fan, if not for you, how could Yi Yuan have ended up like this? And you, Mu Qingxian, foolish girl, why could you not firmly stand by Yi Yuan's side? In the abyss of judgment, Li Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he declared, this is it, the essence of my true self realized at the Cliff of Reflection, combined with the demonic heart I have cultivated over the past 6 months. Is all for this moment. System 2, you could have chosen a far easier method to succumb to darkness. Why go through all this preparation? After a moment of silence, Li Yuan finally spoke, because Mu Qingxian's 9 heavens profound thunder body can restrain the path of ghosts. It is only by cultivating the ghost path to the point of madness that she can easily kill me. Humans are inherently complex beings. Even when battered and bruised, they can still be swayed by emotions. During battle, if I were to show even the slightest hint of softness, it could draw her attention. It is wiser to proceed with caution. Mu Qingxian was taken aback by his words and cried out, Yuan, why are you so foolish, so foolish? I am not worth it at all. Chapter 13, A Desire for No Next Life. Brothers, the male protagonist is unaware of the actions taken by the female protagonist after his death, nor does he comprehend the thoughts within her heart. The struggle between the female protagonist's thoughts and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao is invisible to him, all he can see are the actions they undertake. In the Judgment Abyss, countless ghosts, guided by Li Yuan, were absorbed into his body. As these souls entered, their thoughts merged with Li Yuan's mind. Li Yuan clutched his head, groaning in agony, as he refined the souls with his demonic heart while questioning himself. Striving to protect his consciousness from being devoured amidst the myriad of thoughts. Mu Qingxian shouted, Enough, Yuan, stop tormenting yourself. Why must you bear all of this? System 1, this is the path he has chosen. A road that allows him liberation while also serving as a warning not to look back. Mu Qingxian gazed at Li Yuan, and then at her own self standing outside the Judgment Abyss. Breaking down as she exclaimed, Are you satisfied now? It's all your fault, it's all my fault. The system sighed. While there was indeed an influence from the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, the actions that caused Li Yuan sorrow were still hers. It was likely that even after awakening, he would find it hard to let go. Years later, one day, the Tsangshuan sacred grounds suddenly erupted with strange phenomena, as demonic energy surged forth from the Judgment Abyss. Li Yuan looked down with a calm expression. Mu Qingxian stood opposite him, questioning Li Yuan. Why have you become like this? Why? I too wish to know why. Initially bringing me back to Qinghuan Peak was sufficient. I enjoyed a decade of leisurely time. Why, when I was trapped in the land of divine punishment, did you risk your safety to save me? Revealing that hint of tenderness, Mu Qingxian fell silent. Unsure of the reason, but she knew she simply could not bear the thought of Li Yuan dying in that cursed realm. Master, this shall be the last time I address you as such. From this day forth, I shall have no further ties with you in Qinghuan Peak. Upon saying this, Li Yuan suddenly lunged toward Mu Qingxian, his eyes devoid of any emotion, leaving her with a suffocating feeling. Senior brother, Li Yuan paused, turning to look at the three individuals behind him. They all bore expressions of anguish, struggling to accept the sight of Li Yuan and Mu Qingxian facing each other with weapons drawn. It seemed that reinforcements were arriving soon. I bid you farewell, my friends, ha ha. After Li Yuan disappeared, Mu Ziqiu arrived with a group of peak masters. Glancing at the dazed four, she coldly scoffed, Mu Qingxian, do you understand the consequences of letting Li Yuan go? Mu Qingxian, lost in thought, replied with a hint of confusion, Disciple, acknowledges her crime. Humph. The lax discipline of Mu Qingxian's disciples is intolerable. From this day forth, her position as peak master is revoked, and she is ordered to leave the sacred grounds to pursue Li Yuan until he is captured. Qingxian obeys. After leaving the sacred grounds, Li Yuan wandered within the forbidden zone of the Tsangshuan realm. Upon ascending to immortality, he arrived at the territory of Yifan, a family that had been a part of the cultivation world for many years. Where disciples were unrestrained. Li Yuan remarked, no wonder they could raise such scum as Yifan. It seems to be traditional skill. System 2. What do you intend to do? Logically, the Yi family's assistance to Yifan is negligible. They merely cling to him after his success. As a demonic cultivator, killing a few people shouldn't be a problem, right? During this time, Mu Qingxian had been probing for Li Yuan's whereabouts within the Tsangshuan realm. Upon receiving news that a demonic cultivator was slaughtering a cultivation family, she hurried over, only to find that the Yi family had nearly been wiped out. Mu Qingxian's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Li Yuan, saying, You would massacre his family because of Yifan. How have you become like this? Isn't he trying to scheme against me? As a solitary person, I shall ensure he experiences the same isolation. No, he still has you all, so he is not truly alone. Come back with me to the sacred grounds and face your punishment. Do not make further mistakes. Return. I no longer wish to go back to that place. Nor do I want to witness that fool Yifan using petty tricks to ensnare you all. It makes me feel that my feelings are worthless, every time I see you all turning against me over some trivial excuse he concocts while greeting him with smiles. I feel utterly shameful for loving such a duplicitous person. Mu Qingxian exclaimed, Do you know what you are saying? I have never thought this way, nor could I ever develop such feelings for Yifan. Enough, his desires are never concealed. Don't tell me that the renowned first genius of Tsangshuan cannot even see such an expression. Isn't that an implicit acknowledgement? But it matters not, we are clearly not on the same path. Ever since you brought Yifan back to Qinghuan Peak, it was destined that I would only be seen as a discarded person. Li Yuan suddenly erupted, intent on continuing the massacre of the Yi family. Yet, Mu Qingxian stepped in front of him, unsure of how to speak, now that the situation had escalated beyond reconciliation. Li Yuan sneered, 100 ghosts roam the night. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and souls began to rise from the corpses. Mu Qingxian, no longer hesitating, summoned the 9 heavens' profound thunder to confront the enemy. The thunder technique restrains spiritual bodies. Any of the countless souls that came into contact with the thunder would be annihilated. And Mu Qingxian felt no sense of threat. I am the void. Witnessing the one-sided battle, Mu Qingxian wept. Do not continue, Yuan, you will die. On the battlefield, Mu Qingxian, with a complex expression, implored, Yuaner, you cannot defeat me by practicing the ghost path. Stand down and return with me. Ha, return to what? To continue witnessing your cold, suspicious gazes. I have had enough. Today, you will either kill me here or allow me to finish off those on the ground. The Li Yuan was now at the same level of cultivation as Mu Qingxian. His mastery of the ghost path rendered him incapable of harming her. Finally, a smile crept onto his lips as he seized the moment when Mu Qingxian was distracted. Channeling all his spiritual energy into a devastating black energy sphere that appeared in the sky, you possess the protection of profound thunder. This strike will not harm you, but with our realms equal. You cannot alter the outcome of this attack. Now, will you kill me, or will you watch as a city turns to ashes? Mu Qingxian gazed at the sinister Li Yuan, exclaiming, how did it come to this? How did it come to this? What has caused you to become like this? In the void, Mu Qingxian, already aware of the impending outcome, wept inconsolably. She knew she was about to witness Li Yuan's demise. And it would be at her own hand. As the black sphere approached, Mu Qingxian finally moved. Li Yuan exerted all his strength to resist, but he could not withstand her at all, though he had anticipated this outcome. System, the next move is yours. Ha ha ha. Hearing his laughter, Mu Qingxian hesitated for a moment. However, glancing at the descending black sphere, she ultimately directed her sword toward Li Yuan's heart. The black sphere shattered, dispersing into countless light points that faded into the universe. Li Yuan smiled, thinking to himself, I shall finally be liberated. Compared to dying at Yufan's hands, what he truly feared was the coldness and distrust from them. At the moment Mu Qingxian pierced Li Yuan, something within her seemed to shatter. She stood there, stunned, as if she had glimpsed her fate. Holding Li Yuan close, tears flowed freely as she lamented, I was wrong, it's all my fault. Why must fate choose me? Why is it me? I do not wish to transcend. I only want Yuaner. Li Yuan replied, this should be the first time I die so. Swiftly, a gray-white light orb burst forth from Li Yuan's brow. Entering Mu Qingxian's body, the system then released Mu Qingxian's memories. After a moment of daze, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. So you have suffered through so many lives in torment. Do not die. Do not die, Yuan. Relax, let it all end. I only wish for no next life. Having said this, Li Yuan closed his weary eyes, his hands falling limply to his sides, and he ceased to breathe. Chapter 14. A return as if separated by eternity. Soon after, several of Mu Qingxian's disciples arrived. Witnessing the long sword embedded in Li Yuan's chest, all displayed expressions of disbelief. Yifan, nearby, revealed a look of satisfaction. Having never cared for the Yi family, the system similarly released the memories of the 3 women. Moments later, they glared at Yifan with resentment, unaware of what had transpired. Yifan was besieged by their collective fury. Ultimately, the outcome was as the system had predicted, even with Yifan holding the mandate of heaven. He was unable to withstand the combined force of the 3 women. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qingxian inscribed divine patterns and he, empowered by them, perished alongside the consciousness of the heavenly Tao within a vast expanse of black space. Mu Qingxian remained ensnared in the depths of despair, unable to extricate herself from the moment of Li Yuan's demise. Observing her state, the system found itself at a loss for words, compelled to silently witness her sorrow. After a prolonged silence, she finally inquired, System, could you enlighten me as to why the 4 of us, despite being influenced by the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, chose to resist it after Yuan's death? As if, the system interjected, as if his death were akin to the flipping of a switch. Correct. The answer is rather simple. It is because you are genuine beings, not mere puppets. The heavenly Tao can influence you, but it cannot wield control over you. Although you may feel a sense of estrangement towards Li Yuan due to the heavenly Tao's consciousness, that alone would not lead to his demise. After his passing, your feelings for him will overshadow the influence of the heavenly Tao. I understand now. Please take me away, System. As her consciousness returned, Mu Qingxian's body trembled, collapsing weakly onto the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yuan, is this your punishment for me, forcing me to take your life? How cruel you are. I realize my mistakes. Please don't leave me. Master, I've returned. Did you not say I needn't say anything? And why am I merely a talisman? Just as she spoke, Li Yuan approached, his face betraying his displeasure upon seeing Mu Qingxian, who resembled a flower drenched in rain. His expression faltered, and the multitude of retorts prepared in his mind stuck in his throat. Master, what seems to be the issue?" Li Yuan felt utterly awkward, having encountered the most vulnerable side of a woman, especially one at the feather transformation stage. His greatest fear was that Mu Qingxian might lash out in anger, prompting him to turn and flee. Yuan, don't go." Li Yuan paused. Wait, what did she just call me? Yet, he did not leave, instead turning back with a puzzled expression. Is there something you wish to command, master? Come closer. Mu Qingxian said softly. Li Yuan, bewildered, complied. Once he was near, Mu Qingxian abruptly embraced him. Li Yuan was taken aback, feeling as if he were suffocating under the weight of this unexpected affection. Yuan, I am so sorry. I am truly sorry. Master, what does this mean? Why are you apologizing to me? Feeling warmth radiating from above, Li Yuan struggled to lift his gaze, only to find Mu Qingxian weeping profusely. Confusion enveloped him. Yet he softly comforted her. Though I am unaware of what has transpired, rest assured, it is all right, I forgive you. Mu Qingxian released her hold on Li Yuan, gazing at his smiling face, which resembled a warm ray of light piercing through her sorrow, enveloping her heart with solace. Li Yuan scratched his head, gently embracing Mu Qingxian once more. In light of your status as my master, I shall offer some free comfort to your wounded spirit. Inhaling the comforting scent that lingered around Li Yuan, Mu Qingxian felt an overwhelming sense of security, wishing to remain in his embrace forever, never depart again. Master, senior brother, you, Li Yuan interjected. No, I have been meaning to ask. Why do I always seem to summon Xuan Wanling at the most inopportune moments, like some kind of monster spawn point? Li Yuan continued. Ling, it seems master has encountered some troubles. I was merely comforting her. Xuan Wanling pouted. Ling does not believe it. Senior brother, you simply do not love me. You clearly stated last time that you would never fall for master, otherwise. Before she could finish, Li Yuan covered her mouth. Taken aback by her bluntness, Mu Qingxian shot an unkind glance at Li Yuan, demanding, What is this, Yuaner? Let Ling finish. Why, is master someone unworthy of attention? So Yuaner looks down upon me. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Caught in this awkward situation, it was paramount that one never let a woman know they do not find her appealing, regardless of her affections. It's simply because we are teacher and student. I surely cannot harbor feelings for my master. That should be reasonable enough. To his surprise, Mu Qingxian grew agitated. What of it? Are there not tales of teacher-student romances in the Zhangxian realm? Li Yuan stammered. Why such a strong reaction? Realizing her outburst, Mu Qingxian quickly clarified, What I meant to say is that if you merely think little of me, I refuse to believe that a teacher-student relationship can prevent two individuals from falling in love. Li Yuan was taken aback. Your perspective is quite peculiar, master. Are you not simply looking for an excuse to berate me? Indeed, what of it? Do you have any objections? Li Yuan shot a glare at Xuan Wanling before negotiating. To be frank, we share no grievances. It is inappropriate for master to treat me this way. Besides, I was just trying to comfort you, and it is unbecoming to burn bridges after receiving assistance. I am not a gentleman. You entered without knocking, otherwise, would you have wished to see me in such a predicament? Li Yuan thought to himself, Goodness, we've circled back to this again. I knew encountering a woman's vulnerable side would lead to trouble. After being comforted by Li Yuan, Mu Qingxian felt somewhat better, yet the memory of her past life where Li Yuan orchestrated her to kill him lingered, leaving her feeling a twinge of resentment. Li Yuan, I assure you, I won't even blink an eye. Xuan Wanling chuckled. Senior brother, your words sound akin to those of a bandit from a story. Mu Qingxian commanded, You shall come daily to assist with cleaning my quarters and prepare my meals thrice a day. The remainder of the time will be devoted to your cultivation here. Li Yuan responded with a resigned sigh. Ugh, Xuan Wanling exclaimed, If senior brother is here, what becomes of me? I wish to spend time with him. Li Yuan replied, But master, you previously insisted I undertake the sex tasks. Now, with your current demands, I have no time. I did not require you to come immediately. Go and train first, and we shall discuss it upon your return. Xuan Wanling pouted. Senior brother is leaving? I want to go too. Mu Qingxian firmly stated, No, you are at a crucial juncture for crystallization. Focus on your cultivation at Qinghuan Peak. With a frown, Xuan Wanling clung to Li Yuan's hand, resorting to a pouty plea. Sadly, her efforts ultimately failed, and she was taken back in a dejected manner. After their departure, Mu Qingxian took a deep breath and asked, System, if Yuaner were to awaken his memories now, what would he do? He would likely distance himself. His feelings for you had already diminished in the previous life. His plan, aside from resisting the heavenly Tao, was to sever ties with you. That cannot be. we must not end things so abruptly. If the past affections have faded, then this time I shall draw near to him. I will ensure he regains those feelings before his memories return." As Li Yuan walked back, Shuang Wanling did not release his hand, pouting, "Senior brother, how long will you be gone? Will you truly not take A Ling with you?" "Really, truly not," Li Yuan gently replied. "All right, I am going for training this time. It will be quite bloody and dangerous. A Ling should stay home and wait for my return." Shuang Wanling's cheeks flushed, feeling as though his words resembled those of a husband bidding farewell to his wife. Then you must return early. I will miss you." Li Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. "I will miss you too." Shuang Wanling beamed, her heart brimming with joy, secretly resolving that when the time was right, she would confess her desire to become his partner. Chapter 15. A modest trial of skills. On the day of the great hunt in the Myriad Demon Forest, Li Yuan arrived early at the Sex Square, where a considerable number of disciples gathered eager to participate in the hunt, including Wang Hongfei. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Wang Hongfei exclaimed, "Is that you, junior brother Li Yuan? You too have come to partake in the sex mission?" "Indeed, senior brother Wang, primarily because my master wishes for me to hone my true intent. I believe it is a worthwhile endeavor, so I decided to tag along." "Are you going as well?" "Indeed, I am responsible for leading the team but will not participate in the training myself." "Oh, I see, senior brother is indeed impressive." While they conversed, another elder in charge of the team appeared to announce the rules of the upcoming trial. "Listen well, disciples, in this Myriad Demon Forest trial, you must collect the demon cores after slaying each beast. These cores will serve as proof for you to earn contribution points within the sect. Do you understand?" Yes, Li Yuan contemplated whether the cores he hunted could be exchanged for spirit stones. As he was quite impoverished and had no tokens to participate in the sex tasks. "Alright, disciples participating in the trial, please board the ship with your disciple tokens." Senior brother Wang, why do we need disciple tokens to board? The celestial vessel serves as a means of transport for numerous sect disciples. Should anyone infiltrate and cause harm, the losses to the sect would be incalculable. Oh, I see. If I do not possess a token, can I still board? Wang Hongfei gazed at Li Yuan with a peculiar expression. Li Yuan found the situation utterly absurd. He resembled a ghost dwelling in the sacred land, existing there yet devoid of any tangible evidence. Merely a sensation of being present. Li Yuan touched his nose, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. "It would be better if my junior brother joined me on the boat. No need for worry upon arriving at the Wanyao forest." Li Yuan noticed that in addition to the Canshan sacred land, 2 other sacred lands had also come, but since this place was exclusively designated for the trials of the 5 great sacred lands, the presence of others was hardly surprising. Wang Hongfei introduced. "To the left is the celestial vessel of the Wanfa sacred land, and to the right is that of the Tianzhan sacred land. Junior brother, if you encounter anyone from the Tianzhan sacred land, it's best to keep your distance." Why is that? Do our 2 sacred lands have a feud?" "Not exactly. The main issue lies with the individuals from the Tianzhan sacred land. Their mental state is rather unconventional. As the foremost sacred land, we of the Canshan sacred land find that their disciples tend to challenge us whenever they encounter one of our own." "Wait, are we truly the foremost sacred land?" "Oh, never mind. If they wish to challenge, let them. Why hide from it?" Wang Hongfei was taken aback, then looked at Li Yuan and said, "Do you truly believe our sacred land is weak?" "Oh right, I nearly forgot. Junior brother, you are a mascot, and it seems you are not well acquainted with matters of our sect. Challenges are indeed trivial. Although competition exists among the great sacred lands, there are no genuine grievances. So one cannot kill disciples from other sacred lands. However, disciples from the Tianzhan sacred land will continue to challenge you as long as they remain alive, until they ultimately defeat you. The master of the Tianzhan sacred land has been challenging our master since the nascent soul stage, and as of now, the challenges are still ongoing." What kind of artisan spirit is this?" Upon landing, Li Yuan noticed that the individuals from the Tianzhan sacred land were indeed watching them, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. After all, being scrutinized by a group of imposing men was somewhat intolerable. Prompting him to hastily retreat behind the crowd, the elders leading the group reiterated the prohibition against life and death battles, implying that apart from causing fatalities, anything else was permissible. At this moment, Yifan also appeared in the Wanyao forest. Having arrived at this location through a weak point in the Grand Formation guided by Elder Xiantian. "Elder Xian, what brings us here? This is merely a trial ground, not a secret realm. What treasures could possibly be found?" "What do you know? Before becoming the Wanyao forest, this was the territory of the demon race. It is said that the demon emperor once planted a zhu fruit here, consuming it would ensure that upon crystallization, One surpasses their peers of the same tier. Li Yuan followed the main group into the Wanya forest, and soon the crowd began to disperse, each forming their own small teams. However, Li Yuan chose to remain solo, reasoning that his purpose was to hone himself, and having companions would undermine the initial intent of pushing his limits. Shortly thereafter, a low-bodied ape set its sights on Li Yuan. This type of beast was known for its irritable temperament, particularly its fondness for human women, and would typically attack male humans on sight. What the hell? Why is it this disgusting creature? Although Li Yuan had little interest in studying, his frequent fishing trips to the cold pool had afforded him some knowledge of various beastly temperaments. Grabbing a branch from nearby, he casually swung it, then with a swift motion, he appeared behind the low-bodied ape, which was struck by a sharp sword energy before it had the chance to react, cleaving it in two. Not bad at all. I can achieve such combat prowess without a sword. The notion that all things are sword is truly exemplified here. I am indeed impressive. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from all directions, and Li Yuan realized that low-bodied apes were typically social creatures. He had undoubtedly attracted their attention. No, I can't confront them head-on. While most are second-tier beasts, there are surely some third-tier among them, and they could easily overpower me with sheer numbers. After coming to this conclusion, Li Yuan leapt forward, and no sooner had he departed his previous position than a barrage of spikes, laced with poison, flew past where he had stood. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's escape, the pack of apes let out a few roars before pursuing him. When Li Yuan heard the commotion and glanced back, he was genuinely startled to see nearly 100 low-bodied apes in pursuit. What the heck, so many? That place earlier must have been a den of low-bodied apes. As the apes chased him, they blew poison arrows from bamboo tubes. Li Yuan maneuvered through the forest, using great trees as cover to evade the toxic projectiles. Subsequently, he summoned the Li Tian sword. There was no need to conceal his strength against these beasts. He could only annihilate them with overwhelming force. The moment he grasped the hilt, he felt as if the sword had become an extension of his body, and confidence surged from deep within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the air as the poison spikes followed suit. Li Yuan quickly identified the best route and charged toward the group of apes along the path with the fewest poison darts. He swung his sword, deflecting all the spikes, and upon entering his attacking range, he leapt into the air. The apes anticipated a frontal assault and focused their defenses ahead, leaving their heads vulnerable. As Li Yuan turned in midair and swung his sword, he concentrated his true essence into the blade, unleashing a massive arc of sword energy that descended upon the apes. After landing a decisive blow, he did not pause. Instead, he continued to maneuver swiftly through the forest, circling the remaining apes, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. After the last low-bodied ape fell, Li Yuan flicked his sword and exhaled deeply. If you truly mastering the sword path requires more than mere understanding. I feel there is still ample room for improvement. The angles, force, and infused spiritual energy of my strikes leave much to be desired. Nevertheless, Li Yuan did not feel disheartened. After all, having grasped the essence of the sword path, he could begin refining his skills even in the crystallization stage with its aid. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was engaged in battle with a three-tiered beast sporting horns on its head, cursing under his breath, bewildered as to why he had attracted the attention of such a formidable foe when he was only at the foundation stage. Why Yi Fan's luck and fortune had yet to fully manifest, and the opportunities he had received were limited. Facing an opponent of a higher tier was nearly impossible for a disciple from an ordinary cultivation family like his. Chapter 16. A shocking change. While Yi Fan was struggling, he noticed a small team approaching his vicinity, and a plan formed in his mind to lure the three-tiered beast toward them. What is the point of hunting beasts? A true man should engage with other men. Indeed, battling these beasts seemed far less appealing than sparring with the disciples of the Zhongshan sacred land. Wait, there's something happening up ahead, brothers. I implore you to assist me. The disciples from the Tianzhan sacred land exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to help Yi Fan. After all, while competition among disciples was permitted, there was no conflict over resources, and the demon core from this beast could serve as their reward. One disciple from the Tianzhan sacred land shouted and charged in. Despite being only at the crystallization stage, intending to confront the beast with sheer physical strength. Yi Fan thought, is this person so overconfident? However, after a resounding crash, the three-tiered beast collapsed to the ground, and the disciple stood triumphantly upon it, a hint of disdain in his eyes. My friend, since we have slain this beast, we shall take the demon core. I trust you have no objections. Yi Fan frowned, thinking to himself that he had requested their assistance, not for them to claim the demon core, but seeing their formidable strength, he devised another plan. No objections, brothers. Please take it. By the way, may I temporarily join your group until I find my fellow disciples? Rest assured, I am merely accompanying you, and I possess a special technique that can help you locate beasts. His so-called special technique was merely prior information given to him by the innate elder regarding the locations of the beasts. However, seeing that he was merely at the foundation stage and posed no threat, they allowed him to accompany them. Ye Fan scoffed inwardly at their audacity to take what was his. He would find an opportunity to eliminate them later. Days later, Li Yuan found himself by a riverbank, feeling quite disgruntled as he muttered, "Damn it, why did I encounter so many pests? I might as well be pickled," after surveying his surroundings and confirming no one was near. He decided to strip off his clothes and jump into the river, only emerging once he had scrubbed away the odor, retrieving a fresh set of clothes from his storage ring. Much better. Fortunately, I often stay out fishing for 10 days or half a month, which has cultivated the habit of bringing spare clothes. Otherwise, today would have been a disaster. After walking a bit further, he spotted a duo being besieged by ghost-faced spiders. Li Yuan resolved to come to their aid. "Ugh, senior sister, I can't hold on any longer. What shall we do now? I don't want to be eaten by a beast. I'm sorry, Xiaoying. It's all my fault for being so arrogant. If I had gathered 2 more disciples, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Just as despair enveloped the two, a flash of sword light appeared, and the nearest ghost-faced spider was cleaved in two. The remaining spiders emitted chilling cries upon witnessing this. Li Yuan felt goosebumps rise and quickly advanced with his sword, soon dispatching the remaining 3 ghost-faced spiders. The 2 rescued individuals stared at Li Yuan in awe. And the girl named Xiaoying murmured, "So this is what it feels like to have butterflies in your stomach." As Li Yuan approached, they quickly stood up, adjusting their attire and greeting him. "Thank you for saving us. Senior brother. My name is Bai Lu, and this is my junior sister Li Xiaoying. Li Xiaoying. Hello, senior brother. Do you have a partner? If not, would you consider me? If you do, would you think about finding another?" Li Yuan, upon hearing Li Xiaoying's outrageous words, Bai Lu quickly covered her mouth, feeling a tinge of embarrassment herself, reproaching the girl for her indiscreet tongue. Senior brother, please disregard her. She has merely read too many novels and often behaves mischievously in the Holy Land. Li Yuan chuckled awkwardly and replied, I understand. My junior sister is quite similar. On Qinghuan Peak, Shuang Wanling was reclining on a makeshift lounge chair crafted by Li Yuan, biting into a fruit when she suddenly sneezed. What is going on? Is it too chilly in the courtyard? Well, I suppose I'll sleep on senior brother's bed. After chatting briefly with the 2 ladies, Li Yuan resolved to escort them to find their fellow disciples. Along the way, Li Xiaoying chattered incessantly, evoking a sense of familiarity for Li Yuan as if Shuang Wanling were by his side. After walking for a while, Li Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, something feels amiss. It is too quiet here." He had not noticed it before, but now realized that this area was devoid of even the faintest sound of insects, indicating the presence of formidable beasts nearby. As they paused, a low growl echoed from a distance, and the mere sound instilled an extraordinary sense of pressure among them. Li Xiaoying hid behind Li Yuan, her large eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Li Yuan frowned. It seems to be a 4th-tier beast, but how could a 4th-tier creature appear at the outskirts of the Wanyao forest? Prior to their journey, Wang Hongfei had explicitly warned them against crossing the river into the inner regions of the Wanyao forest, as the beasts at the periphery were at most 3rd tier, while those within the inner regions were no less than 4th tier. The group held their ground for a moment, and Li Yuan remarked, "The creature hasn't initiated an attack. It seems to be warning us." Thus, he gently pulled the 2 ladies back, and indeed, as they retreated, the growling gradually subsided. However, before Li Yuan could feel relieved, a voice suddenly called out, "Right here, fellow disciples, there is a beast over there." Upon hearing the voice, a sense of dread washed over Li Yuan as he thought, "This is bad." Sure enough, a deafening roar reverberated through the valley, and from the shadows emerged a massive, snow-white 2-headed beast adorned with lightning patterns, the Fire Thunder Lion. How could it be here? If it were merely an ordinary 4th-tier beast, Li Yuan might have considered engaging it. But this was a beast possessing a blood symbol. The strength and hierarchy of beasts were generally determined by their bloodlines, which dictated their limits. The purity of a beast's bloodline could be exhibited through its blood symbol. Beasts with blood symbols could wield celestial demon techniques, which differed from the spells of cultivators. Celestial demon techniques were instinctively released due to the blood symbol, while spells required numerous conditions. Li Yuan bellowed, "Retreat quickly." Unfortunately, the Fire Thunder Lion had already launched its attack, raising its head and forming a massive fireball in its mouth, which it hurled towards Li Yuan. Startled, he had not anticipated it would directly target them. Channeling his spiritual energy, he positioned the Li Tian sword before him. Boom! Li Yuan absorbed most of the damage, rolling aside with the two ladies. The disciples of the Tianzhan Holy Land were also thrown into disarray upon seeing the Fire Thunder Lion. As they had not expected to encounter such a powerful fourth-tier beast. Yi Fan smirked, contemplating, "You all go ahead and stop it. Once I obtain the Shu fruit, I will mourn your loss, Xin Lao." "Where is the Shu fruit?" "Behind that Fire Thunder Lion. We need someone to attract its attention. Otherwise, you won't be able to get through with us." Yi Fan swiftly tossed a fireball behind the group, striking the Fire Thunder Lion and diverting its focus. "You, what are you doing?" "Ah, didn't we come here to hunt beasts? I merely wish to lend a hand to." In an instant, the Fire Thunder Lion leaped toward them, forcing several disciples of the Tianzhan Holy Land into a defensive stance. Fortunately, their physical resilience and numbers prevented immediate defeat. Observing this, Yi Fan promptly utilized the evasion technique taught by Xin Tianlao to distance himself from the battlefield, only revealing himself once he neared the Shu fruit. Easy as pie. What is so formidable about the Holy Land? It's all under my control." Chapter 17, The Laborer Li Yuan. In the previous chapter, although there were explanations, it seems that some major treasures were missed. So I will reiterate, the intention behind writing these two chapters is to convey that if the male protagonist does not confront the destined individual alongside the female protagonist, his fortune will be suppressed, rendering him unable to win in seizing opportunities. Once Li Yuan stood up, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Exhaling deeply, he noted that Bai Lu and the others were unharmed and declared, "I shall assist them. It seems there is a chance of victory." Bai Lu and Li Xiaoying, upon witnessing this, ceased their objections and followed suit, recognizing that every additional crystallization cultivator would bolster their odds. After Yi Fan acquired the Shu fruit, he covertly glanced at them, curious if they would perish, especially since someone had seen his appearance. After Li Yuan joined the fray, the tide of battle shifted significantly. Although they were all crystallization cultivators, he had comprehended the true essence, allowing each of his strikes to wound the Fire Thunder Lion. "This level of injury 1T even incapacitated. Buy me some time." With hope resting on Li Yuan, none dared to argue. After all, preserving their lives took precedence over seeking glory. Li Yuan stepped back from the battlefield, closed his eyes, and began to gather energy, mentally rehearsing the techniques of the Zhan Tian sword art. Countless sharp sword energies emanated from him, instilling hope in the others, who redoubled their efforts to hold back the Fire Thunder Lion. Suddenly, Li Yuan grasped the Li Tian sword and vanished from his position. The Fire Thunder Lion sensed the impending danger and quickly distanced itself from the group, trying to flee. Too late, a streak of sword light swept through, severing the beast's limbs, and with a roar, it collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, sword energies surged from all directions, obliterating it into fragments. Such a tremendous expenditure of energy. "I'm utterly exhausted." After appearing, Li Yuan stumbled and collapsed onto the ground, whereby Lu and Li Xiaoying rushed to support him. "Thank you both. Are you all right?" Li Xiaoying replied, "We're fine. The disciples of the Tianzhan Holy Land held off most of the attacks. We merely provided some support." In contrast, the situation for the Tianzhan Holy Land was indeed dire. But they approached Li Yuan to express their gratitude. Yi Fan, observing Li Yuan's sword techniques, felt an inexplicable sense of having lost something significant. You didn't die, but given their current state, the disciples of Tianzhan Holy Land were filled with excitement, with many challenging Li Yuan to duels, asserting that they would seek him out for instruction upon their return. Li Yuan was left speechless, pondering how they were more concerned with battles than healing their wounds. "Really, brothers?" After the disciples of Tianzhan Holy Land departed, they discussed whether Yi Fan had perished, but recalling his absurd actions that had led to their predicament, they felt he deserved such a fate. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding struck. Wait, an ambush! At that moment, a fiery red formation appeared beneath their feet, and with explosive sounds, the disciples of the Tianzhan Holy Land suffered further injuries, with several being killed instantly. Yi Fan emerged, gazing at them with a smirk. "Still wishing for my demise? Alas, it is you who shall perish, you." "Why?" "TSK, you've seen my face, so I can't allow you to live. Besides, you've taken so many of my demon cores. It's only fair to reclaim them, don't you think?" "What? The demon cores we harvested are yours. You merely pointed out their location, and they belong to you." Whatever Yi Fan, covet is mine. Rest easy as you depart." Kik. After slaying the disciples of the Tianzhan Holy Land, Yi Fan rummaged through their storage rings. As expected of the disciples of the Holy Land, their wealth is substantial. Should I eliminate a few more? However, he decided against it, as most were crystallization cultivators, and he found it challenging to eliminate them quietly. With his objectives accomplished, Yifan followed Xin Tianlao's guidance to exit the Wanyao forest. Meanwhile, Li Yuan pondered whether he was simply unlucky, feeling an inexplicable sense of being outmaneuvered. It was absurd. Not only had he encountered the Fire Thunder Lion at the periphery, but he had also been unwittingly embroiled in this chaos. Had it not been for his comprehension of the true essence and the Zhan Tian sword art, he would surely have perished today. Most importantly, he had gained nothing from this ordeal. In novels, unusual occurrences often heralded the presence of a major boss guarding something valuable, yet he had found nothing during his search. Sighing, he resigned. Oh well, if there is nothing, then so be it. After all, I merely ventured out to hone my swordsmanship. As they exited the Wanyao forest, they discovered a solemn scene among the disciples of the Tianzhan Holy Land, leaving Li Yuan somewhat bewildered. Wang Hongfei, has my junior brother returned? Greetings, senior brother. By the way, did our Holy Land suffer any casualties this time? Fortunately, only minor injuries were sustained. However, if one remains cautious at the periphery, there is little danger. By the way, how did you end up in such a state? With your prowess, you should have faced no opponents aside from being besieged. Li Yuan recounted the incident with the Fire Thunder Lion, causing Wang Hongfei's brow to furrow in concern. You mean to say a fourth-tier Fire Thunder Lion appeared at the outskirts? Did you discover any heavenly materials or treasures? Senior brother thinks so too. I did investigate, but found nothing. Perhaps I was overthinking it. It is implausible. The junior disciple has undergone little experience and thus lacks clarity on the matter. Generally, demon beasts bearing blood symbols do not roam freely, for they possess their own territories. The mere presence of one at the periphery is quite abnormal. At this moment, an elder from the heavenly battle sacred land approached and inquired. Dear friends, have you encountered any disciples from our sacred land in the 10,000 demon forest? Li Yuan replied, Indeed, I have encountered some. May I ask, elder, what is the matter? With a grand gesture, the elder produced several images. And upon seeing them, Li Yuan immediately recognized those who had previously sought to challenge him, recounting the events anew. Upon hearing this, Wang Hongfei began to speculate and said to the elder, It appears that outsiders have intruded into the 10,000 demon forest. As for the disciples from your sacred land who have yet to return, I fear their fates are dire. The elder's eyes widened in alarm, seemingly ignited by flames of fury, and he swiftly turned and leaped into the 10,000 demon forest. Shortly thereafter, he emerged bearing several corpses, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. None could fathom that such a simple trial would yield such unforeseen calamity. Li Yuan, taken aback, recalled how just moments ago they had shared laughter and conversation, discussing their intentions to compete in the Zhangxian sacred land once their injuries had healed. Now, they were irrevocably separated by the veil of death. Although he had previously slain demon beasts, he had never before experienced the profound sorrow of parting. This was his first mission for the sect, and he had not anticipated such a revelation. Indeed, this feeling was rather unsettling. Wang Hongfei attempted to console him, saying, Such is the nature of the cultivation world. Should the day come when a senior brother meets his end, do not be taken aback. This realm is one governed by the survival of the fittest. Li Yuan responded, Is this your version of comfort, senior brother? Quite an unconventional approach. Upon returning to the Zhangxian sacred land, Li Yuan found himself absent-mindedly wandering back to the Qingluan peak. Upon his arrival, Mu Qingxian felt a flicker of joy within her heart, though her expression remained notably subdued. You've returned, Yuaner. How was your recent trial? Quite extraordinary, but... Noticing his inner turmoil, Mu Qingxian, puzzled, listened as he recounted the incident involving the Fire Thunder Lion. This is precisely what sets you apart, Yuaner. What makes it so unique? Your remarkable capacity for empathy. It is both a blessing and a curse, the downside being that you may become overly soft-hearted. Yet the upside is that anyone may be touched by your spirit. Mu Qingxian mused, Perhaps it is precisely this quality that binds me to Li Yuan, even if in past lives I refrained from accepting him due to societal perceptions. I never wished to lose him. Chapter 18. Has Mu Qingxian's thoughts been discovered? Upon returning to his chamber, Li Yuan discovered Shuang Wanling fast asleep on his bed. TSK, why is this girl sleeping here? Does she not have her own bed? Just as he pondered this, Shuang Wanling turned over, exposing a small portion of her garments, scratching an itch as she did so. Li Yuan. He swiftly pulled the blanket over her, covering her head. What's wrong? Oh, senior brother, you're back. Come here for a hug. With that, she opened her arms and embraced him. Li Yuan's heart raced. These girls had been raised by him, and he had always regarded them as children. It was only just now that he realized Shuang Wanling was merely a year younger than him. Having memories from his previous life made him feel as though he was much older. Wanling, you're no longer a child. Perhaps it's time to refrain from such intimacy with me, otherwise, how will you find a partner in the future? Li Yuan fixed his gaze ahead, his expression resolute as if he were about to make a solemn pledge. However, upon not receiving a response from Shuang Wanling, he glanced down at her. That fleeting look was enough to weaken his resolve. She gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes, the glimpse of her neck evoking a sense of tenderness. Li Yuan gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye and said, what is this, Wanling? Do not see your wide eye. It's not as if your senior brother has bullied you, is it? He is bullying me, senior brother. Yuan T, let me be close. It must be because you met someone special during this trial and no longer love me, you nasty senior brother, boo-hoo Li Yuan. I've long wanted to point this out. Why do you always assume that I have someone in my heart and thus do not love you anymore, setting aside the truth of the matter? Why do you speak of us as if we were in a romantic relationship? Shuang Wanling paused, her large eyes swirling with thought, then replied, I'm just afraid that once you find a partner, you will no longer be close to me. There is no ill intent in that. Then you must be clearer in your words. You keep saying things that lead to misunderstandings. What if others genuinely believe we are partners? What if we inadvertently make it true? Shuang Wanling contemplated, realizing, indeed, if everyone thought she was senior brother's partner, then it would be akin to making a cooked meal out of raw rice. Observing the mischievous smile on Shuang Wanling's face, Li Yuan squinted, sensing her wicked intentions, and flicked her forehead. Ouch. What was that for? Senior brother, nasty senior brother, humph. As Shuang Wanling shielded her forehead and retreated from his embrace, a small section of her neck became exposed. Li Yuan hastily averted his gaze, clearing his throat. Ahem, the moon looks particularly bright tonight, doesn't it, Wanling? Shuang Wanling paused, then noticed her attire had shifted due to her sleeping position, causing her face to flush crimson as she covered her face and dashed out. As senior brother, rest well, I'm going back now. Li Yuan finally exhaled, took a sip of tea to steady his nerves, and returned to his bed. The lingering fragrance on the sheets reminded him of the earlier hazy scene, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. Forcing himself to calm down, the next morning, Mu Qingxian arrived early, quietly sitting at the edge of his bed, watching the sleeping face of Li Yuan with a slight smile gracing her lips. She murmured, Yuan, let us remain together in this lifetime, shall we? We must always be together. One day, I will bear you. Good. Startled by the words, Mu Qingxian felt her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. Li Yuan turned over and continued, delicious, one more bowl, please. Phew, so it was merely sleep talk. You gave me quite a scare, Yuan, you little rascal. Upon awakening, Li Yuan rubbed his eyes and saw Mu Qingxian in the distance, engrossed in her scriptures. Master, you're here. Why didn't you wake me? It's nothing, I saw you sleeping soundly, and since you have a busy day ahead, I thought it best to let you rest a little longer. Had you not appended that last bit, I would have found it quite touching. Just as he finished dressing, Mu Qingxian took him by the arm and led him back to her chamber. Let us prepare breakfast first, then clean up. Once that is done, I shall teach you cultivation. Li Yuan was rendered speechless. Did she summon him so early just to make him a servant, after their flurry of chores? Mu Qingxian finally said, Yuaner, you are still at the crystallization stage. To participate in the sacred land, you must elevate your cultivation. Master, please choose your words carefully. It is not a matter of wanting to, but rather being compelled. There is a significant distinction between the two. Are you unwilling? Of course, I am reluctant, yet, perhaps I am willing. Under Mu Qingxian's icy gaze, Li Yuan eventually shifted the topic. Very well, go to Dan Ding Peak and seek Elder Dan for a spirit elevation pill. With its aid, I shall then take you to the spirit gathering array for cultivation. Given your current foundation, you should be able to swiftly break through to the golden core stage. Alright, my life is at stake. I shall go at once. At Dan Ding Peak. Upon his arrival, many disciples were drawn to him, approaching to greet him. Oh, isn't this the auspicious charm? No, isn't this Li Yuan, the junior disciple? Are you here to see Brother Lu? Unfortunately, the senior brother has been in seclusion for over 3 months. I am aware of that, and I am not here to find Brother Lu. I seek Elder Dan for a spirit elevation pill. Ahem, a trivial matter. I shall escort you there. By the way, the Peak Master is not in a good mood today, so do exercise caution. Before they reached the main hall, a loud voice echoed from within. Are you all truly foolish pigs? Is extracting the medicinal properties so difficult? Anyone who fails to extract them today shall go hungry. Li Yuan thought, is this the Elder Dan who is usually so cheerful? Something seems amiss. His tone resembles that of my former teacher, and memories long buried are resurfacing. Perhaps it is not essential to insist. shall we return another time, as senior brother? Turning back, Li Yuan realized the elder who had led him was nowhere to be seen. An elder Dan within the hall had also spotted him, standing at the entrance in a daze. Li Yuan, come in, TSK, what is with that reaction? If you have something to discuss, come inside, I'll finish speaking in a moment. As Li Yuan stepped aside, observing the table cluttered with various medicinal samples, he thought to himself, what a table indeed. Elder Dan proclaimed, I shall say this once more, delve your spiritual sense into the herbs. Uncover the medicinal properties contained within, then infuse them with spiritual energy, using your spiritual sense to control the energy and encapsulate the properties, bringing them forth. Do you understand? The disciples below fell silent, continuing their tasks after listening, while Li Yuan picked up a sample and attempted to follow Elder Dan's instructions. After a few breaths, he successfully extracted the medicinal properties. A vibrant green glow materialized from the medicinal herbs, causing Li Yuan to ponder, is this the essence of the medicine? It appears so mysterious. Can this truly be used for alchemy, Li Yuan? A sudden voice startled him, Dan Lao, how do you appear and disappear like a ghost? With a swift motion, Dan Lao summoned a strand of medicinal essence that was about to touch the ground, murmuring, a genius indeed. Could it be that Li Yuan is truly a prodigy? Chapter 19, Am I also endowed with innate full soul power? Dan Lao's gaze towards Li Yuan was tinged with fervor. Li Yuan felt a tightening in his chest, thinking to himself, you are Dan Lao, not a madman. Please refrain from acting so flamboyantly. Come, follow me inside. Dan Lao commanded, wait, calm down, let us converse civilly. There is no binary system in the realm of cultivation. However, Dan Lao paid no heed to Li Yuan's protests and firmly grasped him, leading him to the alchemy chamber, where he laid out various medicinal materials and now tried to extract the essence from these herbs. They are not like the low-tier plants you encountered earlier. Extracting their essence is no simple task. What, you brought me here for this? Li Yuan exclaimed. What do you mean? Dan Lao retorted. What did you think I intended? Oh, it's nothing. Following Dan Lao's previous instructions, Li Yuan immersed his spiritual awareness into the herbs, only to encounter considerable resistance. The view through his spiritual perception was blurred. But after calming his mind, he could discern the location of the essence. Once he enveloped it with his spiritual power, a new challenge arose. Having struggled to locate the essence, now he had to control his awareness to extract it, which proved even more difficult. Indeed, if the essence is the most crucial aspect of a medicinal plant, then the plant itself becomes redundant. There is no rule against damaging it. With that realization, his true intent manifested. The medicinal material began to disintegrate from its microscopic interior, with the essence slowly oozing out from the breach, enveloped by his spiritual power. A faint sound of breaking echoed as the essence flowed forth from a small opening, leaving Dan Lao utterly astonished. Dan Lao, is this acceptable? How is this possible? To completely extract the essence from a fifth-tier herb, one would at least need to be a mid-grade alchemist. Dan Lao produced a colorful stone, saying, Li Yuan, immerse your spiritual awareness into this. I wish to assess your soul strength. Moments later, the alchemy chamber was awash with radiant light, and Dan Lao exclaimed, you possess such formidable soul strength. Li Yuan scratched his head and replied, Dan Lao, are you implying that I have innate full soul power? Precisely. No, wait, what do you mean by innate full soul power? That's not what I meant. I was referring to your soul strength being extraordinary. Typically, an individual's soul strength has a limit and rarely deviates significantly. Yours resembles a combination of two souls, approximately double that of an average person. Li Yuan felt a jolt of surprise and quickly remarked, then I must be quite impressive. By the way, Dan Lao, I came to ask you for an elixir to enhance my spirit. I've already wasted quite a bit of time and still need to return home to prepare dinner. What do you mean, returning home to cook? Does Mu Qingxian still expect you to cook? Absolutely not. Remaining here at Qingwan Peak is merely a waste of time. I shall report to the Saint Master and have you come to my Danding Peak. That seems unnecessary. Dan Lao. My master treats me well, I think. Yet Li Yuan's thoughts were consumed by the fear that if he were not at Qingwan Peak, his laid-back demeanor would lead him to be reprimanded by the other peak masters. Especially after witnessing Dan Lao's resemblance to his stern homeroom teacher, he was filled with reluctance to go to Danding Peak. Moreover, if Mu Qingxian learned of this, she would likely be furious. And who would ultimately suffer? It would still be Li Yuan. What does she understand? With your talent in alchemy, being anywhere else would be a waste. Only my Danding Peak can nurture you. With that, Dan Lao pointed at Li Yuan, and he was enveloped in a transparent sphere, soaring behind Dan Lao towards the assembly hall of the Holy Land. Oh dear, before long Mu Ziqiu arrived and Upon seeing Li Yuan, remarked, Yuaner, have you gotten into trouble again? No, Master Ancestor, I have always been obedient and sensible. How could I cause trouble? Mu Ziqiu sighed in exasperation and glanced at Dan Shenzi. Dan Lao organized his thoughts and recounted the events that had transpired at Danding Peak. Mu Ziqiu raised an eyebrow. Oh, I did not expect Yuaner to possess such talent. Call Xiener over. Mu Qingxian, feeling bored in her chamber, thought about how long Li Yuan had been gone after witnessing the previous life. She found herself wanting to stay by his side even more. Even a brief separation made her anxious. Mother is looking for me. Could it be that Yuan has caused trouble again? I must hurry and check. Upon her arrival, she found Li Yuan encased in a transparent sphere, while Mu Ziqiu sat on the Holy Master's seat, and Dan Shenzi occupied the Peak Master's position. Mu Qingxian pays her respects to the Holy Master. Yes, we summoned you here because Dan Lao has something to discuss with you. Dan Shenzi added, Mu Peak Master, as of now Li Yuan has yet to formally apprentice under you. He has merely lived at Qinghuan Peak as a nominal senior brother. Mu Qingxian furrowed her brow in confusion. What does Dan Lao mean by this? Yuaner has been raised by me since childhood. Whether or not he has apprenticed under me should not matter if furthermore he has not practiced the Dao Tian record passed down by our Holy Land, but rather my Mu family's cultivation method. So his presence at Songxian Holy Land should not pose any issues. The Peak Master has misunderstood. That is not my intent. Rather, I wish for Mu Peak Master to allow Li Yuan to join my Danding Peak. And I will accept him as a direct disciple. Absolutely not. Yuaner cannot join Danding Peak. Does the Peak Master not wish to know my reasons? To be honest, I believe a talent like Li Yuan, with his prowess in alchemy, should indeed join Danding Peak. Dan Shenzi explained Li Yuan's extraordinary soul strength, and while Mu Qingxian understood the implications behind such strength, it did not sway her determination to keep Li Yuan at Qinghuan Peak. Ultimately, after Mu Ziqiu mediated, Dan Shenzi relented but insisted that Li Yuan dedicate at least 1 week each month to study alchemy at Danding Peak. 1 week, that amounts to 7 days. Even if I only spend 8 hours there, that is a staggering 3,360 minutes, how distressing, I want to cry. Upon returning to Qinghuan Peak, Mu Qingxian remained silent, leaving Li Yuan feeling uneasy. Master, are you hungry? Should I go prepare dinner? Li Yuan, you're quite audacious, already seeking a way out? What, do you find my Qinghuan Peak too small? Master, you must be reasonable, it was you who insisted I go to Danding Peak. I merely idly attempted to extract the essence, and who would have thought Dan Lao would insist that I join Danding Peak? Then why did you attempt it in the first place? To make yourself appear impressive, to flaunt your exceptional talent. Li Yuan thought to himself, how daunting. When attempting to reason with an angry woman, you have already lost the argument. Bowing his head, he confessed, disciple acknowledges his mistake. Mu Qingxian was perplexed by her own anger. She had not intended to be upset, yet the thought of him potentially leaving Qinghuan Peak stirred her emotions. Once she regained her composure, she feared that Li Yuan might be hurt by her reaction, and thus spoke softly, Yuaner, I too acted impulsively, do not take it to heart, I am simply afraid of losing you. Li Yuan's inner thoughts raced. That sounds rather ambiguous, however, perhaps I have gone too far by trying to undermine her position. No, I wouldn't leave you. Being by your side is quite pleasant. Mu Qingxian's eyes sparkled as she asked, really, does Yuaner wish to stay by my side forever? Li Yuan stammered. No, how do I answer that? It's an inherently ambiguous question, Master. No, I mean, as long as Yuaner doesn't leave, you should go prepare dinner. I'm hungry. Li Yuan felt utterly speechless, contemplating whether he had become some sort of servant. He had every reason to suspect that her insistence on keeping him close was merely a ploy to retain a source of labor. Chapter 20, The Heartthrob Yifan Faces Adversity. Luyun City, a city-state jointly governed by a celestial dynasty in Songxian Holy Land, is home to both mortals and cultivators. Due to its unique geographical position, it serves as a vital hub for trade and commerce, making it exceedingly prosperous. Within an inn, a young woman with delicate willow-like brows and eyes shimmering with charm rested her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance, exuding an enchanting allure, barefoot and appearing utterly bored. She sighed, Sister, when can we return? I miss our senior brother, our master. The woman she referred to as sister lightly tapped her back and wrote in the air with spiritual energy, we'll be back soon. We've gathered all 5 elements of energy, and upon our return we can break through to the golden core stage and even form a first-grade golden core. Once I achieve my golden core, I will see how our senior brother dares to resist me. At that point, Ruoli's heart tightened, and she wrote, no, you mustn't act recklessly. What if our senior brother gets scared and flees? Yushihi, alright, I'll listen to you, but our senior brother will definitely be mine in the end, a sister. Just wait to help me raise the children, Ruali, no matter how urgent it is. I shall not yield to you. Apart from my senior brother, my senior sister may have whatever she desires. Ruali's small hands clenched into tight fists, yet she remained powerless against Yushihi. By the way, I must go down to select a gift for my senior brother. It has been half a year since I last saw him. Should I choose a drug to induce confusion or directly opt for a harmony powder? Upon hearing this, Ruali was taken aback, rushing forward to pinch her on the verge of tears. Alright, I promised to compete fairly with my senior sister and would never resort to such tactics. However, this time when I return I must obtain a hug from my senior brother. Meanwhile, outside Li Yuan's chamber, Shuang Wanling was nestled snugly in his embrace, her expression one of cunning triumph. Li Yuan remarked. Ling, I must ask, why have you grown increasingly fond of hugging me in recent months? Given our age, this might not be appropriate. You are my senior brother, after all, what could be improper about it? Besides, it's not as if I could harbor any ill intentions when your embrace is so comfortable. The scene shifted back to Luyan City, where Ruali and Yushihi strolled together. Their contrasting auras, one delicate and the other exuding a natural allure, drawing numerous gazes. However, they were well aware that this was Luyan City, under the aegis of the Tsongshan sacred ground and the Diyu immortal dynasty. No one dared to cause trouble here, except for, esteemed fairies, I am Yifan, may I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Having just reached the crystallization stage, Yifan was brimming with confidence after spotting the two exquisite women on the street. Unable to suppress his yearning, he felt an instinctive sense that these two would prove advantageous to him, thus he approached them boldly. Yushihi retorted, Who are you? I don't know you. So be gone, my senior sister and I wish to continue our shopping without being bothered by an ugly creature like you. Yifan's anger flared at her words, but he maintained a facade of humility. Thinking to himself that he had never failed in his attempts to flirt before, what could possibly be amiss today? Perhaps it was due to his concealed identity, ever since the incident in the Wanya forest. He had taken to using a false appearance in crowded places for safety, hence he was currently disguised. Yushihi felt an inexplicable aversion upon first laying eyes on Yifan. A sentiment tinged with hatred, despite being certain she had never encountered him before. Ruali shared the same sentiment. Upon seeing Yifan, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her, as if he had committed some heinous crime. Yifan, undeterred, was about to continue his pursuit when Yushihi broke into a mischievous grin and shouted, City guards, there's a person of the demonic path here, help! Yifan was momentarily stunned and, in that fleeting moment of distraction, was pinned to the ground by a group of city guards. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, I am not an evil cultivator, I merely wish to befriend the two fairies. Yushihi wailed dramatically, covering her face as if wronged beyond measure. City guards, my mute senior sister and I were merely shopping when this man approached us, threatening us because he thought we were weak. And Yifan was dumbfounded, realizing too late that Yushihi was intentionally setting him up. He angrily exclaimed, Vile woman, how dare you treat me this way? Just wait, I will. A guard yanked his arm, saying, still daring to threaten, you have quite the audacity, being the first evil cultivator in Luyan City to attempt to abduct women. I am not an evil cultivator, they are slandering me, let us take you back for questioning. Come along with us, our dungeon is quite spacious, and we are well equipped with instruments of torture, just wait for your delightful experience. After Yifan was taken away, Yushihi shed her previous pitiful demeanor. Grinning slyly as she said, he clearly isn't a good person, let him rot in there. Ruali remarked, for some reason I feel a sense of familiarity with him, even though I am certain I have never encountered him before. Yushihi concurred, indeed, I feel it too, but it's not a pleasant sensation, he gives me such a nauseating and annoying feeling. By the way, senior sister, once you break through to the nascent soul stage, you will be able to communicate with us through spiritual consciousness, and we won't have to write like this anymore. It's such a hassle. It's still early. After we return this time, we will only be able to reach the core formation stage. Yushihi teased, well, it is still early, but if I could cultivate in tandem with my senior brother, I should be able to progress swiftly. Ruali gasped, what are you saying? You must not resort to such improper means. What about you, senior sister? Tell me, do you wish to cultivate in tandem with my senior brother? Ruali's face, once fair and delicate, blushed rapidly, her thoughts coming to a halt as if she might burst into flames. Yushihi playfully poked her cheek, saying, senior sister is so adorable, teasing you is truly the most fun. Ruali swatted her hand away, her tear-filled eyes glaring at Yushihi though lacking any real threat. By the way, has my senior brother ever seen your true form? why don't you let me take a peek? Your eyes are so beautiful, I truly wish to see your true self, just agree to it. Ruali shook her head vigorously, indicating an absolute refusal. Although Yushihi was mischievous, she would not pressure Ruali regarding such matters. After playfully bickering and purchasing gifts, the two returned to the in the dungeon. Yifan was locked to a stone pillar, surrounded by various instruments of torture, causing him to panic as he pleaded for the elder Xian Tian to rescue him. Why, I, Yifan, have always succeeded in my endeavors. How could I be schemed against, you vile woman? If I find you again, I shall make you my slave, Elder Xian Tian replied. There are enlightened cultivators stationed here. I cannot reveal myself, you haven't committed any crime, just endure it for now. At that moment, a burly guard approached, tearing off Yifan's shirt. Not bad physique, quite sturdy. Why, Yifan exclaimed, what do you want? Ah, you truly have no idea. Do you? Bring him over here and tie him to the bench. Let go of me, I am innocent. The burly guard removed his hat, saying, stop struggling, let me have a look. He then brandished a spiked club, thrusting it toward Yifan, whose screams echoed through the dungeon. Chapter 21, The Wild Man Enters the City in the Void. The system calculated the time, realizing that Ruali and Yushihi would soon return. It began to arrange for their three systems, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. If I recall correctly, everyone will be present at Qingyuan Peak this time. Ruali and Yushihi will only leave after the Sacred Ground competition. Following the Sacred Ground competition, there will be the Starry Secret Realm. It was during this time that Li Yuan fell into the land of divine retribution, marking the beginning of it all. Let him recover his memories there. With this thought, Mu Qingxian suddenly called out to the system, can you locate Yifan directly? I wish to control him sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, I cannot. As the destined one, his fate cannot be probed and neither divination nor inquiry will yield his location. Well, I was merely inquiring. It cannot be left at that. Mu Qingxian had previously attempted divination, but as the system had indicated, the results were vague and unclear. What is Yuan up to? I am so curious to see. Ding, a rare species has appeared at the Tianqi City auction. Assist Li Yuan in obtaining it. Task reward, 5 sky-patching pills. Mu Qingxian's heart raced. Sky-patching pills could grant cultivators a perfect foundation. Achieving perfection during each breakthrough was not guaranteed, as numerous factors were involved that could not be controlled. During the stages of foundation establishment, nascent soul, and transformation, if the foundation was not perfect, it would adversely affect subsequent stages, ultimately diminishing combat power upon ascension. As for Yifan's perfect foundation, it seemed to stem from later opportunities, which is why he continued to grow stronger. In her past life, had it not been for their combined efforts, they likely would not have been able to stop him. Having concluded her thoughts, Mu Qingxian's eyes ignited with fervor. Li Yuan's talent was so formidable that even as a loose cultivator, he could contend with Yifan. With her assistance in this life, Yifan would not stand a chance against Li Yuan's strength. With a swift motion, she vanished from the grand hall. Arriving at Li Yuan's chamber, upon observing the tightly shut door, she felt a wave of confusion. Did Yuan go out? That shouldn't be the case. If he left, he would have informed me. Pushing open the door, Mu Qingxian transformed into a steam maiden, only to find Li Yuan humming a tune while bathing in the tub. Your love has always been so quiet. Come, master. Li Yuan sank into the water, revealing only half his head as he gazed at Mu Qingxian, wondering why she had come without knocking. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingxian feigned composure and said, why shout? I've seen you in this state countless times since childhood. Why make such a fuss? Li Yuan blinked, realizing something felt amiss. Wait a minute, you've known since childhood? Isn't that a bit of a conceptual leap? Why don't you step out first? Shall we converse after I don my garments? The current dialogue feels rather peculiar. Mu Qingxian let out a soft huff, exclaiming, stop dawdling and hasten your pace. She then turned and exited. Only after leaving Li Yuan's sight did she clutch her chest, attempting to calm her rapidly beating heart. Moments later, Li Yuan emerged, and the two shared an unspoken understanding. Refraining from mentioning the earlier incident, did Master come to seek me for a specific purpose? Indeed, there is an auction in Tianqi City, and I wish to take you and Wanling along. Respectful Master. You are actually taking the initiative to bring us out. Mu Qingxian glared fiercely, retorting, what did you just say? Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat, hastily clarifying, no, I merely meant that Master, despite your busy schedule, can still find time to take us to the auction. You are truly wonderful. Go summon Wanling. I shall await you in the main hall. After Mu Qingxian departed, Li Yuan pouted and muttered, one cannot even voice their thoughts. Is it not you who complained about the hassle of taking us out? Now you scold me, how ridiculous. Just as Li Yuan was sticking out his tongue, Mu Qingxian seized it, saying, I knew you would speak ill of me behind my back. Next month, you shall continue to cook and clean for me. With a face full of frustration, Li Yuan made his way to Shuang Wanling's quarters. After knocking, he heard some commotion before she nervously opened the door. Ling, what are you doing? And nothing. Why has my senior brother come to find me? Forget that for now. What is crucial is what you were just doing, as you appear quite flustered. Shuang Wanling hurriedly pushed Li Yuan out, repeatedly insisting she had done nothing and urging him to disregard it. If Li Yuan believed her, he would be a fool. He pushed the door open and peered inside, spotting a pillow resembling him resting on her bed. Ling, you, senior brother, let me explain. I was merely scared while sleeping. So I made a pillow in your likeness to help me rest. Oh, is that so? Very well, it's just a pillow after all. Why are you so flustered? By the way, Master mentioned a trip to Tianqi City. Prepare yourself, and we shall go together. Shuang Wanling sighed in relief as the matter passed and hurriedly closed the door to change her attire. However, had Li Yuan paid closer attention, he would have noticed the pillow bore faint lip-shaped marks. In the main hall, upon the arrival of the two, Mu Qingxian nodded and led them directly to the sex teleportation array, which transported them to Tianqi City. Li Yuan gazed around like a rustic villager, marveling at the city he had never visited in over a decade since his arrival. It resembled the ancient city-states of his recollections, but with notable differences. Why do you appear as if you've never seen the world? It is merely a city-state. Perhaps it is possible, Master, for this is indeed my first time in a city. My previous paths only led me to the sacred grounds, no, rather to Qinghuan Peak and Handan. Without venturing further, moreover, I have no money. What purpose does my visit here serve? With so many dazzling items, merely being able to gaze upon them without purchasing is a torment. Senior brother, let us explore a bit. Shall we? I only visited the city when I was quite young and wished to see more now. Mu Qingxian thought to herself that had she known, she would not have brought Shuang Wanling along. As the girl only sought to monopolize Li Yuan's attention, you may go, but do remember that attending the auction requires some formalities. Once you tire from your exploration, find me at Tianyi Commercial Hall. Li Yuan then took Shuang Wanling out for a stroll, but his first priority was to exchange the demon cores he possessed for spirit stones. Otherwise, their combined funds would not suffice for even a single stone. Upon reaching the marketplace, Li Yuan found a merchant specializing in material recovery and presented the demon cores he held. You possess quite a number of demon cores, and their levels are not low. Though regrettably they are all ordinary. The merchant pondered for a moment before stating, here's the deal. I will offer you 5 mid-grade spirit stones for a level 3 demon core and 2 for those below level 3. How does that sound? Just make sure to patronize my business more in the future. Li Yuan had researched the market beforehand, and this price was indeed reasonable, leading to a pleasant transaction with the merchant. Chapter 22, Who Dares to Tease Mu Qingxian? After the trade, Li Yuan remembered he still had a Fire Thunder Lion's demon core, and since he had no interest in crafting, he decided to present it as well. Upon seeing the core, the merchant's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "This is a blood symbol demon core, a level 4-1 at that." He realized that the youth before him was not ordinary, for disciples from common families would never have the opportunity to hunt such blood symbol beasts. How about this, young man? I will purchase this demon core from you for 10 high-grade spirit stones. So much. Generally, a level 4 demon core would not command such a price. Consider it my wish to cultivate a good relationship with you. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this should be the demon core of a Fire Thunder Lion, which I happen to need, so it is not a loss for me. Li Yuan had checked the pricing of demon cores, noting that the price gaps widened significantly with each tier, yet level 4 demon cores rarely appeared worth over 10 high-grade spirit stones. Thus, he had indeed profited this time. Alright, I shall accept your kindness. In the future, when I hunt demon beasts, I will make sure to trade with you first. Young friend, you were straightforward. I can see you are not one to boast. Have met a talent like you in this transaction. It seems I am the one who has gained. The merchant's eloquence was quite astute, and after chatting for a while, Li Yuan felt quite at ease. After making some verbal agreements, he departed with Shuang Wanling, holding his spirit stones. This time, Yifan also arrived in Tianqi City, albeit in a rather disheveled state, muttering curses under his breath. Luyun City, once I attain mastery, I shall refine the entire city, making you regret offending me, Yifan, and that wretched girl better not fall into my hands. After enduring 2 days of torment in the prison, a rebellious cultivator had suddenly been captured and, during a moment of chaos, detonated himself amidst a crowd. The ensuing turmoil allowed Yifan to regain his freedom, and he seized the opportunity to escape after slaying the soldier who had tormented him. Naturally, his appearance drew considerable attention, which he perceived as an insult, igniting his inner resentment towards those around him. Ye fan, this is merely a minor setback on your path to cultivation. I believe you shall forge ahead after this. Remarked the old man Shen Tian. I understand, Elder Shen. How could I, Yifan, ever concede defeat? I shall surely reign supreme in the future. Yet, in his heart, he mused, old fool, it's easy to speak from a place of comfort. For your assistance, I shall spare your life, but rest assured the suffering I endure today, you too shall experience. I in the bookstore, Shuang Wanling observed the commotion outside, commenting, Senior brother, that person looks familiar and gives me an inexplicable sense of annoyance. I too feel a sense of familiarity, but it must be a figment of my imagination. Never mind, continue selecting your books and disregard it. I just feel he resembles a dog, then do not look. We all have a responsibility to protect animals, and also, put down that book you are holding. When Shuang Wanling realized her attempt to distract him had failed, she resignedly set aside the book titled 100 Ways to Win Over Your Senior Brother. Casting Li Yuan a resentful glare, thinking that once she returned she would ask Master to assist her in obtaining a sect token so that she could buy her own books with money. Stupid senior brother, humph. Li Yuan pondered the peculiar change in her demeanor lately, as if someone had flipped a switch, with her gaze resembling that of a wolf seeing meat. Ahem, Ah Ling, you used to see only me. Which may have led to certain notions. Now that we are out, observe others and see if you find me less attractive. No, I can only see you. Everyone else is quite unattractive and lacks your gentleness. The attendant who had been assisting Shuang Wanling paused, casting a resentful glance at them, thinking, could you not speak so openly while conversing? It makes things quite awkward. After selecting some popular novels, the two proceeded to find Mu Qingxian. At that moment, Mu Qingxian had just completed the necessary formalities and, upon seeing a disheveled figure hunched over in the distance, felt an inexplicable sense of disgust. What is happening to me, though I have never been one to show my displeasure towards others? I should not be feeling this way. Once the figure entered the Xianyi boutique, her aversion lessened somewhat, yet the feeling seemed to originate from her very soul, leaving her quite puzzled. She approached to investigate. Oh, what a beautiful woman, this fairy. I am the son of the city lord of Tianqi City. Might I have the honor of a conversation with you? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxian's delicate face instantly turned frostbitten, and she coldly glared at the speaker. Ye fan, of course, was oblivious that he had narrowly escaped disaster because of this. You dare to glare at me? Very well, I delight in conquering women like you. In Tianqi City, having caught my eye, you cannot escape. Surrender and cease your struggles, my lovely. He was struck by a bolt of dark lightning, causing his arm to be mangled and bloodied, after letting out a chilling scream. He glared fiercely at Mu Qingxian. Very well, bring her to me. How dare she harm me? Tonight, I shall ensure that she finds no way to live or die. Upon witnessing the commotion at the entrance, the staff of the Tianyi Trading Association hurriedly relayed the news to the person in charge. As he descended the stairs and beheld the scene, he was nearly petrified, not merely because the assailant was the son of the city lord, but because the one offended was Mu Qingxian. Miss Mu, a guest has encountered trouble at my Tianyi Trading Association. It is my duty to resolve this matter. I implore you to temper your anger and allow me a moment. The guards, seeing the person in charge intervene, hesitated to act, understanding that offending the Tianyi Trading Association could lead to dire consequences, as merchants throughout the entire Zhongshan realm would likely refrain from trading with them thereafter. The young scion was momentarily taken aback before retorting, Liao, this is not right. I am the injured party here. Do not forget that we are still in Tianqi City. Liao replied, Oh, does young Master Li intend to threaten me? You would do well to remember that it was Lord Li who implored our Tianyi Trading Association to establish a presence here in Tianqi City. It appears we must reconsider our collaboration with you. What does Liao mean by this? Do you truly wish to sever ties over such a trivial matter? Trivial matter, umph. Liao let out a cold snort, and in an instant several guards spat blood and were sent flying. Upon closer inspection, they had all perished. You are actually at the Enlightenment realm. How is this possible? This is the foundation of my Tianyi Trading Association. This matter is far from over. I shall personally visit the city lord's residence to demand an explanation. Do you truly think we are easy to bully? Mu Qingxian remained silent, aware that Liao had saved the young man's life, yet Liao had already afforded her ample face, so she felt it only right to reciprocate. Liao continued, Miss Mu has encountered trouble here. We are truly unworthy to collect the auction fees today. We shall arrange for you to have the finest private room. Please accept this gesture. Mu Qingxian nodded. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Not at all amiss. Please proceed to the auction venue. With this jade token, someone will guide you. Understood. When my two disciples return to find me, I would also appreciate it if you could escort them as well. Liao nodded in agreement, respectfully seeing Mu Qingxian off, then sighed in relief. Although he had spoken boldly moments ago, should the branch suffer due to his actions, it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, Mu Qingxian had provided him with a way to save face. Chapter 23, The Auction. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuan arrived at the Tianyi Trading Association with Shuang Wanling. After explaining their purpose, they were promptly taken to the auction venue. Wow, it's so vast. Is this the might of the Tianyi Trading Association? Truly terrifying. Mu Qingxian had not arrived long before, and upon seeing Li Yuan and Shuang Wanling, she beckoned them to sit beside her. Yuaner, if you see anything you fancy, feel free to bid. Your master will assist you in purchasing it. Ah, is that so generous? Your words make me feel a bit overwhelmed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Yuan had never experienced someone telling him to buy whatever he desired, and he gradually understood why his former companions sought out wealthy patrons. For such enticing words were hard to resist. After changing into a new outfit and adopting a different appearance, Yifan also arrived at the auction venue. However, as loose cultivators, they did not need to complete any formalities. Paying a small entrance fee was sufficient to stand in the hall. It's this large, no wonder it's the Tianyi Trading Association. I must devise a way to bring them under my control in the future. Before long, the auction commenced, following a process similar to what Li Yuan was familiar with. Bidding went to the highest offer. As the auctioneer began calling out prices, the atmosphere grew lively. First item, a top-grade crystallization pill. Starting price 1 high-grade spirit stone, with each subsequent bid not less than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Please place your bids. Mu Qingxian calmly declared. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Li Yuan had thought himself relatively affluent, only to find that the first auction item had already fetched such a high price. He sighed. So this is the cost of elixirs. Mu Qingxian replied. Not quite. It's merely that top-grade pills are rare. This crystallization pill will allow Wanling to break through effortlessly. Since we have encountered it, we should bid on it. I do not wish to go to Dan Dingpi to seek it. Li Yuan, how extravagant. Just because you don't want to seek out Dan Lao, you're willing to pay 10 times the starting price for this pill. Such an outrageous price naturally deterred anyone from contesting Mu Qingxian. Allowing the first item to fall into her hands without contest, the second item was a complete dragon's sinew, starting at 50 high-grade spirit stones, with each bid not less than 10% of the base price. Yifan exclaimed, how can it be so expensive? It seems I must resort to more ruthless means to acquire wealth, else how could I afford these items? Old Shen Tian advised, do not be impatient. Your fortune is extraordinary. Visit such places more often, and you will surely find opportunities to pick up bargains. Yifan thought to himself that picking up bargains also required capital. How could he gather the means to do so? Mu Qingxian remarked, dragon sinew, some of the Qingxin bamboo in the courtyard has grown crooked. Should I buy one to bind it? Li Yuan was momentarily speechless, glancing at Shuang Wanling, who was munching away, and thought she must have been spoiled by her master, only to now wish to spend money on dragon sinew to tie up bamboo. Ultimately, Mu Qingxian secured the dragon sinew for nearly double the price, causing Li Yuan to feel a pang of regret. After all, he was still financially constrained. Yet, the subsequent auction items varied in quality, with Mu Qingxian bidding on those that piqued her interest, spending money as if it were flowing water. Li Yuan snatched a pastry from Shuang Wanling's hands and exclaimed, why do you only think of eating? Do you not realize that your master has spent enough to buy 10 of you? Shouldn't you take in some culture? Shuang Wanling replied innocently. Huh? What of it? I'm experiencing it right now. These pastries are so delicious. Will you make some for me when we return? Li Yuan, taken aback, bit into the pastry he had half consumed, thinking it truly was delightful, before joining the dining brigade. Did we stray off course? Never mind, who says that eating more doesn't count as experiencing the world? After a while, the auctioneer presented a petrified egg, which appeared rather ordinary. This petrified egg was discovered in the Crystal Sea. However, our association has not found anything particularly special about it, nevertheless, being an item from the Crystal Sea. If anyone is interested, feel free to bid for it and study it further. The starting price was set at 50 mid-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Yifan mused, what is this? I have a feeling it could be of assistance to me. 50 mid-grade spirit stones, that is acceptable. As curiosity piqued among the attendees, many participated in the bidding, and soon it had reached 2 high-grade spirit stones. Li Yuan was astonished, just an ordinary product, and it has already inflated in value so quickly. If I had money, I would certainly establish an auction house. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxian's system chimed in, this is it. According to the original plot, this item will be purchased by the young master of the city lord's residence, and later gifted to Yifan after he forms a connection with him. Mu Qingxian nodded, and her voice resonated from the private room. 10 high-grade spirit stones. After her bid, the room fell silent. Although many were not lacking in funds, they pondered whether this unknown item was truly worth such a significant expenditure. Yi Fan grumbled, "It's her again. No way, my instincts have always been accurate. I cannot let this item slip away." Yet he thought it fortunate that he had engaged in numerous ruthless acts to gather some wealth. Surely that person would not spend excessively on an unknown item. Why, Yi Fan shouted, 11 high-grade spirit stones. Mu Qingxian frowned slightly, uncertain who would contest for such an item. Logically, only she should be aware that the egg was a rare species. Nevertheless, this did not deter her resolve to acquire it, and she continued, 15 high-grade spirit stones. Yi Fan growled, "Damn it, why is she still raising the bid? Is she some fool with too much money? If she is so much, she might as well give it to me." The auctioneer, noticing no further bids, was about to count down when upon reaching the second call, Yi Fan's voice rang out again, "I bid 20 high-grade spirit stones." All present were taken aback. They had not expected this seemingly inconspicuous petrified egg, starting at 50 mid-grade spirit stones, to sell for such a lofty price, just when everyone thought the bidding had reached its climax. Mu Qingxian's voice resounded once more, causing Yi Fan's heart to skip a beat. 50 high-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer gasped in disbelief. She had never anticipated that such an unremarkable item would fetch such a price. Indeed, there were always individuals hoping to find bargains at auctions, but these were seldom easy to come by, and it was her first time witnessing an item sell for such an inflated price. The auctioneer steadied her emotions and asked, "Does anyone wish to compete with this esteemed guest? If not, I shall commence the countdown." With a decisive strike, the petrified egg was ultimately secured by Mu Qingxian. Li Yuan always felt that she was rather peculiar, perhaps due to the fact that she had everything one could desire since childhood, leading her to rarely develop an obsession over any single object. In the grand hall, Yi Fan glared resentfully at the private room occupied by Mu Qingxian and her companions, pondering that the day he shattered the heavens, the woman within would also pay the price for today's affront. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. If you possess beauty, so be it. Then I might begrudgingly accept you as a concubine, but if not, I shall certainly turn you into a mere pawn. Mu Qingxian sensed a wave of malice and turned her gaze towards the crowd, that feeling of disdain resurfacing. However, as the auction had concluded and the crowd soon dispersed, that sensation faded once more. Chapter 24, Li Yuan's reluctant cultivation. Upon returning to Qinghuan Peak, Mu Qingxian received a reward from the system. Although the celestial restoration pill was what she truly desired, she felt a flicker of interest in the stone egg before her. "System, what exactly is this egg? It must be extraordinary if it can become Yi Fan's opportunity. This encapsulates a rare purple crystal beast. Yi Fan's destiny is named Heart Devourer, which implies he can influence a person's innermost thoughts and devour their fortune. This purple crystal beast possesses a talent known as Fortune Arrival. By signing a blood pact with it, it can alert its master to fortuitous events, with Yi Fan's inherent ability to impact others combined with the beast's capacity to signal opportunities. He could essentially sweep away all fortuity around him, leading to rapid growth. Mu Qingxian mused, such a phenomenon, Yi Fan's path to awakening, is indeed a manifestation of fortune. By the way, what about Li Yuan's destiny? Li Yuan's fate is named Lonely Star, a type of celestial calamity. Its sole advantage is his exceptional talent, making cultivation come effortlessly. This was not particularly evident before fate revealed itself, but once all of you gather. When the destiny ignites, Li Yuan's ultimate outcome will be that of a solitary figure. Mu Qingxian murmured, so the beginning of fate was my bringing Yi Fan back to Qinghuan Peak? System, wake up. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao's consciousness, your act of bringing back Yi Fan was an inevitable event, not something you could decide. Upon regaining her senses, Mu Qingxian resolutely declared, in this lifetime, I shall not allow Li Yuan to become a solitary figure. Instead, I will ensure Yi Fan experiences the feeling of being universally opposed. After returning to his chamber, Li Yuan reclined on a chaise lounge. Suddenly realizing that he seemed to be acting out of character, perhaps a tad too diligent, this was not right. His principle was to lounge and be lazy. How could cultivation be compared to idleness? Something felt off, decidedly so, for since his master had insisted he participate in the Sacred Land Conference, he had managed to slay a fourth-tier beast marked with a blood symbol in such a short time. Now, he felt confident he would not be killed in the Sacred Land competition. He could just go through the motions and tidy up to return home, a delightful prospect. Li Yuan resolved that starting tomorrow, He would revert to his lazy ways. Any further cultivation would render him a fool. The next day, Mu Qingxian presented the Celestial Restoration Pill to Li Yuan, stating, "Yuaner, this pill, known as the Celestial Restoration Pill, can perfect your foundation. Once you consume it, make sure to cultivate diligently." Li Yuan, woof woof woof, in the closed chamber. As Li Yuan gazed at the crystalline pill, he pondered whether it could truly be so miraculous. He had never heard of any pill that could grant a perfect foundation. If such a thing existed, the Zhangxian realm would have been thrown into chaos long ago. Nonetheless, he ultimately decided to consume it. For while Mu Qingxian was often unreliable, she would not offer him anything harmful. The moment the pill entered his mouth, the round celestial restoration pill transformed into a warm current that slid down his throat. What is happening? I haven't even tasted it yet. Li Yuan felt a warmth surge in his lower abdomen, as if his entire body were being pulled apart by an immense force. The physical kind indeed. Various cracks appeared across his body, with impurities oozing from the fissures. Li Yuan looked at his body and muttered, "Damn, I hope I don't have a fiery brother in here." What is with this overwhelming feeling of decay? After a few moments, as the impurities drained away, radiant light burst forth from the cracks, and countless strands of spiritual energy began to converge into Li Yuan's body, making him feel as though he were about to explode. This time, he did not truly explode. Instead, as the spiritual energy entered him, he promptly collected his thoughts and activated the Mu family's cultivation manual. A method no less potent than the sacred land's sacred texts. This scripture, named Nebula Scripture, could absorb the essence of the sun and moon, allowing for continuous cultivation as long as the stars remained. Currently, only Mu Ziqiu and Mu Qingxian remained in the Mu family, meaning that as long as both agreed, this scripture could be imparted. Thus, the 5 individuals of Qinghuan Peak and Mu Ziqiu practiced the Nebula Scripture. Li Yuan furrowed his brows, realizing his condition was precarious. He was teetering on the brink of explosion, and any lapse in concentration could lead to disaster. Even Mu Ziqiu's presence would not suffice to save him. Simultaneously, he noticed his spiritual sea expanding, with the spiritual force slowly evaporating and then reconverging, as if being refined. Soon, a small sword appeared above the spiritual sea, evidently the sword heart given to him by the Nameless One. Surprising him that it had only now manifested. Is this the true sword of heaven severing, nurturing a sword within the spiritual sea, wielding it in battle through the sword heart? If I can comprehend my own sword path, could I truly sever the heavens? Outside the closed chamber, Mu Qingxian anxiously gazed at the tightly shut door, contemplating whether she had been too careless and should have personally guarded him. It had been 4 days. She wondered how Li Yuan was faring. Mu Qingxian mused, when will I ever learn to think ahead? How could I allow him to enter alone? What if, just as her concerns mounted, the stone door swung open, revealing a disheveled Li Yuan looking like a wild man. Despite his disarray, his eyes were sharp. Li Yuan, Master, what are you doing here? Mu Qingxian exclaimed with delight. Are you all right? Yuaner, all is well. I feel fantastic. It's as if I am unrivaled beneath heaven and earth, capable of obliterating the galaxy with a single punch of the galaxy. What is that? Oh, nothing, I'll just go freshen up. Please wait a moment, Master. After washing up, Li Yuan stepped outside his chamber to find Mu Qingxian lounging in a rocking chair, lost in thought. Master, I'm back. Mu Qingxian. Come lie down. Li Yuan. Wait, how can you say such bold words so casually? Is this rocking chair meant for two? Realizing her blunder, Mu Qingxian quickly corrected herself. What I meant was, you can sit beside me. Thus Li Yuan fetched a small stool and sat down beside her, contemplating that he should create another rocking chair for her tomorrow. The frequency with which she and Shuang Wanling visited was increasing, and one chair seemed a bit cramped, especially Shuang Wanling. That girl was utterly fearless. She would leap onto him and lie down without hesitation, which felt decidedly inappropriate. Yuaner, how did your seclusion go this time? Am quite well. That celestial restoration pill is indeed remarkable. I can feel my foundation is now incredibly stable and powerful. Yes, once you condense your nascent soul and achieve divine transformation, you will become even more formidable, unstoppable. Well, I must admit, I don't have such aspirations. No matter how strong I become, I cannot surpass you. I rather enjoy fishing and basking in the sun, taking it easy. After all, I have no enemies to provoke. Mu Qingxian thought to herself, but there are those who wish to provoke you. However, since my Yuaner feels this way, I shall ensure his desires come to fruition. As for that Yifan, Mu Qingxian will certainly not allow him to harm Yuaner in the slightest. It's possible that some may confuse Yifans and the purple crystal beast as means of finding opportunities. So I'll clarify. Why Yifan can obtain certain items through his own fortune. This is a key to opportunity that requires a series of processes to attain. The purple crystal beast indicates that a valuable item exists somewhere. albeit hidden, and it can guide its master to find it, akin to a radar. After all, fortune is ethereal, it resembles a future possibility rather than something that provides immediate feedback. Chapter 25, Awakening of Shuang Wanling's Sacred Body. That night, as Li Yuan slumbered, he was suddenly awakened by a knock on his door. Groggy, he pulled it open only to find a petite figure collapsing into his arms. The touch was icy, and Li Yuan exclaimed, "Aling! What happened to you?" "Senior brother, Aling is so cold, so uncomfortable. Woo-woo, how could this be? Ever since you started cultivating at Qinghuan Peak, your cold ailment had been gradually improving. It's been 2 years without an episode. How could it flare up today?" Li Yuan was baffled, but the immediate priority was to help Shuang Wanling endure this bout. Li Yuan cradled her in his arms and gently laid her onto the bed. He then added 3 or 4 more layers of blankets and enveloped himself in spiritual energy, soon transforming into a mobile furnace radiating warmth. After completing these actions, he nestled under the covers, tightly embracing Shuang Wanling. Upon touching her, Li Yuan shuddered, for her body temperature continued to plummet, igniting a sense of urgency within him. "Don't be afraid, Ailing, your senior brother is here. Would you talk to me until you warm up before sleeping?" "Senior brother, I'm so scared. If I die, will I never see you again? I don't want that. I want to be by your side forever." "That won't happen, it won't. Ailing will be fine soon. I will surely uncover the cause of your cold ailment. And no matter the cost, I will heal you." Thus, while releasing his spiritual energy, he comforted Shuang Wanling. It wasn't until the night had passed that her body temperature returned to a normal level. Seeing her peacefully asleep, Li Yuan did not rest but immediately rose to visit Mu Qingxian's grand hall. Mu Qingxian had just intended to seek out Li Yuan for breakfast after he woke, only to open the door and find him poised to knock. "Oh, Yuaner, why are you up so early today?" "Master, Ailing's cold ailment has flared up again." "What? That shouldn't be. Her cold ailment arises from her possessing the ice spirit's sacred body. The sacred body has now achieved balance with her spiritual energy. Once her cultivation increases, it will naturally resolve itself." Li Yuan queried. "So, does that mean the higher her cultivation, the less trouble she'll encounter?" "Exactly. Ordinarily, her awakening of the sacred body should be a natural progression. Why would it suddenly flare up now?" Just then, the system interjected, "By the way, have you forgotten the first reward I gave you? The ice spirit fruit, isn't that a spiritual object used to comprehend the ice laws? Well, it can also assist in the early awakening of an unawakened ice spirit's sacred body, logically, as you mentioned. Once her cultivation is heightened, she can gradually unlock it. However, this lifetime is different from the previous ones. That girl is even more attached to Li Yuan than before, and she even followed him to the cold pool, where the cold currents are infused with spiritual energy. For other cultivators, it may be inconsequential, but for her, it is entirely different. Mu Qingxian pondered. So the cold currents from the cold pool disrupted her internal balance, causing the ice spirit's sacred body to erupt once more. Precisely, she is currently at a crucial stage of breaking through crystallization, and her internal spiritual energy is in turmoil. The combination of these two factors has led to this situation. Mu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the system to possess such foresight. After explaining the situation to Li Yuan, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him, pondering that if he hadn't taken Ailing there, she wouldn't be suffering now. "Yuaner, you need not blame yourself. I happen to have a spiritual object that can assist Wanling in awakening. If it weren't for this incident, I would have forgotten once she awakens. We can give it to her." Li Yuan's eyes lit up at her words, astonished. "Is what Master says true? Can it truly resolve Ailing's issue once and for all?" "Yes, don't worry, once she consumes the ice spirit fruit, she should be able to break through crystallization. At that point, bring her to me, and I will select suitable spiritual techniques and divine powers for her." After Li Yuan left, Mu Qingxian began rummaging through her treasury, searching for a suitable cultivation method for Shuang Wanling. If nothing suitable was found, she would take her to the scripture repository of the sacred land. Returning to his quarters, Li Yuan gazed at the sleeping Shuang Wanling, feeling a deep sense of heartache every time he recalled her suffering from the cold ailment, reminiscent of when he first found her. Shuang Wanling, lost in dreams, occasionally furrowed her brow and then smiled. It was not until around noon that she finally awoke. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Li Yuan, a profound sense of grievance washed over her, and she softly said, "Senior brother, hug me." Li Yuan set down the teacup in his hand and gently embraced her, explaining the reason behind her cold ailment. "It's all my fault for taking you to the cold pool. It's my mistake." Shuang Wanling shook her head, looking up at him with tearful eyes. "It's not your fault, senior brother. I wanted to go with you, and when my cold ailment flared, you held me tight. I almost wanted to happen again." Li Yuan chuckled, would you really want to see me distressed by your suffering? Well, maybe it's better not to flare up again. I want you to be happy, senior brother. Li Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, let's eat first. I've already prepared lunch. With a sly smile, Shuang Wanling replied, senior brother, feed me. I still feel unwell, so it would be better if you held me. Li Yuan shook his head in exasperation before lifting her onto his lap and beginning to feed her, thinking to himself that he was playing the role of a nurturing older brother. He felt that this girl was just like a child, seeking comfort after recovering from a serious illness, yet he could never have imagined that Shuang Wanling's thoughts were far removed from his own. After finishing their meal, Li Yuan took her to the training room and presented her with the ice spirit fruit. Standing guard beside her to provide protection, Shuang Wanling, indifferent to the object in her hand, devoured it in a few bites, leaving nothing behind. Why does it have no flavor? I thought it would be delicious. Li Yuan thought to himself, this girl is being ridiculous. How can she be concerned about the taste at a time like this? He had completely forgotten that his initial reaction to consuming the celestial pill was also about its flavor. Illustrating a mutual attraction between the two. In mere moments, a chilling wind filled the entire training room, and even Li Yuan, whose crystallization was perfected, felt a hint of discomfort. The celestial pill he had consumed not only restored his foundation but also elevated his cultivation to crystallization perfection, placing him a full realm above Shuang Wanling. The sacred body. This outrageous, even being a full realm lower can impact me, and on Qinghuan Peak, I alone am a congenital slacker with a sacred body. How unbearable! Suddenly, countless icy blades shot from Shuang Wanling's body in all directions. Seeing this, Li Yuan quickly enveloped himself in true intent, as a series of collision sounds erupted before him, genuinely caught off guard. This girl, her combat prowess feels not inferior to that of a post-crystallization cultivator. Even in perfection, she could hold her own in a fight. With spiritual techniques and divine powers as support, she is formidable indeed. Li Yuan resolved inwardly that he must never provoke her displeasure again, otherwise, if she decided to unleash her powers against him, he would be in a truly precarious position, likely unable to win against her. Chapter 26, The Competition. In the Grand Hall of Mu Qingxian, Li Yuan and Shuang Wanling stood beneath the main seat, watching as Mu Qingxian rummaged through her storage ring, discarding various cultivation methods. Alas, although Master possesses ice-type cultivation methods, none are suitable for Wanling's current level. We must search the scripture repository instead. Outside the scripture repository, Li Yuan idly played with a leaf, uncertain of why he had come along. Aren't you Li Yuan, junior brother? Why are you just sitting here instead of entering the repository? Li Yuan turned to find Feng Xingyan, a senior brother from the Hall of Punishment. He was the nephew of the Hall Master and had been retained in the Hall of Punishment after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, demonstrating his exceptional talent and strength. Oh, senior brother Feng, I'm here waiting for my master and junior sister, not seeking a cultivation method. I see. I've heard that you comprehended true intent at such a young age, and now you're at post-crystallization. Although Qinghuan Peak is small, your talents are indeed astounding. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Are you here to find a cultivation method as well? No, today the Xuanji Sacred Land is coming to our sacred land for an exchange, so we need to station people at these important locations. Oh, by the way, I've always wanted to ask, if conflicts arise between sacred lands, do we simply set off on celestial vessels? How could that be? That would be courting death. Each major sect generally has long-range attack capabilities, but the sacred lands are even stronger. For instance, if we truly had an irreconcilable feud, the sacred lord would activate the core of the sacred land, unleashing the divine annihilation light upon the opposing sect, capable of obliterating them in an instant. Li Yuan gasped, thinking, so the cultivation world also plays with precision strikes, as the saying goes, in war, the trajectory is everything. After chatting for a while, Mu Qingxian emerged with Shuang Wanling, whose small face radiated excitement, though the reason for her joy remained a mystery. Upon seeing Mu Qingxian, Feng Xingyan quickly bowed respectfully. Mu Qingxian maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement before leading the two back to Qinghuan Peak. As soon as they returned, Shuang Wanling eagerly expressed her desire to begin her cultivation, leaving Li Yuan in disbelief, pondering how this girl could suddenly be so proactive about her training. By the way, master, I think I should go to the pill refining peak to learn about alchemy today. Mu Qingxian froze, her expression falling, and she reluctantly sent him away. Li Yuan scratched his head, thinking to himself that he didn't want to go either. Why was she taking her frustrations out on him? Upon arriving at the main hall of the pill refining peak, Li Yuan found it crowded with people. After squeezing in, he discovered that Elder Dan and an unfamiliar white-haired old man were engaged in a heated debate. Junior brother, what's going on over there? Oh, that is the master of the alchemy house from the Xuanji sacred land, the esteemed elder Yao Chenzi. He is Elder Dan's younger brother, but it seems their philosophies on alchemy diverged, leading them to different sections. Li Yuan was not particularly concerned about the relationship between the two, but rather pondering whether he could slip away today. Thus, he turned to leave. Li Yuan, you arrived just in time, come over. Li Yuan was exasperated. Even this mischievous one could recognize him. The alchemist truly was formidable. Old Dan, let me inform you, that old fellow over there is here to provoke you. Soon you'll need to compete with his disciple. Do not show him any mercy. Old Yao, old fellow, do not forget, you are older than I am. Does that not make you an old fellow too, Li Yuan? Old Yao waved his hand. And a girl with 2 buns in her hair darted over from the crowd of Xuanji sacred land, her demeanor lively and adorable. Little Baozi, go compete with this lad and take him down. Li Yuan, little Baozi, Grandpa, why do you keep calling me by my nickname? I won't pay attention to you anymore. If you want to compete, do it yourself. Hearing this, Yao Chen hurriedly changed his expression. Repeatedly apologizing to the charming girl, after much pleading, she finally agreed to compete with Li Yuan. Li Yuan interjected, wait, old Dan, I haven't even spoken yet. You have so many disciples at Dan Ding Peak. Surely, you do not intend for a person who has never learned alchemy to compete? Never learned? Dan Shenzi, what do you mean? Are you attempting to brush me off? Humph, I have taught him how to refine medicinal properties. Today, we will compare our abilities in refining medicinal properties. I want to show you that my disciple from Dan Ding Peak is 1,000 times superior to what you have taught. The young girl pouted slightly, feeling a sense of being underestimated. She was determined to defeat Li Yuan decisively. Li Yuan longed to clarify that he was not from Dan Ding Peak, but if he continued to undermine old Dan, he would likely face repercussions, so he remained silent. Before long, 2 trays laden with identical medicinal materials were brought forth, containing herbs ranging from grade 1 to grade 5. Let the competition begin, the one who completes the task in the shortest time, extracting the most complete and abundant medicinal properties, shall be the victor. Chinger, you have just broken through to a mid-grade alchemist. Refining grade 4 herbs may be somewhat challenging, just focus on refining the lower grade herbs. As long as you can extract the medicinal properties from the grade 4 herb, you will undoubtedly win. Bao Chinger responded, I know, Grandpa, you are so verbose. Do you think I could possibly lose to someone who isn't even an alchemist? A quarter of an hour later, Bao Chinger appeared dazed, mumbling, did I really lose? How is that possible? In front of Li Yuan lay 5 complete strands of medicinal properties on a jade plate. While old Yao gazed at them in disbelief, old Dan was nearly grinning from ear to ear. Li Yuan scratched his head, feeling as if nothing was amiss. Why was everyone wearing such expressions? By the way, old Dan, did the Xuanji sacred land come specifically to find you at Dan Ding Peak today? No, everyone from each peak has come. What about you? Li Yuan now felt as though Qingluan Peak existed in another dimension. As even other sacred lands visiting to discuss doctrines couldn't locate Qingluan Peak. Alright, I still have to argue with this old fellow for the next few days. You may return for now. This alchemical records is specially organized for you. Take it back and study it yourself. As Li Yuan took the alchemical records and turned to leave, he discovered his clothing had been tugged. Turning back, he saw Bao Chinger gripping his garment. What does little Baozi want? You. My name is Bao Chinger. Do not call me little Baozi. Isn't that what your grandfather calls you? You didn't introduce yourself. So I could only address you this way. Bao Chinger was not tall, reaching just above Li Yuan's waist, appearing almost like a small child in his eyes. You cannot leave. Tell me how you managed to extract such complete medicinal properties. And why did that grade 5 herb have a small cut? Because I assisted it with the essence of swordsmanship, gradually damaging the herb, allowing the medicinal properties enveloped by spiritual sense to flow out effortlessly. Quite simple, really. The onlookers from Xuanji sacred land were astonished. Was this truly what he deemed simple? The essence of swordsmanship was not something an alchemist was expected to possess. Old Yao scrutinized the herbs repeatedly, nodding indeed, as he stated, there remains a trace of sword intent on this branch. What is your name, lad? I am called Li Yuan, esteemed senior. Old Yao continued, you should be aware that our Xuanji sacred land excels in divination. Correct, your fate is quite peculiar. According to the norm, you should be solitary and facing a dire outcome. However, I shall bestow upon you 4 words, dispersing clouds to reveal the sun. Li Yuan thought to himself that old Yao's words were rather unpleasant. Why would he curse him upon their first meeting? Ultimately, he pondered this statement as he returned to Qingluan Peak. Chapter 27, Reunion at Qingluan Peak, not far from the outskirts of the Zhongshan sacred land. Ruali and Yoshihi were hurrying back. As they passed a pond, Yoshihi suddenly halted, noticing her reflection in the water. Sister, wait, I am still in a female form. I nearly returned like this. Ruali asked, why did you not reveal your identity to senior brother? When master brought me back, to avoid exposing my identity, he always claimed I was male. However, I did not manage to keep it from grandmaster. Now only you, grandmaster, and master know I am female. Besides, being male is quite advantageous. Only I can casually link arms with senior brother. Ruali inquired, then what is your true identity? Well, you need not ask about that. Sister, when the time is right, I will tell you. The two found a cave and, upon entering, Yoshihi wrapped herself in a strip of white cloth until she appeared flat. Phew, why has it grown quite a bit again? It feels uncomfortable after some time without binding. After donning a blue robe similar to Li Yuan's, she placed a piece of jade around her neck. Instantly, her feminine allure dissipated, replaced by a majestic demeanor. Do I look good, sister? The first time I caught you, you nearly cried out in fright and even hit me. Still, teasing sister is quite delightful. Ruali recalled the time before she knew Yoshihi was female. She had appeared rather mischievous and had attempted to embrace her. It had startled her greatly, yet ultimately, Yoshihi had been struck and reverted to her female form upon returning to Qingluan Peak. They went directly to meet Mu Qingxian, who smiled upon seeing them. You should be preparing to break through to the Golden Core stage, just in time as your senior brother is nearing his breakthrough as well. Yoshihi exclaimed, when we left, senior brother had just broken through to the crystal stage, right? It's only been a few months, how could it be so fast? Mu Qingxian explained, Yuan has encountered a stroke of fortune recently. He has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship and forged a perfect foundation. By the way, speaking of this, take these two elixirs back and consume them. As Mu Qingxian elaborated, the two felt incredulous. Could there truly be elixirs that grant a perfect foundation? Meanwhile, the system was buzzing with excitement. Here it comes, Qingluan Peak is about to be lively, after leaving the main hall. The two did not return to their chambers immediately but instead went to pay their respects to Mu Ziqiu. Upon seeing their significant gains, Mu Ziqiu smiled knowingly. Focus on your cultivation. Though Xian is not adept at teaching, those from Qingluan Peak are indeed exceptionally gifted. Return for now and come here to train regularly. Once they had taken their leave, Yoshihi bade farewell to Ruali. Claiming she was tired and wanted to rest, however, after parting ways she flew straight towards Li Yuan's quarters, yet, after going around in circles she encountered Ruali again at the intersection, who regarded her with a scrutinizing expression, causing Yoshihi to feel somewhat guilty. What a coincidence, sister, I just remembered I still need to pay my respects to senior brother, which is why I came to his quarters first. Ruali scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Why Yoshihi, if sister does not believe me, just wait and watch me hug senior brother, Ruali exclaimed. Thus she chased after Yoshihi towards Li Yuan's quarters. Determined to stop her, as Yoshihi ran she called out, senior brother, I'm here. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they found Shuangwan Ling nestled in Li Yuan's embrace, while he merely shook his head in resignation. Not pushing her away, crack, it felt as though something shattered within Ruali and Yoshihi. The little girl they had always regarded as a child, Shuangwan Ling, had actually gotten there first. Yoshihi shouted, Shuangwan Ling, what are you doing? Shuangwan Ling replied, second senior sister, third senior brother, you're back, Li Yuan said. It's little Li and junior brother you. It's been a while. The two ignored Li Yuan's words. Glaring at Shuangwan Ling, startled by their gaze, Shuangwan Ling nestled further into Li Yuan's embrace. Why Yoshihi felt she was being provoked, and stepped forward to pull Shuangwan Ling away. Shuangwan Ling pouted, third senior brother, what are you doing? Men and women should not have physical contact. How could you pull my arm, and you know about men and women not having physical contact? What were you just doing? Hugging senior brother, for me senior brother is not included in that category. It's perfectly fine to hug him. As the two squabbled, Li Yuan felt overwhelmed, thinking to himself that little Li was much easier to handle. She was well behaved and obedient, while both Yoshihi and Shuangwan Ling were incessantly babbling, providing no peace. Ruali's eyes shifted, and she stealthily approached, gazing up at Li Yuan with her sparkling eyes. Li Yuan affectionately ruffled Ruali's hair, saying, little Li is still the best, let them quarrel. Let us go check on the flowers we planted earlier. Ruali nodded slightly, taking Li Yuan's hand and leading him away. While Yoshihi continued to argue fiercely with Shuangwan Ling, both oblivious to the absence of two individuals not far from them, in the garden, Li Yuan boasted, so, what do you think? Xiaoli, your senior brother has done quite well, hasn't he, especially with those few plants you gifted me, aren't they breathtaking? Ruali nodded in agreement, then crouched down to gently caress the vibrant blossoms. As if she were touching some precious treasure. That year, she had been brought back by Mu Qingxian, her heart filled with trepidation towards this unfamiliar place, rarely venturing outside save for her training. Yet Li Yuan would visit her daily, proclaiming her to be the second disciple of Qingluan Peak, assuring her he would take good care of her, and he truly did. Each day, he would prepare meals and bring them to her. Mu Qingxian was a more free-spirited mentor, unlike the astute Li Yuan, who repeatedly took on her teacher's responsibilities to guide her through the intricacies she struggled to comprehend. Initially, she feared that Li Yuan might come to despise her for her silence and perceived lack of intelligence, akin to those in her family, but he never did. Each time, he would greet her with that warm smile. Thus, day by day, year after year, she found herself growing fond of this gentle senior brother. However, when her sacred body awakened and she was taken away by her grandmaster for personal instruction, her encounters with Li Yuan dwindled. On her last departure, she gifted him the few flowers she cherished most, wishing for a piece of her to accompany him in her absence. Senior brother, you have nurtured them splendidly, even better than I could manage myself. Well, it is only fitting to cherish the gifts from my dear junior sister. Is it not? Ruoli felt a jolt in her heart, recalling Shuangwan Ling's earlier actions, and an indescribable impulse surged within her. She then threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback before he gently wrapped his arms around her, asking, "Xiaoli, what troubles you? Why are you crying upon seeing your senior brother? Have you faced some grievances along the way?" Ruoli shook her head, inhaling the comforting scent of Li Yuan, feeling a profound sense of security, wishing this moment could last forever. After a brief moment, she released him, though her face remained hidden. Yet Li Yuan could still see her ears flushed with crimson. He wiped away her tears, and she gazed intently at him. After a while, she began to inscribe words in the air with her spiritual energy, expressing what she had longed to say since her arrival. "Senior brother, Xiaoli misses you dearly, thinking of you every day." Li Yuan smiled and replied, "Indeed, I miss you as well." Chapter 28, Ruoli's Memories. Some may overlook the latter part and only refer to the earlier events concerning the male protagonist's actions in each lifetime. In truth, they are not mere repetitions. The system offers various guidance to help him overcome fate. Yet, just like when you play a game, even if you issue different commands after saving, it does not guarantee success against the final boss next time. Failures become bad saves, and there is no need to delve into such details. In the previous life, it was only when the protagonist broke free from the system's control that he triumphed. In the front courtyard, the two had just concluded their quarrel when they suddenly realized that Li Yuan and Ruoli were nowhere to be found. They hurriedly searched, ultimately discovering Ruoli nestled in Li Yuan's embrace within the garden. Yushii was struck as if by lightning. Bewildered by the situation, she approached, feigning an intention to embrace Li Yuan, only to be thwarted as he gently pressed her head down. Why, Yushii? What are you attempting? Planning to attack your senior brother? Unfair. Both the senior sister and junior sister have received embraces. Why not me? Li Yuan exclaimed. How absurd, you, a grown man, seeking a hug. Does that not seem ridiculous to you? Be careful, or I might just land a couple of punches on you. Why? Yushii paused at his words, pondering whether being a man should afford her better access to Li Yuan. Why then was her experience so different from her expectations? Witnessing Ruoli and Shuangwan Ling receive Li Yuan's affection made her suddenly less enamored with the idea of a casual embrace. She yearned for that gentle affection from Li Yuan as well. Ruoli squinted, a sense of triumph swelling within her. She knew this round was hers. Moreover, as long as Yushii's identity remained concealed, she would continue to prevail. As for Shuangwan Ling, Ruoli still perceived her as lacking competitiveness. Li Yuan treated her as a child, whereas he regarded Ruoli as an equal. Thus Ruoli felt she had already won immensely. Enough. Do not compel me to strike someone during such an emotional moment. A grown man weeping. I'm off to prepare dinner to welcome you all. Ruoli dashed over to stand beside Li Yuan, wearing a smug expression as she gazed at Yushii, thinking, dare to prattle on during our journey. Now you find yourself in the most unfortunate position. Yushii, catching the meaning in Ruoli's eyes, felt her silver teeth nearly shatter from frustration, yet found herself powerless against it. Internally, Yushii lamented, yes, it's all that Shuangwan Ling's fault. Had she not initiated this, I would have had the upper hand. In the kitchen, Ruoli assisted Li Yuan, who felt considerably more at ease. Although Ruoli was his junior sister, she was, in fact, 2 years his senior. By the way, Xiaoli, even though you are my junior sister and I have always addressed you as such, do you feel I am taking advantage of you? After all, I am younger than you. If it bothers you, I can certainly change how I address you. Ruoli shook her head and wrote, I truly enjoy how you call me that, for throughout my life, only you have shown me such care and affection. I wish to remain your Xiaoli forever. Well, it is not solely me. Both our master and grandmaster care for you as well, along with your fellow disciples. That is different. Your care is meticulous. Had it not been for your constant companionship, I might never have emerged from that shadow. To welcome Ruali and Yushii back, the entire Qingluan Peak gathered at Li Yuan's chambers, comprising only 5 individuals. The moment Mu Qingxian arrived, she made her way to the kitchen to see Li Yuan. Observing the harmonious interaction between Ruali and Li Yuan, she felt an inexplicable urge to intervene and take Ruali's place. However, recalling her previous attempts at cooking that had ended disastrously, she felt a surge of irritation at her lack of skills beyond training. Mu Qingxian mused that Shuangwan Ling had been a ticking time bomb, yet in Li Yuan's eyes, she remained a mere child, which eased her worries somewhat. This lifetime had already diverged in many aspects, although the overarching narrative remained similar. Numerous subtle details had shifted. Just Shuangwan Ling alone was closer to Li Yuan than in any previous life. If Ruali were to harbor similar feelings for Li Yuan, no, I must be more proactive. Otherwise, should Li Yuan find a partner before facing divine judgment, it would spell disaster. Thus commenced a dinner filled with unspoken intentions. With only Li Yuan and Shuangwan Ling enjoying their meals with exceptional delight that night, the thought that she was the one with the most promise of being with her senior brother made Ruali's lips curl into a smile. Her heart brimming with joy. How can you still find joy in this? What you should be contemplating is how to make Li Yuan stay. Young lady, startled by the voice, Ruali shot upright in bed. Scanning the room, yet finding nothing, save your searching. I do not exist in reality. You may converse with me solely in your mind. Ruali inquired nervously. Who are you? Why have you approached me? What did your previous words mean? You may call me the system. As for what I previously mentioned, sleep now. After that elongated sleep now, Ruali felt her eyelids growing heavy, and moments later, she collapsed onto her bed, succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself in a strange place, engulfed in darkness, and remained alert, surveying her surroundings. Enough searching. I have already stated I possess no physical form. Furthermore, I made it clear that Li Yuan will leave Qingluan Peak, rendering it impossible for any of you to locate him. Ruali protested. No. That cannot be. How could senior brother abandon us? You are deceiving me. Haha, disbelief suits you well. Come follow me, and witness for yourself. As she regained her senses, she saw a man standing before her, pointing at Li Yuan and exclaiming, Senior sister, how could your transformation energy be here? Has senior brother Li Yuan stolen your transformation energy? Ruali focused her gaze and realized she was indeed within Li Yuan's chamber, her body moving uncontrollably towards him, her mind insisting that he could never commit such an act, yet her expression betrayed her doubt. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with sorrow as he simply asked, Does the junior sister also believe that I have stolen this transformation energy? Hearing the sadness in Li Yuan's voice, Ruali yearned to affirm her trust. Yet she found herself unable to act, neither confirming nor denying. The man continued, Senior brother, how can you take senior sister's transformation energy? I understand you may feel wronged by her gifting it to me. But among all of Qingluan Peak, I am the only one yet to transform. Senior sister is merely concerned I might hinder my progress, nothing more. However, given the circumstances, you should relinquish this transformation energy. The man feigned understanding, seemingly reluctant to deepen the conflict, yet the pressure in his words was unmistakable. Douc, you are currently inhabiting a version of yourself from a past life, though you cannot influence what has already transpired. Upon hearing these words, Ruali was taken aback. If the system was not deceiving her, then everything was indeed true. This meant that she had harbored doubts about her senior brother merely because of someone else's assertion. Thus displaying a lack of trust in him, the scene shifted, and the man who had been clutching his wound reappeared before her. This time, it was her master who had instructed her to guide him in swordsmanship. Ultimately, he provoked the senior brother. Although it was merely a friendly spar, he suddenly sustained a sword injury. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt of this was Li Yuan, who had always been gentle and kind in her eyes. She thought to herself that Li Yuan would never commit such an act, yet she could not help but reveal a look of concern for the man, completely overlooking Li Yuan standing nearby. Eventually Li Yuan knelt in the main hall, and when Mu Qingxian inquired about the reason, she refrained from mentioning the inconsistencies, only stating that Li Yuan had indeed been engaged in battle with that person. Ruali exclaimed, How could this happen? Why did I act in such a way? With that man's exaggerated demeanor, how could I not have noticed? Why did I fail to provide the details? The system chuckled. Why indeed, regardless of the reason. In Li Yuan's eyes, you have not trusted him, have you? In the male protagonist's perspective, he was the sole victim of mistrust and injustice, with no one standing by his side. The system was not a mere glitch, It had previously indicated that once Li Yuan perished, the next cycle would swiftly commence, unaware of what lay ahead. Chapter 29: The Crumbling Ruoli. As Li Yuan faced increasing accusations, Ruoli, whose consciousness remained unaffected, had long since sensed the anomaly and learned the name of that person, Yifan. Ruoli pondered, how could this be, ever since Yifan arrived at Qingluan Peak? Everything has changed, has no one noticed? The system replied, of course they have, but their circumstances mirror yours. Not only that, but Yifan frequently displayed lecherous glances towards them, constantly targeting the senior brother. Why did everyone exhibit mistrust towards him without ever doubting Yifan? The system chuckled, because this is fate. You are the vessel chosen by the heavens for Yifan, while Li Yuan is designated as his nemesis. Ruoli gasped in disbelief. The scenes continued to unfold. And ultimately, under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, Li Yuan was expelled from the sect. Ruoli felt immense heartache at the expression he wore when leaving. His words, "We are not of the same path," made her feel as though her breath had been stolen. She could vividly recall the intense pain in her heart at that moment, desperately not wanting Li Yuan to go, yet remaining utterly inactive. In despair, Ruoli cried out, Why must I bear such a fate, one that compels me to harm the one I cherish most?" After Li Yuan's departure, Qingluan Peak descended into silence. Mu Qingxian retreated into seclusion. While Yifan grew increasingly attentive, though she felt a deep resistance towards him, she found herself unable to reject his overtures. Shortly thereafter, the three sister disciples departed Qingluan Peak without any forewarning. And no one knew their destination. Ruoli's consciousness observed her journey, halting in a certain city, where she shed her previous guise, removing the magical veil to reveal her true visage from a distance. She caught sight of the person she had longed for. He still bore a gentle demeanor, his face adorned with a soft smile, albeit one that appeared profoundly weary. As she passed by Li Yuan, she let a handkerchief fall, and immediately that familiar voice called out, "Miss, you dropped your handkerchief." Turning around, Ruoli felt a surge of joy within her heart, for the inexplicable influence had dissipated. She sensed that her desire to grow close to Li Yuan would no longer be suppressed. In a soft voice, she replied, "Thank you, young sir. May I ask your name?" Upon seeing her, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a sense of familiarity washing over him, yet he ultimately concluded that he had never encountered this person before. Moreover, her voice was melodious and foreign. "Oh, I am called Li Yuan, here is your handkerchief." Ruoli extended her small hand to accept the handkerchief, smiling as she introduced herself, "I am Xin Yueshi, just moved here. I hope you will take good care of me." In the realm of consciousness, Ruoli was not surprised by her ability to speak. She had anticipated that she would eventually regain her voice. She mused that having freed herself from control, it might signify that she could become a companion to her senior brother, sharing their journey together. However, this bliss was short-lived. One day, Yifan unexpectedly appeared in the vicinity. Although he did not recognize Ruoli, he was familiar with Li Yuan and would not allow him to enjoy such tranquility. News of Li Yuan being a demonic cultivator spread throughout the city, with evidence pointing squarely at him. Consequently, those who had no prior connection with him, as well as those who had benefited from his kindness, suddenly found themselves standing against him. Li Yuan once more fell into the pit of public condemnation. Ruoli yearned to defend him, but ultimately she did nothing, watching as he left in sorrow. This sensation was all too familiar to her. In that moment, she realized that fate was inescapable. She must grow stronger. Stronger still, until she could vanquish Yifan. Tears streaming down her face, Ruoli gazed at Li Yuan's retreating figure. He turned back for a lingering moment, and she knew he was looking at her. Or perhaps at Xin Yueshi. "Oh, beloved, if only you knew, senior brother, wait for me, for I shall surely slay Yifan." As Ruoli observed the scene, her heart ached. Li Yuan had been wounded by the Ruoli he knew, and now he faced mistrust from the Xin Yueshi she had become. She was oblivious to the feelings with which he departed. As she cultivated to perfection, seeking the divine spirit herb to transcend into immortality, a sharp pang struck her heart. Soon after, within a city, she heard the news of Li Yuan's demise at the hands of Yifan from the Tsunchuan Holy Land. Ruoli's heart trembled. And in the void, she cried out, "System, senior brother, is he truly dead? Tell me this is not true." The system replied, "This is the result of fate. Li Yuan is but a stepping stone for Yifan. The heavens have bestowed upon them opposing destinies, intending for Yifan to slay Li Yuan to fulfill himself and ultimately transcend." The scene flashed once more, revealing Li Yuan returning time and again from the brink of death, while Yifan effortlessly seized opportunities equal to or surpassing his. Ultimately, he lured Li Yuan into a trap under the guise of their peril, and Ruoli witnessed the brutal slaughter of Li Yuan at the hands of Yifan. Yi Fan sneered at Li Yuan, what does your exceptional talent matter? No one believed in you at Qingyuan Peak, and even in death, you remain unknown. Ah, Ruoli wept inconsolably, casting a venomous glare at Yi Fan. As if to memorize every detail of his being. Li Yuan scoffed, poor creature, you are but a pawn of the heavens. At least I have experienced genuine affection for over a decade. What about you? Yi Fan retorted, silence. What does that matter? Your few sister disciples and your master will ultimately fall into my hands. When they share my bed, no one will remember you. Li Yuan, Ruoli screamed in despair. You deserve to die, Yi Fan, you shall perish. I will find you and ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. After devouring Li Yuan's fate, Mu Qingxian and the others arrived at his burial site. A grave specially prepared by Yi Fan. The Tsongshuan realm praised Yi Fan's righteousness, even in regard to his enemies, for he provided them with a proper burial. Yet, when Mu Qingxian opened the grave, Ruoli was horrified by the gruesome scene within, unable to bear the sight of Li Yuan's remains. Ultimately, they broke free from the shackles of fate due to Li Yuan's death, yet their conclusion was one of utter defeat. Returning to that space, Ruoli collapsed, her cries echoing through the void. The only solace she found was in knowing that she remained untainted, untouched by the loathsome Yi Fan. The system remarked, little girl, weeping will not help. Li Yuan has undergone countless cycles of rebirth, and this time I have sought you out because in the last life, you shattered the consciousness of the heavens together. Now, your only enemy is Yi Fan. Ruoli paused in her tears, her heart racing with excitement. Are you saying we succeeded? In this life, nothing will influence our thoughts any longer, though this was indeed the case. The system cautioned, you should consider if Li Yuan awakens his memories, what do you think will happen? His experiences at Qingyuan Peak have been the same in every life. Ruoli resolutely declared, you must let me out. I will become senior brother's partner right away. I want him to see me as different even if he regains his memories. That way, he won't leave me. The system replied, such haste may frighten him. Extremes beget opposites. If he shuns you, your chances will dwindle. Ruoli took a moment to calm herself, acknowledging the wisdom in the system's words. She understood she could not act impulsively, she must gradually express her feelings in daily life, allowing their bond to form naturally before joining forces to confront Yi Fan. With a sigh, she conceded, you are right, I shall rest now and seek out senior brother tomorrow. Yet, after lying down, she found it impossible to quiet her mind. Images of Yi Fan tormenting Li Yuan flooded her thoughts. She longed to embrace Li Yuan, to annihilate Yi Fan, and it was only after much contemplation that she finally drifted into slumber. Chapter 30, Mu Qingxian's unanticipated display. The following day, Mu Qingxian arrived early at Li Yuan's quarters, only to be taken aback by the sight of Ruoli after her reflections from the previous day. Ruoli had transformed in her mind from a mere ticking time bomb to the foremost terrorist. Upon seeing Mu Qingxian, Ruoli was momentarily stunned. She thought to herself that while her master had a habit of joining her for breakfast, she had never done so at such an early hour. Mu Qingxian was the first to break the silence, asking Ruoli, why are you here so early? As Ruoli inscribed in the air, come and wake up. Senior brother, I have prepared breakfast for you, so you need not exert yourself. By the way, this is from our master. Ruoli then retrieved a bowl of Li Yuan-style treasure porridge from the food box and handed it to Mu Qingxian, her words subtly carrying an undertone of urging him to leave. Mu Qingxian thought to herself, this girl, is she trying to drive me away? Why else would she hand me the porridge? Does she not mean for me to take it and leave promptly? Indeed, Ruoli continued to write, is master not here for breakfast, or is it that you seek something from senior brother? Mu Qingxian's inner thoughts, I wish to have breakfast with Yi Yuan as well. What good is breakfast without him? This is odd, this girl is remarkably aggressive, she is indeed pressing me relentlessly. Ahem, Ruoli's return should primarily focus on cultivation. Indulging in breakfast, such a time-consuming endeavor, ought to be minimized in favor of dedicating more time to training. However, Ruoli is on the verge of breaking through to the first-grade golden core, and this is precisely the moment for relaxation and tranquility. I can only find peace when I am by senior brother's side. Mu Qingxian, no, I must test her, perhaps her feelings for Yi Yuan are merely familial. She then solemnly inquired, Ruoli, during your time away, have you found someone dear to your heart? If so, master can assist you in this matter. Upon hearing this, Ruoli felt a surge of excitement, thinking that if master were to intervene, she might have the opportunity to solidify her relationship with senior brother, gradually transforming his feelings for her into love. Is it true, master? I do have someone I cherish, and I implore you to assist me in securing a betrothal. Mu Qingxian's heart skipped a beat, then she cautiously asked, oh, pray tell, what is the name of this individual? Which young talent does he belong to? Ruoli glanced towards Li Yuan's chamber and wrote, it is senior brother. I wish to request that you, Master, pledge me to him in your name. He should not refuse, and then we can develop our feelings slowly. Mu Qingxian, that you, what did you just say? Absolutely not. I refuse. Ruoli was taken aback, bewildered by Master's intense reaction and her swift rejection. Why, a Master, senior brother and I know each other well. We are practically childhood friends. Who could be more suitable than us? Shouldn't you bless our union? Mu Qingxian's thoughts. What nonsense about childhood friends. Can you compare your bond to mine? When I met him, he could barely speak. Ahem, no, it is not that. I merely feel that Yuan may regard you with familial affection. If we were to act hastily, it may adversely affect your relationship. Ruoli furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss yet recognizing a hint of reason in Master's words, and thus nodded. Then I shall allow time for senior brother to transform his feelings for me. Once we are in love, will Master bless our union? Mu Qingxian's mind raced. A rebellious disciple. This truly is a case of insubordination. My once dangerous second disciple, Ruoli, has now crossed into a perilous territory. Her expression shifted, as she briefly contemplated whisking Yuan away to live a secluded life together. However, she quickly dismissed this thought, for there remained the troublesome presence of Yifan, although their fates had diverged. The destinies of Yifan and Yuan were still intertwined, and only one could emerge alive. Ruoli, puzzled by Master's reaction, could not fathom why her desire to marry senior brother elicited such a strong response. Yet she did not dwell on it, as the notion of a romantic relationship between master and disciple was already outrageous. Moreover, it was typically the disciple rebelling against the master. How could she conceive of it as the other way around? At that moment, Yuan awoke, and upon opening the door, he beheld the two of them in a tense standoff. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle battlefield had formed. Yawning, he queried, Master and little Ruoli, why do you not come inside? What are you doing out here? Ruoli replied, since this is senior brother's chamber, it would be inappropriate for me to enter directly. Yuan responded, it matters not, I sleep clothed, and master typically enters without hesitation. Mu Qingxian was taken aback, pondering why Yuan shared such personal details. Would Ruoli catch on to any clues? Ruoli merely nodded, contemplating that all at Qingluan Peak were akin to family, and her hesitance to approach him was rather unbecoming. She resolved to heed senior brother's advice and gradually grow closer to him. By the way, little Ruoli has prepared breakfast for senior brother. Come and dine. I have memorized the recipes you taught me. Feeling sidelined, Mu Qingxian recognized the necessity for solitude in the formulation of a comprehensive strategy. Ruoli's intentions were far from benign, and she could not idly stand by as Yuan was besieged. Ahem, I have matters to attend to today. You both may enjoy your meal. Yuan, perplexed, sensed an inexplicable tension, and it seemed prudent to separate for now. After Mu Qingxian departed, Ruoli eagerly took Yuan's hand and seated him. Presenting the breakfast spread. Yuan remarked, by the way, isn't this a bit excessive? Little Ruoli, her expression tinged with disappointment, wrote, I apologize, senior brother, I did not consider the quantity and have caused you inconvenience. Yuan felt as though he had committed a grave offense, internally chastising himself for dismissing Ruoli's heartfelt intentions. He raised his thumb in approval. What I mean is that little Ruoli has done splendidly. I happen to be quite hungry today. I did not expect you to anticipate this. Ruoli, though aware he was teasing her, felt a surge of gratitude at his consideration for her feelings. She delicately offered him a piece of pastry. Her gentle demeanor stirring something within Yuan, causing his heart to flutter. Is it delicious, senior brother? Yuan stammered. Yes, it is delicious. Little Ruoli's culinary skills are exceptional. Then may I prepare breakfast for you daily? Would that not be too much trouble? Besides, master usually comes here for breakfast. Allow me to prepare it. If you wish to join, you can accompany master. Ruoli's eyes sparkled as she wrote. Then, if senior brother makes breakfast, I shall handle lunch and dinner. Would that be acceptable? Would that not mean you would spend the entire day here? Would it not interfere with your cultivation? Not at all. It is only when I am beside senior brother that I find peace. This will actually aid my breakthrough, then. Very well, as long as little Ruoli is happy. Upon hearing this, Ruoli's small fist clenched in excitement, and noticing some crumbs on Yuan's mouth, she took her handkerchief and gently wiped it away. Yuan gazed at Ruoli's every movement, feeling as though something within him was on the verge of breaking free, a sensation both delightful and dizzying. Chapter 31, Is Ruoli the ultimate victor? That morning, Yuan found himself enveloped in a rosy world, as Ruoli's advances left him slightly overwhelmed. Having lived 2 lifetimes without ever experiencing romance, he reclined in a rocking chair, his mind torn between the understanding Ruoli and the familial affection he had harbored for those at Qingluan Peak. For so many years, his feelings had been rooted in kinship, and now he remained oblivious to Ruoli's true intentions. If his feelings were to suddenly transform, and Ruoli did not share such sentiments, their everyday encounters would become quite awkward indeed. He recalled a friend who had once dated a girl from their class. After merely a month, they parted ways, leading to 3 years of discomfort. Furthermore, his bond with Ruoli was far deeper than that of mere classmates. Yuan's thoughts: I must contemplate this thoroughly. I need to ascertain little Ruoli's feelings before proceeding, lest I frighten her. Ruoli's inner turmoil: I wonder if my feelings are evident enough. Does senior brother sense my affection? I long to confess my feelings, but I cannot risk scaring him away. Thus, the two were caught in a stalemate. Ruoli pondered a way to test Yuan. The senior brother: why did you never reject me back then? I was unable to speak and often clumsy, merely a burden. Yuan frowned at her words. Why would you say such things? You possess so many virtues, why focus on trivial flaws, regardless of others? To me, you are the best. Ruoli's eyes brightened as she continued to write. Then, when you choose a partner, would you reject someone simply because they cannot speak? Of course not. Why would I? The essence of a relationship lies in mutual understanding. As long as both parties feel love, the ability to speak is inconsequential. This, Ruoli's breath quickened, her heart racing as she struggled to contain her emotions, yearning to become his partner at that very moment. Yuan tentatively asked, Little Ruoli, you do not by chance have someone you fancy, do you? Ruoli's heart tightened, and she shook her head vigorously, indicating her question was purely curiosity. Relieved by her denial, Yuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He genuinely feared that one moment of hope could swiftly turn to despair. Senior brother, Ling is looking for you. Oh, second senior sister is here as well. What? Second senior sister is here. Why is she here so early? As the frost-laden Wan Ling and the fierce-eyed Yushi approached from a distance, Yushi fixed a menacing glare upon Ruoli, who responded with a disdainful smile, revealing a triumphant grin. Yuan remarked, Well, little Li has prepared breakfast for me today. And I haven't cooked anything myself. Why don't you both make do with it? Wan Ling, unfazed, promptly took a seat and began to eat, while Yushi scrutinized the bowls, noticing they had all been tampered with. Casting a puzzled glance at Ruoli replied, These were specially made for my senior brother. I did not anticipate your arrival. With a snap, Yushi broke her chopsticks in frustration, feeling an overwhelming aggressiveness emanating from Ruoli today. Previously, Ruoli had merely fidgeted nervously, too timid even to meet Li Yuan's gaze. Ruoli, however, paid no heed to Yushi's sentiments. Her focus was solely on her senior brother. It was a scorching day, and she felt compelled to fan him. Observing Li Yuan reclining in a chair, Ruoli took a small fan to cool him, while Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing that this seemingly harmless second sister had transcended her in ways she couldn't fathom. Yushi exclaimed, Senior brother, are you feeling sore? May I give you a massage? Li Yuan, startled, replied, Enough, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Yushi, what is amiss with you? Why have you returned acting like a woman? You surely don't have a preference for men. Do you? With that, Li Yuan abruptly stood from his chair, eyes narrowed in caution as he added, I just remembered that Senior Wang is seeking me for something. Farewell. Watching him flee, Yushi felt utterly stunned. While Ruoli and Wan Ling regarded her with expressions of disappointment, lamenting that even their senior brother had been frightened away, making it impossible for them to draw closer to him, Yushi knelt on the ground, crying out to the heavens. No. At Wanjian Peak, Li Yuan sighed in relief, pondering why Yushi had changed so dramatically during their time apart. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive. Today, his heart felt restless, leading him to such thoughts. Yushi likely wished to do something kind for her senior brother, and he deemed his reaction somewhat excessive. He resolved to apologize later that evening. As he arrived at the arena of Wanjian Peak, he noticed numerous disciples engaged in friendly sparring. A group of individuals donned attire similar to that of the previous Qinger, undoubtedly disciples of the Xuanji sacred land. Wang Hongfei approached Li Yuan, saying, I did not expect you, junior brother Li Yuan, to be here today. Is there something on your mind? Not particularly, just wanted to explore a bit. I can't remain at Qingwan Peak indefinitely, Li Yuan replied. Wang Hongfei then proposed, would you be interested in sparring with the disciples of Xuanji sacred land? They are here for Wanjian as well, not just my disciples. Intrigued, Li Yuan considered the opportunity, realizing he had yet to engage in combat with fellow cultivators. His prior encounters had only been with simple-minded beasts. Wang Hongfei, sensing his interest, led him to the platform, introducing him to the disciples of Xuanji sacred land. I've heard of him, one disciple remarked. A disciple from Danfu mentioned encountering someone who utilized the true essence of swordsmanship to extract medicinal properties. We were curious as to why a disciple with such understanding remains relatively unknown. Li Yuan scratched his head and replied, "It's not that remarkable, and I serve as a sort of lucky charm for the sacred land. Generally, I go unnoticed unless there's a pressing matter. This junior brother is quite amusing. Since you wish to test your skills, please step onto the stage," Wang Hongfei encouraged, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. "Go forth, junior brother. As cultivators, we must all face battles sooner or later. Don't be nervous." Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan leaped onto the platform, facing an equally accomplished disciple from Xuanji Sacred Land. "I observe that you are quite young, perhaps not yet 20. It is impressive that you have already comprehended sword intent. I look forward to your guidance." Li Yuan returned the gesture of respect. And in an instant, two currents of sword energy surged toward him. Reacting swiftly, he employed his footwork to evade while simultaneously elevating his own momentum, the Zhang Tian sword technique, conceived by an enigmatic master. Integrated footwork, martial skills, spiritual techniques, and divine abilities seamlessly, ensuring the user experienced no discordance. As Li Yuan executed his footwork, countless sword energies coalesced around him, forming small blades that both defended and attacked his opponent. Taken aback by the marvel of Li Yuan's secret technique, activated his own footwork in response, Wang Hongfei raised an eyebrow, initially believing that although Li Yuan had grasped true essence, his lack of combat experience would lead to a fierce struggle. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Li Yuan, possessing a flawless Dao foundation and formidable spiritual strength, was able to perceive even the slightest shifts on the battlefield coupled with his sword heart and the Zhang Tian sword technique. It became evident that he was not inferior to cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Indeed, Li Yuan had merely been caught off guard at the beginning, but within mere moments, he seized the upper hand, decisively claiming victory with a single strike. Chapter 32, Ruoli prevails again. Li Yuan's performance astounded the onlookers, many of whom gazed at him as if he were a rare treasure, their eyes ablaze with admiration. "What are they up to? Their stares are quite unnerving," he thought. After the defeated disciple humbly bowed and exited the stage, another Golden Core disciple stepped forward. "Junior brother, may I seek your guidance?" "Of course. Please enlighten me, senior brother." With a swift slash, the opponent's form was obscured by the brilliance of the sword light, prompting Li Yuan to remain vigilant, relying on instinct to dodge rather than confront. Indeed, as he evaded, a figure emerged from the sword light, and had he attempted to block the attack, he would have been caught in a pincer maneuver. Employing his footwork, Li Yuan began to seek out his opponent's vulnerabilities. Aware that he was yet to ascertain whether he could truly engage in combat beyond his level, meanwhile, two figures hovered above the arena, watching the duel with keen interest. Your Zhongshan Sacred Land is quite adept at concealing its talents. We have no prior knowledge of this young friend below, one remarked. Dear friend, that is not our intention. He merely comprehended true essence at Wu Dao Cliff not long ago and has yet to fully reveal his prowess. Another replied, that may be the case, but even without mentioning true essence, a disciple of less than 20 years achieving crystallization is noteworthy enough indeed, but this matter does not concern us. Every disciple of Qingyuan Peak shares a similar fate. We initially thought it was due to Master Mu's exceptional guidance, but who knew? Intrigued, a man inquired, is there perhaps more to this story? Who knows? Master Mu hardly instructs them beyond imparting the Xingyan scripture of the Mu family. Yet these four disciples from Qingyuan Peak truly possess remarkable skills. The man paused, his astonishment at Li Yuan's prowess growing, for he was facing inner disciples who received daily collective guidance and individual training from their masters. In the next moment, as Li Yuan triumphed once more, the two observers experienced a ripple of shock. Is this young man truly so formidable? He can defeat an opponent of a higher tier? That statement is vague. If he were merely facing a higher-level opponent of the same realm, it would be one thing, but their realms differ significantly. I envy your Zhongshan Sacred Land for having such a prodigious talent. Meanwhile, the match for Li Yuan continued, as shortly thereafter a boy not much older than him took the stage. Junior brother, you are truly impressive. I am Su Qingyu, a direct disciple of the Sword Manor of Xuanji Sacred Land. I request your guidance, but please take a moment to rest first. For fairness, looks like we're in for a fierce battle, one remarked. I must call more people to witness this. Before long, numerous figures appeared overhead, including Mu Qingshan, who rushed over upon hearing that Li Yuan was engaged in a match, concerned for his safety. Although his opponent is at the mid-golden core stage, I believe Li Yuan can prevail, murmured Murong Zhan. Yuan's talent is unparalleled, he will certainly win, the key is for him to avoid injury, Mu Qingshan added. Ruoli and her companions also arrived, watching from a distance, confident that their senior brother would emerge victorious. For he was the strongest, though Li Yuan felt a twinge of nervousness under the scrutiny of so many onlookers. His focus on the adversary quickly dispelled that anxiety. Senior brother, I've kept you waiting. Please, Li Yuan took the initiative, unleashing a series of sword energies as a feigned attack while swiftly closing the distance. Su Qingyu drew his longsword, exclaiming, "Come at me." In an instant, he vanished from sight, causing Li Yuan to momentarily lose his target. Suddenly, a multitude of sword lights cascaded down like rain from above. Boom! Dust billowed on the platform as Ruoli and the others felt a surge of anxiety for Li Yuan's safety. Su Qingyu frowned, realizing his strike had missed, and hovered in the air, waiting for the dust to settle. In that critical moment, Li Yuan perceived time slowing, allowing him to clearly discern the trajectories of the descending sword lights. With deft movements, he evaded each one, narrowly escaping their lethal descent. At present, he concealed himself amidst the swirling dust, maneuvering into a blind spot within Su Qingyu's line of sight, channeling his spiritual energy. He raised his sword and pointed, unleashing a multitude of sword chi that surged forth from all directions toward Su Qingyu. While he wielded his sword to defend, he simultaneously sought the whereabouts of Li Yuan. However, the emergence of the sword chi was erratic, and he was unable to detect Li Yuan amidst the haze at the first instance. Just as Su Qingyu was parrying, Li Yuan materialized unexpectedly behind him. The Li Tian sword slicing through the air with a resonant chime. A golden beam of sword light struck Su Qingyu directly, sending him crashing back onto the arena. Shuang Wanling clenched her fists in delight, exclaiming, "Senior brother has won." Yet, Ruoli and Yushii shook their heads, with Yushii remarking, "How can a true disciple of the Holy Land be so easily defeated? It hasn't even come to a decisive blow yet." Indeed, as the dust settled, Su Qingyu stood upon the arena, his eyes brimming with fervent combat spirit. Li Yuan marveled at his decisiveness. Just moments ago, Su Qingyu had opted to abandon his defense against the sword chi, instead horizontally positioning his sword to counter Li Yuan's lethal strike, enduring the weaker sword chi with his physical body. Su Qingyu declared, "Junior brother is indeed formidable, but if our sparring becomes too intense, it may not be pleasant. How about we settle this with a single sword strike?" "Very well, let it be decided with one sword strike." Her spiritual energy began to slowly coalesce around Su Qingyu, while Li Yuan also regained his focus, commencing to gather his own momentum. Su Qingyu proclaimed, "A sword to part the heavens." Li Yuan responded, "A sword to shatter the firmament." A colossal sword forged from spiritual energy descended from the heavens, meeting Su Qingyu's nearly tangible half-circular sword light. Upon collision, they released an intense shockwave. Shangguan Feng remarked, "What a splendid display! I never anticipated that Su Qingyu could wield your sword." A sword to part the heavens with mere golden core cultivation. No wonder you chose him as your personal disciple. Your words leave me feeling rather embarrassed. After all, in terms of outcome, this lad merely achieved a stalemate with Li Yuan. Moments later, the assaults of both Li Yuan and Su Qingyu indeed dissipated, neither having inflicted harm upon the other, yet their internal spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Li Yuan staggered and fell, while Mu Qingshan thought to herself that had it not been for the numerous onlookers, she would have rushed forward to embrace Li Yuan. How infuriating! Ultimately, she could only use her spiritual energy to gently lower Li Yuan to the ground. Ruoli, quick of hand and foot, dashed over to catch him in her arms. Mu Qingshan, winky face; Yushii, winky face; Shuang Wanling. Mu Qingshan pondered, "What does this mean? Am I merely sewing a wedding gown for Ruoli?" Mu Qingshan, "Oh Mu Qingshan, your hesitation has resulted in yet another defeat. Do take heed." Yushii clenched her fists, resolving to swiftly present her true self to senior brother, otherwise she would truly fall prey to the second senior sister. Shuang Wanling internally cried out, "What on earth is my senior sister doing?" Previously, she and senior brother had always maintained a respectful distance, never engaging in overly intimate gestures. Why, upon her return, has there been such a significant change? Chapter 33, Yushii reveals her hand. The gathered onlookers suddenly fell silent. Su Qingyu initially believed that achieving a tie with Li Yuan was already a minor loss. Now, with the celestial maiden in an embrace opposite him, he felt he had utterly lost. What the heck? Who is that woman up there? Li Yuan's partner? Surely not. She is his junior sister. How superficial. Who says a junior sister cannot also be a romantic interest? The longing in her gaze could quench a thirst. I refuse to believe they share no mutual understanding. Hiss, there's some truth to your words. However, this is not our Shen Yun Holy Land's affair. Can you truly partake in this? Nonsense. Enjoying the gossip knows no bounds of place, time, or person. That is the hallmark of a true gossip enthusiast. Observe and learn well. Ruoli felt her cheeks flush slightly, though this was precisely the effect she desired, especially to make senior brother shy. nurturing feelings within him for her as well. Li Yuan hesitated. Ruali, there are rather many people around now. I feel a bit uneasy being observed. Would you kindly escort me back to Qinghuan Peak? Ruali nodded, lifting Li Yuan into her arms and soaring back toward Qinghuan Peak before the eyes of the crowd. Li Yuan dared not glance down at the gazes below. Being cradled like a fledgling bird left him feeling as though he might burst from embarrassment. He wished to call out to the onlookers, civility in observing monkeys is a shared responsibility. Upon returning, Ruali gently placed Li Yuan onto his bed, her concern evident in her eyes. Do not fret, Ruali, I am merely fatigued. It is nothing to worry about. Ruali pointed to the wound on his arm, gazing at him reproachfully. Senior brother is injured, and you still claim it is nothing? I genuinely did not notice. Perhaps the adrenaline during the match dulled the pain. It is merely a sword wound, without any residual sword. It is nothing. Ruali huffed softly, then began to remove Li Yuan's clothing. Li Yuan, oh, what are you doing? Calm down, Ruali. Doesn't senior brother need to have his wound treated? Do not move. If you do not behave, Ruali may become angry. Li Yuan, 0.0, sensed something amiss. Ruali, who had always been poised and graceful, now appeared to possess a bit of a temper. While Li Yuan pondered, Ruali had already stripped away his outer garments, retrieving some medicinal herbs from her storage ring. Carefully tending to and bandaging his injury, after treating the wound, Ruali fetched a basin of water, assisting him in wiping away the dust upon his body. Ruali, perhaps you should find another place to wipe? Senior brother's abdomen is nearly being scrubbed raw by you. You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? Ruali, how could I be so foolish, Ruali, to be so easily captivated by senior brother's good looks? What am I to do now, Ruali? Absolutely not. It is all senior brother's fault for being so handsome. That is what distracted me. Li Yuan, everything that is mine, the explosion of the universe is mine. The occupation of the M78 Nebula was also mine. I am the eternal sinner. Li Yuan ceased his thoughts and fell silent. About half an hour after their return, Shuang Wanling and Yushi finally reappeared, only to find Ruali having already completed her tending to Li Yuan. Thus, they saw the two lost in thought, unaware of what occupied their minds. Shuang Wanling rushed forward and leapt into Li Yuan's embrace. Pouting senior brother, Aling also wished to catch you just now, but second senior sister's cultivation was too high, and I could not surpass her. Now, I am making up for it. Upon witnessing this, Ruali quickly regained her composure. Stepping forward to pull Shuang Wanling up and effortlessly grasping Yushi's hand as they exited the room, once outside, amid the two's unkind gazes, Ruali offered an explanation. Senior brother is tired. We should take our leave and not disturb him further. Yushi exclaimed. What? Second senior sister, I never imagined you to be such a second senior sister. What happened to that sweet, naive girl? Return her to me, Shuang Wanling chimed in. Indeed, senior sister enjoys her meal while now denying us a taste. I am quite upset, Ruali retorted. Would you truly disturb senior brother's rest? Ultimate defeat. Ultimately, Ruali led the two unwilling companions away from Li Yuan's quarters. Now Ruali needed to return and continue preparing for the next step of her plan. Today, she had taken the first step, and she was certain she had seen senior brother blush. Furthermore, she was still immersed in the imagery of tending to Li Yuan's body. Wishing to return to her room to savor the moment alone, with no time to deal with those two hopelessly defeated little nuisances. As dusk approached, Li Yuan had regained some strength, shaking his head as he resolved to apologize to Yushi. Alas, he wondered if his attitude had hurt his junior brother. Yushi sat in her courtyard, feeling quite uncomfortable. Once, her family had been embroiled in conflicts, and had she not hidden her identity, she would likely have faced certain death. Yet, no amount of planning could rival fate. Although the adversaries dared not launch a grand search within the Tsunchuan Holy Land, clandestine investigations were still possible. In her youth, rebellious and unable to remain at Qinghuan Peak, she had once accompanied senior brother to fish at the cold pool, where her ever-present jade bracelet had caught the attention of the enemy, leading to the exposure of her identity. At that time, Li Yuan was merely a chi refinement stage cultivator. Leveraging his knowledge of the terrain, he had managed to carry her back to the Holy Land, sustaining grievous injuries in the process, only surviving due to the vigilance of the sex guards. She felt immense guilt then, and in a fit of rage, shattered her jade bracelet. Little did she know, Li Yuan had secretly retrieved the shattered pieces and painstakingly reassembled it. That day, witnessing Li Yuan, bandaged from head to toe, presenting the bracelet to her, she silently vowed that her heart would beat solely for her senior brother. Lost in such thoughts, Yushi angrily tore the jade pendant from her neck and hurled it to the ground. What a worthless talisman! Senior brother no longer pays me any mind. What need have I for this trinket? Removing the jade pendant transformed her demeanor, rendering her suddenly alluring, her entire aura shifting entirely. Just then, Li Yuan heard a commotion from her courtyard, mistakenly believing something was amiss with his junior brother, and hurried over. A junior brother, what has happened? Upon seeing Yushihe exuding a distinctly feminine charm, Li Yuan was momentarily stunned. Why Yushihe, noticing Li Yuan's reaction, rushed forward to explain. Wait, I believe our current distance is just right. I primarily came to apologize to you, junior brother. I was impulsive earlier. I shall take my leave. Li Yuan turned to depart, but Yushihe realized that if she did not clarify now, she would lose her chance. She dashed forward and embraced Li Yuan tightly. Li Yuan, as he struggled to break free, he exclaimed, Junior brother, calm down, we have no future. No, senior brother, you must hear me out. Otherwise, I shall not let you go. Release me at once. Let us converse peacefully. I refuse. The moment you let go, you will flee. Please, allow me to speak. I am not a man of Wardfa. Yushi, have you gone so far as to deny your own gender in pursuit of me? Release me, or else my senior brother shall strike you. Yushiha, on the verge of tears, resolutely tore off her outer garment. Without the jade stones, her figure appeared significantly more petite than before. Li Yuan stepped back, eyeing her warily. He too noticed the alteration in Yushiha's physique, and the numerous layers of white cloth that wrapped her tightly, though their purpose was now unmistakable. Chapter 34. The awakening of Yushiha's memory. Yushiha's cheeks flushed crimson, a single tear trembling at the corner of her eye, yet all she wished was to convey to her senior brother that she was indeed a woman, not a man. Li Yuan's mind was a blank slate. This meant that the junior he had grown up with was, in fact, female, and it appeared she harbored feelings for him. Li Yuan, junior, sister, the information is overwhelming. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. In a flurry of emotions, Li Yuan stumbled slightly as he walked. Why Yushiha moved to support him, but he quickly halted her. Wait, please let me walk on my own. Why Yushiha, then, please wait a moment. Senior brother, I shall return to my feminine appearance. You must not leave. The junior sister had many things she wished to share with him. Li Yuan merely nodded in a daze, pouring himself a cup of tea to steady his nerves. Shortly thereafter, Yushiha reappeared, adorned in elegant palace attire that accentuated her delicate figure, her curves flowing gracefully like water, showcasing her exquisite femininity. Li Yuan was momentarily entranced, although her face bore resemblance to the junior brother he remembered. Her aura was indeed vastly different. Why Yushiha knelt and offered a bow, saying, I am Yushiha, pleased to meet you, senior brother. Her voice rang out like a melodious chime, delightful to the ear, yet Li Yuan found it difficult to reconcile her current identity with the junior he had known. Yushiha took a seat beside Li Yuan, eager to express her feelings, confident that he had already discerned her affections. As she spoke, Li Yuan was astonished to discover that the events of their past had taken root in Yushiha's heart, blossoming into such sentiments. Junior sister, even with your revelations, I cannot reciprocate your feelings at this moment. You must understand that merely 15 minutes ago, we were still in a brother-sister relationship. I know, senior brother. I am aware of your cautious nature regarding matters of the heart, thus I shall not pressure you. I simply wish for you to see the true me and understand my intentions, and then. Yushiha gazed into Li Yuan's eyes, pleadingly saying, I hope you will not reject me, that you will grant me the opportunity to demonstrate my resolve and not push me away. Li Yuan, huff, if my junior sister understands, then I shall not cast you aside, but tell me, did you intentionally deceive me? Yushiha shook her head, absolutely not, I would never lie to you. Then it seems you have your reasons. The past dangers still haunt us. I believe that above all, your safety is paramount, regardless of your gender. At these words, Yushiha's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace, repeatedly calling him senior brother. His fleeting tenderness was the very reason she cherished him. Li Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. For so many years, she had concealed her true identity to escape the perils of pursuit. You have suffered enough. Rest assured, I shall not distance myself from you. You remain my junior brother, or sister. Senior brother, you must not go back on your word. I shall strive to make you fall for me. Let us set that aside for now. Did you encounter any dangers during your recent outing? Even back then, you were discovered as ABOY. Why Yushiha perched herself on Li Yuan's lap, swinging her legs playfully, and replied, no, everything at home has been resolved. I faced no threats while out. Li Yuan? Then why did you not mention this before, and why do you return in such a guise? Because only by disguising myself as a man could I be close to you. It was only in the past that I could freely touch you, yet this time feels different. Li Yuan, I am beginning to wish I could retract my previous statements. What? No, a man of honor must keep his word. You cannot take it back. With her small hands encircling Li Yuan's neck, she buried her head on his shoulder, appearing determined to not relent until he acquiesced. Ease up a bit, you might aggravate my injury. Upon hearing this, Yushiha ceased her antics, gently blowing on Li Yuan's wound. He raised an eyebrow, wondering how she could be so charming. Hurry, come down, it is late, go rest. With a light hum, Yushiha, hesitant to part, stood and watched him leave. That night, as Yushiha lay tossing and turning in bed, she pondered how she had been the only one to confess her feelings to her senior brother, who had permitted her to pursue him. But if she could win his heart swiftly, her second senior sister would surely weep. Still smiling, you little one, clearly unbothered by the tension. Who was speaking? Ha ha ha. Sleep now, let us see what you have done to Li Yuan. Why Yushiha felt herself sink, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in someone else's perspective. A system, this is your own perspective. To be precise, it is the perspective of your past life. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me System. I have come to help you awaken your memories of your former life. Past life? What do you mean? Are you saying these are events I have experienced? Watch closely. It shall begin shortly. In the vision, Li Yuan's figure emerged, a man furiously pointing at him, demanding, Senior brother, the third senior sister is your junior. How could you steal her intimate garments? Li Yuan took a deep breath, replying, were it not for your words, I would not have known that the junior sister is, in fact, a woman. Why would I steal? After spending nearly a decade with the senior sister, how could you possibly not realize? I must report this to our master and seek justice for her. Yushiha, now aware of her past life memories, realized she had disclosed her true identity to him, leaving her perplexed. System, why would I reveal my true identity to him and even convey my desire to be near him, as if I would share all my secrets with that person? She soon observed that in the scene she had done nothing, neither questioning the man's words nor opposing his actions. Impossible. How could I act so coldly towards my senior brother? It cannot be. Li Yuan's gaze shifted towards her, revealing a hint of disappointment, akin to the shattering of his last hope in uxahe.no. Please do not look at me with such eyes, senior brother, I did not mean it, I never truly wished to act this way. Watching as Li Yuan gradually became numb, withdrawing from her, she felt an overwhelming urge to protest, yet she found herself unable to take any contrary action. System, do you see now? Yushiha, with tears streaming down her face, protested, no, that was not my intention, I did not wish for that, but you did act that way, did you not? Tell me why. You must know the answer. Finally arriving at the crux of the matter, the system explained. Because, it is fate. With the system's elucidation, Yushiha comprehended everything, her beautiful visage twisting into a mask of resentment. Yifan, you shall pay dearly, I will find you, and I will ensure you endure every torment this world has to offer before your demise. In a certain inn within a city, Yifan felt a chill run down his spine. Lately, he sensed a lurking threat against him, yet he could not discern the cause or understand the situation. Chapter 35, The Memories of Yushiha. After Li Yuan was expelled from the sect, it was not long before Yushiha departed from Qinghuan Peak. Upon returning home, far from Yifan, she began to sense the abnormalities. Unlike Ruoli, she made no effort to seek out Li Yuan. Instead, she sought power. Yushiha gazed upon her ascension to imperial authority, securing her position as the 9th princess, ultimately reigning supreme as the empress of the Dayu immortal dynasty. I had known all along that I was but a foolish pawn in a game beyond my control, believing that with power over the entire Dayu immortal dynasty she could dictate her own fate. She dispatched agents far and wide, finally locating Li Yuan. Not on that day, Li Yuan observed the familiar yet foreign figure before him, stating, what business does the Empress have with me? Do you believe I was not punished adequately for my expulsion from Qinghuan Peak? Yushiha felt a pang in her heart but refrained from explaining. The treacherous court and the perilous struggle for power had rendered her arrogant, preventing her from lowering her head even in Li Yuan's presence. Yushiha, you recognize me? I sought you out to express my desire for you to be my husband. Am I hearing incorrectly? It was Yifan who informed me of your identity as a daughter, which implies that I truly know nothing about you. Why do you believe I would marry you? You have no option to refuse. I have declared that you shall be my consort. Yushiha turned and left, confining Li Yuan until the time of the wedding, when she would finally appear. Li Yuan, cease your actions. You are aware that within the entire Dayu dynasty, there are but a few who can thwart me. I wish not to incite further bloodshed, nor do I desire to enter into a union with one who does not trust me. The reason I have lingered thus far is to clarify matters face to face. Yushiha shouted, why can you not grant me a chance, regardless of the circumstances today? I demand you. In the realm of consciousness, Yushiha could no longer contain herself and bellowed, you are unworthy. You have forfeited the right to be with my senior brother. From the moment my senior brother was disappointed, Yushihi, lost every chance. At that moment, strange phenomena erupted, the heavens rumbled with thunder. And those who were already discontent with Yushihi's ascension to the throne stepped forth. They proclaimed her obstinate and headstrong, insisting on marrying a calamity, thus bringing forth divine retribution. It was then that the crowd cried out for Li Yuan's death. Yushihi gazed upon the common folk struck down by lightning, witnessing the devastation of homes, and she began to doubt herself, pondering whether she had ever escaped her fate, whether her destiny had ever been within her control. Meanwhile, a familiar figure emerged from among the dissenters, Yifan, the very one who incited the masses against Li Yuan, intent on his demise. Once again, Yushihi did not stand beside Li Yuan, who appeared unfazed, wearing a sardonic smile before dissolving into ripples and vanishing within the realm of consciousness. Yushihi seethed. Yifan, it was he who incited those ministers, and it was he who summoned the lightning. He had known all along that I am the 9th princess of the Deyu immortal dynasty. Ultimately, Yushihi was ousted from her position, and the Deyu immortal dynasty fell into the hands of a puppet supported by Yifan. Seizing the opportunity while Yifan was preoccupied with court affairs, Yushihi managed to escape. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully I have not been sullied by him. I remain pure, able to face my senior brother, and I still have a chance to make amends. Afterward, she never saw Li Yuan again, nor did she hear any news of him until Li Yuan was dead. Why Yushihi? What? My senior brother, dead? How could this be? The system kindly showed Yushihi the scene of Li Yuan's death. After witnessing it, she collapsed in tears, unable to fathom the torment her beloved senior brother endured before his demise. Tormented by Yifan's venomous words that shattered his spirit system, have you finished watching? Do you think if Li Yuan's memories awaken, he will still remain on Qinghuan Peak? Yushihi, sob, I do not want such things to happen again. Can you help me? I beg you, please help me. System, have you not gone too far? TSK, let's reveal the truth to her, lest she suffer a mental breakdown. Ahem, what are you rushing for? Have you not noticed that this life is different? After several reincarnations in the previous life, you successfully vanquished the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, meaning that nothing will influence your thoughts henceforth. Yushihi was overjoyed, repeatedly confirming with the system that these words were true and not a deception. But do not rejoice too soon, although the fates of the four of you have been severed. Li Yuan and Yifan are bound by destiny, and only one of them is fated to survive. Why Yushihi declared fiercely, Yifan, even if he is not my senior brother's nemesis, I will not let him go. I shall not rest until I extract his soul and refine his essence to quell the hatred in my heart. Observing the expression on Yushihi's face, the system felt a chill run down its spine, silently vowing that all the grievances from the previous lives, where Yifan had tormented its host, would be repaid in this life upon returning to consciousness. Yushihi sprang from her bed, and the system realized that this time, once she openly expressed her feelings and identity to Li Yuan, it seemed incapable of dissuading her as it had with Ruali. The system thought, surely not. Could this little girl actually succeed? No, for now Li Yuan still perceives her merely as a junior sister, so they are still at the same starting line. Why Yushihi, weeping, raced towards Li Yuan's chamber, where he had just settled into slumber, only to have his door flung open with a loud bang, startling him awake. Why Yushihi dashed into Li Yuan's embrace, the force causing him to cough twice. Cough, junior sister, what brings you here at this late hour? Woo senior brother, I miss you so much. Please do not leave me. Li Yuan, hey girl, I've been back from your place for less than an hour. Why would I die? Yet her sorrow did not seem feigned. Could she have had a nightmare? Li Yuan gently patted her head and said, There, I'm perfectly fine. Did you have a nightmare? Let me tell you, dreams are often the opposite. If I died in your dream, it means I will surely live well in reality. Why Yushihi continued to cry, and Li Yuan felt utterly helpless. He suggested, if you are still afraid, how about we chat for a bit? Senior brother, could you please not call me junior sister? It feels so distant. Very well, then I shall call you Yushihi. Is that acceptable? I am still quite scared. Could you hold me while I sleep tonight? Li Yuan squinted, thinking to himself, so she was waiting for me. No, I can lull you to sleep, and then you can sleep here while I take the couch outside. Yushihi pouted, reluctantly saying, Fine. You seem reluctant, then you may as well go back to sleep. Yushihi tightened her embrace around Li Yuan, exclaiming, I want to. Li Yuan helped her settle down before sitting at the edge of the bed to converse with her. Yushihi grasped his hand tightly, finding solace in that connection, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 36. Encountering danger on this day, Yifan, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis, decided to take a different route. Passing by the cold pool, he contemplated attempting to catch an ice spirit fish. How infuriating. Why can't I catch more fish? Oh, that little brat dared to slap my face the other day. If I come across him now that I have broken through to crystallization, I will surely make him suffer. In a fit of rage, Yifan flung a small fish fry far away and stormed off from the cold pool. The ice spirit fish, being a celestial creature, emitted an aura irresistible to any beast. Soon after, a massive bear cloaked in ice crystals descended upon the area. Unsatisfied with the small fish, it began to search for other prey. Wandering until it spotted a village at the foot of the mountain. In Li Yuan's courtyard, Ruali observed Li Yuan sleeping in a rocking chair, alongside Yushihi resting on the bed. Perplexed by the events of the previous day, approaching Li Yuan, she gazed at him with a mournful expression, prompting Li Yuan to feel as though he were being caught in an act of infidelity. Stirring a sense of guilt within him, he could only stammer an explanation, while Ruali felt increasingly aggrieved, contemplating that perhaps she should directly confess her feelings to her senior brother, although Yushihi had yet to succeed. As long as her senior brother held no aversion towards her, her hopes for a smooth progression would be thwarted. With this in mind, Ruali grasped Li Yuan's hand tightly, her slightly reddened eyes fixated on him. Little Li, what's wrong? This is a bit frightening. Senior brother, do you not understand my feelings? Is my affection not evident enough? Li Yuan's heart trembled. What did this mean? Was little Li confessing to him, just then? Mu Qingxian called Li Yuan over, and the two were momentarily stunned by the telepathic communication, causing Ruali to reluctantly release Li Yuan's hand. Li Yuan, little Li, can we discuss this when I return? Ruali could only nod, allowing him to attend to his duties. Once he departed, Li Yuan inexplicably felt relieved, for had Ruali expressed her feelings at the moment he was stirred, he would have been overjoyed. Yet, he had just promised not to distance himself from Yushihi, and now he found himself in close quarters with Ruali. If Yushihi were to find out, it would surely cause her heartache. Upon arriving at Mu Qingxian's grand hall, Li Yuan was surprised to find Shuang Wanling present as well. Confused, he listened as Mu Qingxian spoke. Yuan, many years ago when you met Wanling. It was by the cold pool, correct? Yes, that's right. Why do you ask, master? I visited the vicinity and confirmed that there is indeed a village at the foot of the spiritual mountain where the cold pool resides. I suspect Wanling was abandoned there, and today that village was attacked by demonic beasts. Shuang Wanling was taken aback and exclaimed, how could this be? The spiritual mountain possesses sacred grounds with formations designed to restrain demonic beasts. They should not be able to pass through. Mu Qingxian shook her head. The reason remains unclear, but this matter is related to you. I wish to ask if you are willing to exterminate the beasts. If not, I shall seek others. After pondering, Shuang Wanling replied, I will go. I wish to ascertain whether they have met with misfortune. Mu Qingxian nodded and said, here, take this demon-seeking powder. When the time comes, scatter it to glimpse the movements of the demon beasts. Li Yuan replied, I shall accompany my junior sister. After all, she has never slain a demon beast. It is prudent for me to join her. Mu Qingxian nodded once more. The demon beasts within Ling Mountain shall not exceed 4th rank. Your strength has significantly increased, and you are more than capable of taking Wanling out for her training. By the way, here is this jade talisman. If you drip a drop of blood onto it, I shall be able to sense your condition. Additionally, this talisman allows for instantaneous travel over vast distances. And, is it truly necessary, master? It's merely descending the mountain to hunt a demon beast of no more than 4th rank. I am formidable enough on my own, particularly with the Li Tian sword. Let us be off. Li Yuan soared out of Qinghuan Peak alongside Shuang Wanling. Throughout the journey, she appeared burdened with thoughts. Li Yuan gently squeezed her small face while holding her hand, ailing, do not dwell on such matters. To be born and not nurtured is a sin. Do not allow them to affect your mood. Besides, you have us. You possess family. Upon arriving at the village, Li Yuan retracted the Li Tian sword. And many villagers, upon seeing the two, hurried forth to kneel in reverence. Immortal, please save my child. He is but 4 years old. The immortal has arrived. Please heal the injured villagers over there. They are on the brink of collapse. Li Yuan nodded and, taking Shuang Wanling's hand, approached the wounded. Many were missing limbs, clinging to life by a thread. He stabilized their injuries with spiritual energy and administered healing pills, ensuring their lives were preserved. This young girl looks quite familiar. You must be the lost maid from Scholar Li's household years ago. Shuang Wanling's heart ached at this revelation. So they believe me to be lost? Li Yuan interjected. Dear lady, there are many who bear resemblance. You are mistaken. This is my junior sister. Her name is Shuang Wanling, and she does not bear the surname Li. Forgive me, noble fairy. I meant no offense. My words were thoughtless. Li Yuan responded, however, your words pique my curiosity. What became of Scholarly after his daughter went missing? Not much could be done. They hastily arranged a funeral for the girl and then departed. I hear they went to the county to seek a livelihood, likely to avoid the painful memories. Li Yuan scoffed inwardly, thinking how hurriedly he left, perhaps fearing Ailing would return. Truly, a wretch. Now I understand. My junior sister and I must pursue the demon beast this time. It was the sacred land's negligence that allowed the guardian demon beasts of Ling Mountain to escape. In a few days, disciples will arrive to assist you. Having said this, Li Yuan took Shuang Wanling's hand and departed. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, he chose silence, merely tightening his grip on her small hand to signify his unwavering support. Senior brother, thank you. Foolishness, there is no need for thanks. If your heart is troubled, we shall hunt the demon beast. It is the perfect outlet for your frustrations. A gentle smile graced Shuang Wanling's lips. Indeed, there was no need to dwell on the past. Now she had her master, third senior brother, and second senior sister, most importantly, her beloved senior brother. As the two pursued their quarry, the demon beast underwent a transformation deep within the mountains. Its once massive form gradually shrinking until it assumed a humanoid shape. Roar. With the cessation of its roar, the area transformed into a forbidden zone, and all creatures, winged or terrestrial, dared not venture near. When Li Yuan and Shuang Wanling discovered this forest, it was noon, the sun blazing fiercely overhead, scorching the earth with unbearable heat. Ugh, the sun is relentless, who can withstand this? Shuang Wanling, upon hearing this, wrapped her arms around one of Li Yuan's, emanating a faint blue spiritual energy to cool him down. Li Yuan playfully tapped her nose, saying, you are being extravagant, my girl. Not at all. If it brings you relief, it is well worth it. The two followed the guidance of the demon-seeking powder as they cautiously explored the woods. At a certain moment, Li Yuan felt a shiver run through him. The refreshing coolness morphed into a bone-chilling cold. Brother, it is so cold here. Are we nearing our destination? Yet Li Yuan was gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by shards of ice crystals, and the sound waves emerging from the depths was a towering demon beast, over 2 meters tall, covered in white fur, with the head of a bear. Emitting a terrifying aura. Li Yuan gasped in shock, exclaiming, this is a 5th-rank ice spirit bear. Chapter 37. Falling into the land of heavenly punishment. Li Yuan swiftly pushed Shuang Wanling aside, and in that instant, several frost-laden claw marks appeared before him. He barely had time to draw the Li Tian sword before 3 ghastly claw marks tore across his chest, blood gushing forth. Seeing Li Yuan injured, Shuang Wanling cried out, brother. A massive ice sword formed beside her, hurtling towards the ice spirit bear. To her astonishment, the bear did not even flinch, effortlessly shattering the ice sword with a swipe. Its blood-red eyes turned towards Shuang Wanling, and she felt a constricting sensation of death grip her heart. Li Yuan, witnessing this, quickly rose, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to unleash a strike. The ice spirit bear was struck but appeared unfazed. Yet it had diverted its attention. Ailing, run, this is no demon beast we can contend with. 5th-rank demon beasts generally require a spirit realm cultivator to confront, let alone one imbued with blood symbols. Li Yuan had not grown so arrogant as to believe he could face it with his perfected crystallization stage. Shuang Wanling protested, no, I will not abandon you, brother. Listen, this is not the time for sentiments. If we both remain here, we are surely doomed. If you return for help, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Tears glistened in Shuang Wanling's eyes as she said, but what will you do? I will do my utmost to evade it and buy time. It is now up to you. Quickly. The ice spirit bear hesitated no longer, sensing the delectable essence emanating from the two cultivators. The previous probe had confirmed that they posed no threat, it solely desired to consume them. Li Yuan unleashed several waves of sword energy, but his chest wound hampered his full power, reducing his strikes by at least 30% compared to his peak. Shuang Wanling, tears streaming down her face, understood there was no time for sorrow. She turned and raced towards the sacred land. With a low growl, the ice spirit bear prepared to pursue her. Li Yuan hurriedly formed hand seals, summoning countless flying swords that materialized around him, launching towards the bear. Blocked in its path, the ice spirit bear charged at Li Yuan in a furious rage. Li Yuan attempted to evade using his movement techniques, but the bear's reflexes were swifter. As he sought to escape, it used ice spikes to cut off his retreat. Not good. Sure enough, in the next moment, he felt as though he had been struck by a cannonball, his body hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. Blood surged from his mouth as he collapsed weakly to the ground. I cannot endure like this. I fear I shall perish before even a single incense stick has burned. Li Yuan resolved to wound the beast with a single strike. If he could injure it, surely it would not rest until it had dealt with him. And would cease its pursuit of Shuang Wanling. His sword rain, the Li Tian sword transformed into 2, then 4, rapidly filling the entire area before surging towards the ice spirit bear, sensing the impending danger. The bear shifted the ice crystals on its back to shield against the deluge of swords. Li Yuan seized the opportunity, dashing towards the ice spirit bear, whose defenses were momentarily lowered, with a single strike. He inflicted a massive wound upon it. Roar. The sudden pain elicited a furious roar. How could such a mere ant injure it? The bear's only desire now was to crush and devour the one before it. Having struck, Li Yuan quickly distanced himself from the bear, employing his movement techniques to flee in the opposite direction of Shuang Wanling's escape. The ice spirit bear roared in fury, chasing him with astonishing speed. Li Yuan pressed a hand to his chest wound, feeling a chilling sensation wash over him. Watching the bear close in, he quipped, "Stop chasing me, I truly have no urgent tonic." He retrieved a spirit-replenishing pill from his storage ring and, after a moment's contemplation, swallowed the entire bottle. This was no time to ponder the limits of his spiritual sea. Being caught would surely mean death. The choice was clear, noticing Li Yuan's sudden increase in speed. The ice spirit bear, unwilling to let him escape, activated its bloodline power to enhance its own speed, narrowing the distance between them. Curse it, this will not end well. That ice spirit bear is 2 major realms above me. It will catch me sooner or later. As he pondered an escape, Li Yuan glimpsed a barren expanse in the distance, shrouded in darkness, periodically illuminated by flashes of lightning, sunlight failing to penetrate. The land of heavenly punishment? Perhaps. The land of heavenly punishment, situated within the territory of the Zhongxian sacred land, is a forbidden area said to have been shunned by the heavens since the inception of Zhongxian. Stripped of all vitality and spiritual energy, over countless years, many powerful cultivators have sought to explore the land of heavenly punishment, but regardless of their cultivation level, upon entering, they would be reduced to mere mortals. Even their treasures rendered fragile and mundane. Within it lies a mystical creature known as the Tianyin beast, a foe against which the cultivators, reduced to mere mortals, stand no chance of resisting its assaults. Ultimately, only a solitary cultivator of the Ascendant Realm emerged, relying solely on his formidable physique. However, upon his return, he proclaimed that the land of divine retribution was devoid of anything, a truly forsaken realm. Moreover, he had suffered a mishap within this domain, afflicted by the Tianyin beast's poison, which clung to him like a festering wound, impervious even to the powers of the Ascendant Realm. It was not long before he succumbed to death's embrace. Li Yuan contemplated that as long as he refrained from entering the land of divine retribution, merely intimidating the beast from afar would suffice, allowing him to escape unscathed. The ice spirit bear, noticing Li Yuan's frantic flight towards the land of divine retribution, felt an instinctual dread, compelling it to keep its distance. Just as it was about to halt, the wound inflicted by Li Yuan flared with pain, and the desire to kill him overwhelmed its fear, prompting it to pursue him once more. Li Yuan, now in a state of panic, thought, "Don't follow me, I cannot afford to venture into the land of divine retribution." A quarter of an hour later, as the ominous land of divine retribution loomed closer, his heart sank. He realized that aside from moving forward, any other direction would merely grant the ice spirit bear the chance to catch up. What to do? Fleeing further would inevitably lead him into its depths. Just then, a colossal ice crystal hurtled towards him from behind, striking his back and propelling him into the abyss of the land of divine retribution. "Damn it, a sneak attack, you little rascal, you can't handle this." After hurling Li Yuan into the land of divine retribution, the ice spirit bear paused, as its instinctive alarms reached a crescendo, halting its advance. It let out a low growl and settled nearby, waiting to seize Li Yuan should he manage to escape. Devoid of spiritual power, Li Yuan could only watch helplessly as he plummeted, gripping the Li Tian sword tightly. He struck the ice behind him with its hilt, leveraging the impact to propel himself towards the cliffside, where he embedded the sword to cushion his fall upon landing, though he endured considerable impact. It was not fatal, yet he was left in a dire state. Having sustained additional injuries, exhausted, he sought refuge in a safer cave and promptly lost consciousness. Teaching one peak, several individuals suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts. Sensing an impending calamity system, such an unforeseen change has occurred. Fortunately, their current performance remained adequate, and the host's memory recovery would likely not result in an immediate death sentence for them. Next, they simply needed to arrange for Mu Qingxian to rescue him. Chapter 38. Healing. Mu Qingxian was inexplicably restless, pacing back and forth in the main hall with no relief in sight. At that moment, Ruoli and Yushiha arrived, with Yushiha directly inquiring, "Master, where has senior brother gone?" I have an unsettling premonition." Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingxian finally discerned the source of her agitation, wondering how it could be that a mere fourth-tier beast, even with a blood talisman, could pose a threat to Yuan. Realizing Mu Qingxian's concerns, Yushiha pressed further. "I sent Yuan to slay the beast, which is only fourth tier at most. He should be fine. Do not worry." Her words were both a comfort to them and a self-reassurance, for she could not bear to imagine what she would become if anything were to happen to Li Yuan. After all, this lifetime had presented her with a rare opportunity to be with him. And if her misjudgment led to his misfortune, what face would she have left to live? The group sat in the hall, each lost in their thoughts, when suddenly a voice pierced through from outside. Laced with desperation and tears, "Master, please save senior brother." Mu Qingxian felt the world spin around her, her mind reeling. As she gritted her teeth to regain her composure, Ruoli murmured, "How could this be? Brother, you said you'd return." "I must find you," Yushiha exclaimed, Wanling. "What do you mean? What has happened to senior brother?" In her urgency, Shuang Wanling failed to notice Yushiha's appearance, merely recounting the events that had transpired. Mu Qingxian was taken aback. Vanishing from her spot in an instant, "You all stay at Qinghuan Peak. If Yuan returns, inform me immediately. I will go find him." The others had intended to follow but paused upon hearing her words. She was right. If senior brother returned while they were gone, they would miss each other. As Mu Qingxian fled, she berated herself, "This is all my fault. If only I had insisted that Yuan take those items with him. He cannot come to harm." System. Ding. Mission issued. Rescue Li Yuan from the land of divine retribution. Mission reward. Dream mirror. Mu Qingxian gasped. System. You mean Yuan has fallen into the land of divine retribution? How could this happen? He was cast into it during the turbulent currents upon exiting the starry secret realm, and the Sacred Land's grand competition hasn't even commenced yet. System. I cannot say. I am merely a system and cannot predict events that have yet to unfold. This lifetime has seen many changes, so it is not surprising. Mu Qingxian ceased to dwell on it. Her priority was to reach the land of divine retribution as swiftly as possible. Every moment delayed would increase Li Yuan's peril, leaving no time for hesitation. Outside the land of divine retribution, the ice spirit bear sensed a formidable presence and quickly concealed itself, but it was no match for Mu Qingxian. "You, how dare you remain here, you wretched beast, die!" In the next instant, a bolt of crimson lightning descended, incinerating the area where the ice spirit bear had been, leaving no trace of it behind. After concluding this, Mu Qingxian wasted no time and dashed into the valley of the land of divine retribution. With the strength of her ascendant body, she landed unscathed. System. Where is Yuan? Can you locate him? Proceed 10 miles to the left, then enter the cave beside a crooked tree. Hurry, for the Tianyin beasts will soon emerge. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxian rushed in that direction, swiftly locating Li Yuan and blocking the cave entrance with a massive stone. Just then, the valley erupted with piercing cries as the Tianyin beasts surged forth from the cliffs. Thankfully, I made it in time. As long as I do not provoke them, I should be fine. In previous lifetimes, upon entering the land of divine retribution, she and Li Yuan had always managed to evade the active hours of the Tianyin beasts. They had navigated along the cliffside in search of an exit, avoiding deeper areas to evade any ambushes. As for unavoidable encounters, as long as they prepared to strike decisively, they would remain unharmed. After thoroughly inspecting the cave's entrance for hazards and ensuring it was safe, she ventured inside. The cave was not deep, only about 10 meters, and with the faint light emitted by the spirit stones, she finally discovered Li Yuan lying in a pool of his own blood. At this moment, he was on the brink of death, feeling an overwhelming chill as if even breathing was a struggle, his consciousness trapped in an endless abyss. Yuan, seeing his dire condition, Mu Qingxian rushed forward, extracting a healing pill from her storage ring and attempting to feed it to him, but her efforts proved futile. She realized that as soon as the pill left the vial and came into contact with the air of the land of divine retribution, it disintegrated into mere remnants. Within mere moments, she felt utterly powerless, akin to an ordinary mortal, unable to utilize any means beyond her physical capabilities. What to do? What to do? There must be a way. Yes, as long as I keep the pill from touching the air. With that, she gently cradled Li Yuan in her arms, pressing the vial against his lips, yet it was still ineffective the moment he opened his mouth. The precious pill would still be exposed to the air. Sensing his body temperature dwindling, a tear slipped from Mu Qingxian's eye. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed in her mind. She bit the vial's neck and poured all the healing pills into her mouth, controlling her lips to shield them from the outside. Her heartbeat quickened, and finally she closed her eyes and pressed her lips against Li Yuan's, their mouths connecting as she slowly delivered the pills into his mouth. As the medicine took effect, the 3 deep claw marks on Li Yuan's body gradually healed, and his warmth began to return, yet, Mu Qingxian did not release him. She was both reluctant to let go and fearful that doing so would render the pills useless once more. In her heart, Mu Qingxian mused, so this is what it feels like. This is the first time I've kissed a Yuan across so many lifetimes, but unfortunately, he is unconscious and this is merely to save him. Li Yuan's consciousness began to resurface, and upon opening his eyes, he felt something obstructing his mouth. Though his vision was blurred, he instinctively pushed against it with his tongue. Mu Qingxian. Once Li Yuan comprehended the situation, he was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Did Master just kiss me? Li Yuan, hearing his murmur, Mu Qingxian opened her eyes, and their gazes locked, creating an awkward tension in the air. Li Yuan, Master. This, Mu Qingxian hurriedly explained. Yuan, let me clarify, I was merely feeding you the pills, they cannot remain here, hence the situation. Fearful of Li Yuan's disbelief, Mu Qingxian took out a spirit pill to demonstrate. Li Yuan pondered, is my master suggesting a kiss followed by feigned ignorance? Chapter 39. Overtaking on a curve of the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Li Yuan mumbled, after a kiss, to act as if one does not recognize the other, this is my first kiss. Mu Qingxian, with a pout, retorted, am I not entitled to such a privilege? Speak softly, or I might just strike you. Li Yuan grimaced, suddenly recalling that they were in the land of heavenly punishment. How did she arrive here? He stood up, flustered, exclaiming, Master, how did you come to be here? Mu Qingxian, slightly irked, shot back, why can't I be here? This is the land of heavenly punishment, one could perish even in the Ascension realm. While I have but one life, yet you, the one with the greatest hope of transcending the Ascension to explore the Tao, how could you venture here? Upon hearing the hint of reproach in Li Yuan's words, Mu Qingxian felt her heart warm. Instead of angering her, however, compared to the Tao, you are more important to me. Without you by my side, even the most beautiful vistas of the Tao would hold no allure. Li Yuan was struck silent by her fervent declaration. This woman, who would risk her life for him, ignited a fire within him. After speaking, Mu Qingxian blushed, contemplating that now that they had shared a kiss, such an opportunity was rare. If she did not allow him to see her true self, she might lose him to those rebellious disciples. Li Yuan gazed at her bashful demeanor and inwardly exclaimed, this charming woman is not merely my master. So what shall we do now? He asked. It is currently the active period for the heavenly shadow beasts. We shall search for an escape route along the stone wall when they rest at noon tomorrow. Li Yuan nodded and sat down. Noticing his silence, Mu Qingxian became agitated. In her previous lives, she had never crossed the threshold of her heart to accept Li Yuan. Moreover, his injuries from the land of heavenly punishment had not been as severe as in this life. She had merely comforted him while carrying him out, but now, having kissed him and spoken so frankly, why did he not respond at all? As Mu Qingxian simmered in her frustration, Li Yuan suddenly asked, Master, are you cold? Mu Qingxian pouted, not cold. Li Yuan replied, she is indeed upset. It must be because I did not respond earlier. Alright, perhaps I feel a bit cold, since we lack any means of warmth. I thought if you were also cold, we could embrace for warmth, but if that is not the case, I shall endure. Mu Qingxian, shifted the conversation. Actually, I do feel a bit chilly. The land of heavenly punishment is indeed peculiar. I did not expect to feel even a hint of cold. Li Yuan thought, fine, who could blame you for being so stubborn? However, through this exchange, he confirmed that Mu Qingxian indeed harbored feelings for him. He stepped forward and gently embraced her. She initially stiffened but soon relaxed, resting her head on his shoulder with a joyful smile. Li Yuan mused about the strange occurrences of the past few days, first Shiha, then Shelley, and now even the teasing Aling, and most astonishingly, his master. However, he could not let Mu Qingxian down. He would have to guide Shelley and Shiha slowly. In a soft voice, he said, Qingxian, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing her name, Mu Qingxian's heart quivered. He had called her by name. You. Go ahead. Actually, Shelley and Shiha have expressed their feelings for me. I was initially considering whether to let them take their time. Perhaps realizing they do not truly harbor affection for me, which would spare them any hurt. However, given our current situation, I cannot delay their feelings any longer. What should I do? Qingxian, Mu Qingxian replied. If it were to harm the bonds among fellow disciples, that would indeed be unfortunate. Allow me to speak. But our relationship must not be publicly known. After all, I seem to be on the verge of becoming a rebellious disciple. Mu Qingxian, upon hearing this, playfully smacked him and declared, I do not care what others say, all I know is that I do not want to miss out on you. I want you by my side for eternity. Li Yuan tightened his embrace, murmuring, I thought matters of the heart were distant from me, yet here we are, so soon. Mu Qingxian felt a twinge of guilt, as she had been subtly guiding their relationship. Had she followed her previous self's manner of interaction, they would have likely waited several more years. She thought, wait a moment, if that is the case, then the initial changes stemmed from me. The alterations in those 3 rebellious disciples towards Li Yuan were also due to my influence. Weren't they? Seeing her lost in thought, Li Yuan curiously asked, what are you thinking about? Nothing at all. After a moment, Li Yuan continued, so Qing Xian, about that time when I was unconscious, I felt somewhat unclear. I think we can disregard that instance. No. No way, we have already kissed today, we shall discuss it again tomorrow. Is a kiss limited to once a day? Please, such playful exchanges can enhance our bond. Just agree to it. Qing Xian thought, how could he be so unreasonable? Why had she never noticed his persistent nature before? Li Yuan remarked, silence implies consent. My dear Qing Xian is the best. Qing Xian, without retorting, merely blushed and closed her eyes. Her demeanor bewitched Li Yuan completely. Leaning down, he gently pressed his lips against hers, this kiss lingering longer and more intoxicating than before. After parting, Qing Xian, flustered, exclaimed, why did you kiss for so long? I could hardly breathe. Li Yuan, feeling guilty, replied, you cannot blame me. You are simply too enchanting. Besides, you are mine. Who else should I kiss? Qing Xian pinched the soft flesh at his waist, saying, you still wish to kiss others? Hey, that hurts. I did not mean it. I was merely speaking hypothetically. I was wrong, truly. Qing Xian huffed and released him, while Li Yuan mournfully rubbed his tender waist. Qing Xian chided, who told you to let go? Hold me again, Li Yuan, for reasons he could not fathom. He felt as though his future was shrouded in darkness, as if a great mountain had risen before him, likely the legendary Shudao mountain. After a long pause, he cautiously remarked, Master, my leg has gone numb. Li Yuan, sensing the urgency, quickly corrected himself, Qing Xian, my leg has gone numb. Then let us lean against the wall, that way it will be easier for you to hold me, but my arms are sore too. Not sore, let us proceed first. Thus Li Yuan lifted her in his arms and limped toward the wall. He found the progression of their romance rather peculiar. He felt akin to someone petting a cat. Where stroking the fur in the right direction invites affection, while the opposite invites calamity. System. Hey, I never expected Qing Xian to succeed. I suppose I shall not hold back. Let us see where to cast this reincarnation mirror. The system anticipated a scene where Li Yuan, after being pulled into the truth, finds solace, rather than simply walking away, for although these 4 women had wounded his heart, it was not their intention. And in the end, they all perished for his sake. Chapter 40, Warmth in the Land of Heavenly Punishment. That night, Li Yuan, leaning against the rock wall, fell into a deep slumber, while Qing Xian, brimming with excitement, could not sleep and merely feigned rest with her eyes closed. I did it. I finally reached this step. Yuan, I cannot sleep. The thought of achieving my desires after so many lifetimes fills me with exhilaration. Stealing a glance, she found Li Yuan sleeping soundly nestled against him. She gazed at his face, losing track of time before finally smiling herself to sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, Li Yuan saw Qing Xian peacefully asleep in his arms. Realizing that what transpired yesterday was no mere dream, he truly was with his master. Looking at her flawless face, he could not resist gently caressing her, waking her from her slumber with a sleepy, adorable expression. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest, he murmured. No worries, I had ample rest, Qing Xian replied, rising. She peered through the crevice at the entrance and noticed signs of the heavenly shadow beasts returning home. Yuan, the heavenly shadow beasts are heading back. Let us prepare to set off and explore for a route. Alright, by the way, for some reason, the Li Tian sword has not turned into a mundane object here. It remains incredibly sharp. Master, shall I lead the charge? Qing Xian frowned, clearly displeased, as she approached him and seized his ear, saying, you called me master again, and you, a mere crystal realm cultivator, what business do you have leading the charge? What if you encounter danger? Will you even be able to react? Rubbing his ear, Li Yuan ultimately complied with Qing Xian's wishes and took up a position at the rear, although Qing Xian could not wield spiritual power. Her wealth of experience would enable her to adapt to sudden situations, while Li Yuan could seize opportunities to strike down the heavenly shadow beasts from behind. Once all the heavenly shadow beasts had returned to their lairs, Qing Xian grasped the large stone at the cave entrance, exerting herself slightly to move it aside. Li Yuan, what is this situation? I now feel as fragile as a chick, yet she is able to move such a large stone. My superhuman girlfriend. Qing Xian, what are you dawdling for? Let us go. Alright Qing Xian, I'm coming. The two of them advanced against the rock face, relying solely on the faint light from the heavens to discern the path ahead. Qing Xian could not help but inquire, System, can't you directly guide us to the exit? I cannot. I was able to locate Li Yuan because a few individuals from Qinghuan Peak drew near. allowing them to appear on my radar, not because I can explore the surrounding area. It seems that the location of Yuan has shifted from previous times, hence I am unfamiliar with the route. Let's search for it. If I encounter familiar scenes, I should be able to navigate using my past memories. The path was rather treacherous, littered with uneven ground and numerous bones. The dim light rendered their journey perilous. So they held hands as they proceeded. Yuan walked cautiously, warily observing their surroundings. In this dark and unfamiliar space, he felt a persistent discomfort, as if something might suddenly leap out to attack them. After a while, they stumbled upon another cave, outside of which lay a human skeleton. Yuan understood that this must be the remains of a powerful explorer from years past. Yuan, this could serve as our next resting point. If we don't discover anything new shortly, we can spend the night here. Qingxian nodded. Yes, let us keep track of the distance and time, otherwise, we might not make it back in time. The two continued to explore for a while without finding anything, so they returned to the cave they had previously discovered. The valley was filled with massive stones, and Qingxian casually pushed one that obstructed the cave entrance. No matter how many times he looked, Li Yuan felt a strange dissonance at the sight of a fairy pushing a boulder. Qingxian, what is wrong with you? Why do you look so bewildered? It's nothing at all. Master is overthinking it. Qingxian narrowed her eyes and said, do you know that when you're feeling guilty, you instinctively call me master, which means, you're lying to me? Li Yuan, under her pressure, Li Yuan revealed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qingxian was furious, twisting the soft flesh at his waist. I was wrong. Qingxian, dear Qingxian, wife. Qingxian paused in surprise, her grip loosening as tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Li Yuan was taken aback, wondering what had happened. Not wanting to see Qingxian in tears, he stepped forward to embrace her, softly saying, Don't cry, it was my thoughtless words. You are not violent at all, you are the gentlest and best woman in the world. Qingxian cried, for it was because he called her wife. With countless memories from many lifetimes, marrying Li Yuan was undoubtedly her greatest obsession. Just now she felt as if she had achieved her ultimate goal. Yuan, could you call me wife once more? Li Yuan would certainly not refuse her request. In his heart, she was already his future bride. He gently held Qingxian's shoulders, gazing deeply into her eyes, and softly said, Wife. Qingxian hugged him tightly, crying, Yuan, please don't leave me, promise me you will never leave me. I truly cannot live without you, I will not. Qingxian, listen closely, Li Yuan will love you dearly, and we shall share the same bed in life and rest in the same grave in death. If I make a mistake, a grave mistake, can you give me a chance to prove that it was not my intention? What do you mean, what mistake? You must promise me. Alright, I promise to give you a chance. I will wait for you to prove it to me. Gradually, Qingxian cried herself out. Li Yuan, as before, leaned against the rock wall, holding her in his arms, tenderly wiping the tears from her face. Yuan, for me, being with you is the most dreamlike thing. Every day, every moment, I eagerly anticipate being able to lean in your embrace like this. So, may I ask when you began to like me? It must have been many lifetimes. Li Yuan's eyebrows raised in surprise. She would speak such romantic words. Qingxian, I want to kiss you. May I? Qingxian blushed and gently nodded, with her consent. Li Yuan leaned down and kissed her. What Qingxian did not say was that she also very much enjoyed his kisses. After parting, Qingxian playfully said, Initially, it was merely that my mother insisted I find a disciple for Qingyuan Peak. And then I coincidentally encountered you, who was hanging by a thread. As you grew, I gradually discovered your uniqueness. You always wore a cheerful expression, showing kindness to everyone, never judging someone based on their status. Eventually, I realized that whenever I was by your side, my spirits would lift considerably. Although you are my disciple, it is you who takes care of me in life. You make me breakfast, remind me to take care of myself, and bring me joy. Unknowingly, I grew accustomed to having you by my side. In truth, I didn't eat breakfast because I was hungry, but because I wanted to be with you. Li Yuan, alright, then let us have breakfast together. Lunch together, dinner together, always together, until death, okay? Qingxian pouted. No, even death cannot separate us. In the next life, the life after that, for all eternity, we must be together. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then held her small hand and said, Alright. Chapter 41. Seeking an exit. The next day, they awoke in each other's embrace, opening their eyes to see the affection in one another's gaze, making the desolate land of divine punishment seem less cold. They waited until the heavenly beasts returned to their lairs before continuing their journey. After walking for a while, they discovered their path blocked, with only a dark tunnel leading to the other side. Qingxian, Yuan, we may encounter heavenly beasts next. Let us be cautious and try not to make any noise. In the eternally dim land of divine punishment, the vision of the heavenly beasts had deteriorated. While their hearing had evolved to be remarkably acute, in such a confined space, any sound would surely attract the heavenly beasts. Yuan took out a spirit stone from his storage ring to illuminate their path, allowing Mu Qingxian to free her hands, enabling her to react more agilely to any dangers. After entering the tunnel, they chose to stick to the walls, taking every step with great caution. However, soon they faced a dilemma. Encountering a fork in the path. Mu Qingxian frowned. If they chose incorrectly and entered the lair of the heavenly beasts, it would likely be a dead end for them. Yet, in the land of divine punishment, there was no wind, making it impossible to determine which path led to safety. Yuan raised the spirit stone, scanning his surroundings, and noticed an indentation high on one of the stone walls. He then pulled Mu Qingxian, who was lost in thought, over and pointed towards it, indicating that they should head there first. Mu Qingxian was unsure of his intentions but nonetheless clung to him and gently jumped up. Li Yuan leaned close to Mu Qingxian's ear and asked, "Qingxian, can heavenly beasts not see?" The tickling sensation from his breath made her ears tingle, and she blushed as she nodded. Li Yuan handed the spirit stone to Mu Qingxian and said, "You have great strength. When the time comes, throw the spirit stone in the direction we came from, the farther the better." "The louder the better." Mu Qingxian nodded and followed Li Yuan's instructions, throwing the spirit stone. The sound echoed throughout the tunnel. Moments later, the flapping of wings could be heard as a swarm of heavenly beasts emerged from the left fork, flying towards the source of the noise. Li Yuan quickly pulled Mu Qingxian into his embrace, and they crouched down to hide in the indentation. The spirit stone Li Yuan had thrown earlier illuminated the scene below, revealing at least a dozen heavenly beasts flying out. Mu Qingxian's eyes lit up. Yuan's idea was brilliant. Now it was clear which path led to the lair of the heavenly beasts. Li Yuan squeezed her small hand, signaling her to hurry and leave. Mu Qingxian nodded and, holding onto him, jumped down from the indentation, swiftly heading toward the other path. After walking for about 15 minutes, they finally exited the tunnel and found their next resting point, intending to conclude their day's journey. Li Yuan, phew, thankfully today was uneventful. Mu Qingxian, it's all thanks to Yuan's quick thinking. Cultivators tend to charge ahead without much thought. I was just pondering how to deal with the heavenly beasts if we chose incorrectly. Meanwhile, the three from Qingluan Peak were gathered outside Li Yuan's chambers, all wearing troubled expressions. "Shuang Wanling, why can't we find Master? Did Master manage to locate Senior Brother?" Yushiha, sigh, "Yes, but I believe Senior Brother is fine." The unsettling feeling from before has faded over these past few days. "This must be the bond of love between me and Senior Brother." Shuang Wanling, angry that it's not true. "You big liar, Senior Brother wouldn't have any love for you." Yushiha, watching the two bicker. Ruali sat on a small stool, resting her chin on her hands, thinking that Senior Brother hadn't responded to her that day. Nevertheless, no matter what, she had to win over Senior Brother. Time passed, and it had been 5 days since Li Yuan and Mu Qingxian left. The members of Qingluan Peak visited Mu Qingxian's main hall and Li Yuan's chambers every day, during the days of shared adversity. The bond between the two individuals rapidly intensified each day. They utilized a precious hour at noon to seek a way out, while spending the remaining time in a state of affectionate repose. One day, after walking for a short while, they stumbled upon a stagnant pool, and Mu Qingxian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing it. In her heart, she exclaimed, "I've found it. This place appeared in my previous lives. We can escape from here." Li Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Xianer, why are you lost in thought? Is something amiss here?" After regaining her composure, Mu Qingxian replied, "No. It's just that I was thinking how fortunate it is that you brought food and water from the mortal realm. Or I wouldn't know how we would have survived these past few days. Oh, isn't it customary for a fisherman to bring provisions? I prefer mortal food over spiritual items," Li Yuan remarked. With that, Mu Qingxian led Li Yuan in a certain direction, prompting him to wonder why she suddenly seemed so resolute. After a while, Li Yuan suddenly said, "Xianer, it seems we don't have much time left. Perhaps we should pause nearby and look for a resting spot." Hearing this, Mu Qingxian did not press on, although she knew there was a cave further ahead. Once inside the cave, they conducted their usual safety checks. And then Li Yuan began to prepare a meal. In this accursed land, broken branches and dead wood were abundant, making it particularly challenging for Li Yuan to start a fire, without any ignitable spiritual items or a lighter. He could only resort to friction to create flame. "Xianer, what would you like to eat? How about the roasted sweet potatoes from yesterday?" Mu Qingxian retorted angrily, "I refuse to eat that." The mere thought of yesterday's incident made her blush. Despite her current robust physique, she was still mortal, and after indulging in the sweet potatoes, she could not help but, Li Yuan chuckled, as the saying goes, one must release gas to relieve pressure, it's only natural. Besides, let's not dwell on that. Observing Mu Qingxian's intent gaze as if she wished to tear her own hands apart, he wisely decided to change the subject. He then produced several potatoes, covered them with some dirt, and placed them over the fire, recalling a favorite method of cooking from his childhood in the countryside. After finishing their meal, the two nestled together once more, and Li Yuan found great comfort in holding her close. The delightful contrast of her demeanor added an endearing quality that made him yearn to be close to her. You know, I was quite afraid of you in my childhood, you always had such a frosty demeanor. However, I later realized that you simply struggled with communication, being rather impulsive outside of your training, which made me instinctively want to care for you. Mu Qingxian huffed, that's not true, I'm like that with everyone else. It's just with you that I act this way. Li Yuan was taken aback. Is that so, some young lord? Absolutely, my friend. They continued their conversation, and when fatigue struck, they rested beside the fire using their garments as pillows. The next day, guided by her previous life's memories, Mu Qingxian seemed to navigate the treacherous terrain of the accursed land with ease. By integrating her past experiences, she swiftly eliminated many erroneous routes, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Siener, why do you suddenly seem so familiar with the way? At first, we were proceeding cautiously, but now you move without hesitation, Li Yuan remarked. A pang of anxiety gripped Mu Qingxian as she explained. This area is already on the outskirts of the accursed land. Powerful beings have documented their journeys here. Her words were a mix of truth and deceit. While records did exist, she had never seen them. Yet Li Yuan nodded, no longer doubtful. 3 days later, they approached the vicinity of the exit. Before departing, Mu Qingxian solemnly cautioned Li Yuan, Yuan, there will be no resting points ahead. We must rush out of the accursed land as swiftly as possible. If anything unexpected occurs, you must adhere to my directives. Li Yuan nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, while my physical strength pales in comparison to yours, I am still much stronger than an ordinary person, you need not worry about me. After reaching an agreement, they timed their departure to coincide with the return of the celestial beasts, with Mu Qingxian pushing aside a massive boulder as she and Li Yuan charged forth. Li Yuan trailed closely behind her. As Mu Qingxian consistently chose the correct paths, Li Yuan noticed that the terrain was gradually elevating, indicating they were ascending a slope, and the ground was uneven, making running quite laborious. Huff, Li Yuan gasped for breath, realizing that the landscape had changed. He saw no resting spots. The rocky walls were flat, devoid of the celestial beast slayers, yet an increasing number of animal carcasses littered the ground. Noticing Li Yuan's exhaustion, Mu Qingxian calculated the distance and decided to stop for a brief respite, otherwise, they would only slow down further, diminishing their chances of escape. This area marks the interface between the accursed land and the outside world, as well as a feeding ground for the celestial beasts. Animals without intelligence that wander in here inevitably become prey. I see, Li Yuan replied, so the exit is actually the most perilous place in the accursed land. I am recharged, let us keep moving. Siener. He was unwilling to squander their precious escape time, taking a deep breath before following Mu Qingxian onward. At long last, a transparent barrier materialized in the distance, and Li Yuan's heart leapt with joy. However, as he gazed at the sunlight beyond the barrier, he slipped and fell to the ground, rubbing his thigh. He was about to rise and continue running when the fearsome roar of a celestial beast echoed from the depths of the valley, momentarily stunning him. Li Yuan, run, the celestial beast is coming, Mu Qingxian shouted. Regaining his senses, he sprinted towards the barrier, but the celestial beast was swifter. In no time, it had reached their location. The celestial beast. The sound of their footsteps was akin to thunder, quickly pinpointing their position. Li Yuan's heart raced with panic. Due to his earlier fall, he had fallen behind, and he now feared he would not reach the barrier before the beast could catch up. In his heart, he resolved, no matter what, I will charge forward with all my might. I will do my part and leave the rest to fate. As long as Sienna remains unharmed, the foremost celestial beast let out a deafening roar and lunged at them. Li Yuan rolled forward to evade the attack, but in doing so, he was overtaken by the beast. Observing this, Mu Qingxian quickly turned back, seizing a stone to hurl at the beast's head. The forceful impact caused the celestial beast to stagger, allowing Li Yuan to unsheath the Li Tian sword and sever its neck. Quick, keep running, he urged. The two resumed their frantic flight, their coordination impeccable. They dispatched the beast in mere moments. However, this also granted the pursuing pack of beasts an opportunity to close in on them. Celestial beasts continuously dove from the sky, attempting to seize them, while Mu Qingxian held her ground in front. Li Yuan struggled to keep up, slowing down as he fought them off. Mu Qingxian, equally anxious, refused to watch Li Yuan come to harm. She relentlessly attacked the celestial beasts to divert their attention and alleviate some of his burden. Finally, the barrier was within reach, and Mu Qingxian felt a surge of joy. All she needed to do was stand her ground and fend off the celestial beasts, creating an opportunity for Li Yuan to escape. With the pressure reduced, Li Yuan's pace quickened considerably, but it seemed the celestial beasts were determined to prevent his escape. Abandoning their focus on Mu Qingxian to pursue him instead, seeing this, Mu Qingxian's heart raced, and she prepared to rush back to aid him against the beasts. Just then, a celestial beast's claw was poised to strike at Li Yuan's back. Li Yuan, Mu Qingxian cried out. Li Yuan sensed the danger, but as he defended against another beast's claw with the Li Tian sword, he could only grab an object nearby to shield his back. With a resounding clang, the celestial beast's claw failed to pierce the object, instead propelling Li Yuan forward toward the barrier. He grasped Mu Qingxian's hand and together they passed through the barrier. A celestial beast that had been closely pursuing them followed through, but upon crossing the barrier, it was instantly incinerated by the blazing sun. Mu Qingxian hurriedly checked to see if Li Yuan was injured. Tearing open his shirt to find no wounds and sighing in relief, she then embraced him, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "I'm so glad you're safe, so glad." Li Yuan, equally relieved, closed his eyes to relish the moment, the fragrance of Mu Qingxian soothing him. "Apologies, Xianer, for causing you worry." He gently extricated himself from her embrace, pulling her into his arms to wipe away her tears. Only then did he notice the object he had used to shield himself from the celestial beast's attack. What is this? How could there be a copper mirror in a celestial beast's feeding ground? Mu Qingxian also examined the copper mirror, noting its lightweight design, set within a device resembling a rattle, inscribed with many unfamiliar characters, lending it an air of peculiarity. "I have never seen such an object either. But it saved your life. Perhaps it is some divine artifact." Li Yuan, take it back to study. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Anything capable of withstanding a celestial beast's claw in the accursed land must be extraordinary. Even if it is merely mundane, it has still saved my life, so it can be offered as tribute." "What tribute? You've just escaped danger, and you're already thinking of mischief. So, Xianer, do you like me this way?" Upon hearing those words, Mu Qingxian's delicate face flushed crimson, and she softly replied, "I like you." Li Yuan gently pressed his lips against her rosy mouth and then said, "Xianer is truly adorable. I like you too. Moreover, your smile is enchanting. Could you perhaps smile more often?" A sweet warmth enveloped Mu Qingxian's heart as she smiled and responded, "Then I shall only smile for you. I cannot smile for anyone else. Only when I look at you." Li Yuan playfully tapped her nose, marveling inwardly at his fortune in winning the affection of the most beautiful woman in the Zhangxian realm. Mu Qingxian rose to survey her surroundings and then said, "We are near the Xianyu sect. We can directly use their teleportation array to reach Tianqi City, and from there, we shall return to the Holy Land." Li Yuan inquired, "Is the Xianyu sect so accommodating? Would they allow outsiders to utilize their teleportation array?" "Foolish Yuan, all the sects within Zhangxian Holy Land are indeed our subordinate sections. Would they dare refuse us the use of their teleportation array?" Li Yuan's understanding of the vast power of the Zhangxian Holy Land deepened as Mu Qingxian led him to the Xianyu sect. Upon revealing their identities, the elders of the sect were genuinely taken aback and respectfully escorted the two to the teleportation array. After a series of transitions, they finally returned to Qingluan Peak. Upon their return, Ruali and the others were overjoyed to see them, rushing forward to exchange pleasantries while listening to their recent experiences. Gradually, however, they noticed that Mu Qingxian was holding Li Yuan's hand tightly, and an unsettling suspicion began to form in their minds. Chapter 43. Today I realize I am myself. After Mu Qingxian finished speaking, the three women did not depart. Instead, they fixed their gaze upon her, seemingly unwilling to leave without an explanation. Mu Qingxian's cheeks reddened as she urged Li Yuan to return first, stating that she would explain everything to them. Once he had left, Shuang Wanling, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Master, how could you do this?" Yu Shiha added, "Master, could it be true that you unseen your brother? This is unacceptable." Though Ruali remained silent, she had come to an understanding. When she had previously suggested that her master betroth her to senior brother, the reaction had been so intense because of this very matter, although Mu Qingxian felt a twinge of guilt. She was unwilling to yield on this matter. "Ahem, as you have surmised, Yuan and I have already expressed our feelings for one another and will become partners." Ruali had never witnessed Li Yuan exhibit any inappropriate behavior towards her master. Something must have happened while they were away. Moreover, there had never been a time in any of her past lives where her master and senior brother had been together, Ruali implored. Master, tell us, did you do something to senior brother that caused this? He has never shown any romantic inclination before. Yushiha echoed. Indeed, master, did you do something? Mu Qingxian huffed. What does it matter to you? Regardless, the deed is done. I must warn you, do not entertain any thoughts about your senior brother, Shuang Wanling retorted. Absolutely not. Master must have employed some trickery. I refuse to give up on senior brother. If worst comes to worst, I shall be senior brother's lover. Yushiha concurred. Exactly, master, this is unfair. I refuse to accept it. I will certainly win over senior brother. Ruali nodded in agreement, indicating her solidarity. Mu Qingxian, exclaimed disobedient disciples, all of you. Meanwhile, upon returning to his quarters, Li Yuan felt restless, sensing that something was amiss, musing whether he should seek refuge elsewhere. Deciding to eat first, he chided himself, why am I even thinking about food? If my premonition comes true, running away will be futile. Thus, he opened the door to escape, only to collide with a familiar figure. Wu Wu's senior brother, master is being unreasonable. Today, I shall fly together with you. Li Yuan. Then another figure lunged at him. Senior brother, you promised to give Shiha a chance to win your heart. You are breaking your word, therefore, I will no longer wait. Today, I shall claim you. Li Yuan. Before he could recover, yet another figure crashed into him. Ruali, unable to articulate her feelings, only managing to whimper as she clung to him. Li Yuan. At that moment, an irate voice pierced through the air. Li Yuan, what are you doing? Li Yuan's inner thoughts, it's over. Shuang Wanling seized the opportunity, countering, Master, earlier, you asked me if I had feelings for senior brother and advised me to keep my distance. Was that because of this? Mu Qingxian felt a pang of guilt. She had been so focused on making Li Yuan fall in love with her, attempting to warm him gradually, that she had overlooked the potential threats around her. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently ignited a rivalry among her disciples, prompting her to take action, yet now she found herself at a disadvantage. You all come with me, I will discuss this with you. But you must not act recklessly, Yushiha pouted. Who could possibly be more reckless than you? We were merely trying to rescue senior brother, and now he has become master's consort, Li Yuan. You little girl, if you cannot speak properly, then perhaps you should remain silent. Ultimately, the three were led away by Mu Qingxian, who cast a dangerous glance back at the bewildered Li Yuan. He reclined on a chaise lounge. Pondering the absurdity of the situation, he retrieved a copper mirror from his storage ring and spoke to it. Magic mirror, tell me, who is, tell me how I can escape the impending reckoning and save myself once more. The mirror suddenly glowed, startling Li Yuan, who flung it away. What the hell? What is going on? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Cautiously, he approached it, nudging it with his foot, discovering that it was merely glowing without any further action. He picked it up again and lay back down, examining the mirror closely, ultimately gazing at his own reflection, and soon fell asleep. Countless images flashed through Li Yuan's mind, accompanied by the emotions of despair, pain, and sorrow. In reality, tears streamed down his tightly shut eyes, his face contorted in agony. After a mere 15 minutes, Li Yuan jolted upright, surveying the familiar yet strange surroundings, his expression dazed. Today I realize I am myself. Why am I not dead? Did the plan from my previous life fail? And why did I awaken before Yi Fan appeared? What about the system? Not at all, I am merely a system. How could I harbor any ill intentions? Li Yuan clutched his head, exclaiming, wait, how could there be so many changes in this life? He was certain that in each of his past lives, before confessing to Mu Qingxian, the people of Qingluan Peak interacted with him with utmost propriety. Shuang Wanling had never been this clingy, let alone Ruali and Uxahe. Li Yuan lay back down, attempting to make sense of the current situation. Murmuring, Yushiha has revealed her true feelings earlier than expected. Ruali seems to have expressed her affections, and Shuang Wanling is not quite the same. Most importantly, memories of his fall into the realm of divine retribution resurfaced. The timing of his descent had been altered, and Mu Qingxian had come to rescue him, even going so far as to be with him there. Li Yuan touched his lips, scoffing, what is this? Yet I have already declared, I shall no longer love you. Mu Qingxian, he felt utterly exhausted, as if he were on the brink of collapse, and thus closed his eyes once more, succumbing to slumber. In the grand hall of Mu Qingxian, the three disciples continued to bargain with her, observing their relentless determination. Mu Qingxian felt overwhelmed. Wearily she asked, what is it that you desire? Speak. Yushiha asserted, Master cannot prevent me from pursuing senior brother. That is my minimum requirement, Shuang Wanling echoed. I feel the same, Ruoli nodded, indicating her agreement. Mu Qingxian found it hard to accept, yet realized that continuing this way was futile, so she relented. Very well. But you must not pressure I Yuan or employ any coercive tactics. It must be a natural affection. Yu Shiha's large eyes twinkled with mischief. Then master must not suggest or imply that senior brother cannot accept us. Nor whisper in his ear. A temporary truce was reached, and thus commenced an unconventional war upon Qinghuan Peak. Little did they know, Li Yuan was no longer the same as before, at least not entirely. Meanwhile, after conversing with the three girls, Mu Qingxian made her way to Li Yuan's quarters, where she found him sleeping on a chaise lounge. Pouting, she nestled beside him, embracing him as she drifted off to sleep. Li Yuan opened his eyes to behold Mu Qingxian's serene sleeping face, a myriad of complex emotions washing over him. Did he harbor feelings for her? The answer was affirmative, but did he also harbor resentment? Perhaps that was true as well, yet he found himself incapable of turning against them. Sighing, he thought perhaps it would be better to leave. I am truly wearied. In this lifetime, I shall seek a place to hide. Awaiting Yifan's arrival, Chapter 44, Li Yuan departs Qinghuan Peak the next day. Mu Qingxian awoke from the chaise lounge draped in Li Yuan's robe. She inhaled the scent lingering on it with a sense of longing before rising to search for him. Yuan, not in the room. Perhaps he is making breakfast. She traversed the garden, arriving at the kitchen, yet found no sign of Li Yuan. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, where else could Yuan possibly be? At that moment, Ruoli and her companions arrived. Shuang Wanling exclaimed, Xiang Ling is here. Yu Shiha remarked, no one is around. Just as Ruoli was about to check the backyard, Mu Qingxian emerged from the garden. Upon seeing her, the trio performed a respectful disciple's greeting before inquiring about Li Yuan's whereabouts. Mu Qingxian shook her head and replied, I do not know either. When I awakened, I found that Yuan had already vanished. Shuang Wanling, alert, asked, awakened, Master, did you sleep here last night? Ruoli and Yu Shiha exchanged glances, clearly troubled. Mu Qingxian retorted, Fei Yuan now belongs to me. Is it not permissible for me to rest beside him? The three, unable to express their anger, could only cast her forlorn glances. Unfazed, Mu Qingxian strode into Li Yuan's room. Once the four entered, they discovered a letter lying on the table, an ominous feeling washing over them. Mu Qingxian opened the letter, which began with the words left by Li Yuan. As she read on, she found the message stating, By the time you read this letter, I should have already departed from Songshan Sacred Land. As for where I am heading, I do not know. I just feel utterly exhausted, to the point that even breathing feels laborious. Mu Qingxian's eyes widened in shock. She had heard Li Yuan express weariness before. But that was, in a past life. Although she was unaware of the cause behind the drastic changes at Qinghuan Peak, she truly felt fatigued. You may consider that I have long since perished. Please release me. A stream of tears cascaded down Mu Qingxian's face, for she was all too aware of what had transpired. Li Yuan had awakened his memories yesterday, unbeknownst to them. The trio, perplexed by Mu Qingxian's unusual demeanor, waited until she left the room in a daze before gathering to examine the contents of the letter. Mu Qingxian gazed at the bronze mirror on the stone table, knowing it was responsible for the events. Yet she could not vent her frustrations, as these were matters Li Yuan ought to know. Yuan, I am sorry. I never intended to conceal anything from you. It is unjust to you. I have promised to draw near to you in this life. Wait for me, and I will surely find you. Inside, apart from Shuang Wanling, the others were already in tears. Shuang Wanling murmured to herself, why did Xiang say such things? Why did he leave a letter and vanish suddenly? I must go find him, Yu Shiha cautioned Wanling. Let us, wait a moment, let Xiang clear his mind first. After we have wept, we can pursue him. Shuang Wanling, not comprehending their intentions, felt angered by their refusal to let her search for Xiang and ran back to her quarters with reddened eyes. Yu Shiha remarked, Second sister, you understood the letter, did you not? Have you awakened memories from previous lives as well? Ruoli nodded, folding the letter neatly before placing it back in its prior position. Ruoli stated, in this life, I must atone for the harm I caused Xiang in past lives, and I am determined to fulfill my long-held wish to be with him. The two sat together, exchanging information, both aware that they had long harbored feelings for Li Yuan. Everything had begun to unravel after Yifan's arrival, which forced them to distance themselves from him and cause him pain. Yu Shiha declared vehemently, aside from finding Xiang, we must also deal with Yifan. This time, he must feel the torment he inflicted upon Xiang, and we shall repay him 100-fold. Ruoli, her eyes gleaming with resolve, nodded in agreement. Yu Shiha continued, Wait, Master also left in tears. She understood the letter as well. That means she too has awakened her memories, but if Master has awakened her memories, why, Ruoli wrote in the air. We can only see our own memories. While we were unaware, Shixiang and Master must have experienced something significant. Yushiha pondered for a moment before saying, Sister, have you noticed that before bringing back Yifan? Master seemed to be deliberately avoiding Shixiang. Does that not strike you as unusual? Mu Qingxian, with her exceptional cultivation, could distinctly hear their conversation. When initially surprised that they too had awakened their memories, she was soon engulfed by a wave of sorrow as their words conjured a vivid memory from her past. Stepping into the room, she waved her hand, and a scene from the past materialized before the two. Yushiha gasped, So, this is how it all unfolded. Mu Qingxian lamented, Indeed, the origin of it all lies with me. Had I not been cowardly, unwilling to accept a yuan, perhaps, Ruoli interjected. Master, there is no need for self-reproach. None of this was within our control. Even if you had embraced Shixiang, Aixia, or Wanling would still have brought Yifan back. Yushiha added, Yes, destiny cannot be defied. Even if it were not us, I dare say Yifan would eventually arrive at Songshan Sacred Land, meeting us and igniting the threads of fate. Ruali suggested, Let Shixiang have some time alone. In a few days, we shall set out to find him. It is also prudent to devise a plan to restore him to his original self. In Baifeng City, Li Yuan sat in a tavern observing the bustling street and smiling to himself. How delightful it was that no one recognized him. There were no shouts for him to be chased away. Allowing him to quietly enjoy his meal, just then, a voice interrupted his peace. Oi, this spot is coveted by my shimmy. Vacate it at once, or you may find yourself injured. Li Yuan sighed, just as he had hoped for a serene dining experience. He encountered an annoying fool. After countless lifetimes, he simply wished to revel in his joy without turning around. He retorted, Oh, just because your shimmy has set her sights on this spot, I must yield, if she fancies your father. Should I then allow her to have him as well? The young man was momentarily taken aback, his anger boiling, as his shimmy, who was known for her social prowess within their sect, had never been subjected to such insults. Li Yuan shook his head, dismissing the street view, for his good mood had dissipated the moment he encountered this foolish dog. He gestured with his hand, summoning a spiritual entity that struck the group. Though they attempted to defend themselves, they were sent flying into a wall. This 100 Ghosts night walk can truly be driven by spiritual energy. How intriguing. He had not expected the ghostly arts he had mastered in his previous life to be applicable now. And utilizing spiritual power made it all the more effortless. Previously, he had summoned real ghosts, only able to direct their actions vaguely. Now, however, it was his own energy, allowing him to command them precisely. Li Yuan smirked at the group. Have you realized you've bitten off more than you can chew? Now, get out of my sight. The young man, hearing this, attempted to flee with his companions, but to his surprise, the very shimmy he had sought to impress approached Li Yuan instead. Bowing respectfully, she said, We were reckless earlier. Please do not take offense, esteemed friend. If you do not mind, I would like to pour you a drink as an apology. Li Yuan glanced at the stunned young men and remarked, You see, take my advice. Those who fawn over others end up with nothing, my iron brother. With that, he paid them no further heed. As he had nearly finished his meal, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished from the window. The young woman sighed quietly at Li Yuan's departure, feeling a sense of regret. When he had turned back earlier, she had intended to strike up a conversation, for her pursuit of cultivation was driven by the desire to find a powerful and handsome ally like him. Chapter 45, The Air of Freedom. That night Li Yuan wandered through the bustling marketplace, inhaling the fragrant air filled with freedom and the scent of hormones, observing the pairs of passers-by, men and women. The young and the old, and even same-sex couples. Li Yuan remarked, What, is there a South Tong? The cultivation world is not so simple after all, but this feeling of ease is truly a long-lost delight. He thought that he could sit in a private school, watching children read for an entire day, though there was a high likelihood he would be mistaken for a nefarious uncle and ultimately captured by the city guards. Passing a pavilion, a man gazing at the moon suddenly exclaimed, The winds tonight are quite boisterous. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow in disdain, wishing to bypass the man. However, the man repeated himself, this time louder. Drawing the attention of several onlookers alone in the pavilion, and with only Li Yuan outside, the odd stares from those nearby made Li Yuan feel as though he were being targeted, narrowing his eyes. He silently approached the group, sharing their scrutinizing gaze fixed on the man. The man, feeling the pressure, turned with an awkward smile, I apologize for disturbing you all, I was merely joking with a friend. The crowd collectively scoffed and returned to their own affairs, yet the man cast a resentful glance at Li Yuan. Li Yuan warned, Don't push me to the point of striking you. Did you not just attempt to drag me down with you? The man protested. What are you saying? I simply saw you gazing longingly out the window during the day at the inn. Your expression steeped in melancholy. I felt a kinship with you and wished to befriend you. Li Yuan thought to himself, Kinship? You are mistaken. I share no resemblance to you whatsoever, seeing Li Yuan's silence. The man continued, my name is Hua Yunzhao, may I ask for your name? Li Yuan genuinely wished to avoid such a pretentious, artsy young man, sensing that he would engage in behaviors he deemed sophisticated but would ultimately embarrass those around him. Hua Yunzhao relentlessly pursued Li Yuan, who, overwhelmed, swiftly vanished into the city. Hua Yunzhao, momentarily stunned, pouted, why run? There is no one in the sacred land to converse with. I've finally found someone who might engage with me. You are my friend now. Stepping away from the bustling city, Li Yuan found himself enveloped in a profound tranquility and comfort. What do you say? Is this not the essence of seclusion? The great recluse hides within the city. Where would one find such delectable treats in the desolate mountains? In this world, only culinary delights and the sweet embrace of slumber are worthy of our devotion. A being distanced from them truly brings comfort. No matter where I am, let those chaotic matters recede into the distance. I am free at last. The resounding cry of Li Yuan echoed through the serene forest, drawing the ire of a beast lurking within. It responded with an indignant roar, dare to challenge me, come and see. Moments later, a leopard wreathed in blue flames emerged from the shadows. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, oh, a fifth-tier netherfire leopard. Do not approach me. In the blink of an eye, he had set up a campfire by the riverbank, grilling meat while venting his frustrations. I warned you not to come near, yet you choose to ignore me? You refused to heed my warnings, and now, under the cover of night, you force me to indulge in a midnight snack, though I had no desire for it. By the way, what exactly is that sky-replenishing pill? Does it truly exist in the Tsongxian realm? Even as a ninth-tier alchemist in my past life, I had never heard of it. Where did Mu Qingxian procure such a thing? However, with the multitude of changes in this life, he soon dismissed the thought, recognizing it was not necessarily a negative development. It seems a 5-element stoneheart has appeared nearby, a significant event that once stirred considerable commotion, though it remains unclear who ultimately claimed it. Perhaps, I should retrieve it and then break through to the golden core stage. Li Yuan intended to first acquire the stoneheart and then utilize the heavenly thunder bamboo to temper his body with the Shin thunder, allowing him to form a first-tier divine pattern golden core, a method imparted to him by the system. In previous instances, by the time the system appeared, he had already reached the golden core stage, leaving him little opportunity to experiment. Now that he had awakened early in this life, he resolved to attain perfection at each stage. The following day, Li Yuan arrived ahead of time at the site where the 5-element stone heart was said to manifest. When it had first appeared, it radiated with 5-colored divine light, attracting numerous powerful factions and culminating in a fierce treasure hunt. Once the time felt right, Li Yuan inscribed divine patterns around the area, preparing to set up a formation to isolate it, preventing any future disturbances caused by the stoneheart. This truly was a monumental task. Had it been in his previous cultivation state, he could have effortlessly formed the array with a mere thought. After completing the inscriptions, he took a portion of the netherfire leopard's meat to prepare a grilled meat rice bowl for himself. Wishing he had some cumin to enhance the flavor. As he savored his meal, reveling in the peaceful moments, he reflected on events from previous lives. Yifan, what a simple yet imposing name, though destiny may prevent me from besting you. Should you seek trouble with me in this life, I shall at least ensure you suffer greatly. Meanwhile, Yifan was mingling with a group from a sect exploring a secret realm. The elder Xiantian had informed him that within this secret realm lay a dragon scale, inscribed with the precise location of a powerful inheritance within the starry secret realm. Yifan remained unassuming, presenting himself as a mediocre cultivator at the initial crystallization stage. The others had invited him to join primarily to bolster their numbers. Upon entering the chamber, they rummaged through the treasures within, while a shadow flickered across Yifan's eyes. He sensed that these individuals intended to seize what was rightfully his. Discreetly, he placed a demon bait stone at the entrance of the stone chamber and set off to locate the dragon scale as mentioned by Elder Xiantian. Shortly thereafter, screams echoed through the air, and a smirk crept onto Yifan's lips. He returned only after witnessing them engage in a fierce battle with the beast, leaving them severely wounded. Upon his arrival, a female cultivator exclaimed, Yifan, my friend, you must flee, this beast is beyond our capabilities. The others stared at her in confusion. Are you even aware of what you're saying? Is it not better to have an additional ally in this perilous situation? If you tell him to run, what becomes of us? Yifan let out a scoff and swiftly dispatched the beast. The remaining cultivators became increasingly wary, realizing Yifan had concealed his strength while accompanying them, and now reappeared amidst their injuries. Anyone would sense something amiss. However, the female cultivator blushed, gazing at him with admiration. Yifan, you were so formidable. Were you here to save me? The others thought inwardly, what a poet. Indeed, Yifan approached with an impassive expression, towering over them as he remarked, "I presume you have discovered quite a few treasures, for which I thank you for your assistance in my treasure hunt. Allow me to escort you on your journey." A chill ran down their spines, and in the next instant, they all met their end, leaving only the dazed female cultivator behind. It was only then that she snapped back to reality. Fear etched across her face as she gazed at Yifan. With a sinister grin, Yifan stated, "Do you know why I spared your life? Because it would be a shame to kill you off so easily. Why not enjoy some time together, and when I grow weary of your company, I shall send you on your way." What do you intend to do? Do not come any closer, do not come any closer. 5 minutes later, Yifan emerged from the stone chamber, satisfaction written across his face as he meticulously packed their storage rings, planning to extract the valuable items later while selling the rings themselves to merchants. Elder Xian Tian mused that this young man must have indulged excessively in pleasures. His behavior clearly indicated a youthful obsession with beauty. "Indeed, I, Yifan, am invincible," he proclaimed with confidence. Little did he know, had he not altered his path due to an inexplicable sense of danger, he would soon stumble upon the 5 elements stone heart during a treasure hunt. Chapter 46. Can Shuang Wanling break the deadlock? Within the Zhongxian Holy Land, an eerie sense of sorrow pervaded the entirety of Qingluan Peak. As Mu Qingxian, Ruoli, and Yushi found themselves consumed by thoughts of despair and unrest, while Shuang Wanling incessantly clamored to venture forth in search of Li Yuan, the system, meanwhile, was comfortably indulging in an imaginary melon in the void. Speaking of which, when Li Yuan awakened, it was not solely marked by numbness and despair in his eyes. Clearly, the actions they took previously bore significance. It is now time for someone to turn the situation around. That night, after Shuang Wanling had fallen into a deep slumber, the system materialized, startling her awake. Hey, do not be alarmed, little one. I am here to assist you. Assist me. Do you not wish to find your senior brother? Do you not wish to know why he suddenly departed? Tell me, I want my brother." With a mischievous grin, the system transported her consciousness back in time, allowing her to witness the events of the past unfold. "Senior brother, why have you changed? You were never like this before. Senior brother, why did you steal this celestial herb? If you desire it, you could have simply told me. Senior brother, why did you strike Yifan? He has just arrived at Qingluan Peak and has done you no harm." Until the moment Li Yuan was expelled from Qingluan Peak, Shuang Wanling watched helplessly, murmuring, "Why did this happen? I believed in my brother. Why did this come to pass?" After the system's explanations, Shuang Wanling finally comprehended everything, bitterly smiling as she remarked, "So it seems my brother has also awakened his memories. No wonder, rather than be harmed by us. It is better for him to leave early, is it not?" Yet, the once innocent and endearing Shuang Wanling now bore a fierce glint in her eyes, gazing at Yifan's self-satisfied demeanor on the screen. Wishing to tear him apart limb from limb, the scene shifted. She had departed from Qingluan Peak and soon discovered that as long as she distanced herself from Yifan, her thoughts would return to normal, allowing her to seek out her brother. However, she understood that the wounds her brother had suffered at Qingluan Peak would be difficult to heal, especially with her face being a constant reminder of his pain. During an exploration of a secret realm, she acquired a treasure known as the Transformation Bracelet, which granted the wearer the ability to transform into a beast, albeit limited to a level not exceeding the user's cultivation. Upon transforming, the user could sacrifice the bracelet to avoid death, a mere cost of breaking the bracelet. Shuang Wanling was not particularly concerned with the life-saving function, rather, she relished the idea of concealing her original faith through this transformation. Should someone attempt to manipulate her, transforming into a beast would render her non-existent, thus escaping any potential predicaments. Overjoyed, she recognized that even if Yifan were to appear, he would be unable to influence her thoughts. Although this immunity would only apply while in beast form, it was more than sufficient for her. One day, she inscribed a young spiritual cat into the transformation bracelet, subsequently transforming into a red and white patterned feline. With 2 red ribbons adorning her ears, satisfied with her appearance, she set forth on her journey to find Li Yuan. By now Li Yuan had gained a formidable reputation, and Shuang Wanling was aware that all of this was orchestrated by Yifan. However, this made it easier for her to locate Li Yuan. She transformed into a spiritual cat near the mountain stream where Li Yuan regularly fetched water, feigning an injury to her leg and wailing pitifully by the roadside. As expected, Li Yuan passed by and picked her up. With great care, Li Yuan bandaged her wound and said, "How did you come to be injured here? Had I not found you, you would have been in grave danger. I reside nearby, and all the locals have fled. No one would have been able to save you." Shuang Wanling responded. "Meow." Li Yuan remarked, "So adorable. What can I say? I have a soft spot for fluffy creatures." Shuang Wanling thought to herself, it was precisely because I knew this that I transformed into a spiritual cat. Hold me, quickly hold me. Li Yuan cradled her in his arms, and as she nestled against him, enjoying the warmth, he suddenly lifted her by her front paws. By the way, are you male or female? Allow me to take a look, Shuang Wanling exclaimed. Meow, she waved her 4 tiny paws and with a smile said to Li Yuan, it seems she is indeed a female cat. She can even be shy, haha. In the realm of consciousness, Shuang Wanling shed tears while forcing a smile, murmuring, Senior brother Ling has made a mistake. Will you forgive me? Living together in such an oblivious manner is quite wonderful, isn't it? Thus, the two spent a brief period of tranquility together. Regrettably, such a good time was fleeting, for Yifan would not let Li Yuan off easily. One day, observing Yifan accompanied by several so-called righteous cultivators, Li Yuan nonchalantly remarked, What's this? Do you think bringing these useless individuals will suffice to capture me? Yifan retorted to Li Yuan, do not be too arrogant. As a demon cultivator whom everyone seeks to eliminate, it is one thing not to hide, but to ostentatiously reside here is a gross underestimate of our immortal alliance. Ha, demon cultivator, you know best whether I am one or not. However, it matters not. In my eyes, since they are foolish enough to assist you, they are unworthy of sympathy. Killing them is a mercy. Shuang Wanling yearned to aid Li Yuan, yet she understood that to dispel her demonic transformation would inevitably affect her mind. If she did not dispel it, she would remain too weak. The impending battle was about to commence. At Yifan's command, the crowd surged towards Li Yuan, an onslaught of blades and spells converging, leveling the entire mountain range in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan dispersed the dust, standing there as if he were a true immortal, unblemished, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Gently stroking the spirit cat cradled in his arms, Li Yuan said, Useless beings are indeed useless, they are just like you, Yifan, all are mere waste, relying on luck to reach this point, truly, absurd. Yifan felt a crack in his defenses. Apart from Li Yuan, he had never been defeated by anyone, not even drawn to a stalemate, yet Li Yuan always seemed to have the upper hand. He then thought to himself, if he could recruit those individuals from Qingluan Peak, as long as he could cultivate with them, Yifan would be invincible. What was Li Yuan, after all, but a trifling matter? Those wretched individuals, Yifan laughed, what of unparalleled talent, you were still expelled from your sect. Who stands by your side now among those you treated sincerely? Ultimately, they will belong to me, Yifan. At this, Shuang Wanling was nearly driven to fury, glaring at Yifan with resentment. Yifan also noticed the spirit cat in Li Yuan's arms. However, he paid no heed to the fragile creature. Seizing the moment while Li Yuan was engaged in battle, Yifan launched a surprise attack from the shadows. Shuang Wanling's focus had been entirely on Yifan, and upon noticing, she swiftly propelled herself forward, using her demonic form to block Yifan's ambush. Yifan's face darkened. Useless cat, you've thwarted my plans. Seeing Shuang Wanling's demonic form fall, Li Yuan was consumed by rage, unleashing a massacre. No one survived except for Yifan. Meanwhile, the fleeing Yifan also discerned that Li Yuan still held feelings for those at Qingluan Peak. After recovering from his injuries, he exploited this weakness to set up an elaborate trap, ultimately killing Li Yuan. Shuang Wanling cried, Wu senior brother, do not leave me behind. System, did you see? This is the reason I in this lifetime, the 4 of you have already severed your fates, and Li Yuan has now regained his memories. Do you understand why you are the key to bringing Li Yuan back? Is it the demon transformation ring? As long as I can prove to senior brother that I am merely a victim of circumstance, he will surely forgive me. That is not enough. He must witness your resolve, see all that you have done, and understand that you defied the heavens and the path for him. Shuang Wanling's gaze was resolute as she declared, I understand now. First, I will retrieve senior brother, and then I will exact vengeance. In this lifetime, I will ensure senior brother suffers no more. I will personally skin Yifan alive. Just then, a startled Yifan was awakened from his slumber, the familiar sensation returning. He resolved to choose a different route the following day, seeking a greater sense of security. Chapter 47. Returned to Baifeng City the next day. When Ruoli went to visit Shuang Wanling, she discovered that she was not in her chamber. Searching throughout Qingluan Peak yielded no results, prompting her to hurriedly seek out Mu Qingxian. Upon hearing the news, Mu Qingxian remarked, Wanling must have secretly gone to find Li Yuan? Ruoli nodded and wrote, That seems likely. The junior sister is inexperienced in worldly matters. This venture could prove ill-fated. Go fetch one of her personal belongings, while it may not lead us directly to Li Yuan, it should suffice in locating Wanling. Meanwhile, Shuang Wanling was already hurrying toward the secret realm where the demon transformation ring was hidden. The realm was not vast and posed no significant danger. With her awakened sacred body, she was more than capable of handling it. Shuang Wanling asked the system, "You mentioned that as long as I get close to senior brother, I would be able to find him. How close must I be?" "Approximately the size of a city. As long as Li Yuan has not retreated to the wilderness, we will surely discover him while moving about the city." Li Yuan had been waiting at the location where the five elements' heart was to manifest for nearly 10 days. On this particular day, the central array trembled incessantly, heralding the imminent emergence of the five elements' heart. "Finally, it is about to appear. After waiting so long as a wild man, I must indulge in some fine food in the city afterward." When the heart manifested, the tremors were felt within 1,000 miles, causing many cultivators to speculate whether a treasure had appeared. After waiting for a considerable time, however, they found no signs of anything unusual. What is happening? Is it merely an ordinary earthquake? That shouldn't be the case. Baifeng City is protected by the sacred land of 10,000 laws. Logically, there should be no earthquakes here. Could it be that because of the sacred land's protection, the tremors were fleeting and did not manifest? Others agreed with this reasoning, exclaiming, "Brother, your insight is commendable," and dismissed the matter. Li Yuan held a transparent cube inscribed with divine symbols on all 6 faces, within which floated a colorful heart. So this is how it looks. It is said that this heart possesses all 5 elemental properties, and each attribute is purer than the individual elemental energies. The key is the spirit marrow inside. Consuming it allows any cultivator below the enlightenment realm to achieve perfection. What I lack the most right now is a breakthrough. Li Yuan, with the memories of several lifetimes, could not possibly face a bottleneck in cultivation. He planned to use the spirit marrow to reach the perfection of the golden core after his breakthrough, then refine the transformation pill to advance to the spirit embryo stage. However, the heavenly Tao's original infant energy was elusive. He would take his time and procure a heavenly thunder bamboo in preparation for the golden core breakthrough. Upon returning to Baifeng City, Li Yuan headed straight to the market, exchanging the demon core of the netherfire leopard for spirit stones, selling it for a staggering 400 high-grade spirit stones. Wow, demon cores are indeed valuable. No wonder weapon refiners are all wealthy. Thankfully, I am as well. Li Yuan did not have an abundance of auxiliary materials at hand. A single demon core could not be refined into anything meaningful, rather than let it gather dust. It was better to sell it, especially since he was currently in need of funds. With all preparations complete, he found a location capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, setting up an array, and entered to adjust his state, intending to break through under the full moon using the utmost yin energy combined with the utmost yang energy of thunder punishment. As night fell, Li Yuan opened his eyes, crushed the heart, and began absorbing the elemental energy from the shards. His spiritual sea transformed into a whirlpool, and moments later, the embryonic form of a golden core emerged from its center. Li Yuan smiled, then pierced the heavenly thunder bamboo to extract its juice, feeling a tingling sensation as it entered his mouth. "Ugh, disgusting, like pepper water." Li Yuan disdainfully commented, and in the next moment lightning coursed across his body, causing him to involuntarily convulse, experiencing a peculiar numbness. In a physical sense, several lightning marks appeared on the golden core, prompting Li Yuan to think, "Let us not get struck down, shall we?" Just as he believed there would be no surprises, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, as if a great calamity were approaching. No way, a tribulation? I'm only at the golden core stage. Isn't this a mistake? Isn't a tribulation supposed to occur only after breaking through to the original infant stage? A golden bolt of lightning descended directly onto Li Yuan's array. With a light chuckle, he said, "Since it has come, let's see what it brings. Hiding here is not my style." He pressed his hand to his brow, then pointed at the calamity cloud. The Li Tian sword shot forth from his brow, and with a light leap, Li Yuan exited the array to follow, the two, a man and a sword, flying straight toward the calamity cloud. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yuan, clad in tattered garments, landed gracefully atop the Li Tian sword, yet his body bore no injuries, appearing remarkably clean, with a faintly visible golden core inscribed with divine symbols on his abdomen. Li Yuan chuckled, "You're still lacking iron, bro. You need more practice." After changing into a fresh outfit, Li Yuan returned to Baifeng City, feeling uplifted by the bustling, vibrant streets. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "The wind today is rather boisterous, Li Yuan. What the hell, Zhou, Bushijmeng, are you still waiting here for me?" Hua Yunzhao replied, Fellow Taoist, if this isn't fate, then what is? Just yield to me," with a grim expression. Li Yuan retorted, "What exactly do you want?" Hua Yunzhao opened his folding fan with a flourish and smiled. "Naturally, to make a friend with you." Li Yuan, with a strange expression, gazed at the characters on the fan, feeling a sense of reunion with an old acquaintance. "Whose handwriting is this on your fan? What style is it?" Hua Yunjiao gleefully replied, it is none other than mine, let us call it the Hua style. Li Yuan mused internally, Hua style, this seems more akin to the Kuan style, each character resembles my brother's dance. Li Yuan uncertainly remarked, you, the palace's jade liquid wine. Hua Yunjiao responded, huh, what are you talking about? My friend, Li Yuan sighed with relief, saying, it's nothing, just bring your folding fan when the court convenes, Hua Yunjiao replied. Fine, my name is Li Yuan, now we are acquainted. I suggest we each return to our own homes and find our respective mothers. No way, I just escaped and haven't had enough fun. My father passed away early, and later my mother met my current father during her transformation. It took me a lot of effort to break free. Li Yuan observed him and thought he hardly seemed like someone with a troubled life. Curious, he asked, is your stepfather unkind to you? It's stepfather, and no, he treats me very well. I just escaped out of boredom. I wanted to see the world. Li Yuan retorted, then why all that fuss earlier? You could have simply said you were bored and wanted to play. Was that whole backstory necessary? Was it unnecessary? I thought it would give you some understanding of my family situation, Li Yuan snapped. Did I express any desire to learn about your family? Regretting having engaged in conversation with him, Li Yuan felt that despite being an artsy young man, he could be quite dim-witted at times. As he turned to leave, Hua Yunjiao trailed behind, and the two formed a temporary alliance. Chapter 48, The Evil Cultivator of Baifeng City in the Fishing Village. Shuang Wanling veiled, paused before the archway, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Here again, she mused, but this time I know the way, there's no need to search for that map, I'll head straight there upon entering the village. The villagers, noticing her splendid attire, recognized her distinguished status and dared not approach her. Upon reaching the lakeside, she stepped onto the surface of the lake, which froze upon her touch. She walked slowly toward the lake's center on the ice. The reason for starting from the shore was to use it as a reference. Otherwise she would struggle to locate the secret realm amidst the vast waters. Feeling she was nearing the secret realm, Shuang Wanling cast the water avoidance spell and submerged to the lake's bottom, where she discovered a slightly distorted space amidst the overgrown weeds. At that moment, several members of Qingluan Peak also detected Shuang Wanling's location and hurried over. Yushi curiously inquired, it seems like junior sister has some goal in mind. What's going on? Mu Qingxian remarked, I was worried she might encounter danger, but it seems we were overthinking. She's likely awakened some memories, but we don't know her intentions. Yushi responded, really? Is that so? Ruoli suggested, I believe whatever junior sister is doing ultimately concerns senior brother. Why don't we follow her for a while? Perhaps she truly has a way to find senior brother. Mu Qingxian's eyes lit up, yes, as long as we locate a Yuan and get his agreement to return to Qingluan Peak. The rest can be handled gradually. Upon returning from the secret realm, Shuang Wanling gazed at the transformation bracelet in her hand, a joyful expression gracing her features. All that remained was to engrave the spirit cat within the bracelet. In Baifeng City, Li Yuan spent several mid-grade spirit stones to secure a decent room, preparing to relax for the day, when a knock interrupted him. With a look of annoyance, he opened the door, exclaiming, what do you want? Can I not enjoy some peace? Hua Yunjiao replied, peace? When I didn't disturb you while you were sleeping, what are you doing in your room during the day? Well, I paid for this room myself. Wouldn't it be a waste not to stay? Hua Yunjiao paused, considering the logic in his words, then shook his head. There's a courtesan out today. Don't you want to see? Li Yuan snapped, next time. Please get straight to the point, let us go. The two found a tavern where Hua Yunjiao casually tossed a pouch of high-grade spirit stones to the tavern keeper, who was taken aback. Having never witnessed such grandeur, he respectfully ushered them into a private room. Li Yuan scoffed, rich folks, what is so impressive about wealth? Hua Yunjiao replied, the view here is quite nice. I hear the courtesan's sedan chair is nearly 2 stories high. So we're perfectly situated at her eye level. Li Yuan nodded and began drinking with Hua Yunjiao, though Hua Yunjiao's drinking capacity was akin to that of a child. Ha, I thought you could handle more. Even my cousin's dog drinks better than you, Hua Yunjiao protested. I've never had a drink before. Isn't it normal to have a poor tolerance? You're quite harsh with your words. Li Yuan pinched his mouth. Sure, I don't converse with weaklings. Before long, the previously deserted street became lively, and Li Yuan looked at the approaching sedan chair with an expression of indifference. Hua Yunjiao exclaimed, didn't you say you wanted to see the courtesan? Why do you seem uninterested now that she has arrived? I merely wanted to join the excitement. I never said I wanted to see her, and I've encountered those more beautiful than her. Does Li brother have a partner? Not really. Suddenly Li Yuan thought of Mu Qingxian, his words trailing off. Not really. What kind of nonsense was that? Either one has a partner, or one does not. Li Yuan frowned. Enough already, mind your own business. After this I'm going back to cultivate Hua Yunzhao with newfound respect, said, I didn't expect Li brother to be so diligent. No wonder you've reached the golden core stage at such a young age. Li Yuan rolled his eyes, merely wanting to escape from Hua Yunzhao's incessant chatter to enjoy some solitude. After a while, the sedan chair reached the tavern, and the courtesan danced gracefully within it. Catching sight of Li Yuan and Hua Yunzhao leaning by the window, she momentarily lost her focus, captivated by their contrasting yet handsome appearances. Recognizing their exceptional aura, the previously composed courtesan's eyes sparkled, and she silently mouthed something to them before returning to her performance. Li Yuan frowned, while Hua Yunzhao gasped, Li brother, was she just speaking to us? It seemed like she said, save me. Li Yuan stood to leave, while Hua Yunzhao remained astonished, unable to fathom that the glamorous courtesan would suddenly seek their help. Hua Yunzhao urged, wait, Li brother, what are you thinking? Should we rescue the courtesan, since we've encountered this? Why not check it out tonight? Li Yuan turned to him and suddenly smiled, saying, I hope you maintain such a pure heart on your path of cultivation. Kindness is a rare treasure. Hua Yunzhao scratched his head, unsure of Li Yuan's meaning, while Li Yuan said no more and returned to absorb the spirit essence. As the essence entered his body, Li Yuan's cultivation surged to the peak of the golden core stage, and his spiritual sea expanded several times under its influence. With his current abilities, Li Yuan believed he could rival even Yuan stage cultivators. Raising an eyebrow, Li Yuan mused, indeed, information obtained from other sources is often incomplete. This stone heart has quite a few functions. As night fell, Li Yuan sought out Hua Yunzhao, inviting him to explore the Zui Chunlu. Hua Yunzhao exclaimed, I knew Li brother must be a kind-hearted person. Entering Zui Chunlu, Li Yuan shook his head, recognizing the setup did not escape his keen observation. Evil cultivators at work. I initially thought there was something substantial here, but in that case, let's go in directly. Evil cultivators, just charge in. Isn't that a bit reckless? Although by Feng City isn't large, the city lord seems to be at the transformation stage. This is the territory of the 10,000 Dharma sacred grounds. If that evil cultivator is backed by the city lord, you'll be the one to inform them before I get crushed. Hua Yunzhao pointed at himself. Me? Li Yuan smirked, clasping his hands to form a seal, revealing a confident smile. Heaven-slaying sword formation. The heaven-slaying sword shot forth, and with a swift motion it hovered above Zui Chunlu, releasing numerous sword shadows that surrounded the entire 7-story building in the blink of an eye. The patrons erupted into chaos, and the city guards rushed to the scene, only to find a group of cultivators emanating demonic energy battling the sword shadows. There are demonic cultivators, raised the alarm. Moments later, an ugly old man flew out from Zui Chunlu, glaring at Li Yuan with hatred. Brat, who are you? How did you discover our hiding place? Well, thanks to you attracting patrons by offering your essence with a courtesan parade. Your setup is too obvious. What? While I don't know how you grasped these arrangements, do you think a mere golden core can challenge us? You must believe you can defeat even a Yuan cultivator? Li Yuan chuckled softly, and countless sword shadows surged toward the old man. The overwhelming force made the old man falter momentarily, and he hastily enveloped himself in spiritual energy, resulting in a standoff between attack and defense. Chapter 49. A false alarm. The shadows of the sword clashed against the old man's spiritual barrier, producing a resounding clang. Though initially somewhat daunted by the sheer force of it, he soon regained his composure. Reflecting on the undeniable chasm that existed between their realms, just as he was about to mock the young man, the sword shadows unexpectedly pierced through his spiritual shield, inflicting grievous wounds upon him in an instant. With a darkened expression, he exclaimed, You little rascal, what kind of divine power is this? How can it be so formidable? You may call it the 9 heavens and 10 earths invincible thief slim and cool sword array, came the reply. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly retorted with an angry curse, You little brat. How dare you toy with me? Li Yuan interjected. Goldcoot, I'm indeed toying with you. Hua Yunzhao remained silent, then silently infused a surge of spiritual energy into the jade plate in his hand, continuing to observe the imminent battle overhead. Upon his first glimpse of the old man, Li Yuan discerned that he was one who cultivated his physical form through vital energy. However, he was astounded to find a man pursuing such a path, which left him feeling somewhat nauseated. With a flick of his finger, the sword shadows surged forth once more. This time, the old man did not dare to underestimate them. He employed his techniques to evade, dancing through the air while leading the sword shadows toward Li Yuan. As the sword shadows encircled both him and Li Yuan, the old man sneered, Why don't you try your own sword array? You little brat, I don't believe that a mere golden core cultivator possesses the soul strength to control each of those sword shadows." With that, he produced a defensive artifact, activating it as he soared toward Li Yuan. Intent on unleashing his divine power at close range, just as he struck toward Li Yuan's face, a colossal fist shadow descended from above. "How can this be? A nascent soul cultivator is this powerful?" Did you think I would say that?" Li Yuan's lips curled into a smirk as he continued. "Foolish dog." He reached out and grasped the old man's fist, commanding the descending fist shadow with a simple go. Astonishingly, the aggressive sword shadows pierced through Li Yuan's form, targeting the fist above him. The old man was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "How can a golden core cultivator be this powerful? It's impossible." Li Yuan freed one hand to form a seal on his chest. Grinning as he declared, "100 Ghosts Night March," a sense of foreboding washed over the old man as he instinctively attempted to retreat, but found himself unable to escape the grip of Li Yuan's hold on his fist. How can you possess such a formidable physique? Are you perhaps a disciple of the heavenly battle sacred land?" Li Yuan, of course, was not. It was all due to the effects of the spiritual marrow. But he had no intention of explaining that to him. Spirits coalesced from Li Yuan's back, swirling around them before simultaneously diving into the old man's body. What is this? What is this? Stop immediately." In the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky as the old man burst apart, a rain of blood showering down, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Is this real? A golden core cultivator effortlessly vanquished a nascent soul evil cultivator. What intrigued me more was just how powerful this young man's soul strength must be, capable of wielding two divine powers simultaneously while maintaining such an air of calm. Hua Yunjue sighed in relief upon witnessing Li Yuan's victory, thinking that now they merely needed to await reinforcements to interrogate the Lord of Baifeng City. At that moment, the Lord of Baifeng City appeared. A flicker of shadow crossing his gaze as he addressed Li Yuan. I did not expect that there would be evil cultivators in Baifeng City. It seems I have been remiss in my duties. May I ask your name and where you hail from, young friend?" Li Yuan replied, "I am merely a wandering cultivator, nothing of note. However, I must say that your timing is rather surprising. One might think you felt assured of that old man's victory. Which is why you arrived so late." His words plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. The Lord had not anticipated Li Yuan's audacity. Did he truly not fear him? "Young friend, you jest. I was merely delayed by pressing matters. Since you have helped Baifeng City rid itself of evil, I must extend my gratitude. Why not join me at the city lord's residence for a feast?" Li Yuan inquired. Why must the banquet be at the city lord's residence? I find the taverns quite agreeable. Your eagerness to invite us there. Could it be that you intend to trap us? Surely not." He had not expected Li Yuan to be so slippery with so many eyes upon him. He sensed that numerous gazes were beginning to harbor doubt. "Young friend, such words are uncalled for. While I do not understand why you would harbor such a misunderstanding of me, my gratitude remains. Please accompany me." As he spoke, a wave of energy unique to a transformation stage cultivator emanated from him, causing Li Yuan to narrow his eyes, feeling the pressure intensify to the point where even speaking became a challenge. Since you were silent, it seems you have agreed. It is truly an honor. I hope you will share your remarkable divine powers with me, so I may broaden my horizons." Just as he believed the situation was firmly in his grasp. Regarding Li Yuan's powers as his own to claim, a cold, authoritative voice interrupted. "Lord City Master, what a grand display of power. Might I request to join you at your city lord's residence?" Following the voice, a man with graying hair yet a youthful appearance appeared in the air, gazing down at the Lord of Baifeng City, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as if they could pierce through him. The Lord of Baifeng City, upon hearing this, looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Victal Master. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow upon seeing the newcomer. So this was the stepfather of Hua Yunjue, in previous lives. The Wanfa Master had met his demise at Yufan's hands, leading to the Wanfa Sacred Lands incorporation into the Immortal Alliance. Li Yuan had often wondered why someone would seek out the Immortal Alliance without cause. And now it became apparent that the individual in question was indeed Hua Yunjue. With his kin slain by Yifan and his home usurped, it was only natural that he would harbor resentment. Meanwhile, the Lord of Baifeng City was nearly paralyzed with fear. Even if an Enlightenment Realm Elder arrived, he could at least leverage his home advantage to flee, but this was the master of the Wanfa Sacred Land. A formidable cultivator of the Ascension Realm, Waitians, he began. "The Lord of Baifeng City has colluded with evil forces. The new city lord has come to address this matter. As for him," he scoffed, with a cold scoff. The lord of Baifeng City instantly began to bleed from all 7 orifices, plummeting from the sky. Wei Shen shot a glare at Hua Yunjue, who merely scratched his head with a grin that suggested he was unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Left with no choice, he shook his head and departed with the 2. Outside the city, Wei Shen said to Hua Yunjue, "If you could only exhibit a modicum of reliability, neither your mother nor I would hinder your endeavors. Instead, you've squandered your intellect on escape, haven't you? Just wait until you return, you shall witness how your mother deals with you." Sighing, Hua Yunjue lamented, "Who among us has not faced death? Brotherly, let us raise a toast next time we meet. In this vast world, having you as a confidant is enough." "Li Yuan, who are you trying to fool? We are not that familiar." My first instinct was indeed correct, this fellow is capable of such antics. Wei Shen flashed an awkward yet polite smile at Li Yuan, inquiring, "He is a bit eccentric. You need not concern yourself with him. May I ask your name, young friend?" Li Yuan nodded, clasping his fists in a salute. "I am Li Yuan," Wei Shen replied. The auspicious one from the Tsengshuan sacred land? What brings you here, Li Yuan? Seriously, has this ridiculous idea reached this far? The heads of the major sacred lands often exchange pleasantries. So it is natural that I would learn a bit about the affairs of other sacred lands during such discussions. I merely ventured out for a stroll, exploring the Tsengshuan realm for reasons unknown. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words regarding his departure from Qinghuan Peak, likely due to a lingering reluctance that resided within him, an emotional tether that he could not sever. Chapter 50, Reunion with Shuang Maomao. Having departed from the fishing village, Shuang Wanling, following the system's guidance, began her search for Li Yuan on the outskirts of the Tsengshuan sacred lands territory. Traversing numerous city-states for nearly half a month, where could my senior brother be? I have visited over 100 cities. Surely he hasn't really gone into hiding. Her face bore the mark of discontent. Yet she pressed on, submitting 10 low-grade spirit stones to the teleportation array, continuing her journey to the next city, Baifeng City. At that moment, Li Yuan was seated at a table examining several medicinal herbs. Contemplating that he only needed one last ingredient, the fish-cold grass, which he planned to purchase at tomorrow's trade fair, after a stick of incense had burned, Li Yuan found himself in a private room at the flower building. Reveling in the enchanting dance performances, completely immersed in the delightful scene, sipping his drink, he mused, "The cultivation world is truly splendid. I wonder what I was doing in previous lives. Wasn't enjoying the melodies and performances of the brothel enticing? Play the music, continue the dance." The performers below, rare in their encounters with such a handsome man, put forth an exceptional effort in their performance, thinking that if Li Yuan were to take notice of them, they might spend a night together, thus sparing them from having to constantly seek favor. As the performance concluded, a few bold souls approached Li Yuan, attempting to pour him a drink, their little hands not entirely clean. Li Yuan, sensing their intentions, thought, "I am merely here to listen to music, and yet you covet my beauty. I am here for the art of the spring and autumn, not for your advances." As Shuang Wanling emerged from the teleportation array, the system promptly alerted her, "This is it, Li Yuan is right here." Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Really, where is my senior brother?" Following the system's guidance, she arrived at the flower building, staring blankly at it as despair washed over her. Senior brother has fallen into depravity. It is incorrect to say that he is just a dirty senior brother. It is not certain at all. What if he merely went to listen to some music? While comforting herself, Shuang Wanling stealthily transformed into a spirit cat and leaped up to the second floor, cautiously peering in through the window, fearful of witnessing Li Yuan engaging in some unsavory act. Inside the room, Li Yuan leaned against the table, indulging in wine, completely alone, having dismissed all the previous courtesans. He muttered to himself, "Sigh, what is this all about? How could I be thinking of them? If it weren't for their peculiarities, they wouldn't be lingering in my mind like this, making me feel quite distressed." Earlier, Li Yuan had intended to indulge in more earthly pleasures, but the faces of Mu Qingxian and her companions inadvertently popped into his mind, evoking a sense of guilt towards them, thus dampening his enthusiasm. Shuang Wanling, witnessing this scene, felt an immense delight, and her excitement at seeing Li Yuan once more surged forth, causing her cat head to thud against the wooden window. Hearing the sound, Li Yuan turned to see the spirit cat transformed from Shuang Wanling. His eyes lighting up. Cautiously, he approached the window, and upon realizing she did not flee, he gently scooped her up. "How uncanny, how remarkably similar. How could I find such a look-alike spirit cat here?" Shuang Wanling exclaimed. "Meow, let me first ascertain whether you are male or female then." "Meow. Why are you still like that? You odious senior brother." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "It seems even your reactions are strikingly similar. Could this be destiny, little one? Why not accompany me? I promise you a life of indulgence to I in the previous lifetimes." If there was anything that Li Yuan found difficult to reconcile, it was undoubtedly the spirit cat that appeared by his side during times of universal enmity, always sacrificing itself to protect him only to be slain by Yifan in each life. Shuang Wanling, of course, was more than eager, happily licking the back of Li Yuan's hand. Li Yuan settled beside the table, placing the spirit cat atop it, saying, "Now that memories awaken, I never anticipated encountering you in every lifetime. It appears we are indeed fated, but in this life, I shall not allow you to suffer any harm." Shuang Wanling replied, "Meow, do you know what I thought the first time I saw you? That you resembled my little junior sister, with the red ribbon on her ears. Even our meeting felt so alike. If only, her nose tinged with sadness, she rubbed her head against Li Yuan's chin. "Oh well, those matters are in the past, let us return to the inn and bathe, and then I shall treat you to a meal," Shuang Wanling exclaimed. "Is it the kind of bath I am thinking of? Can we do it together?" After the two departed from the flower building, Mu Qingxian and her companion slowly emerged, their hearts brimming with joy at the sight of Li Yuan. However, they decided that Shuang Wanling should take the lead first. Opting to observe from the shadows for the time being, upon returning to the inn, Li Yuan requested the innkeeper to prepare a bath barrel, contemplating the need to wash himself as well. Shuang Wanling, blushing furiously, watched as Li Yuan undressed, thinking, "I am the first to see my senior brother." Li Yuan, holding the dazed spirit cat, entered the bath barrel, exclaiming in surprise, "How can a cat also have a nosebleed?" Shuang Wanling, caught off guard, instinctively attempted to scoop up some water to wipe her nosebleed, only to be stopped by Li Yuan. "Tsk, could you be a bit cleaner? You haven't even started washing and you've already muddied the water." Li Yuan took a cloth to dab at her nosebleed before placing her into the water. Watching her little paws paddling in the water, Li Yuan found the scene quite healing, leaning back against the bath barrel and dozing off. After a while, Shuang Wanling, feeling exhausted from swimming, grumbled inwardly, "You odious senior brother, can't you just give me a hug? I'm all worn out." Turning back, she discovered that Li Yuan had already fallen asleep, prompting her to fume. Thinking, "This irresponsible senior brother has fallen asleep without a care," in a flash of inspiration, she swam over to his side, climbing onto his shoulder and settling down comfortably, sighing in relief after her exhausting swim. Upon awakening, Li Yuan noticed the spirit cat nestled on his shoulder, suddenly recalling that he had intended to take a bath. He then picked up the soap to apply it. The slumbering Shuang Wanling was stirred awake by the gentle rubbing. Realizing it was Li Yuan attending to her with soap, and she displayed a contented expression. "Oh, how delightful, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Do give my front a wash as well, but make sure I am thoroughly cleaned." Shuang Wanling stammered, "Senior brother, that wouldn't be so bad, I'm so shy." Yet, in her current feline form, her bashfulness seemed utterly illogical. Mu Qingxian and her companions had secretly booked several rooms to facilitate their surveillance of Li Yuan. However, as soon as they settled in, they witnessed a servant carrying something out from Li Yuan's room, and Li Yuan emerged looking revitalized. The three exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought: did Shuang Wanling just witness Li Yuan bathing? Yushiha, ex-Winky Face remarked, "How unexpected, that little sister of ours is such a character." Ruoi thought inwardly, "Woo, it should have been me, the first to win your heart, senior brother. How did it turn out like this?" Mu Qingxian mused, "We have already shared such intimate moments. I haven't even seen Yuan's body, so why is this happening?" Li Yuan stood in the corridor, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. As if someone was gazing at him with resentment. He glanced around but saw no one. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering if he had encountered something malevolent. No, I must go listen to some music tonight. The crowd will provide some distraction. Shuang Wanling sensed something as well, but being merely an adorable little cat, she dismissed any notions of being the object of someone's ire. Hence, both she and Li Yuan paid little mind to the feeling. Heading downstairs to dine instead, while three pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows glinted ominously with red light. Chapter 51. The threatened Shuang Wanling languidly rested on Li Yuan's shoulder. While the trio observing from afar clenched their teeth, eager to pounce and capture her for some roughhousing. Yushiha timidly proposed, "Could it be that our little sister does not wish to take senior brother back?" Mu Qingxian and Ruoi exclaimed. Mu Qingxian, lacking confidence, replied, "No. That can't be. What advantage would she gain from that? She can only remain a cat." Yushiha countered, "But she can have senior brother all to herself. If I could enjoy him too, what does it matter if I become a cat? I could even watch him bathe. Oh, just the thought sends shivers down my spine." Ruoi felt another pang of discomfort. Lamenting my senior brother, suddenly Mu Qingxian declared, "No, this cannot stand. Tonight we must find a way to coax Shuang Wanling out. If she refuses to persuade Yuan, then we will part ways, and none shall find happiness." Ruoyi and Yushiha exchanged glances at Mu Qingxian's slightly morbid expression, a shiver running down their spines. They thought our master seems terrifying now, and it feels as though even if she truly ends up with senior brother, she might still be dominated by our master. Meanwhile, Li Yuan strolled through the marketplace with Shuang Wanling in his arms, stopping to inquire if she liked various trinkets. Shuang Wanling relished the attention, playfully batting at the small items he held and nuzzling her chin against him. Mu Qingxian, observing from the shadows, suddenly crushed an iron ball in her grip out of frustration. The vendor remarked, "Dear customer, if you aren't buying, never mind, if you like it, feel free to break a few more." Under the chilling glare of Mu Qingxian, the vendor shrank back, choosing to concede. Yushiha, scratching her head, said, "I apologize, my master is not in the best of moods right now. Here, take this spirit stone as compensation." "No need for change." The vendor, clutching the high-grade spirit stone, smiled, "No need for such formalities. If you like, this little card is also yours, with the trinkets on it for your enjoyment. I won't disturb you further." Head with that, he scampered away, leaving Mu Qingxian and her companions with a decent cover. Eventually, Li Yuan led Shuang Wanling to the lakeside to admire the moon, sharing some snacks he had brought, letting her indulge in the rest. Li Yuan playfully patted her fur, chuckling, "You haven't changed a bit, even your appetite remains the same. How can such a tiny creature eat so much?" Shuang Wanling retorted, "Meow, you odious senior brother, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm such a glutton in your eyes?" Then a voice echoed in Shuang Wanling's mind, "Tonight at the inn, room 4. Or I'll be sure to reveal your true identity to your senior brother." Startled, Shuang Wanling's fur bristled, leaping into Li Yuan's arms. What's wrong?" Uncertain how her master had located her, she thought, "Since I am headed to the gallows anyway, I might as well enjoy some time with senior brother." Thus, she began to nuzzle into Li Yuan's clothes, even giving his jaw a lick. A crack. Mu Qingxian crushed a small stone lion in her grasp, while Ruoyi and Yushiha silently stepped back. Li Yuan exclaimed, "Ouch, how familiar, it's as if I've transformed into catnip again." That night, after Li Yuan fell asleep, Shuang Wanling stealthily hopped to the window, traversing the eaves to room 4. Upon entering, she was met with the disapproving gazes of her two senior sisters and her master, causing her to feel a sudden pang of guilt. "Shuang Wanling, meow!" Yushiha angrily exclaimed. "What are you meowing about? If you don't provide us with an explanation today, we'll reveal your true identity to the Shixiang." Startled by her words, Shuang Wanling, having dispelled her demonic transformation, looked at Yushiha with a sorrowful gaze and said, "Sister, how can you say that? I have never disclosed your identity to Shixiang." Yushiha was taken aback and retorted, "You don't even know who you've told. How dare you bargain? Go tell Shizuan." Shuang Wanling, feeling guilty, looked at Mu Qingxian and said, "Shizuan, what a coincidence to meet you here." Ruali interjected, "We have been following you all the way, junior sister." You. Are you not adhering to the rules of martial ethics by stalking me?" Mu Qingxian spoke with a stern tone. "Wanling, you don't mean to monopolize Yuan and prevent him from returning to Qingluan Peak, do you? System. Wow, such aggressive remarks, how captivating. I love it. More, please," Shuang Wanling replied. "But Shizuan, you thought the same way before. You used your authority to prevent us from getting close to Shixiang, yet you ended up with him yourself, which is even more outrageous." Ruali and Yushiha exchanged glances, thinking something was amiss. Before returning to Qingluan Peak, it was only the two of them competing. How did it come to pass that they are now the most disadvantaged? The two were at a loss, unable to comprehend where it all went wrong. They had merely left Qingluan Peak for 3 months to seek the 5 elements chi to break through the golden core. How could the world be so incomprehensible after just 3 months? Ultimately, Mu Qingxian warned, "Wanling, I advise you to subtly hint to your Shixiang to return home, otherwise, Shuang Wanling dared not voice her anger and could only pout, saying, "Oh, Ling understands now. You two are the worst." After saying this, Shuang Wanling transformed into a spirit cat and returned to Li Yuan's room. Mu Qingxian felt her breathing ease, and her overall demeanor became much more refreshed. The next day, Li Yuan stretched lazily as he rose from bed. After breakfast, he took Shuang Cat to the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, where the attending maid guided him to the 2nd floor. Li Yuan remarked, "If I recall correctly, the 2nd floor is where you entertain distinguished guests, right? I'm merely ordering a fish cold herb. Such hospitality seems unwarranted. Our branch manager wishes to engage with esteemed guests. Of course, if the guest is unwilling, we wouldn't insist. Well, it would be somewhat disrespectful to decline after coming this far. But such firmness is not advisable. Remember this next time. You speak wisely, but we must still thank you for your presence. Please." This way, the maid opened the door to a private room and closed it behind Li Yuan as he entered. He surveyed the room's decor, which exuded an understated luxury and depth. "A friend, please come this way for a chat." A mature female voice came from behind a screen. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing a woman's voice, Shuang Cat became alert. As he rounded the screen, he beheld a woman adorned with a floral hairpin. Dressed in a striking black and red ensemble, exuding a sense of competence, though her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of transformation, this was rare among those in charge. Li Yuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect the person in charge of the Baifeng City branch to be such a capable woman. You flatter me. My name is Shang Yumik. The reason I wish to befriend you was partly due to the strength you demonstrated that day. And partly because, you must be an alchemist, right? Impressive indeed. It's no wonder you hold such a position in Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. You deduced my profession just from my order of fish cold herb." Shang Yumik shook her head, saying, "That is not all I can deduce. I could only guess what you did not conceal. As for the rest, I am unaware. Fair enough. More acquaintances lead to more pathways. I am Li Yuan." If a certain flower-named man had heard this, he would undoubtedly have a word or two with Li Yuan, as he had waited quite some time in Baifeng City to befriend him. Shang Yumik replied, "Li Yuan, I didn't expect it to be you. In that case, I have the honor of associating with you, a genius who ranks among the top in Sangshuan sacred land." Li Yuan was surprised by his early fame in this life, and after chatting with Shang Yumik for a while, she generously gifted him the fish-cold herb, demonstrating ample goodwill. Chapter 52, The True Reason Behind Li Yuan's Departure. As Li Yuan prepared to leave, Shang Yumik seemed to recall something and said, "In 10 days, the Kanglin's secret realm will manifest, where there may be heavenly Dao Qi. You might consider giving it a T or Y. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected news, and thanked her with a smile. Once outside the room, Shuang Cat, who had been grinning widely, finally returned to her normal demeanor. Shang Yumik gazed out the window at Li Yuan's departing figure, murmuring, "Are you truly the one destined to face calamity? If not even you, then who in that Sangshuan realm could bear such a duty? Yet, it is still early, we shall wait and see." Upon returning to the inn, Li Yuan took out the fish-cold herb and said to Shuang Cat, "Stay a bit further from me. I wouldn't want to accidentally cause you to be scattered in pieces." Shuang Wanling, did you not mean to say blue and purple pieces? Xian, after placing Shuang Cat on the bed, Li Yuan thought to himself that this spiritual essence was indeed a marvelous item, otherwise he would have to seek some heavenly materials to enhance his physical strength and vitality before breaking through. TSK, I wonder who had such good fortune in previous lives, but no matter, now it all belongs to me. Li Yuan retrieved the herbs for refining the transformation pill from his storage ring and casually extracted their medicinal properties. Shuang Cat, "Oh Xian, how impressive, so you can refine pills too. I reckon Dan Lao is not much better than you." Li Yuan roughly combined all the medicinal properties, then carefully fused them in sequence using his spiritual force. The collision of the medicinal properties unleashed a tremendous force, but it was all contained within the formation Li Yuan had set up and did not dissipate. Shuang Cat, "You can refine pills without a cauldron? What tier of alchemist were you before?" Dan Lao, being in 8th tier, seems unable to achieve this. Moments later, a crystal-clear pill appeared in Li Yuan's hand. He chuckled softly, saying, "It's a bit rusty. It only has 2 pill patterns and hasn't reached the 3rd level. However, the essence merely unites the practitioner's law and body. Ultimately, it is the practitioner themselves. The quality of the pill only influences the probability of breakthrough, not the practitioner's combat power." Just as Li Yuan was about to consume it, he suddenly thought about whether his awakened memories would also awaken his fate. If so, this pill with a mere 99% success rate could be dangerous for him. Li Yuan sat on the bed, placing Shuang Cat on his lap, gently stroking her fur. Shuang Cat looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly hesitated to eat. Li Yuan pondered, "Do you think I should consume this transformation pill? The probability of breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm is only 99. I can't shake the feeling of insecurity." Shuang Wanling, winky face, "Xian, do you even hear yourself? 99, and only that if many practitioners dare to consume 5th tier transformation pills. Yet you, with your 1st tier 2 pill patterns, claim it feels insecure." Li Yuan seemed to sense Shuang Cat's exasperation and solemnly replied, "You don't understand. Have you ever played TX games? Oh, you probably haven't, but probabilities can be terrifying. You know." Shuang Cat covered her ears with her paws, indicating she did not wish to hear his rambling. Li Yuan felt he might indeed be overthinking, for even if his fate awakened, it shouldn't be to such an unfortunate extent. Right, gazing at the transformation pill in his hand, with its pill patterns flickering in and out of visibility, it almost seemed to beckon him. "Come eat me, handsome." Li Yuan felt challenged and tossed the transformation pill into his mouth, biting down hard with a wicked smile. "Let us see who gets the last laugh. A mere pill dares to provoke me." Shuang Wanling watched Li Yuan's slightly deranged expression and instinctively shrank back. Her ears drooping, she couldn't shake the feeling that her Shixian was unwell, and seriously so. Unfortunately, the pill was condensed from medicinal properties, dissolving instantly upon ingestion, and even if it turned to dregs in the lands of divine retribution, it would soon dissipate, rendering Li Yuan unable to bite down on the transformation pill. With a soft pop, a faint sound emanated from Li Yuan, and at that moment, his aura surged several-fold. When he opened his eyes again, he radiated an ethereal aura, exuding a sense of hidden power. How is it that I am so much stronger than in previous lives? Is this the benefit of a perfect Tao foundation? How foolish was Yifan, relying on all those schemes to contend with me despite possessing a perfect Tao foundation. After his assessment, it was purely effortless. The system observed Li Yuan's current state and felt that Yifan was bound to lose. However, in previous lives, it had thought the same, only to witness Li Yuan's defeat, for instance, using Mu Qingxian and others to set traps, or employing Shuang Wanling's spirit cat form to distract him, or even without any schemes, Yifan could still capture Li Yuan when he was in poor condition. His system. Damn heavenly Tao, you really know how to play. This time you're done for, once Yifan's fortune is exhausted. Let us see how he meets his end. Damn it, Li Yuan smiled as he clenched his fist and then patted Shuang Cat's head, saying, that's enough. We've wrapped things up here, after a day's rest. Let us head to the Kanglan secret realm. Shuang Wanling, meow, if only we could fish in the cold pool near Tsangshuan sacred land, I would catch some for you, but alas, we shall speak of it another time. Shuang Wanling, meow, for I find myself at a loss on how to confront them. Although their existence in this life is markedly different, I cannot muster the courage to take that gamble. I fear that I may once again find myself in that situation, and this time, the hurt would be even more profound. Thus, I have chosen to depart now, allowing everything to remain at its most beautiful moment. Preserving a semblance of dignity for us both, I shall no longer be subjected to those distrustful gazes and their chilling indifference. Frost Wanling, senior brother, it shall not be so, never again. Ida Ling will surely prove it to you. Frost Mao Mao nudged Li Yuan with her head, and he smiled, saying, you are the best. You never waver in your affections, nor do you doubt me. Frost Wanling, why must such a good senior brother endure such tribulations? The will of heaven is despicable, and Yifan must pay for his sins. Just wait, for I, Frost Wanling, shall not let Yifan escape. As night fell and Li Yuan drifted into slumber, Frost Wanling leapt forth, her padded feet treading silently as she made her way to Mu Qingxian's chamber. The three looked at her in unison. Though Frost Wanling was reluctant, she knew she had to inform them about Li Yuan. Thus, she recounted his previous words. Mu Qingxian wiped her tears and said, so it was thus, a Yuan fears we may hurt him again. Which is why he left Qinghuan Peak. Yu Shiha, senior brother. Noticing the somber mood, Frost Wanling continued, senior brother mentioned he would be heading to the Kanglan secret realm tomorrow. Master, will you be accompanying him? Mu Qingxian, of course, we must go. Only those below the nascent soul stage can enter the Kanglan secret realm. With a Yuan's prowess, he shall be safe, yet outside, the situation is different. I must ensure his safety. Frost Wanling nodded. The will of heaven is elusive, and countless forces are watching, for those who have formed a heavenly Tao nascent soul, regardless of their strength, can still break through to the ascension stage. In the sacred grounds, such individuals can even become peak leaders, so one can only imagine the status they hold outside. Aside from the sacred grounds, many sovereigns of celestial dynasties have only reached the ascension stage. And even the highest elders of premier sects are often no more than ascension stage cultivators. Thus, Mu Qingxian's assertion that the greatest dangers in the Kanglan secret realm lie externally is indeed true. Should Li Yuan acquire the will of heaven, he would undoubtedly become a target, unable to extricate himself from peril. Chapter 53, Is Yifan still so bold? In the morning, Frost Mao Mao awoke beside Li Yuan's pillow. Stretching languidly and shaking her head comfortably, noticing that Li Yuan was still asleep, she slowly approached him, sniffing curiously, and could not resist licking his face. Hey, stop it, do you not realize your tongue is barbed? Li Yuan looked at Frost Mao Mao in exasperation, yet she appeared unfazed, tilting her head and meowing, TSK, how shameful to act cute. Rise and shine, Frost Wanling. I know not, I only know you fall for this. After breakfast, the pair set forth onto the teleportation array, heading towards Luofeng City, the principal city of the Great Zhou Celestial Dynasty, adjacent to the Tianyan Sacred Grounds. As they gazed upon the iconic cauldron at the city gate, Li Yuan remarked, how lively, the Zhou family's cauldron is truly awe-inspiring. With the Kanglan secret realm's opening imminent, many high-ranking cultivators brought their young disciples to this bustling city. In contrast, Li Yuan, accompanied solely by a spirit cat, felt somewhat conspicuous. Many had already dismissed him from the ranks of competitors upon seeing his unfamiliar visage. Ah, it's you, Li Yuan. Hearing his name called, Li Yuan turned, yet saw no one. Confused, he looked down. Are you foolish? He spotted a youthful girl with a somewhat childish demeanor glaring at him indignantly, hands on her hips, sporting two buns atop her head. Li Yuan tentatively called out, little Baozi. Bai Qinger fumed. Pointing at Li Yuan, I told you before, my name is Bai Qinger. My apologies, but your nickname is rather distinctive, especially with those buns on your head. Why are you here alone, and what is that grinning cat on your shoulder? Li Yuan 0.0 turned to Frost Mau, who was indeed baring her teeth at Bai Qinger, and flicked her on the head, causing her to cradle her head in pain. I've come to seek the will of heaven. What else would I do in the Kanglan secret realm? Bai Qinger then realized that Li Yuan had already reached the spirit realm, her expression one of disbelief. The last time I saw you. You were merely crystallized. How can this be? How much time has passed? That's none of your concern. My talents are exceptional, are they not? What brings you here? Oh, the great Zhou Celestial Dynasty is hosting an alchemist conference. My grandfather sent me to observe. I just arrived and was about to seek out my seniors. Li Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should participate, but thought better of it. The people from the Xuanji sacred grounds were already familiar with him and knew his capabilities. Revealing too much might arouse suspicion. Moreover, those from the Tsunchuan sacred grounds would also be present, leading to an awkward encounter where he could not explain his departure from Qingluan Peak due to emotional turmoil. Li Yuan was certain that aside from the title of Broom Immortal, he would earn the new moniker of Heartbroken Brother, a most unflattering image. After bidding farewell to Bai Qinger, Li Yuan and Frost Mau set off in search of culinary delights. How could one arrive in a new place and not indulge in its delicacies? As they beheld the array of delectable foods, both their eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting envious gazes from Mu Qingxian and the others in the distance. While Li Yuan was purchasing treats, a flamboyantly dressed child approached with an irritating tone. Hey, you, that spirit cat looks quite appealing. Name your price. Li Yuan, scram, you dare shout at me. Do you know who I am? No one can refuse what I desire. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, the name ringing a bell. Are you Yi Fan? Huh? Who is Yi Fan? Li Yuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending the child tumbling to the ground. Wailing in tears, not Yi Fan, yet you dare act so arrogantly. As the guards prepared to intervene, Li Yuan exerted his soul power, forcing them to kneel in astonishment. How could someone at the spirit realm overpower two at the nascent soul stage merely with soul power? Young master, our young master meant no offense. You have already taught him a lesson, and killing within Luofeng City is ill-advised. When did I say I would kill you? Dream on. The two were left speechless. How could he consider that a mere fantasy? After Li Yuan departed, Mu Qingxian handed her token to Yushiha, saying, Shiha, take my token and follow them, warning their entourage to behave. Why Yushiha grinned, relishing the task, and vowed to carry it out. Li Yuan and Frost Mau indulged in food and festivities in Luofeng City for several days. Occasionally Frost Mau would report her progress to Mu Qingxian, and before long, the day of the secret realm's opening arrived. After traversing two mountain ridges, Li Yuan could see the massive whirlpool embedded in the stone wall, the entrance to the secret realm. Surrounding it floated numerous celestial vessels, and he blended into the crowd of rogue cultivators, gradually approaching. On the Tsunchuan sacred grounds vessel, Feng Xingyun sighed as he gazed down at the rogue cultivators below. I wonder where junior brother Li Yuan has gone. He mentioned he would join us this time. Li Qingfeng, junior brother has only just reached the crystallization stage. We are bringing only spirit realm disciples this time. His presence could pose a danger. I understand, but cultivators must face challenges. Coming along allows him to encounter formidable opponents. Even if he does not engage, gaining experience is beneficial. He is likely out training. After all, with his remarkable talents, it is always good for him to explore. Now let us prepare to enter as the secret realm is about to open. Moments later, as the secret realm opened, Li Yuan led the charge, entering alongside the majority, comprised mainly of spirit realm cultivators. With nascent soul practitioners being few and far between, typically leading by larger factions, the Kanglan secret realm appeared desolate, the land barren, with numerous dark pits scattered about, where one misstep could lead to unknown dangers. While the main force advanced cautiously, Li Yuan discreetly separated himself from the group. Major factions often had means to avoid such hazards, yet they paid little mind to rogue cultivators. Once he confirmed no one was around, Li Yuan employed the technique of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Go in search. Should you discover any valuable treasures, inform me. Off you go. With the guidance of the souls, Li Yuan navigated the Kanglan secret realm with ease, leading the way ahead of all others. Feng Xingyun, who is that? Why does he seem so familiar? Li Qingfeng, stop pondering, let us investigate together. Using the spirit detection stone alone is quite taxing. As Li Yuan ventured further, Feng Xingyin lost sight of him and ceased to pursue, joining Li Qingfeng in channeling their soul power into the detection stone to safely navigate through the Zhangquan disciples to avoid danger. Li Yuan glanced backward, offering a silent tribute to those following his path. They were destined to return empty-handed. He then leapt into a cave obscured by yellow sand, marveling at the mound of spirit stones piled high. Tears in his eyes as he stored them away in his spatial ring. I wish I could leave some for you, but as the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. It has presented itself before me. It would be unprofessional not to take it. Frosty Cat cast a somewhat disdainful glance, sensing that her senior brother had taken a significant step down a shameless path. Chapter 54, Encountering an Inverted Destiny. Some time had passed since the opening of the secret realm. For those who had followed the same route as Li Yuan, their explorations had yielded little to no rewards. This shouldn't be the case. What could possibly be amiss? Although the most coveted treasure within the Kanglan secret realm was the Qi of the Heavenly Tao, there should certainly be other valuable items within the caverns. Could it be that we are truly this unfortunate? This path is fraught with dangers yet devoid of treasures. The odds seem exceedingly low, my friend. I refuse to believe that such areas exist within the Kanglan secret realm. One cultivator consoled himself, saying, finding treasures requires a smile. My mother always said that those who smile are seldom unfortunate. Look at me, he. The others regarded him with concern, sensing his mental state was somewhat unstable, and approached him to offer comfort. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Li Yuan, was currently torn between soaking in the spiritual spring for a while or pressing onward. Ultimately, he decided to indulge for a bit. After all, one must afford others some opportunity. Li Yuan had actually realized that his storage ring was nearing its capacity. Rather than waiting to be left staring blankly, he might as well utilize what he could. Frosty Wanling jumped into the spiritual spring with a splash, discovering that the spring water could enhance her mental prowess, which was particularly beneficial given her current feline form. Li Yuan shed his outer garments and joined her, letting out a comfortable groan. Soaking in a hot spring is truly a delightful experience. A languid mindset filled his brain, rendering the Kanglan secret realm inconsequential. Frosty Wanling, meow. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the spring, Li Yuan found himself nearing the mid-stage of spiritual manifestation, though his mental strength had not significantly increased. Wait, something feels off. How could such a vast expanse of water yield so little in terms of mental enhancement? This is the first time I've heard of a spiritual spring being deceptively ineffective for Frosty Wanling. I don't know, I'm just a harmless little kitty. Not long after Li Yuan departed, several cultivators arrived at the site. Look, over there is a body of spring water. It must be a spiritual spring from the Kanglan secret realm. My mother was right, smiling truly brings good fortune. Let's go check it out. Such a large spiritual spring could yield substantial rewards if we all soaked together. An incense stick later, the group stood in a stupor, gazing ahead as if their souls had departed their bodies. How could it be? Such a vast pool of water, yet the spiritual energy within is scarcely the size of a sesame seed. Finding treasures requires a smile. A smile, I'm done for. They looked at the slightly deranged individual among them, pondering if this was not a form of catharsis in itself. Li Yuan had just finished soaking in the spiritual spring when a portion of the crowd approached him. By the way, have you all noticed that it seems like there are treasures after all? Indeed, this implies that our previous assertion about this route being devoid of treasures was erroneous. But why did we find nothing in the earlier segments? Do any of you have any insights? Listening to their conversation, Li Yuan mused, why would I have a clue? It seems like I should upgrade to a larger storage ring upon returning. Throughout his journey, Li Yuan had not encountered any treasures that sparked his interest, opting instead to be a transparent observer. Whenever there were demon beasts, he would cheer them on, and when there was no danger, he would leisurely follow the group. Soon enough, he overheard a quarrel to one side. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Li Yuan cradled Frosty Cat and approached the commotion. He saw a female cultivator hysterically exclaiming, "Why, I even gave you my storage ring, yet you still refuse to accept me. I protected you all the way to the Kanglan secret realm, and now you shout at me for her." Li Yuan 0.0 A love triangle, let's observe. It may not be as simple as it seems, the male cultivator resolutely replied, who said that just because I accepted your gift, I must accept you? Are you not trying to use spiritual stones and treasures to demean my character? Frosty Wanling, Li Yuan, system. Li Yuan's inner thoughts, hold on bro, your words are rife with points to critique. and I'm at a loss as to where to begin. And meanwhile, the girl sheltered behind the male cultivator tearfully spoke. Xiao Go, perhaps I should leave. I can't let you be put in danger because of me. No, it's too dangerous for you to be alone in the Kanglin's secret realm. What if something happens? After this, he turned to the woman opposite him, revealing a look of humiliation as he said, You win. As long as you promise to protect Yaya, I can assure you that I will no longer reject your gifts once we leave. Yuan? What is this nonsense, Wodafa Bushijman, are you even speaking Chinese? Seeing that the girl was genuinely contemplating his offer, Li Yuan couldn't help but interject, Sister, what are you thinking? Answer me a few questions. What is your family background? Upon seeing Li Yuan's handsome visage, the girl paused, contemplating how such a striking individual could exist, while the pitiful female cultivator also looked intrigued. My family is from the Lu clan in Luofeng City, with an ancestor of the Ascension realm to oversee us. So we are certainly not lacking. And how do your family treat you? I, Lu Mingyan, am the only daughter of the Lu family. My parents, brothers, and even the elders of the clan all dote on me. What about your cultivation talent? I formed a first-grade golden core before turning 30, and now, at under 50, I have reached the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm. I am considered of high quality in the Zhongxian realm. Then let me ask you, as a favored daughter of heaven, surrounded by adoration, how is it that you cannot find someone who truly cares for you? Reflect carefully. What have you gained from him? Aside from insults, has there been anything else? If you were to find someone who genuinely loves you, you should be living blissfully. So why seek out suffering, Lu Mingyan? Li Yuan felt as though he could see a intelligence one above her head. Lu Mingyan approached the male cultivator, saying, Return my things. I wish you and your Yaya a long and happy life together. You, what did you say? You want your things back? Weren't you the one who said no? Didn't you claim that I was insulting your character? Hurry up. Seeing that Lu Mingyan was not pretending, the male cultivator shot a venomous glance at Li Yuan. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow and retorted, What are you looking at? You dare glare at me again, and I swear I'll rip your scalp off. Frosty Wanling, it seems that ever since my senior brother left Qinghuan Peak, he has become somewhat foul-mouthed. I wonder why. Infuriated by Li Yuan's insults, the male cultivator was about to confront him, but Lu Mingyan stepped in front of him. He angrily exclaimed, Lu Mingyan, what are you trying to do? Return my things. How is it that the esteemed Xiao Gongzi no longer finds my possessions worthy? Now that you have them in hand, what does it mean that you refuse to return them? Being so explicitly humiliated by Lu Mingyan, he felt as if he were losing face entirely, especially since Li Yuan had attracted quite an audience, and their gazes were filled with disdain. He felt like a monkey on display, left with no choice but to throw Lu Mingyan's storage ring back to her. After receiving the storage ring, Lu Mingyan approached Li Yuan. An ominous feeling washed over Li Yuan as Lu Mingyan directly stated, You are very handsome, and you seem quite nice. I would like to pursue you. Li Yuan, don't be absurd, sister. I helped you out of kindness, yet you repay me with this. While you may have gained a bit of intelligence, it seems you haven't quite entered the realm of primates. And a relationship with a human would yield no fruitful outcome. Li Yuan sidestepped Lu Mingyan and directly yanked the male cultivator's scalp off. Dare to glare at me, you bastard, if I ever catch you glaring at me again, I'll rip your shrimp line out. Believe it. After all this, Li Yuan clutched the fierce and adorable Frosty Cat and slipped away from the crowd like a plague, continuing his solitary journey. Chapter 55, The enemy is still an egg. After distancing himself from the crowd, Li Yuan walked for a while, but he was still being followed by a tail, so he reluctantly stopped. Fairy Lu, why are you following me, Frosty Wanling? Meow meow meow. Exactly, why are you following my senior brother? He already has me. There's no place for you in this family, Lu Mingyan. I just want to protect you. You're only at the initial stage of spiritual manifestation. It's so dangerous here. Li Yuan, the love-struck minds in the cultivation world are truly something special. Li Yuan, exasperated, said, Is it not possible that my willingness to act independently signifies that I have the capacity to do so? Lu Mingyan shook her head, saying, But you're only at the initial stage of spiritual manifestation. There are many here with higher cultivation, like the earlier Xiao Yan, who is in the late stage of spiritual manifestation. Li Yuan? Wait a minute, what did you say his name was? Xiao Yan? The fiery Yan? No, it's Xiao, the stern Yan. Li Yuan, you startled me. I thought there was another destined child. And I yanked his scalp off upon our first encounter. TSK, enough already, you saw it. I pulled his scalp without breaking a sweat. I don't need protection. M3, Lu Mingyan shook her head again, saying, No, you must let me follow you. I guarantee I won't do anything to you, Shuangwan Ling, wicked woman. Li Yuan, with his gaze drawn to a distant glimmer, did not respond to Lu Mingyan and instead rushed forward. Seeing that he did not refuse, Lu Mingyan followed suit. Upon arrival, they discovered a considerable number of cultivators had already gathered, and although the number of loose cultivators was significant, it was the disciples of the major Holy Lands who constituted the primary competition. There, nestled within a deep pit, lay an egg the size of a football, its surface adorned with shimmering runes. Li Yuan focused intently, recognizing it. He recalled having seen such runes inscribed on the back of the mountain-protecting divine beast of the Immortal Alliance in a previous life, which was gifted to Yifan during the beast's infancy by a certain Holy Land. Enemies upon meeting are particularly resentful, and Li Yuan's repeated attempts to attack the Immortal Alliance had been thwarted by this very creature. Now all he desired was to turn it into a delicacy. The leader of the Heavenly Battle Holy Land, Li Zhan, declared, "Treasure is always claimed by the capable, why not let each of us delineate our territories?" Allowing the disciples of the Heavenly Battle Holy Land to take their turns, a voice from the loose cultivators retorted, "Ha, if that is the case, how can we loose cultivators compete with you? We were the first to discover it, and now you claim it simply because of your might. Perhaps we should withdraw entirely." Of the leader of the 10,000 Methods Holy Land, Mu Renliang, interjected, "Fellow Taoists, I have yet to hear of any opportunity being a matter of first come, first served. Such a claim is rather inappropriate." Li Yuan murmured to himself in the shadows, "Let them fight, let them fight. If you don't clash, how can I fish in troubled waters?" Alas, without a melon to enjoy, the fun is halved. Just then, half a melon appeared before Li Yuan, accompanied by Lu Mingyan's voice. "Here the melon you wanted. Li Yuan? Br, how is it you followed me? Could you not let me indulge in my solitary beauty? But you never said I couldn't follow you. I took that as your tacit approval." Li Yuan's face darkened just as a brawl broke out among the others. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly set down Shuang Mao Mao. "Mao Mao, it's decided that you shall do this. Use the art of deception." Shuang Mao Mao, meow. Li Yuan retrieved a stone sphere from his storage ring and bound it onto Shuang Mao Mao's back, placing one end of the rope in her mouth. "When they are caught up in battle, you take advantage of the chaos, pull the rope, and let the stone sphere fall. It will contract into a net, and then you can bring back that egg. Understood, Shuangwan Ling, wretched senior brother? You truly consider me a spirit beast. However, since it is your request, I shall reluctantly comply." Shuang Mao Mao nodded mute, and stealthily made her way over, her diminutive form going unnoticed. Before long, she returned with the divine beast egg ensnared in the net. And Li Yuan nearly burst into laughter upon seeing this. Shuangwan Ling cast a sidelong glance at Lu Mingyan, thinking to herself, "See, your role is outshone by my mere cat." Lu Mingyan suddenly felt affronted. Pouting, "What's so impressive about that? It's just stealing an egg." Humph. Li Yuan did not leave. They say criminals love to return to the scene of the crime, and he felt a rush of excitement at revisiting. Once the battle concluded, he approached the area. As expected, the disciples of the Holy Lands emerged victorious, with only the Heavenly Battle Holy Land and the 10,000 Methods Holy Land having arrived. And the Heavenly Battle Holy Land ultimately triumphed due to their superior combined strength. Elijah, then this divine beast egg shall be graciously accepted by our Heavenly Battle Holy Land. A disciple inquired, "Senior brother, can this egg truly hatch a divine beast?" "Of course, this is the Kanglin's secret realm, a place blessed by the Heavenly Tao. Anything found here will not be an ordinary beast." I didn't expect this stone sphere to be so formidable." "Indeed, our efforts to secure this stone sphere have not been in vain." Elijah, what stone sphere?" He pushed past his fellow disciples to investigate, discovering that the previously shimmering divine beast egg had transformed into a stone sphere. Who stole the divine beast egg? The loose cultivators, already in a foul mood, found solace in the thought of the Heavenly Battle Holy Land's labor being in vain. Many began to laugh, and Li Zhan glared at them in fury, shouting, "What are you laughing at? Was it your doing? I merely recalled something amusing. Why should I not laugh? Moreover, we retreated after our defeat. How could we steal, and with a living person walking by? Would you not notice?" Li Zhan fell into confusion, drawing his sword and looking around, feeling utterly lost. Lu Mingyan chuckled softly, saying, "Hee, if only they knew." Li Yuan quickly covered Lu Mingyan's mouth, casting her a glare filled with exasperation, thinking, "What is wrong with this person? With so many around, she dares to speak like that. If someone with sharp hearing overheard, they would surely be doomed." Seeing her senior brother getting too familiar with another woman stirred Shuang Mao Mao's ire, leading her to nip at Li Yuan's palm. "Ouch, why are you biting me?" Shouldn't you be biting her? Li Yuan shot a disapproving look at Lu Mingyan and retorted, next time you speak without thinking, be careful of my hammering you. He genuinely found himself at a loss against such a naturally oblivious, love-struck individual. While she could not have committed a grave error, it likewise seemed unreasonable to claim she was blameless. Lu Mingyan, however, mused that perhaps his words implied she could follow him, as long as she did not speak out of turn. Believing he cared for her, were Li Yuan to discern her thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Don't be so absurd, girl." Yet Lu Mingyan remained puzzled as to why the cat in Li Yuan's arms harbored such hostility towards her. Even now glaring at her, Lu Mingyan extended her hand, saying, "Mao Mao, I mean no harm. Please do not be fierce with me, alright?" Crack. Shuang Mao Mao bit down on her outstretched hand, and tears welled in Lu Mingyan's eyes from the pain as she stared incredulously at the smiling Shuang Mao Mao. Li Yuan, oblivious to their interaction, carried Shuang Mao Mao away, for a towering beam of light had erupted from the altar, heralding the arrival of the heavenly Tao's essence. Chapter 56, Reconstructing the Glory of Lu's Cultivators. We shall not shirk our duty. Upon reaching the vicinity of the altar, Li Yuan did not act rashly but instead blended into the crowd to observe the situation. Disciples from various holy lands gathered closest to the altar, while the loose cultivators lingered at a distance, seemingly hoping for an opportunity to reap the rewards. Li Yuan shook his head, remarking, if they truly dared to confront the disciples of the Holy Lands, the numerous loose cultivators might stand a chance, but if they merely hope to pick up the scraps, do they truly think themselves as fortunate as Yi Fan? Lu Mingyan inquired. Who is Yi Fan? A person with luck so extraordinary it defies reason, yet utterly devoid of principles, a failure. Shuang Mao Mao discreetly nodded in agreement. As the essence of the heavenly Tao continued to coalesce, the disciples of the Holy Lands prepared themselves. Fully aware that a chaotic battle loomed ahead, Li Yuan contemplated how to minimize casualties. Although he was confident in securing the heavenly Tao's essence, it would be preferable to avoid direct confrontation with the leaders of the Holy Lands. Given the presence of many acquaintances, let me think. I have it. Lu Dijia, it is time for you to take the stage. Lu Mingyan frowned, displeased. You call me Lu Dijia, how unappealing. I refuse to take the stage. TSK. Then what do you wish? Call me Mingyan, and I shall comply. Li Yuan. Shuang Mao Mao assumed a battle stance directed at Lu Mingyan, ready to pounce. Li Yuan turned away. Deciding to ignore her, Lu Mingyan, in a fluster, implored, "Hey, why are you so unyielding? Just tell me what you want me to do." Li Yuan replied, "Wait for a moment, you need to mingle among the loose cultivators." "We will." The disciples of the Holy Lands paid little heed to the loose cultivators below. In their eyes, the essence of the heavenly Tao in the Kanglin's secret realm would, as always, ultimately fall into their hands. As time passed, the beam of light from the altar dissipated, releasing a misty aura, and a round, blue sphere of light floated at the center of the altar. The leader of the Tianyan Holy Land smiled. Addressing the crowd, "Everyone, the essence of the heavenly Tao has manifested. Let us begin. As usual, we shall set up a platform. The ultimate victor shall return with the heavenly Tao's essence." Li Zhan responded. "Agreed, I have no objections." The loose cultivators below wore expressions of silent indignation. The abilities of the Holy Land disciples were beyond their capacity to rival, and while it was labeled a contest, the outcome had already been predetermined in favor of the Holy Lands. At that moment, a voice erupted from the crowd laced with resentment. "Why should we be dictated by the Holy Lands? The platform battle is merely a set of rules favoring them." Lu Mingyan, emboldened, executed her movement technique to leave her spot, followed by another voice. "Indeed, why should we fear the disciples of the Holy Lands? As cultivators, we must swim against the current, unbound by the rules of others. Defeat them, defeat them." Li Yuan and Lu Mingyan shouted among the crowd, igniting a fire in the eyes of many loose cultivators. Observing their rising fervor, Li Yuan suddenly proclaimed, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." With that, a spirit surged forth towards the disciples of the Holy Lands, and with the first act of defiance, a second quickly followed. The platform battle transformed into a chaotic brawl between the disciples of the Holy Lands and the loose cultivators. Li Qingfeng exclaimed, "What is happening? Are the loose cultivators so reckless this time?" Feng Xingyun urged, "Quick, gather the disciples. There are far too many loose cultivators." With their numerical advantage and a sudden surge of momentum, the rogue cultivators initially gained the upper hand, undoubtedly injecting them with a frenzied zeal. As if the essence of the heavenly path was within their grasp. As the disciples from the various sacred grounds regrouped, they gradually began to stabilize the situation. It seemed that only the last standing would be entitled to the essence of the heavenly path. Though the rogue cultivators were reckless, they were not foolish enough to offend the sacred grounds. Thus, despite their fierce attacks, they refrained from taking lives. The true instigator of this chaos, Li Yuan, was currently hiding behind a crumbling wall, munching on snacks while Shuang Maomao perched atop his head, and Lu Mingyan observed the battlefield with evident excitement. Lu Mingyan remarked, do you think this is quite appropriate? Besides, it feels like there won't be a clear victor in this fight. Li Yuan replied, what do I care if they determine a victor? If they truly distinguish themselves, wouldn't that render my efforts futile? Lu Mingyan, puzzled, inquired, then what are you planning to do? Li Yuan chuckled softly, instructing her to watch closely and learn well. Half an hour later, he donned the headscarf that Moroniu had given him, never anticipating he would willingly wear it one day, as unwelcome memories began to assail him. Xuan Wanling stifled a giggle. Moments later, Li Yuan appeared on the sacred platform, proclaiming loudly, the esteemed ones, since a decisive victor cannot be established, I propose that the spirit cultivators from both the sacred grounds and the rogue cultivators engage in a duel. I, Hu Hansan from the rogue cultivators, willingly volunteer to be the first contestant. Upon hearing this, the crowd considered it a viable solution to break the deadlock, forgetting that they had initially intended to establish a competition. Both sides were heavily exhausted, and it wasn't long before Li Yuan easily dispatched the cultivators who stepped up to challenge him. That he feigned fatigue, allowing others to take their place in one-on-one duels. None of the rogue cultivators emerged victorious, yet they had already showcased their pride, and now even if they could not obtain the essence of the heavenly path, they refused to let it fall into the hands of the sacred grounds. Several rogue cultivators approached Li Yuan saying, esteemed friend, your prowess is remarkable. I wish to present you with a spirit concealing pill. Please, win the essence of the heavenly path for our sake. Indeed, I will offer you a stone armor talisman. Please do not hesitate to act. Li Yuan's eyes glistened with tears as he trembled. My friends, how can you bear to treat me thus? My heart is pricked with discomfort. Dear friend, no need for further words. Your extraordinary strength assures us that the essence of the heavenly path is rightfully yours, and you are our hope for resurgence. Li Yuan sighed, you all, oh dear. The crowd was moved by Li Yuan's earnest, acting. Gazing at him with hopeful eyes. He solemnly promised to strive for victory until the end. Quietly pocketing his storage ring. As he ascended the platform, he turned to the crowd, nodding firmly, and the rogue cultivators returned the gesture. Li Yuan mused, see, they ought to be thanking me. Lu Mingyan, observing Li Yuan's antics, felt the complexities of the cultivation world were overwhelming. When Li Yuan returned to the platform, Li Qingfeng suddenly remarked, this bandit seems oddly familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Feng Xingyun replied, the headscarf looks the same. Anyone who has seen something similar would feel a sense of familiarity. Li Qingfeng scratched his head. Is that so? Well then, perhaps I've been overthinking it. Li Yuan faced formidable challenges in each duel, embodying an indomitable spirit. Every time he appeared on the brink of defeat, he would shout about friendship and bonds, suddenly unleashing tremendous power to vanquish his opponents. The watching rogue cultivators, witnessing the battle-scarred Li Yuan, felt tears welling in their eyes. The thought that Li Yuan stepped onto the platform for the honor of the rogue cultivators made them believe he deserved the essence of the heavenly path. To this Li Yuan could only declare, to restore the glory of the rogue cultivators, we are duty-bound. After several rounds, some disciples from the sacred grounds began to notice the peculiarities in Li Yuan's victories. Though he won each time was a grueling struggle, which seemed quite unreasonable. Someone remarked, what about that rogue cultivator named Hu Hansan up there? How can he win so many matches, according to his condition? He should have been exhausted by now. The crowd found this reasoning compelling and shouted at the rogue cultivator camp, you didn't send someone up there who hasn't expended any energy, did you? The rogue cultivators were incensed at this accusation, thinking our friend on the platform has exerted so much effort, and now you dare to slander him. Is there no law or justice? Li Yuan, overhearing, retorted, do not underestimate the bonds among us rogue cultivators. Exactly, a loss is a loss. Can your sacred grounds not handle it? To make excuses after losing, what a poor reflection that would be. Faced with such a vehement response, the disciples from the sacred grounds fell silent. As this round of dueling did not involve the nascent soul cultivators, and considering the diminished strength of the participants, it was only natural that Li Yuan stood last. Observing Li Yuan approaching the essence of the heavenly path, the disciples from the sacred grounds wore expressions of resentment, unable to comprehend how the initial platform battles devolved into chaos only to revert back to duels when they were at a disadvantage. Li Yuan, limping while holding the essence of the heavenly path, solemnly declared to the rogue cultivator camp, I shall not betray your trust. I am honored to fulfill my duty, with tears in their eyes. They collectively chanted, Hu Hansan, yet among the crowd a bald-headed figure glared at Li Yuan with malice. Although Li Yuan wore a headscarf, he could never forget Li Yuan's azure attire and voice. With Li Yuan's emergence, he could no longer exploit resources freely, and the gentle demeanor of his beloved Bai Yueguang had shifted dramatically after encountering Li Yuan. Xiaoyan ceded, Hu Hansan, is it? Just wait, I will ensure you do not have an easy time. He swiftly exited the crowd, making his way back to the exit of the Kanglan secret realm, determined to be the first to spread the news of Li Yuan obtaining the essence of the heavenly path. Once the dust settled, Li Yuan graciously declined the rogue cultivator's offers to escort him, asserting that a cultivator should advance unwaveringly. As he cradled Shuang Maomao, Lu Mingyan, sidestepping the crowd, caught up with him and asked, I think their proposal was quite good. Why do you insist on going alone? Li Yuan replied, You should exercise some caution, Haiyan. Previously, I manipulated their competitive spirit and aversion to the disciples of the sacred grounds to gain their support in a fervent state. Once they calm down, do you think those unprincipled rogue cultivators can withstand the allure of the essence of the heavenly path? Lu Mingyan mused, I suppose that's true. Aren't you worried that the disciples from the sacred grounds might turn against you? To be honest, compared to the rogue cultivators, I am indeed more at ease with the disciples from the sacred grounds. Most of them disdain such treachery. My concern lies with the elders outside, as they are not so easily dealt with. Lu Mingyan smiled, Don't worry. Once we exit, I will have my elder brother protect you under the Lu family's name. Li Yuan shook his head, saying, We'll see. It may not come to that. If possible, it's better to avoid incurring debts of gratitude. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan had exited the secret realm, attracting numerous gazes. Naturally, the Lu family members recognized him, and the news of Lu Mingyan not acting alongside her family had already spread throughout the Lu family. Lu Hanju, spotting him alone, seized him and inquired with a dark expression, Xiaoyan, where is my Mingyan? If you have done anything to her, I will flay you alive today. Xiaoyan trembled, then quickly devised a plan. Speaking with heartfelt emotion, we encountered a rogue cultivator named Hu Hansan in the secret realm. Lu Hanju pressed, What about him? Speak clearly or I'll break your arm. He deceitfully abducted young Lady Lu and used her to seize the essence of the heavenly path. Young Lady Lu would not heed my warnings, and I don't know what has become of her. However, since he has obtained the essence of the heavenly path, Lu Hanju certainly understood what kind of person his sister was. But he did not believe Xiaoyan's claims of warnings. How bold! You better point out who this Hu Hansan is, the one who dares to harm my sister, or he will meet his end. Xiaoyan spoke openly, deliberately avoiding any caution. He aimed to ensure everyone outside knew that Li Yuan had acquired the essence of the heavenly path, but he was certain that Li Yuan would not be able to leave alive. Mu Qingxian and her companions watched the exit of the Tsongshuan sacred ground from their celestial vessel, having overheard Xiaoyan's words, and were puzzled as to why Li Yuan had seemingly failed to obtain the essence of the heavenly path. Yu Shiha remarked, Could it be that this Hu Hansan resorted to selling women to acquire the essence of the heavenly path? How shameless! Li Yuan interjected, Autumn, what nonsense! Is someone secretly saying how handsome I am? Lu Mingyan replied, You noticed that too? Li Yuan retorted. Shuang Wanling added, Wretched woman, it was I who said it, but you and senior brother are impossible. At the exit of the Kanglan secret realm, people began to emerge one after another. Upon inquiry, it was confirmed that a rogue cultivator named Hu Hansan had indeed obtained the essence of the heavenly path. An elder from a certain sect chuckled softly, The essence of the heavenly path is not something that a solitary rogue cultivator can claim. Lu Hanju, upon hearing someone confirm the matter, felt a deeper chill in her eyes. She turned to Xiaoyan and said, When Hu Hansan appears later, please help me identify him. I want him to understand the consequences of his actions against my sister. A fleeting look of joy crossed Xiaoyan's eyes but was quickly suppressed. He nodded in agreement to Lu Hansu. Li Yuan had already removed his headscarf and blended into the crowd of loose cultivators. Cradling Shuang Maomao in his arms. No one recognized him, and he thus exited the Kanglan secret realm unimpeded. Just as he thought everything was going smoothly, Xiaoyan pointed at him and declared, That's him, he is Hu Hansan. What followed was a terrifying flash of sword-light. Realizing he could not evade it, Li Yuan hurriedly shielded Shuang Maomao, exclaiming, Would our realm! Subsequently, both Li Yuan and Shuang Maomao lost consciousness. Originally, Mu Qingxian had sighed in relief upon seeing Li Yuan safe and sound, but in the blink of an eye, he was attacked, causing her to feel a surge of panic. A Yuan, senior brother. 3 figures descended from the flying vessel of the Tsongshuan sacred land. Mu Qingxian, gazing at the deep gash on Li Yuan's back, felt as if the world was spinning and unconsciously placed a pill into Li Yuan's mouth. Shang Guanfeng stepped forward, hovering in midair, and coldly addressed Lu Hanju. Your Lu family is quite imposing, assaulting our young disciples of the Tsunchuan sacred land over a mere disagreement. Lu Hanju frowned slightly and turned to Xiao Yan, who was equally taken aback to discover that Li Yuan was a disciple of the Tsunchuan sacred land. Questioning why he had acted alone, Lu Hanju, believing the moral high ground was on his side, faced Shang Guanfeng without fear and retorted, "So your disciples can exploit my sister to seize the heavenly Dao Qi? My sister's life and death are still uncertain. Brother, what are you doing? Why attack him?" Lu Hanyan, having emerged, exclaimed in shock, "Sister, you're unharmed." So Xiao Yan said, "How dare you deceive me, you scoundrel?" Lu Hanju recounted Xiao Yan's words, and Shang Guanfeng's brow furrowed in realization that someone had deliberately instigated discord. Chapter 58, Li Yuan severely injured returns to Qinghuan Peak after Mu Qingxian dispelled the sword energy within Li Yuan. She formed her hand into a sword gesture and sent a wave of sword energy slicing towards Lu Hanju. Lu Hanju hastily raised his sword to defend, yet the sword energy severed his blade and left a deep gash across his chest. "This strike is for you. If you have any grievances, seek me out at the Tsunchuan sacred land. Remember my name, I am Mu Qingxian." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing that the woman who had rushed towards Li Yuan was none other than the foremost prodigy of the Tsunchuan realm. Mu Qingxian. Shang Guanfeng glanced at Xiao Yan and remarked, "Kid, you have quite the audacity. You will be accompanying us back to the Tsunchuan sacred land shortly, where you will be properly entertained." The emphasis on the word entertained suggested that Xiao Yan's visit to the sacred land would be far from pleasant. Lu Hanyan attempted to approach and assess Li Yuan's injuries, but Mu Qingxian had already taken him aboard the flying vessel, with Ruli and Yushiha following closely with Shuang Maomao. Upon witnessing Shang Guanfeng's unabashed aura of the feather transformation realm, Xiao Yan thought to himself that this time it was truly over. Returning to the Lu family's encampment, Lu Hanyan inquired about her elder brother's condition. Although Lu Hanju appeared gravely injured, he was in a better state compared to Li Yuan, as Mu Qingxian had shown restraint. Lu Hanju shook his head and said, "I'm fine, not Yenner. You first tell me what happened inside." Lu Hanyan briefly recounted the events of the Kanglin's secret realm, and upon hearing it, Lu Hanju's fury surged. However, since Xiao Yan had already attracted the attention of the Tsunchuan sacred land, he did not wish to waste further effort on a dead man. Lu Hanyan, filled with disdain, approached Xiao Yan, who, upon seeing the expression on Lu Hanyan's face, an expression that had always been one of compliance, felt a surge of hostility rise within him. "Lu Hanyan, what kind of look is that? Ha, I knew you were merely putting on an act before. You have always looked down on me." Xiao Yan, haven to you. Lu Hanyan retorted, "I wish I had truly been acting. When I first met you, despite your humble origins, you did not resign yourself to mediocrity. I thought you were exceptional, which is why I took an interest in you, but now, it seems you are nothing more than an ungrateful, petty man. Compared to Li Yuan, you are even less than a blade of grass." Xiao Yan, unwilling to accept this, replied, "If that kid weren't a disciple of the sacred land, could he possibly surpass me? Isn't he merely relying on his background to stand ahead of me? I, Xiao Yan, only wish to progress. What is wrong with that?" At that moment, Li Qingfeng and his group emerged from the Kanglin's secret realm. Shang Guanfeng's voice rang out from the flying vessel, "Qingfeng, make sure to bring back that bald fool from the Lu family's encampment. He conspired to harm your junior brother Li Yuan, resulting in his severe injuries. Bring him back to the sacred land for punishment." Li Qingfeng was unaware of how Xiao Yan had plotted against Li Yuan. He only knew that Li Yuan had been injured because of him. His eyes turned crimson with rage as he glared at Xiao Yan, a sense of crisis welling up in Xiao Yan's heart. Before he could prepare himself, a formation materialized beneath his feet. "Ah!" Xiao Yan let out a piercing scream, and moments later, his limbs twisted into a painful contortion. Li Qingfeng snorted coldly, using his spiritual energy to lift Xiao Yan onto the flying vessel. The other elders of the sacred land were momentarily taken aback by Li Qingfeng's display of power. To think that he could conjure a formation with a mere thought. The younger generation of the Tsunchuan sacred land was indeed formidable, truly terrifying. Feng Xingyan interjected, "Calm down. Once we return to the sacred land, there will be plenty of ways to deal with him. For now let him live." Li Qingfeng replied, "Li Yuan is like a brother to me. How dare this scoundrel act so brazenly? When we return, make sure to call me when you deal with him." In the resting chamber, Shang Guanfeng inquired, "How is Li Yuan's condition?" Mu Qingxian responded, "He managed to block most of the attack, although I have already dealt with the sword energy. He remains quite weak and can only recuperate at the peak." Shang Guanfeng nodded, "As long as it's not life-threatening. But how did this kid suddenly become so spiritual? Isn't that rather fast?" What has he been doing during this time? Mu Qingxian was not inclined to discuss the matter, and Shang Guanfeng did not press further, leaving the space for their group. He went out to inform Li Qingfeng that Li Yuan was no longer in danger. Shang Guanfeng asked, "Have all of you returned?" Feng Xingyun replied, reporting to Peak Master Shangguan, "All disciples have returned safely." The flying vessel of the Tsunchuan sacred land ascended slowly, vanishing into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. The other factions, witnessing this, also prepared to depart. The heavenly Dao Qi ultimately did not belong to the loose cultivators as Xiao Yan had claimed, but rather to the newly appointed prodigy of the Tsunchuan sacred land. Li Yuan. They did not wish to provoke the Tsunchuan sacred land over this matter, and now these factions were most grateful that Lu Hanzhu, being overly protective of his sister, acted rashly. Otherwise, had they acted first, they likely would not have fared any better than Lu Hanzhu. Days later, at the Tsunchuan sacred land, the flying vessel docked, and Li Yuan was directly carried by several disciples toward Dan Ding Peak. Upon seeing Li Yuan in such a dire state, Dan Lao panicked and reproached Mu Qingxian. "Is this how you care for Li Yuan? If anything were to happen to him, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire alchemy lineage of the cultivation world. Do you understand?" Shang Guanfeng chuckled. "Dan Lao, our immediate concern is to assess Li Yuan's injuries. Moreover, Li Yuan is a disciple of Peak Master Mu. She is suffering as well." After examining Li Yuan's condition, Dan Lao remarked, "Though you managed to expel the sword energy in time, it has still caused him considerable harm. Take this medicine back, apply it externally to the wounds, and change it daily." Mu Qingxian hastily accepted the Qiankuan bag that Dan Lao handed over. Expressing her gratitude profusely before taking Li Yuan back to apply the medicine. At night, Shuang Maomao awakened with a soft meow. Still shaken from the danger. Yushi had joyfully exclaimed, "Junior sister, you've finally woken up." Shuang Maomao, having reverted from her demon form, anxiously asked, "Third senior sister, where is senior brother? How is he?" "That attack came from the Wudao realm, right at senior brother." "Don't worry, junior sister, senior brother's condition has stabilized. He is not in any life-threatening danger. Right now, second senior sister and our master are watching over him." Hearing this, Shuang Maomao sighed in relief and dragged Yushiha toward Li Yuan's chamber. Upon seeing the wounds on Li Yuan, she could not contain her tears. Mu Qingxian lamented, "Yuan, this is all my oversight. I should have realized that no one but you would be able to acquire the heavenly Dao Qi. Had I been more vigilant, you would not have suffered such grievous injuries." In the time that followed, Mu Qingxian and her companions kept vigil by Li Yuan's bedside day and night, diligently changing his bandages and tending to him with meticulous care. Half a month passed in this manner, and one morning Li Yuan opened his eyes, discovering the familiar surroundings. He thought to himself, "Surely I haven't died again. Why else would I find myself at Qingluan Peak?" As he pondered, the voice of Yushiha reached his ears. "Senior brother, you're finally awake." Li Yuan, astonished, stammered, "Ugh, my head hurts, and my back aches. What happened?" As his mind gradually cleared, Li Yuan recalled that after emerging from the Kanglan secret realm, he had been ambushed, and it had come from the Wudao realm. I actually didn't die. Could it be thanks to the spirit essence? That's rather miraculous, to withstand an attack from a Wudao cultivator and survive." Though Li Yuan had managed to defend himself in that fleeting moment, the gap between being spiritual and Wudao was not something mere technique could bridge. Suddenly he remembered, "Where is my cat?" Chapter 59, revealing the truth to Li Yuan. When Li Yuan awoke, Yushihi had already sent a message to Mu Qingxian and the others. Shortly after, they rushed to Li Yuan's chamber. Li Yuan turned over, searching frantically and realizing that the spirit cat was indeed missing. He had blocked most of the attacks, so the spirit cat should have only sustained some impact. It could not possibly be in grave danger. He turned sharply and demanded, "What have you done with my spirit cat?" Mu Qingxian was taken aback that Li Yuan's foremost concern was the frost cat. With a twinge of pain, she replied, "Yuan, could you refrain from displaying such an expression? Are we truly less significant than a mere spirit cat?" "Humph. The so-called mere spirit cat you speak of remained steadfast by my side during my most solitary moments. It is akin to family." Mu Qingxian was momentarily stunned by his words. She had never inquired about what Frost Wanling and the others had done in previous lives, as their shared goal was to bring Li Yuan back. However, it now appeared that after she chose to enter seclusion, Frost Wanling had indeed stayed in contact with Yuan, profoundly influencing his current state. Perhaps her choice to retreat was not so advantageous after all. Mu Qingxian shot a glare at Frost Wanling, who pouted and transformed into a spirit cat. "Frost cat, meow, Li Yuan. What is this?" The spirit cat is actually Frost Wanling transformed. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information, Li Yuan sat dumbfounded on the bed. Reverting to her original form, Frost Wan Ling explained, "Senior brother, I truly did not intend to deceive you. It was merely, at that time, I could only assume this form to remain by your side without losing control." Li Yuan inquired, "Control? What do you mean?" Frost Wan Ling revealed the matter of the heavenly Tao consciousness manipulating their minds, instilling a sense of aversion towards Li Yuan. It was at this point that Li Yuan finally grasped the reason behind the peculiarities of this life. It was due to their awakening memories. "So, after awakening your memories, you intend to concoct a tale to continue deceiving me." Reflecting on the cycles of reincarnation, Li Yuan could not dismiss the various acts of distrust they had shown him as mere consequences of manipulation. He indifferently remarked, "So what now? Are you planning to imprison me on Qinghuan Peak, waiting for Yifan to come and seize my fate?" Mu Qingxian felt a pang in her heart and urged, "Yuan, please, do not say such things. It is all true. My feelings for you in this life are genuine, just as they have been in every life. If I merely sought to deceive you into staying on Qinghuan Peak, why would I willingly form a Dao companion bond with you? Why would I kiss you?" Suddenly Li Yushi and Frost Wan Ling gasped, their expressions shifting to a dismayed face. Li Yuan fell silent, recognizing the truth in her words, yet he could not fathom why. After all, Mu Qingxian had been quite indifferent towards him since his confession. How could this be? Just then, Frost Wan Ling's stomach let out a loud growl. The group turned to her, and she blushed, saying, "Senior brother, I'm hungry. Shall we eat first?" Mu Qingxian and the others knew Frost Wan Ling could be unreliable, but they never anticipated her to be so absurdly so. Didn't she see the gravity of the situation? Li Yuan had not eaten for over 10 days, surviving on medicinal pills alone. His stomach was devoid of any sustenance. Now, with Frost Wan Ling's suggestion, his inherent gluttony was awakened, and his appetite stirred. "Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Let's have a meal then." Why he was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Is that really all it takes, if I just prepare something delicious?" "Will senior brother come willingly?" Li Yuan almost instinctively made his way to the kitchen, somewhat believing Frost Wan Ling's words, for the spirit cat's actions did lend some credence to her claim. "Sigh, why is everything becoming increasingly complicated? I need to leave. It would be better to extricate myself from this chaotic situation as soon as possible. If my plan had succeeded in the last life, I would not be here in this one. Thus, the heavenly Tao consciousness has not been obliterated, and judging by past events, their influence was inevitable. Li had unknowingly arrived in the kitchen, her heart tightening upon hearing Li Yuan's mutterings. She had not anticipated that senior brother still wished to leave. So she hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. "Ruli, what do you want at senior brother? You must trust us. In this life, we are no longer under the control of the heavenly Tao consciousness. Our masters successfully eradicated it in the last life, and we four are no longer bound by fate." Li Yuan replied, "Right, you all are truly amazing. I believe you." For Li Yuan to accept this so readily seemed implausible. A system devoid of emotion, having promised him, would not retract its assurance. If victory were truly within reach, why would he still be standing here? Wait, why am I the one cooking when they are the ones pleading for me to stay? Oh well, I suppose the food I prepare will taste better to me. Once the meal was prepared, Ruli assisted Li Yuan in serving the dishes, leading to an oddly tense dining experience. Although they sat at the same table, it felt as if they were strangers, not even exchanging glances. After the meal, they each sought to relieve Li Yuan of any pressure, dispersing in different directions. Li Yuan reclined on a familiar chair, gazing at the sky in a daze, pondering how he might slip away unnoticed. Meow! A cat's call broke the silence, and Li Yuan turned to see the frost cat perched on the courtyard wall, licking its paw. He could no longer look at her directly. Frost Wan Ling, come down here. Is this amusing to you? Frost Wan Ling reverted to her original form, pouting as she said, "Senior brother, I merely thought you might be less averse to the spirit form, so I transformed to bring you some joy. Forget it, I am quite content on my own. If there is nothing else, you may return. Don't go, senior brother, you simply do not trust me. I have never doubted you. In my heart, you have always been the most important person." "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you are unaware that the words Yifan spoke while attempting to kill me differ greatly from yours. Who then is speaking the truth?" Frost Wan Ling wiped away tears from her eyes and sobbed, "Senior brother, he was deceiving you. I have lived and died with a clean conscience, never engaging in what he claimed. After you departed, our master entered a deep seclusion. My sisters and I left Qinghuan Peak because as long as we avoided Yifan, we could control our thoughts. Moreover, I have another piece of evidence to support my claims. Yifan has never truly defeated you in direct combat. He has never acquired the primal lien of any of us, rendering his sacred body incomplete. Li Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the veracity of her words. As a favored child of the heavenly Tao, Yi Fan had no reason to rely solely on luck and underhanded tactics to triumph over him. Frost Wanling lunged into Li Yuan's embrace, crying, "Senior brother, I swear I have never allowed him to touch even a single hair on me. My heart belongs only to you." In the past, when she cried, Li Yuan would comfort her with a smile, gently stroking her hair. She longed for him to do the same now and assure her of his belief in her. Li Yuan exhaled deeply. Although he did not push Frost Wanling away, he also refrained from comforting her. Lost in a haze of uncertainty, moments later, Frost Wanling stood, reluctantly saying, "Senior brother, it is getting late. You have just recovered from your injuries, you should rest. I will take my leave now." Once she departed, Li Yuan murmured to himself, "Sleep now, Li Yuan, when weary rest, think of nothing else." Chapter 60. Li Yuan almost eating bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat the following day. Upon awakening, Li Yuan received a summons from Mu Ziqiu that he felt a sense of reverence towards this ancestral figure, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Upon arriving at the main hall, he found Mu Qingxian and the others present. While Mu Ziqiu's expression was frosty. "Greetings, esteemed ancestor." Mu Ziqiu glanced at Li Yuan and scoffed, "What, did you enjoy your little outing? The Qinghuan Peak went quiet without a word from you. Do you think there are no rules?" Li Yuan scratched his cheek, feeling guilty. "Well, this cannot entirely be blamed on me." All right. Mu Qingxian, what of you? You took your disciple and vanished for over a month. If it weren't for the Peak Master meeting, I would have remained unaware that Qinghuan Peak was deserted. Do you think the rules of the sacred ground do not apply to you? Mu Qingxian lowered her head. Though she was frightened, she replied, We were merely worried that Yuan Air might encounter danger outside, so we went to find him. Oh, so it was Li Yuan's unauthorized departure that triggered this incident? Li Yuan thought to himself, "Oh no, this is bad." Mu Qingxian frantically brainstormed ways to absolve Li Yuan, suddenly struck by inspiration. "It is like this, Mother. Yuan Air intends to participate in the Sacred Ground Grand Competition, which requires the eldest disciple of each sacred estate to compete. That is why he went seeking opportunities." Mu Ziqiu raised an eyebrow. You say Yuan Air is to participate in the Sacred Ground Grand Competition? Is it the Heavenly Divisions contest, Li Yuan? What is this Heavenly Division? The Sacred Ground Grand Competition is merely a contest for the younger generation of various sacred grounds to spar against one another. Right, esteemed ancestor, may I timidly inquire what the Heavenly Division entails? Also, isn't the competition restricted to cultivators below the nascent soul stage? What is the role of the eldest disciples from each sacred estate? Don't you ever read? That was a rule from long ago. What you mention pertains to the regulations of the Earth Group, while only the eldest senior brothers from the various celestial realms are permitted to participate in the Heaven Group. Li Yuan remarked, hasn't Brother Wang already transcended to the divine transformation stage? The other senior brothers from the Holy Lands are at least at the late stage of the nascent soul or even perfected. Right? Mu Ziqiu gazed at him and said, "Initially, I believed Siener was merely being foolish. I never anticipated that your brief excursion would lead to such a breakthrough to the spirit embodiment stage." Now it seems, Li Yuan interjected, now it appears quite foolish indeed. Achieving spirit embodiment to surpass divine transformation is far more abstract than transitioning from crystallization to spirit embodiment. Master, is this a desire for me to perish more swiftly? Yushiha exclaimed, "Master, I have a plan. Let us find Brother a Dao partner and assist him with a dual cultivation technique. I believe he will make remarkable progress within a month. As his disciple, I am willing to sacrifice myself for his success." Internally, Li Yuan thought, "Could you please be quiet, you idea machine? Your calculations are on the verge of falling apart, you know. And Mu Qingxian, I am aware of your unreliability. But must you be so outrageous? Back then, my friend was merely at the initial crystallization stage." Mu Ziqiu pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not asking you to secure first place. But within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, one can condense dragon essence, which can enhance cultivation. Only those with profound Tao rhythm can obtain it. Although Yuaner possesses no sacred body, he still advances steadily in his cultivation. Suggesting his Tao rhythm is extraordinary. Siener could take him to the Dragon Palace to see if he can acquire the dragon essence." However, Mu Ziqiu was not entirely confident in Yuan's ability to obtain it, as she had previously taken Mu Qingxian there, and even she had failed to secure the dragon essence. Li Yuan had indeed heard of the Dragon Palace but had never visited, primarily because the dragon essence merely serves to enhance cultivation, which held little value for his past selves. If Yi Fan could simply rely on his cultivation realm to achieve victory, there would not be so many complications. Upon hearing this, Shuang Wanling and the others immediately expressed their desire to join. Mu Ziqiu coldly scoffed, "You should remain at Qinghuan Peak. From today onward, you three must come to me for training every day." they were instantly struck dumb, as if hit by lightning, with Shuang Wanling's eyes brimming with tears. Feeling as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Mu Zicho stated, "Crying will not help, feigning pity will double your tasks, and your training will also be doubled," Shuang Wanling thought to herself. "I never expected my invincible tactics would fail, and I can only reluctantly agree." Mu Qingxian internally cheered, "Well done, mother." Li Yuan pondered whether he had been set up. What should he do, if he dared to utter a word of dissent? He would likely face a beating with bamboo strips. Indeed, Li Yuan's respect for Mu Zicho stemmed from this. She was quite similar to his mother from his previous life, gentle and soft-spoken, yet when provoked, she could be quite formidable. Unable to conceal her excitement, Mu Qingxian declared, "There is no time to lose, mother. Yuaner and I shall set off immediately." Before Li Yuan could react, Mu Qingxian enveloped him in her spiritual power and flew away, leaving him feeling awkward at the prospect of being alone with her. Upon exiting that Sunchuan sacred land, Mu Qingxian seized Li Yuan's hand, fearful that he might escape, but surprisingly, he acquiesced to her wishes. As he looked at their clasped hands, he felt as though a chasm had opened within him ever since Shuang Wanling had spoken to him the night prior. Throughout their journey, Mu Qingxian inquired about his well-being, and though Li Yuan remained silent, she continued to chatter. At a certain moment, Li Yuan halted, prompting Mu Qingxian to ask, "What is wrong, my Yuan? You seem strange after entering the Great Hall." Li Yuan shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. It must be my imagination. Let us go see the dragon essence." Approaching the immense stone dragon that spiraled within the Great Hall, they reached its head, where the dragon's mouth contained a spherical red glow. Li Yuan remarked, "Is this the dragon essence? It's a pity it holds no use for cultivators of the ascension and immortal stages, otherwise this dragon palace would not be so desolate. After all, once one reaches the ascension stage, they can no longer rely on absorbing spiritual power for cultivation. The ascension stage is the process of refining the divine feather, while the immortal stage is about opening the immortal meridians, both of which cannot be aided by external forces." Li Yuan extended his hand toward the dragon essence, discovering that it was tangible rather than as ethereal as it appeared. "What do you think? Yuan, can you retrieve it? Didn't you attempt to obtain the dragon essence before? What was your sensation upon contact?" he was asked. "I felt nothing at all. I simply passed through it, unable to grasp it, visible yet intangible." Li Yuan nodded. "That I should be able to take it. Just a moment. It feels a bit heavy." Yet he slowly pulled the dragon essence from the dragon's mouth, and while the process was gradual, it was evident that he was indeed grasping it. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Wait, the dragon essence is absorbing my spiritual power. It consumes my power to manifest." Mu Qingxian expressed concern. "Does that have any adverse effects on your body? If so, we should abandon the attempt." Li Yuan shook his head. "No, it seems it requires my spiritual sea to be drained before it can be extracted. Right now, my spiritual power is several times that of a cultivator of the same level. But it will take some time. Moreover, I have a feeling that if I fail to obtain the dragon essence this time, it will choose not to recognize me again." Li Yuan fell silent, continuing to focus on extracting it. Hearing there was no danger, Mu Qingxian relaxed. Meanwhile, the observing Yifan pondered, "What method is this? How can he touch the dragon essence?" The elder Xian Tian remarked, "Isn't there a possibility that he isn't using any method at all? Yifan, that lattice Tao rhythm is indeed unparalleled. It seems the dragon essence has chosen him. Impossible. I, Yifan, am unique," he retorted. "No, even if I cannot obtain it, I cannot allow this lad to succeed." The elder Xian Tian shouted, "You mustn't. The two individuals over there possess greater cultivation than you. Do not act recklessly." Unfortunately, Yifan was consumed by a singular thought. He could not allow Li Yuan to obtain the dragon essence. Confident in his abilities, he believed that by disrupting Li Yuan's progress, he could escape unscathed. As Yifan made his move, the elder Xian Tian felt a wave of despair, lamenting, "Oh heavens, why must you treat me this way? I merely seek a person of extraordinary fortune to assist in reconstructing my physical body, yet this fool appears, grasping the dragon essence." Li Yuan mused, "This thing is extraordinarily difficult to obtain. At this rate, it will take at least half an hour." Just then, a formation pattern illuminated beneath him. Li Yuan quickly channeled his spiritual power and pointed to erase the formation, preventing its activation. However, the moment he interrupted the flow of his spiritual power, the dragon essence began to draw from his life force. Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, barely managing to reverse the situation by doubling his flow of spiritual energy. However, the speed at which the dragon essence moved did not increase, resulting in an insufficient amount of spiritual energy for the dragon essence to absorb. Everything transpired so swiftly that Mu Qingxian not being adept in formations, was at a loss, especially when it came to thwarting an arrangement that required no preparation whatsoever. Noticing Li Yuan's predicament, Mu Qingxian infused her spiritual energy into his body, allowing him to continue absorbing the dragon essence while she surveyed the surroundings to identify the assailant. Yifan, observing that the two were trapped, smirked and strode to the center of the grand hall, taunting, now you are powerless, aren't you, to dare touch what belongs to me? Yifan is truly a death wish, Li Yuan. Damn it, how absurd, to encounter this dog of a person here. Should I abandon the dragon essence to deal with him instead? Naturally, Mu Qingxian also spotted Yifan. She momentarily froze, then revealed a dangerously charming smile. The instant Yifan laid eyes on her exquisite beauty, he mentally labeled her as a celestial being, convinced that such a woman was only worthy of him. In his view, her smile after her moment of distraction was simply an acknowledgement of his extraordinary appearance. She must have been utterly captivated by him. He had always been a magnet for the opposite sex, and thus far he had never failed to win the affections of those he desired. Once they became his women, they would remain utterly devoted to him. Yifan, my dear lady, you have successfully captured my attention. Follow me, and I shall make you my most cherished blossom. Xintian elder, Mu Qingxian, with a slightly sickly smile, replied, oh, you have caught my interest as well. Come closer, and let me show you a grand treasure. Yifan grinned and stepped forward, only to be halted by Xintian elder, who warned Yifan, run, that woman is not right, she harbors murderous intent toward you. Yifan, nonsense, she has already succumbed to my charm. A beauty like her is destined to be mine, don't approach her, she is. Before Xintian elder could finish, Mu Qingxian, seeing Yifan within her lethal range, directly expended half her spiritual energy to unleash a lightning strike. In an instant, the entire Fulong Hall illuminated, leaving charred marks on the ancient structure that had withstood the test of time for millennia. Reacting swiftly, Yifan shouted as the deathly artifact was triggered. Elder Xian, save me! Xintian elder was utterly speechless. He genuinely wished to pry open Yifan's skull to discover what sort of thoughts resided within. However, this was not the time for grievances, as Yifan was his hope for reconstructing his physical body, and he could not allow him to perish here. Li Yuan, is Yifan about to become light? How blinding! As the lightning dissipated, the spot where Yifan had stood transformed into a deep pit. Mu Qingxian peered into it and her brow furrowed. Within the pit lay a puppet, shattered into pieces, yet Yifan was conspicuously absent. At the entrance of the hall, Yifan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Mu Qingxian from a distance, and inquired, young lady, surely you and I have no enmity? As a practitioner of the Ascension realm, isn't it rather unseemly for you to act in such a manner? Mu Qingxian, who are you? Yifan had always been enigmatic, his trump cards ever evolving. She realized that her previous understanding of him from their past lives was superficial, and she had not truly believed she could kill him. You may call me Xintian elder. Mu Qingxian gasped, asking, the second holy master of the Xuanji Holy Land. Oh, I never expected that after all these years, a junior would still remember me. I am quite flattered. You, upon succeeding to the position of Holy Master, fell into the ranks of demonic cultivators within a mere century, recklessly disturbing the heavenly mechanisms and plunging the entire Zhongshuan realm into chaos. Surely no one in Zhongshuan is unaware of your deeds, disturbing the heavenly mechanisms. No, I was merely saving that Zhongshuan realm. Much like raising a gu, I was selecting those with exceptional luck, talent, and Tao rhythm to devour one another, ultimately choosing those capable of resisting the impending calamity. Interestingly, among these cultivators, those who survived until the end were all of remarkable fortune, which was precisely why I chose this lad. Chapter 62, lowering Yifan's luck for a significant breakthrough. Mu Qingxian still retained a strike of power, needing only to lower the opponent's guard before attempting again. If she could force Yifan to reveal more of his hidden cards, that would be even better. Xintian elder, young lady, there is no need for you to exert yourself. The presence here is merely an illusion of mine. No matter how you attack, you cannot harm me. Mu Qingxian, humph. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped. I hope you continue to be this lucky, but that is a matter for later. I am more curious as to why, with no enmity between you and Yifan, a practitioner of the Ascension realm would seek to take his life. Mu Qingxian sneered, he dared to harm my Yuan. I will not rest until he is dead. You had best ensure he escapes my grasp, or I shall surely feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. Li Yuan, how terrifying! I sense something bizarre awakening within her, yet my heart feels strangely warm. What is this about? After Mu Qingxian's declaration, Yifan at the Grand Hall's entrance slowly vanished, just as he claimed. It was truly but an illusion left behind by him in a cave 1,000 miles away from the Fulong Hall. Yifan lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Through the recent spell, he had discerned the reason for Mu Qingxian's attack. Now Li Yuan's form also became clearer, and he finally recalled that Li Yuan was the individual he had encountered at the cold pond. "You little beast, how dare you make me so miserable twice? Just wait, Yifan vow to make you pay dearly, Xiantian Elder. If it weren't for you provoking him each time, would we have fallen to such depths? For the love of all that is sacred, please act normally. And that wretched woman, it is a privilege for her to catch my eye. How dare she strike at me? One day, I shall make her grovel beneath me." Unable to live or die, with that, Yifan spat out another mouthful of blood. Dissatisfied Elder Xian, "Why didn't you act sooner? If you had possessed me earlier, I would not have had to waste that artifact." "Xiantian Elder, you really, how many times must I remind you, you are the one who provoked him? How about you act like a human?" Xiantian Elder coldly stated. "That woman is likely among the elite of the Ascension realm. My recent possession took a considerable toll. I need to rest for a while. You best take care of yourself." Xiantian Elder intended to leave Yifan for a time, curious to see what he could achieve without his assistance. Upon hearing this, a surge of resentment rose within Yifan as he secretly cursed Xiantian Elder for being useless, despite being a powerful figure at the Ascension stage, reduced to near dormancy against an Ascendant. On Mu Qingxian's side, the system suddenly announced, "Yifan's luck has decreased significantly. You performed admirably this time." Did seizing his opportunity at the Enlightenment Cliff not already diminish his luck? It did. But it was minimal. Here's the plan. I will place a progress bar in your mind, marked with numbers. When it reaches 100, it indicates that you may strike him down. Mu Qingxian instinctively glanced at it and was immediately stunned. What does 5.3 mean? Oh, that's the counting method from Li Yuan's side. 10 points make one whole. This is what you call a significant decrease. We went to the Enlightenment Cliff and hunted the purple crystal beast. Logically, these opportunities should have greatly aided Yifan. Insufficient. It is already quite substantial. I discovered that he has several opportunities yet to be seized, which collectively contribute to this total. The two matters you mentioned account for barely 2 points. This time, it was detected that Yifan had developed a conflict with his grandfather, thus directly resulting in a 2-point drop. Strive for further success next time. After some time, Li Yuan's voice reached Mu Qingxian's ears, bringing her back to her senses. Mu Qingxian, wake up, your master calls you home for dinner. Yuan, have you succeeded? Li Yuan displayed the dragon essence in his hand and asked, what is wrong? You seemed lost in thought for quite some time. And no, I just couldn't capture Yifan, and felt a bit unwilling. Not by the way, Yuan, how about we first go to Tianhai City in the East Sea for a couple of days, once you have rested? We can return. Why not? You could fly me back, couldn't you? Mu Qingxian thought. Of course, it's because I want to enjoy some time alone together. Are you an idiot? With a glint in her eye, Mu Qingxian replied, when I was young, I tasted some incredibly delicious fish in Tianhai City. Since we are here, why not take the opportunity to savor it again? It will also aid in your recovery. Li Yuan, 0.0 really that delicious? I don't believe it. Cough, I think you might be exaggerating a bit. I will reserve judgment until I have tasted it myself. Mu Qingxian, Yuan is so easy to fool. This tactic never fails. Tianhai City, a city near the territory of the demon race, exists as a symbol of the truce between the demon and human races. Long ago, the demon continent and the human continent were contiguous, leading to continuous conflict and the growth of numerous demonic cultivators. Ultimately led by the 5 great holy lands, the 4 great heavenly demons of the demon race agreed to sever the connecting land, which was subsequently filled by the boundless East Sea. Tianhai City was established during that period, serving as a crucial hub for peaceful trade between the human and demon races, providing both sides with essential resources. As long as Tianhai City remains intact, both factions will prosper in their respective pursuits. Upon entering the city, Li Yuan recalled his previous journey through Tianhai City to the demon continent, where he sought opportunities. However, back then, he lacked the leisure to saunter through the streets as he does now. Mu Qingxian, pulling Li Yuan along, navigated the city while sharing its wonders, leaving Li Yuan's mind awash with questions. But wait, didn't you say you came here as a child? How come you are so familiar with this place? Mu Qingxian replied, indeed, I accompanied my mother when she took over the old city. As a significant nexus for both humans and demons, only my mother had the audacity to take charge here. After investing in its reconstruction, she entrusted it to the current city lord, but she never publicized this matter. Once it was completed, she returned to the Holy Land, and many cultivators in the Tsengshuan realm are still unaware. Li Yuan gasped, I always thought you visited here for leisure as a child. Now you tell me you're a young lady on official duty. At that moment, Mu Qingxian produced a jade token from her storage ring and handed it to Li Yuan. Curious, he inspected the token. Pondering its significance, with this jade token, you can indulge freely in Tianhai City. Yuan, she declared. Li Yuan, uncertain, asked, Are you suggesting that I need to spend spirit stones? Mu Qingxian nodded, and a sense of being pampered surged within Li Yuan. He chastised himself internally. Li Yuan, you must not succumb to complacency. Indeed, I must find an opportunity to slip away tonight. I cannot be ensnared by Mu Qingxian, veiled and wandering through Tianhai City with Mu Qingxian. They soon heard a sultry voice calling, Young man, come play with me. Turning to see a woman with fox tails and beast ears casting flirtatious glances, Li Yuan was astonished. Am I truly fortunate? Have I crossed over for this? Mu Qingxian glared disapprovingly at the half-demon and then gently adjusted Li Yuan's gaze. What do you mean, Mu Qingxian? I merely glanced out of instinct. Perhaps I found that intriguing? I am a scholar of the spring and autumn annals. Li Yuan huffed and proceeded forward. Seeing his righteous demeanor, Mu Qingxian felt she had overreacted, and she hurried after him, apologizing amiably. Meanwhile, Li Yuan contemplated whether he could find a cat-eared maiden after making his escape. Chapter 63, The Inaccessibility of True Escape. For Li Yuan, Mu Qingxian led Li Yuan to the most representative tavern in the city before suddenly recalling something and instructed him to enter first. Confused, Li Yuan muttered to himself, What is going on? She brings me here and leaves me to wait. Is she teaching me how to conduct myself? Raising an eyebrow, he thought, Isn't this a free opportunity? If not now, when? A quarter of an hour later, seated in a private room, Li Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of unease. How is it possible? I didn't tea leave. There must be something sinister at play. Something compelling me to stay. At that moment, a maid spoke. Young master, here is the fish soup to start your meal. Please enjoy. Li Yuan took the bowl, sipped the soup, and closed his eyes to savor it. Delightful. Truly the finest in Tianhai City. Your praise is unwarranted. Can you handle spicy food? There will be a few dishes with a kick. If you cannot tolerate it, I can inform the kitchen now. I can eat it. Bring on more. Let it be as delicious as it can be. After relishing the meal, Li Yuan commended the tavern. The fish was tender and succulent, melting in his mouth with perfect seasoning that left one craving more. Only upon exiting the tavern did Li Yuan snap back to reality, just as a maid called out to him, Young master, have you finished your meal? Please follow me. Li Yuan replied, Who are you? I am Lulu, a maid from the Mu residence. Miss has asked me to bring you there after your meal. Li Yuan pondered. The Mu residence? Could it be Mu Qingxian? What does this mean? She doesn't accompany me but sends someone instead. If I go at her behest, isn't that rather undignified? The maid added, By the way, Tianhai City maintains a close relationship with the demon race. Renowned for its exquisite desserts, Miss went ahead to prepare them, intending for you to enjoy them after your main course. Lead the way. As they walked, Li Yuan remained vigilant, sensing something amiss, as if an unseen force tethered him. He should have slipped away when Mu Qingxian departed, yet here he was, heading toward the Mu residence. Upon arrival, guided by the maid, he found himself at a waterside pavilion, its subtle candlelight intentionally set to create a tranquil atmosphere. Li Yuan noticed the garden was deserted. With the maid approaching, he observed that part of the pavilion was submerged in the lake, petals drifting in through the railing. The water barely reached his ankles. And there stood Mu Qingxian, clad in an elegant white dress, barefoot in the water, smiling at him like a radiant lotus emerging from the depths. Li Yuan touched the corner of his mouth. Relieved he wasn't drooling, lest it become awkward, he removed his shoes and confidently stepped forward. Yuan, you've come. This was once my mother's temporary abode, but the city lord preserved it. Which works to our advantage now. Li Yuan nodded. So you left alone just to prepare this? Mu Qingxian affirmed. The desserts and seafood of Tianhai City are exceptional. While you dined, I arranged the sweet treats. Saving us the wait. Li Yuan fell silent before murmuring, Thank you. Mu Qingxian smiled. Next time, there is no need for such formality, or rather than hear your thanks, wouldn't it be better to embrace me? Li Yuan hesitated. No rush, take your time. In this lifetime, we have all the time in the world. It's a pity our visit is so hasty. Otherwise, if we could warm the lake water beforehand, it would be even more enchanting. Li Yuan waved his hand, and a formation appeared on the lake's surface. When activated, the water was heated, rising to a temperature akin to that of the human body. With soft red light shimmering atop. Mu Qingxian exclaimed, Yuan, you're skilled in formations. This ability to manifest a formation with a mere thought is impressive. It's nothing much when one's mental strength and understanding of divine patterns reach a certain level. Creating a formation with a thought becomes second nature. With sufficient cultivation, one can easily conjure formations of various tiers. As they gazed at the twinkling lights on the lake, Mu Qingxian tentatively took Li Yuan's hand. Hoping his heart was unbarred, for now this was sufficient. At least he was willing to illuminate these lights for her. Moments later, Mu Qingxian seated Li Yuan and introduced the desserts one by one. Picking up a piece and offering it to his lips. Li Yuan, entranced by her smile, instinctively opened his mouth, and Mu Qingxian felt a surge of joy at his acceptance of her offering. In the deep of night, Li Yuan retrieved the dragon essence, closed his eyes, and began to absorb it. The scant spiritual energy in his spiritual sea surged forth like a gushing spring. What? Dragon essence actually enhances cultivation this way? By compressing spiritual energy, it induces a qualitative change, thereby expanding the spiritual sea. Having been on the brink of reaching the mid-stage of spiritual manifestation, he suddenly broke through. After his mid-stage breakthrough, the dragon essence continued to propel him toward the late stage of spiritual manifestation. In one fell swoop, he reached the pinnacle of spiritual manifestation, and the next realm could not be breached merely by spiritual energy. The dragon essence persisted in its effort to expand the spiritual sea. Li Yuan lamented, "What the hell, no one ever told me the dragon essence was so aggressive. If it can't break through, it just keeps pushing. My frail body can't withstand it." He attempted to suppress the dragon essence with his spiritual energy, but it continued to compress and return the energy. Consequently, Li Yuan's spiritual energy became increasingly pure. At some point, the dragon essence ceased its compression, plunging into the spiritual sea, as if only within such a sea could it find its rightful place. What does this mean? It's staying and not leaving. Li Yuan had always thought of the dragon essence as a consumable, but records about it in the Zhongshuan realm were scant, and accuracy was not guaranteed. Everyone only knew it could enhance cultivation, but no one knew how much or its other functions. Gazing into the depths of his spiritual sea, Li Yuan saw the dragon essence transform into a pearl. Continuously absorbing and re-injecting spiritual energy, keeping his spiritual sea perpetually full. Incredible, this is equivalent to a spring. My spiritual energy will flow endlessly, with no risk of depletion. Li Yuan recalled his last battle with Su Qingyu. Had he possessed the dragon essence then, he could have unleashed 10 or 8 sword shatters the sky in one go, relishing the victory. Moreover, the spiritual energy refined by the dragon essence was leagues beyond what he had experienced before. A stark contrast that was evident even in mere words. Life is as lonely as snow. I suddenly feel invincible. No, being invincible is a debuff. An invincible ultimate being has vividly demonstrated the conclusion of invincibility, leading Li Yuan to conclude that a more ordinary existence might be preferable. He took out the essence of the heavenly path and contemplated it, ultimately deciding against its use. The pain from the recent encounter with Long Yuan still lingered, making a breakthrough in such a state unnecessary. Stretching languidly, Li Yuan sauntered to his bedside and reclined, pondering that the intensity of his training had already exceeded acceptable limits. It was time for a refreshing and indulgent slumber. Chapter 64. The cat-eared maiden suddenly seems less appealing. In the early morning, Mu Qingxian arrived at Li Yuan's door, hesitating at the threshold, uncertain whether to enter. After all, she had never knocked before. But the current dynamics of their relationship were rather complex. Tentatively, she pushed the door, which opened with a gentle nudge. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingxian stealthily entered, observing Li Yuan soundly asleep and pouting slightly while she was consumed by thoughts of him all day. He slept peacefully like a dead pig. Wait, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she approached the bedside and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on him. Their lips barely touched before parting, her heart racing wildly, and she quietly exited his room. Half an hour later, Li Yuan awoke, stretching comfortably as he sat up. Did I forget to close the door last night? It's ajar. However, there seemed to be no danger here. Whether the door was closed or not was inconsequential. Surely no one would dare to rob or assault him in Mu Manor. Noticing that it was still early and only servants roamed the estate, Li Yuan's thoughts began to wander. He had mentioned seeking out the cat-eared maiden yesterday, and now, with Mu Qingxian unaware, the timing was perfect. Formulating a hand gesture, he softly intoned, "Mysterious method, transform spirit." His body gradually became semi-transparent, and he boldly stepped out of the house. The servants in the manor instinctively blended him into the surroundings. When he approached a tree, he became one with it, and when he neared a stone pedestal, he became indistinguishable from it. No one could see through his disguise. Li Yuan chuckled to himself, in this lifetime, I shall not confine myself to the trifling patch of Qingluan Peak. Freedom and unrestrained existence are what I ought to pursue. Unbeknownst to him, his reasons for leaving Qinghuan Peak had already shifted. Within a tea house staffed by half-demons, Li Yuan found himself in a discussion with a male half-demon. "Come on, mate, are you pretending to be foolish or genuinely clueless? Do you not comprehend my meaning?" the half-demon retorted earnestly. "Esteemed guest, we are a legitimate tea house and do not provide such services. TSK, I never requested that kind of service. What I meant was, I wish to change my server at this table, you understand, right? I desire one with fluffy, pointed ears and a tail. Young master, I meet that criteria as well. I want a female, do you understand, cat-eared maiden?" "Apologies, esteemed guest, but we do not offer such services here." Li Yuan took a deep breath and inquired, "Let me ask you, this is a tea house, correct?" "Yes, esteemed guest, surely there are female half-demons serving tea." "Indeed, esteemed guest, then simply replace my server with a female half-demon to brew the tea." "Is that too difficult?" "Apologies, esteemed guest, but all our half-demons do not sell themselves. You've got to be kidding me. I merely mentioned brewing tea, not selling oneself." "Oh, I see, then why did you initially display such a lewd expression? Mentioning cat-eared maidens, I thought you wished to tease our servers." Li Yuan facepalmed. "Stop rambling, I do not wish to say another word, just replace her." Soon after, a half-demon maiden clad in simple attire entered Li Yuan's private room. She wore a round hat, possessed a fluffy tail, and a pair of occasionally twitching animal ears. Upon entering, she appeared apprehensive, as the previous server had warned her about a handsome but peculiar guest. This half-demon maiden, trembling slightly, approached the table with a tray, her gaze fixed downward, afraid to meet Li Yuan's eyes. "Young master, I shall brew tea for you today. If I err in any way, please do not hold it against me." "Li Yuan? What do you mean by not telling you? Shouldn't one say, if there are any shortcomings, to please be forgiving?" "No, lift your head. Am I really that frightening?" the half-demon maiden meekly replied. The previous server said you were a peculiar person and advised me to be cautious. Li Yuan, Bushige man, you are being exceedingly rude. Setting aside whether I am truly peculiar or not, it is unreasonable for you to share that with others. I do not spread rumors. I am a respectable individual, just look at me. I shall not look. My mother said that typically bad people do not claim to be bad. Li Yuan, what is your name? Although reluctant to share with a guest, she replied, "I am called Ya Yao. Oh, do you happen to have a master who wields a spear, or perhaps a celestial being?" No, I do not. My apologies for digressing. What I mean is, could you refrain from appearing terrified while simultaneously speaking ill of me?" Ya Yao contemplated for a moment and responded, "I shall try my best. As long as you behave well, I believe you will surely return to the righteous path." Li Yuan, "Alright, as long as you are happy. By the way, why are you working here?" Ya Yao, adorably naive, replied, "Because the owner pays me." Li Yuan, he felt he had encountered an alarming number of nonsensical moments today. How could these half-demons possess such peculiar thought processes? "I warn you, do not push me. If you force me, I can do anything." Ya Yao, "Then, can the esteemed guest behave well? Say, let us just brew the tea. It seems the cat-eared maiden isn't as delightful as I imagined." "Esteemed guest, I am not a cat-eared maiden. I am a fox-eared half-demon. Not a tea." That moment, Li Yuan felt as if a certain monk surnamed Tang was buzzing in his ear, and he feared his head might explode. In Mu Manor, when Mu Qingxian came to wake Li Yuan for breakfast, she discovered his room was empty. Hurriedly, she inquired with the servants if they had seen him. Ultimately, she could only sit blankly in his room. "Yuan, are you truly leaving?" Before long, the head servant noticed her despondent expression and, upon inquiring, said, Miss, although no one in the manor has seen the young master, the city guards may have." "What do you mean? Do you know his whereabouts?" "Your jade token reports to the city lord's office every time it is used. Besides today, the city guards reported that your jade token was used at Yiming Lou. Mu Qingxian abruptly stood up and rushed toward Yiming Lu. Upon reaching the entrance to Li Yuan's private room, just as she was about to enter, she overheard their conversation, her expression darkening. "Li Yuan, I would like to know if you offer services for petting tails or ears," Ya Yao exclaimed in panic. No. That is not permissible. If the guest desires, I can gift you an item made from the fur of my tail, but you cannot touch it." Li Yuan stroked his chin and said, "What do I want that for? I merely wish to touch the tail of a cat-eared maiden. I can offer you 10 high-grade spirit stones." "This esteemed guest, I am not a cat-eared maiden, therefore I do not possess the tail you seek. Moreover, 10 high-grade spirit stones could buy multiple Ya Yaos. I cannot accept TSK. I forget it. If you are unwilling, so be it. Today truly is unfortunate. I did nothing yet was scolded for an hour. Mu Qingxian, oh? Then, I wonder what Yuan intends to do." Li Yuan. Chapter 65, almost triggering Mu Qingxian's killing intent. what a laugh, yesterday I mentioned someone came to see me, and now today it appears many have vanished. How embarrassing. Upon hearing Mu Qingxian's words, Li Yuan's mind raced, and he quickly said, "Fair maiden, perhaps I resemble someone you know, but I assure you, I am not Li Yuan." "Yao Yao, huh, were you deceiving me earlier? You clearly stated your name was Li Yuan. Li Yuan, Mu Qingxian, Li Yuan's inner thoughts, please stop laughing, it frightens me. System, enjoying the show. Mu Qingxian, this young lady. Please exit for now, we do not require a server at this moment." "Yao Yao, well, very well, I wish you a pleasant tea time." After Yao Yao exited, she kindly closed the door behind her. Li Yuan now felt not only awkward for being caught escaping, but also experienced an uncomfortable sensation akin to being caught in a compromising situation, truly embarrassing. "Well, I've heard that the tea in Tianhai City is quite distinctive. Would you care to try some?" Mu Qingxian regarded him in silence. "I actually consumed dragon essence last night. I merely woke up feeling a bit fatigued, hence I came to drink some tea to relax." Mu Qingxian's expression darkened as she continued to glare at him, yet remained silent. Li Yuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and continued, "I believe we have rested sufficiently, it would be prudent for us to return to the Holy Land. It is only right that we inform our revered ancestor." Mu Qingxian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are we not fleeing anymore?" Flee from what?" Li Yuan swear I have never entertained such thoughts." Mu Qingxian turned and walked away, leaving Li Yuan with no choice but to follow her, reflecting that had it not been for the enchanting cat-eared girl, he would have left without a second thought. Along the way, Mu Qingxian firmly grasped Li Yuan's hand. Although she had done the same previously, he could sense that her grip was considerably stronger this time, causing his wrist to ache. Upon returning to the Zhongshan Holy Land, the two made their way directly to the sleeping quarters of Mu Ziqiu, where they found her seated on the main throne, perusing scrolls. Ruoli and Yushiha were engaged in a sparring match in the courtyard, while Shuang Wanling pouted, sitting beside Mu Ziqiu, diligently transcribing texts. Li Yuan felt a sense of familiarity at Shuang Wanling's position, recalling a time when he too had been summoned by his teacher to the podium for lessons. It could only be described as the throne of a sovereign. Mu Ziqiu inquired, "You have returned? Was your journey smooth?" "Indeed," replied Mu Qingxian, "we encountered a bit of danger while obtaining the dragon essence, but Yuaner successfully secured it. Oh, as long as you are unharmed, that is good. Yuaner, come here and let me have a look." Li Yuan walked over with a solemn demeanor, and Mu Ziqiu extended her finger, sending a stream of light into his body. Moments later, she gazed at him in astonishment, not expecting the dragon essence to be so extraordinary. No wonder, if the dragon essence merely served to enhance one's cultivation, the conditions would indeed be excessively harsh. Now the truth was finally revealed. Scratching his head, Li Yuan said, "Master Ancestor, I also possess the essence of the heavenly path now. I plan to rest for a couple of days before advancing to the nascent soul stage." That is acceptable, your cultivation is remarkably solid. There is no need for further consolidation. It seems you truly acquired great fortune during your recent excursion. However, one cannot simply overlook the act of leaving the Holy Land without permission. If everyone were to follow your example, what would become of our rules? It would be all too easy for hostile forces to infiltrate with spies. After pondering for a moment, Mu Ziqiu suggested, "How about this? Next month, the task of guiding the younger disciples within the inner sect will be entrusted to you." As Shuang Wanling prepared to speak to Li Yuan, Mu Ziqiu shot her a sidelong glance, prompting her to begrudgingly return to her diligent transcription of scriptures. After departing from the main peak, Mu Qingxian remarked, "Yuan, you should visit Dan Ding Peak. You have yet to pay your respects to Elder Dan since awakening." "Which is rather remiss." Li Yuan nodded and promptly flew towards Dan Ding Peak. Just as he landed, a tremendous explosion erupted from the disciple quarters, followed by the sight of a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. "What on earth? Whose subordinate is this? How audacious!" A disciple rushed toward him, shouting, "Brother Lu has emerged from seclusion, run!" Li Yuan was taken aback as a disheveled figure, cloaked in darkness, approached. Upon seeing Li Yuan, he revealed a dazzling smile, exclaiming, "Li Yuan, you arrived just in time. I've made significant gains during my seclusion. Come with me inside." Li Yuan mused, "Do the disciples of Dan Ding Peak all speak like Elder Dan? It must be a case of a single master teaching them all." "Brother, look at this essence-infused pill. After 3 months, I finally succeeded in refining it. I am now one step closer to becoming a 6th-grade alchemist." Li Yuan replied, "Brother, are you eager to share your achievement?" "Indeed, at the upcoming Zhongshan Alchemy Conference hosted by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, I, Lu Jingxian, shall claim the top prize. I refuse to believe that any disciple from the Holy Land's younger generation surpasses me." Li Yuan pondered that the quality of celestial pills is generally classified into 5 grades, with the first grade being the pinnacle, while anything below 5 grades is rendered useless, observing the dark essence-infused pill. He assessed it to be approximately 5.5 grades, teetering between barely usable and utterly worthless. Li Yuan nodded and encouraged, "Brother, keep up the good work. I personally believe you are already formidable. By the way, I came to see Elder Dan, so I shall not disturb your victory celebrations. Farewell." Lu Jingxian remained lost in the joy of having refined the essence-infused pill, oblivious to Li Yuan's departure upon encountering Elder Dan. Li Yuan was greeted with a smile. "Not bad, you appear to be in high spirits. How did you reach the late stage of the spirit refinement realm?" Li Yuan recounted his experiences since awakening, prompting Elder Dan to exclaim in astonishment, not expecting Li Yuan to have acquired the dragon essence. By the way, your rapid progress in cultivation, surely you haven't neglected your alchemical studies, have you? Tell me, how should the Liyang grass be treated? Li Yuan initially contemplated responding with confidence but then realized that such ease in answering might raise suspicions, thus, he decided to articulate the principles of alchemy. Ensuring that his answers were correct, this approach would prevent Elder Dan from doubting him while demonstrating that he had indeed studied. The Liyang grass is predominantly yang in nature and carries a slight fiery toxicity. I believe the best way to manage it is to maximize its medicinal properties. In summary, to neutralize both the medicinal and toxic effects of the Liyang grass, the bone burial flower would be the most suitable choice. Elder Dan raised an eyebrow. How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Oh well, you are not primarily an alchemist, so perhaps it is best to review the principles when you have the time. Li Yuan exhaled in relief. Understood, Elder Dan. I shall take my leave now. Please continue your work. Elder Dan nodded, resuming his reading of the scrolls and gesturing for Li Yuan to exit. As Li Yuan leisurely returned to Qinghuan Peak, he contemplated how he would encounter Yifan so soon in this life. Could it be that this wretched fate was about to stir up trouble again? Shaking his head, he resolved to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. For he was not one to possess great fortune like that wretched being, thus, the initiative was not in his hands. Should a sudden act of divine justice occur while he was poised to strike, it would be utterly unjust. Did Yifan's grandfather not mention something about a great calamity? Perhaps the heavenly path's choice of Yifan was related to this? Given Yifan's personality, I find it hard to believe he would engage in such thankless endeavors. Asking him to confront a great calamity, he would be better off becoming the calamity himself. Chapter 66, Into the Dream. On Qinghuan Peak, Mu Qingxian and the others gathered in front of Li Yuan's courtyard. Eager to dine together upon his return, Ruoli stood at the entrance like a statue, gazing into the distance, just as Li Yuan returned, intending to sneak out to the city for a meal. He was met with the sight of 4 eager companions awaiting him in his courtyard. Shuang Wanling exclaimed joyfully, "Senior brother, you're back. Let us go cook." Li Yuan responded, "Must we? Do you possess any culinary skills? You truly do not allow me a moment's respite." Ruoli tugged at Li Yuan's sleeve, indicating her willingness to help with the cooking. Li Yuan stroked his chin and retrieved an extraordinary-looking egg from his storage ring. The very one he had obtained in the Kanglan secret realm. Why not? Consume this. The egg was sizable enough to prepare a fluffy steamed egg dish, a custard, and still have enough left over for a soup. Mu Qingxian inquired, What is this? It appears rather extraordinary. Oh, it's nothing, merely the egg of the mountain guardian beast established by Yifan in previous lives, which I acquired in the Kanglan secret realm." Shuang Wanling, Ruoli, and Yushiha stared wide-eyed at the beast egg in Li Yuan's hands. Shuang Wanling murmured, "So the beast I attempted to steal was actually the guardian beast of the prison?" Yushiha exclaimed, "Senior brother, have you lost your mind? If the guardian beast is now in your possession, it rightfully belongs to you. Consuming it would be detrimental to yourself and beneficial to none." Li Yuan was taken aback, realizing there was indeed some logic to her words. Mu Qingxian added, "Oh, speaking of which, I also possess a beast egg belonging to Yifan's amethyst beast, but it shows no signs of hatching." Li Yuan placed the guardian beast egg on the stone table, and they all gathered around the shimmering rune-etched egg, examining it. Li Yuan remarked, "If it is not an enemy, this egg does indeed appear quite splendid." Exuding an air of majesty. Why, Yushiha queried, "By the way, how should the amethyst beast and guardian beast be hatched?" Mu Qingxian replied, "I do not know. All spirit beasts within the Holy Land are supplied by the sacred beast mountain. I believe Yuan should pay a visit to the sacred beast mountain. You may find some valuable insights there, although the sacred beast mountain is not part of the Holy Land. It holds a unique position due to its mastery over the cultivation of spirit beasts, maintaining connections with various sects throughout the Tsongshan realm. How about you wait for me a bit longer? Recently there are tasks assigned to Qinghuan Peak that no one has attended to, and my mother has given me a deadline of 5 days to complete them. Once I finish, I will accompany you. Ruoli chimed in, I can go with senior brother. I plan to break through to the Golden Core tonight. I should be able to convince our ancestor with the excuse of going out to train. Yushiha added, me too. If we can form a first-grade Golden Core, we will be formidable. Shuang Wanling could only sigh in despair. Due to her laziness, she had been punished by their ancestor to copy scriptures. And for the past week, she had to clock in, leaving her utterly despondent. Mu Qingxian squinted at them, and the two, unwilling to back down, returned her gaze defiantly to eye in the middle. Li Yuan suddenly felt an electric current surge between their eyes. System, a confrontation is imminent. Mu Qingxian, hee. It seems you two have resolved to disregard my authority as your master? Yushiha, master, how could you say that? Ahem, my senior sister and I merely believe that since you have matters to attend to, it is only fitting for us, your disciples, to share some of your burdens. The system munched on cyber seeds, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama below. Mu Qingxian, oh, share the load? Then how about you handle the affairs of Qinghuan Peak? I dare say, with your current capabilities, it should pose no challenge. Why Yushiha, master, you jest. We do not even possess disciple tokens. Venturing out would surely invite scrutiny. It is best if you handle it yourself. Mu Qingxian never expected Yushiha to be so obstinate and gritted her teeth in response. Fine, this time I concede you have a point. Sooner or later, I shall take you to obtain your identities as my direct disciples. Li Yuan, who had been shrinking back in silence, felt like the source of the dispute. He was torn between leaving and wanting to observe. Finally, he timidly suggested, ladies, why don't we order first? That evening, when Ruoli and Yushiha were preparing to break through, Li Yuan informed them about the first-grade divine pattern golden elixir. After all, in previous lifetimes, they had never attacked him. The process of their core formation went remarkably smoothly. As for the heavenly tribulation, with Li Yuan and Mu Qingxian present, it was hardly a challenge. Upon returning to her chambers, Mu Qingxian inquired of the system, System, is there any way to restore the closeness I once shared with Yuan? System, you could use the dream entering mirror. He harbors an emotional barrier. If you enter his heart with the mirror, gently guiding him over it, with some time, it should be feasible. Mu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Surprised that the system had considered this nuance, she had previously thought the reward was of little use. Now it seemed she had gravely misjudged its value. System, you are truly wonderful, the system replied sheepishly. Ahem, naturally. That night, after Li Yuan fell asleep, Mu Qingxian took out the dream-entering mirror, reflecting Li Yuan within it before plunging her consciousness inside. Upon entering Li Yuan's dreamscape, she found it desolate and void of content. Leaving her bewildered, her system, what is the meaning of this? Does Yuan not dream this? Well, not that he doesn't dream. It seems he has forced himself into an unconscious state, thus rendering dreams ineffective. Visualize the dream-entering mirror in your mind. Following the system's advice, Mu Qingxian did so, and soon a dream-entering mirror materialized in her hand, prompting her to dive back in. This time, she found herself amidst barren mountains, littered with corpses, with Li Yuan standing solitary at the cliff's edge. Li Yuan, tch unaware of their own mortality, some still dare to come alone. You, how could it be you? The moment he turned to see Mu Qingxian, disbelief washed over his face. She had vanished for over a century. How could she appear here now? Mu Qingxian softly spoke. Yuan, I have come for you. Shall we return home? All right. In the waking world, a single tear slipped from the corner of the sleeping Li Yuan's eye. Take me home. From the moment I left Qinghuan Peak, I have had no home. Mu Qingxian, why did you venture into the land of heavenly retribution to save me? Why must you? No, wait, why is it different this time? You clearly rejected me back then, in the last life, and the life before that. It should have been evident that you did not love me. Mu Qingxian shook her head. I'm sorry. Yuan. My hesitation and indecision have caused you pain. I've always loved you, in this life, the previous, and in all the lives to come. Li Yuan was taken aback. What did you say? I declare that in this lifetime, my choice is you, not out of guilt, but because I truly love you. Starting from the very first life. I was afraid, terrified of societal judgments, and in the end, I lost control of my own thoughts. Helplessly watching as I forced you away. System, he is awakening. Quickly leave before he opens his eyes, otherwise, you will have to wait for his next dream to escape. Mu Qingxian gazed at the stunned Li Yuan at the cliff's edge, dashed forward, kissed him, and departed from his dreamscape just as he was reeling from shock. Chapter 67. departure to the Divine Beast Mountain Manor. Once Mu Qingxian exited Li Yuan's dream, he abruptly awakened. Sitting up at the edge of his bed, wiping away his tears, "What just happened? It feels as though I had a dream about Mu Qingxian. But what was it about? Can't recall." Li Yuan exhaled deeply, dismissing the dream from his mind, and returned to slumber. The following day, Ruoli and Yushiha sought permission from Mu Ziqiu, and upon receiving her consent, they joyfully departed from the main peak. Shuang Wanling watched them leave with resentment. Begrudgingly continuing her transcription. Mu Qingxian fussed over Li Yuan, detailing precautions for his journey. Li Yuan, exasperated, remarked, "Isn't it a bit excessive? I am several centuries old, after all." Mu Qingxian, "What is wrong with being concerned for you?" Li Yuan rubbed his forehead. Fine, I'm leaving, you go about your business." For some reason, he felt that after meeting Mu Qingxian today, his reluctance to face her had lessened somewhat. After descending the mountain, Li Yuan encountered Li Qingfeng and others. "Wang Hongfei, yo, isn't this the wandering sweeper from Sangshuan sacred ground? Where are you off to?" Li Yuan, Li Qingfeng, "Not appropriate. I believe he should be referred to as the little genius roaming abroad." Morongyu, "I cannot agree. I believe we should call him the auspicious one who has left home. Fengxingyan, too troublesome. Just call him the runaway brother, right? Runaway brother. Li Yuan, don't be ridiculous, I'm genuinely melancholic, and you all are making it seem like I'm having a breakdown. Greetings to my senior brothers and sisters. I am on a mission to the Divine Beast Mountain Manor, not some runaway little prince." Wang Hongfei, enough, I've heard that your master has sent you to participate in the Sacred Grounds Grand Competition. The Heavenly Character Group Duel. You are indeed seeking opportunities, and it seems it will turn out well. Li Qingfeng, however, for your own safety, please prioritize that. Morongyu, exactly, come let your senior sister check your wounds. If they leave scars, it will not be a good look. Come on, don't be shy. Fengxingyan, I never anticipated that this time's Sacred Grounds Grand Competition would involve facing off against my junior brother. I shall have to observe your skills closely." While they chatted, Ruoli and Yushiha arrived to greeting Wang Hongfei and the others briefly before linking arms with Li Yuan, one on each side. Wang Hongfei stroked his chin. Could it be that the two junior sisters have taken an interest in junior brother Li Yuan? Li Qingfeng, it seems so, and this is indeed a good match, with everyone knowing each other well. Morongyu, my brother is truly charming. When he marries, I shall make sure to give him a grand red envelope. Fengxingyan, what do you mean your brother? Don't be absurd, let us go, we have matters to attend to. The three directly used the teleportation array to reach Tianqi City, intending to use the teleportation array there to arrive at a city near the Divine Beast Mountain Manor. From where they would proceed to the manor. The teleportation arrays of major sects generally only open to the nearest city to their sect, and it is a one-way passage, mainly to facilitate disciples venturing out for experience when there are fewer people. Upon emerging, Yushiha seemed liberated, practically clinging to Li Yuan. Li Yuan, exasperated, said, "I advise you to act normal, Yushiha, otherwise, you might want to ask yourself if you can handle my wrath." Stupid senior brother. Always threatening me. However, there is a restaurant in Tianqi City with excellent flavors. If you let me stick close to you, I shall take you there. Ruoli, you sly Yushiha, how dare you make the first move? Ruoli pulled Li Yuan in another direction, indicating that she too knew of a good spot. Li Yuan followed them, enjoying the delightful treats along the way, feeling elated as if he could soar. When they reached the entrance of a flower house, the madam noticed Li Yuan approaching with delight and called out, "Young master, our drinks are also exquisite, come and enjoy them with us." Ruoli and Yushiha's hearts raced, fearing their master brother might agree, staring at him intently. Li Yuan looked at them with an odd expression and said, "Surely, you don't think I'm so greedy that I would follow food wherever it leads? First, my fondness for food stems from my desire to remember that I am still human, savoring the myriad flavors of life. Secondly, I have endured enough hardship in past lives, so now I wish only to indulge in what brings me joy." Lastly, Li Yuan paused, pondering that perhaps it was the trust he unconsciously felt towards them that stirred within him, and the changes in this life had rendered his feelings towards them quite complex, leaving him in a perpetual state of inner conflict. Why? Yushiha blinked her large eyes and asked, "Senior brother, what was the last part?" "Nothing important. Why are you so chatty? Let us go." Meanwhile, Li Yi emerged from the city lord's mansion, his severed arm fully healed. When he had previously expressed a desire for vengeance, his father had dealt him a harsh blow, leaving him bewildered as to the reason behind it. Li Yi mused, "What splendid weather we have today. I shall seek out some beautiful maidens to indulge in a bit of mischief." Following the recent incident, Li Yi now ventured forth accompanied by spirit realm guards. Discreetly accompanied by a divine transformation realm attendant, after a brief promenade, he encountered Li Yuan and his companions. The beauty of Yushi captivated him utterly, while the veiled Ruoli, despite her obscured visage, aroused his suspicion that she too was a paragon of beauty. Ignoring Li Yuan entirely, he approached the two ladies with a lewd grin and said, "Fair maidens, might I have the honor of your company?" No sooner had he spoken than Yushi delivered a resounding slap to his face, retorting, "I have never heard such an audacious request. Here is your answer." Stunned, Li barely regained his composure when his guards advanced menacingly, ready to retaliate. Once he collected himself, a dark cloud fell over him as he declared, "Seize them both! How dare you strike me, you insolent wenches! Tonight, I shall have my fun with you." Ruoli, though newly at the core formation stage, showed no fear. Just as she prepared to confront them, Yushi dashed behind Li Yuan, feigning terror as she clung to him. "Senior brother, they are frightful. Please save me." Ruoli, exasperated, thought, "Is this truly necessary? How foolish of you, Ruoli." Li Yuan, bemused, remarked, "Next time you pretend to be afraid to cling to me, could you refrain from drooling?" Upon hearing this, Yushi suppressed her somewhat grotesque expression and discreetly wiped away the drool that had dripped onto his sleeve. Li sneered, "You insolent brat, I initially planned to spare your life if I could abduct these two beauties, but it seems you are intent on courting death. I in this city of Tianqi. I am the law." Li Yuan, rolling his eyes, softly muttered, "The other shore." In an instant, a blood spring erupted from the spot where Li stood, coalescing into the form of a flower from the other shore. The spirit realm guards who touched its petals instantly turned into lifeless husks. Li Yuan looked skyward, chuckling, "Not bad, old man. Your reflexes are quite impressive, a youngster. Such methods hardly align with those of an upright cultivator. However, it matters not. Once I capture you, I shall have ample time to interrogate you. Oh, so confident, your old bones cannot withstand much more. It would be wiser to find a place to await your demise rather than perish here." "Humph, sharp-tongued brat, your mere spirit realm is hardly a cause for concern. I hope you remain this arrogant." Li Yuan's forehead mark flickered, and the Li Tian sword soared forth, circling him as he calmly stated, "Apologies, but I have always been this audacious." Chapter 68, Li Yuan's Methods. Yushi and Ruoli retreated a few steps, observing this seriousness etched on Li Yuan's face. Why, Yushi whispered, "Sister, the spiritual technique brother just employed, it appears to be the Blood Emperor's method, does it not?" Ruoli nodded, jotting down, "In our previous lives, we never witnessed brother's prowess after his cultivation. It is understandable we are unaware of some things. But, the Blood Emperor is a demonic cultivator. Presently, the bystanders lack discernment, but should brother ever be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Fear not, the Blood Emperor did not become a demonic cultivator solely due to his techniques. We can claim brother fortuitously acquired the Blood Emperor's methods. The Holy Land will protect him." As the two conversed, Li Yuan had already made his move, catching the elder off guard with his boldness. A flash of sword-light cut through the air. The elder hastily hurled Li away, then pointed a finger, directing a force toward the Li Tian sword, causing Li Yuan to be flung backward to the ground. "What a ruthless brat! That sword aimed for young Master Li, did it not?" Li Yuan replied, "What a pity. Had I been at the nascent soul stage, I could have dealt with both of you simultaneously." The elder fell silent, contemplating the truth in Li Yuan's words. He realized that a disciple of such caliber must not hail from a small sect. A sudden thought struck him. Could Li Yuan be a disciple of the Zhongshan Holy Land? If so, offending him could spell disaster, even for the city lord's mansion. The city guards soon arrived. Witnessing the city lord's attendant taking action, they refrained from intervening, merely surrounding the scene. A smirk crept across Li Yuan's lips as he sensed the elder weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Unfazed, Li Yuan gestured, executing a hand seal as a black dragon shadow surged upward. "Marvelous technique, Zhulong. Go forth and devour him," he commanded, pointing at Li. The dragon shadow lunged toward Li, prompting the elder to bellow, "You dare!" In the moment before the dragon could consume Li, he clasped his hands together, causing a stone wall to rise from the ground to intercept the dragon. Upon impact, the dragon scattered, only to reconstitute itself and launch another attack on Li. The elder altered his hand seals, causing numerous stone spikes to erupt beneath Li Yuan's feet. With a deft leap, he evaded them. Indeed, targeting the spellcaster is a viable strategy. I must commend your intellect, though it is rather limited. As the elder turned to assess the situation, he saw that the dragon's shadow had not dissipated, indicating that it could act independently rather than being controlled by Li Yuan. The technique of marvelous transformation into spirit allows for the manifestation of entities with their own volition. All I need do is issue commands. Do you comprehend the worth of a disengaged skill? Old man, after enduring multiple insults from Li Yuan, the elder could no longer contain himself, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. Today, he was determined to eliminate Li Yuan. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. Realizing the elder was serious, he clasped his hands behind his back, a shadow quietly burrowing into the ground. Today, I shall demonstrate that a divine transformation realm cultivator is not someone you can insult at will. Li Yuan nonchalantly remarked, quite so, old fool. Enraged, the elder produced a bell from his sleeve and shook it. Upon hearing its chime, Li Yuan found himself immobilized, unable even to circulate his spiritual energy. Die, the elder bellowed. Quicksand erupted from beneath Li Yuan's feet, swiftly enveloping him and twisting him like a tightly wound rope, causing the dragon shadow meant to attack Li Yi to dissolve. Yushihi and Ruoli, witnessing the blood seeping from the cracks of the quicksand, were momentarily paralyzed with fear. They drew their swords and shouted, "The sword of slaying immortals!" Instantly, the sound of swords resonated throughout Tianqi City, causing all sword cultivators to feel a subtle tremor in their blades, as if resonating with something profound. Invisible sword energy surged from all directions, striking the elder with a cacophony of clangs. This is a technique only the emperor of the Dayu Empire can cultivate, he exclaimed in disbelief. Ruoli waved her hand, summoning rain to fall upon Li Yuan, washing away the quicksand that had ensnared him. Li Yuan lay battered and bruised on the ground. The elder shot an irked glance at Li Yi, pondering how this fool's incessant provocations had led to his confrontation with such formidable juniors. Seeing Li Yuan incapacitated, Li Yi exclaimed with glee, "Old he did quickly seize those two maidens for me." Having been terrified by Li Yuan's prowess, he had remained silent until now. With Li Yuan's defeat, he felt entitled to claim the two beauties. Yushiyi retorted, "You Tianqi City have some audacity. You dare to harm a direct disciple of the Tsongshan Holy Land." Li Yi paused, then scoffed, "Do you think I would be fooled?" "Humph, I shall not be deceived." The elder was momentarily speechless. Li Yi's sheer foolishness was astonishing. By revealing their identities publicly, they had effectively proclaimed themselves, yet he remained oblivious. At that moment, a sword materialized before Li Yi, and he looked down to see the blade dripping with blood. Not convinced, "Once you depart this world," asked the Grim Reaper whether it was true or not. Li turned to glance behind him, where the hand gripping the sword slowly materialized, followed by Li Yuan's figure, smiling as if killing Li Yi were an everyday occurrence. "You, how dare you? I am the son of the city lord." "I am Li Yi." The elder stood frozen, unable to fathom that someone dared to kill in Tianqi City, let alone slay Li Yi. The city guards, witnessing this, shouted and charged at Li Yuan, who unleashed the dragon shadow anew, targeting them one by one. Yushihi, holding the Li Yuan in her arms, watched in shock as he transformed into black smoke and dissipated. It turned out that when the bell rang, Li Yuan had utilized the technique of marvelous transformation into spirit to create a false body. While he had brazenly approached Li Yi from behind, the elder's eyes bulged with rage. Today, he had been outsmarted by a mere spirit realm cultivator. Regardless of Li Yuan's identity or status, he sought only to make him pay. "You are indeed powerful, but a mere spirit realm cultivator cannot breach the defenses of a divine transformation realm cultivator." Li Yuan replied, "True, according to the laws of heaven and earth, that is the case. However, who said I cannot bypass your defenses? It is high time," he declared. As he spoke, the elder spat a mouthful of blood, gazing at Li Yuan in disbelief, utterly clueless as to what had transpired. Surprised, when I invoked marvelous transformation into spirit, I simultaneously employed another divine technique. Without seeing me, you naturally could not perceive my spiritual energy. Li Yuan chuckled derisively, performing another hand seal. He proclaimed, 100 demons roam the night. The elderly man suddenly expanded, transforming into a balloon within mere moments, and in his unwilling roar, he burst into fragments. "I warned you not to court death, yet you refused to heed my caution. I have no habit of holding back." The instant of Li Yi's demise, Li Tianxiao, far away in the Lord's manor, sensed the disturbance. He swiftly appeared at the ancestral hall, only to find that Li Yi's soul lantern had indeed extinguished. "Who dares to kill my son? You shall pay with your life." Li Tianxiao soared into the air and, moments later, arrived at the location of Li Yuan and the others. Upon seeing Li Yi lying motionless on the ground, he was engulfed in madness. Just as he was about to take action, the steward Liao of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce intercepted him with a smile, saying, "Lord Li, think twice. These young friends are disciples of the immortal Mu." Li Tianxiao hesitated at these words, but after all, Li Yi was his only son, whom he had doted upon and indulged in all his endeavors. Could it be that the people of that Tsongshan sacred ground could kill at will? If you wish to raise a banner, this is not how it is done. Everyone knows the character of your precious son. He likely harbored ill intentions. You should be considering how to explain this to the sacred ground. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianxiao cast a reluctant glance at Li Yuan. The steward Liao, eager for the favor of the Tsongshuan sacred ground, would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. Today, he truly had no means to subdue Li Yuan. Regardless, my son has not succeeded, thus he does not deserve death. Li Yuan chuckled. I already knew what you would say. Now, please behold this VCR. He tossed forth a recording stone, revealing the scene of Li Yi attempting to harass the two women, only to be beaten and subsequently attempting to kill them. Li Yuan inquired, Lord Li, do not forget the territory of Tianqi City. Your son sought to murder a personally taught disciple of the sacred ground, and now you still wish to defend him. In his heart, Li Yuan thought, without my disciple token, had it not been for this steward Liao's appearance, if Li Tianxiao were to demand I prove my identity, I would truly have been at a loss. Li Tianxiao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Li Yuan to be so meticulous, even preparing evidence. If he continued to entangle himself in this matter, it would surely lead to repercussions from the sacred ground, and he himself would be in dire straits. So this is how it is, attacking a personally taught disciple of the sacred ground, only to be outmatched in skill. I still need to take my son's body back for burial. Everyone, feel free to do as you wish. Li Tianxiao, disheartened, departed with Li Yi's corpse, while steward Liao cheerfully greeted Li Yuan and the others. Li Yuan smiled this time. We owe much to steward Liao's assistance. We shall certainly repay the favor of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. My young friend is too modest. You have been meticulous in your actions, even documenting Li Yi's crimes. Even without my intervention, Li Tianxiao would not dare to take action against you. It seems I have stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Li Yuan offered an awkward laugh. A small matter. A friend gained is a path opened. Oh, well said, my young friend. The last time I saw you, you were attending our auction with Immortal Mu. There will be another event at the beginning of next year. You are welcome to join us then. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Steward Liao, they parted ways. Steward Liao muttered to himself, a perfect spirit completion, truly a formidable young talent. It won't be long before the title of Tsongshuan's first genius changes hands. Then he pondered, but wait, even if the title changes, he is still a disciple of the Tsongshuan sacred ground. It is merely a transfer from one hand to the other. TSK, why does the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce lack such good fortune? In the shadows, Yifan watched as Li Yuan and the others departed, seething with anger. Well, those two wretches are acquainted with him. With that, Yifan made his way towards the Lord's manor, intending to persuade the Lord of Tianqi City to assist him in dealing with Li Yuan and the others, all the while planning for Li Yuan to witness those two women fall into his grasp. Emerging from the teleportation array, Li Yuan and his companions beheld the myriad spirit beasts scattered throughout Wanzhou City, and Li Yuan experienced a peculiar sense of déjà vu. He felt as though an old man would suddenly appear in his mind, urging him, go, become a master of XXX, as Yu Shiha and Ruali continued to introduce Wanzhou City to Li Yuan. They turned to find him had already vanished. They hurriedly retraced their steps, only to discover Li Yuan haggling with a vendor. This young master, you don't seem like someone in need of spirit stones. Your bargaining is rather ruthless, the young vendor protested. Li Yuan replied, no, I merely suggested you round off the price. Is it not customary for a business to allow customers to negotiate? However, I have never heard of anyone rounding off the price from the front. This spirit fox is merely 27 superior spirit stones. You have rounded off 2, which is, tisk, troublesome. Then let us settle at 13.5 superior spirit stones, the young vendor stammered. If you're not buying, please step aside. I am a disciple of the Divine Beast Mountain Manor. This spirit fox is raised by the manor and cannot be compared to those outside. I only sell it to you for 27 superior spirit stones because it is merely a young fox. Moreover, the manoress rule is that outer disciples must nurture a spirit beast that can attract buyers to qualify for inner sect examinations. Li Yuan scoffed, thinking, who said to cut the price in half? This person is already turning red. I genuinely have taken a liking to this spirit fox. Its quality is excellent, and the caretaker has indeed put in effort. If this spirit fox were placed in an auction, it would fetch at least double its selling price. Alright, I'll take it. I will give you 30 superior spirit stones. I can tell this spirit fox is indeed remarkable. The rest, I would appreciate if you could escort us to the Divine Beast Mountain Manor. You wish to visit the sect? Very well, since selling it completes my task, it is time for me to return. Li Yuan cradled the white spirit fox with affection, eliciting envy from Yushiha and Ruali. Fortunately, this one was indeed a spirit beast, not a frost cat attempting to act inappropriately under the guise of a demon. Why, Yushiha remarked, senior brother, since you adore such fluffy creatures, why did you not come here to buy one before? TSK, where would I have found the money? I live like a caveman atop Qinghuan Peak, drinking dew when thirsty and eating grasshoppers when hungry. How could I afford to travel far? Ruali chuckled softly. Thinking senior brother is merciless in battle, yet quite endearing in private. However, no matter what, he remains my favorite senior brother. The Divine Beast Mountain Manor, unlike the major sacred grounds or sects, although it is a sect, it also functions as a business, having virtually no enemies. After all, the spirit beasts are valuable assets, not only for combat but also for alchemy, forging, and more. Major sects generally require spirit beasts, and as long as the Divine Beast Mountain Manor remains neutral, it will face no threats. The disciple led Li Yuan and his companions aboard a flying beast designated for transporting disciples of the Divine Beast Mountain Manor, thus sparing them the arduous journey over mountains and valleys. Upon landing, he mentioned he had tasks to attend to and took his leave. After inquiring about the location of the main peak, Li Yuan and the others proceeded onward. Yu Shiha remarked, "This place is so different from our sect. There are outsiders everywhere." Li Yuan nodded. "After all, one must open their doors for business." As the trio approached a cliff, a disciple called out, "Esteemed guests, just ahead is the core area of the manor. Those who are not disciples of our sect must halt here." Li Yuan replied, "We are disciples of the Tsunchuan sacred ground, sent by our master to inquire about the incubation of spirit beasts. Such information can also be purchased at the outer sect, but since you are comrades of the Tsunchuan sacred ground, please show your disciple tokens, and you shall be allowed passage." Li Yuan responded with silence. Yushiha quickly retrieved a recording stone from her storage ring, which displayed Mu Ziqiu's image along with her personal message verifying the identities of the three. The endorsement of the Tsunchuan sacred master was sufficient to indicate their significant status. The disciple promptly arranged for someone to escort them to the main hall to meet the sect leader. Upon arriving at the inner sanctum of the Divine Beast Mountain Manor, Li Yuan scarcely had time to admire the exquisite architecture before a voice called out from nearby. "Uve arrived. I know that even if separated by thousands of miles, we shall have our reunion. Are you?" "Well," Li Yuan replied with indifference, placing the spirit fox on his shoulder, taking hold of Yushiha with one hand and Ruali with the other, walking away without a backward glance, as if trying to evade some ominous presence. Chapter 70. An unexpected encounter with Yufan's acquaintance suddenly pulled away by Li Yuan, Yushiha, and Ruali were left puzzled by the turn of events. However, upon hearing the shouts from behind, they curiously inquired, "Senior brother, was that person calling for you? Who is he?" Li Yuan grimaced in annoyance, "A person with a few screws loose. Be quiet, or the wisdom in the air will seep into you." Ruali asked. "Huayanzu, Li brother, don't go, it's me, your Xiao Zhou." Huayanzu's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Yushiha and Ruali began to grasp their senior brother's sentiments. Feeling an overwhelming urge to cover their faces in embarrassment, Li Yuan's fists clenched tightly. He wished to turn around and deliver a punch to Huayanzu, rendering him incapable of self-sufficiency upon reaching a less crowded area. Li Yuan turned and said, "Can you act normally for once? You always create such a ruckus. No wonder you have no friends, who would willingly play with someone like you." Huayanzu opened his folding fan with a smile. "It's you." Internally Li Yuan sighed, breathed deeply, "Stay calm. There is no need to be angry with a fool." Huayanzu addressed Yushiha and Ruali. "Ladies, I trust you are well. I was wondering why Li brother would overlook the courtesan. But it seems he has beheld a more beautiful landscape." Yushiha inquired, "Senior brother, how could you possibly visit the brothel? You've sullied yourself. Tsk, if you're dirty, then let go. Why do you still cling to me? That simply won't do. Let's keep matters separate. Besides, you were the one who initiated this. I'm merely bringing you back." "Huayinzhao, you two have misunderstood. We were merely observing the courtesans parading through the streets. We did not visit the brothel, and our relationship is quite amicable." Li Yuan, "Spare me the nonsense. What brings you here?" "Huayinzhao, I was punished by my mother last time I returned. And this time I was sent to procure a batch of spirit beasts." As they conversed, they arrived at the inner gates of the Divine Beast Mountain Villa, where various sacred places traded spirit beasts. Huayinzhao inquired with the disciple if he had the types of spirit beasts he needed. "Well, if you have them, the price is fixed at 500 high-grade spirit stones. What do you say?" "Li Yuan, I seriously suspect you learned to haggle in a place rich in oil." The disciple was taken aback and said, "But, Huayinzhao, that's insufficient, then add another 100. No, what I meant was that these spirit beasts total 300 spirit stones." "The customer has overpaid." Huayinzhao scratched his cheek and said, "Is it really that cheap?" Yushihi leaned close to Li Yuan's ear and whispered, "Senior brother, does this person seem Not very bright, Hua Yunjiao was led by the disciple of the Divine Beast Mountain Villa to choose spirit beasts. Liuan felt that taking him along was futile, it would be better to bring along the disciple who accompanied him. After a brief wait, the disciple responsible for guiding them returned and informed them that the sect leader wished to meet them at the main peak. The main peak was home to many spirit beasts, all of considerable strength. Liuan suddenly recalled that in previous lifetimes, aside from the prison-suppressing beasts, the Immortal Alliance indeed had quite a number of spirit beasts. Could it be that the Divine Beast Mountain Villa ultimately allied with Yifan? It wasn't until Li Yuan ascended the mountain and saw a figure that he realized the truth. A strikingly beautiful woman appeared before them, exuding an air of grace and approachability. Greetings, I am Han Qingying, the second disciple of the Master. Please follow me. Han Qingying, one of Yifan's consorts in past lifetimes. Li Yuan's assessment of her was that she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, even employing seduction and other schemes to assist Yifan against him. He finally understood where the Immortal Alliance's numerous spirit beasts originated from, yet he was uncertain whether Han Qingying represented herself or the Divine Beast Mountain Villa. Yushihe and Ruali had remained obscure in previous lifetimes. Apart from major events in the Zhongxian realm, their understanding of Yifan was less than Li Yuan's, leaving them unperturbed. Li Yuan, oh, the second disciple? The Divine Beast Mountain Villa truly is low-key. Even the title of the sect leader's disciple has not been publicized. Han Qingying chuckled lightly and said, our master has always refrained from participating in the disputes among sects, so whether or not it is known matters little. Please follow me. Li Yuan was now curious about who the first disciple was. If that disciple were also from the Immortal Alliance, he would have to seriously consider whether the Divine Beast Mountain Villa was friend or foe. Under Han Qingying's guidance, the three met the sect leader, an imposing elderly woman radiating an aura of authority. Upon seeing Li Yuan and his companions, she suddenly laughed and said, Hee, you must be disciples of Mu Ziqiu, for she often praises you in my presence. You may call me Granny. Yushihe. Ah, Granny is acquainted with our master. Acquainted? Of course, I had high hopes for her when she first emerged. But alas, the Mu family suffered calamity. Her partner fought valiantly to save her and her daughter. Unfortunately, the man renowned as the first among the Zhongxian fell into madness after that battle, becoming bloodthirsty, and was ultimately slain by the major sacred places, with Mu Ziqiu unable to prevent it all. Yushihe. Ah, our master has such a story. Who was that person? As an old woman, I should not be divulging such things. If you wish to know, ask her directly. Just then, a young man approached holding a bowl. He was remarkably handsome, embodying the image of a refined gentleman, yet Li Yuan's gaze sharpened. It is said that villains often recognize one another, and in previous lifetimes Li Yuan had encountered many akin to himself. This young man was one of them. He was a gentle and refined youth. Li Yuan had met him while seeking trouble with the Immortal Alliance. He was quite bashful, yet his cultivation was extraordinary. Li Yuan knew he could not have been nurtured by a small sect. Whenever Li Yuan inquired about his background and why he targeted the Immortal Alliance, he always remained silent. Later, when Li Yuan was ambushed at the Dragonfall Cliff, this young man had come to his aid, and together they had fought as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. Ultimately, Han Qingying had appeared suddenly, and after speaking to him, he stared at her in a daze for a long while. Yifan then seized the opportunity to attack, leading to his demise at the Dragonfall Cliff. Li Yuan pretended not to recognize him and asked, who is this? This is my grandson and also my first disciple, named Wen Liangyu. However, his nature is quite gentle, much like his name. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan began to understand why Wen Liangyu harbored animosity towards the Immortal Alliance. Likely, it was for reasons similar to Hua Yunjiao's. Yet he remained uncertain of Han Qingying's role in all this. Wen Liangyu, Granny, you should take your medicine first. You ought not to exert yourself too much. Very well, this old woman shall not trouble you any longer. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask Liangyu. Although young, his abilities are remarkable. When Liangyu, a bit shy, said, You all can speak to me about anything. Granny has not been well lately and needs to take her medicine daily. Li Yuan frowned and asked, Does Granny have internal injuries? When Liangyu, how could that be? Granny never needs to fight directly, and besides, the Divine Beast Mountain Villa has few enemies. How could she suffer internal injuries? That is indeed strange. As a perfected ascending realm cultivator, she is but a step away from immortality. If there are no internal injuries, how could she have reached such a state? Li Yuan stepped forward to examine the medicinal soup. Finding no apparent issues, yet his perplexity deepened. He could tell that the old sect leader still had some time left to live, so given that, how could a perfected ascending realm cultivator end up needing to rely on medicine to survive? Meanwhile, Yifan, having learned of Li Yuan and the others' whereabouts from Li Tianshao, grinned sinisterly and said, "Truly hell has no gates, yet they come willingly." Chapter 71. The best actress Han Qingying. Li Yuan detected nothing amiss. And soon the group followed Wen Liangyu to his courtyard. Seeing Li Yuan's fondness for spirit beasts, Wen Liangyu felt a sense of kinship. A junior brother, do you really like spirit beasts? You seem particularly fond of the spirit fox. Not entirely. I do have an affinity for these fluffy creatures. Once it grows up, I plan to nestle myself in its large tail to sleep. Just thinking about it excites me. While they spoke, Han Qingying approached, smiling. Senior brother, it appears you are having a pleasant conversation with our guests. Indeed, it is always beneficial to converse more. When Liangyu rubbed his head and said, "This is largely thanks to junior sister's patient encouragement for me to interact with others. Without you, I fear I wouldn't even dare to speak to anyone." Han Qingying addressed Li Yuan and the others. Senior brother has been in the company of spirit beasts since childhood, and over time, he has become less adept at communicating with people. I hope you can be understanding of him. Why Yushihi? It's a trivial matter. Senior brother is quite amiable. That's good to hear. I must attend to our master, so I shall take my leave. Li Yuan squinted, feeling as though he had gained a glimmer of insight, yet further verification was needed, primarily to ascertain whether Han Qingying had any ties to Yifan and what her true intentions were. Upon entering Wen Liangyu's courtyard, they were greeted by a multitude of spirit beasts, flying, running, and crawling. It seemed, indeed, as Han Qingying had said, that he mostly kept company with spirit beasts. When Liangyu invited them to sit and said, "Please feel free to ask me anything. I will speak candidly about anything I know." Just as Yushihi was about to speak, Li Yuan interjected with a question. "Young one, may I ask, do you have feelings for your junior sister?" When Liangyu paused in pouring tea, the scalding water splashing onto his hand, startling him. Yushihi and Ruali exchanged bewildered glances at Li Yuan. "This, senior brother, please do not jest. If this gets out, what will happen to junior sister's reputation? She is so exceptional, I cannot tarnish her name." Li Yuan, let me tell you, a woman like that is beyond your grasp. First, tell me how she came to the Divine Beast Mountain Villa. Yushihi pinched Li Yuan's arm and whispered, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Li Yuan, feeling the pain, swatted her hand and wrote Yifan in her palm. Yushihi was suddenly alarmed. Could it be that Han Qingying had ties to Yifan? When Liangyu recalled, it was a sunny afternoon. Li Yuan, stop right there. No need for background details, just get to the point. About a year ago, I heard that a mutated shadow wolf had appeared in Xianyi City. So I went to take a look. However, I ended up injured and was saved by junior sister at that time. As he spoke, Li Yuan and the others felt a tremor in their hearts. Xianyi City was the very city of Yifan's family. Later, when my grandmother came to find me in Xianyi City, I asked her to take junior sister under her wing as a way to repay her kindness. After joining, she treated both me and my grandmother very well. Li Yuan, so you fell for her then, is that it? When Liangyu, tsk, why be shy? We are not members of the Divine Beast Mountain Manor. Who knows when we will meet again? If you have something to say, just say it. Perhaps we can assist you." When Liang pondered for a moment and remarked, "Well, I have a friend, Yushiha." Where did you find a friend? Were you not just saying you spend your days in the company of monsters? Li Yuan, can you be quiet for a moment, if you keep interrupting? How can Shaowen continue? Ignore her and proceed. What about your friend? It's just that he's always felt very lonely and doesn't know how to change that, until one day, someone barged into his life, bringing him light, and he, Li Yuan, how poetic. Never mind me, continue. When Liangyu now regretted his decision to believe Li Yuan's nonsense, that he felt that person was incredibly distant and he dared not reach out to that light. Uncertain of what to do. Li Yuan, break up? Oh no, not yet together. To be honest, I can understand that sense of redemption, but you must discern whether her intentions towards your friend are genuine or ulterior. Now I have another question for you. What is the source of the fragrance you carried when you just stepped out of the room? When Liangyu was momentarily unable to keep up with Li Yuan's abrupt shift in conversation, feeling as if he was jumping too quickly, that scent was from the incense ground by my junior sister. My grandmother, and my junior sister all have some in our rooms. Li Yuan, I wonder if you've ever heard of a flower called rosaru. It is named so because its floral poison seeps into the marrow with its fragrance, lingering like a malignant attachment that cannot dissipate. When Liangyu, are you suggesting that the incense is made from rosaru? But isn't that flower already extinct? Even if it still exists in the world, how could it be so easily found? Li Yuan internally, just because you cannot find it doesn't mean Yifan cannot. Ironhead, Li Yuan shook his head and said, tenderness can be feigned, Perhaps the moment you introduced yourself, this performance commenced. When you mentioned that the incense was made by her, I became certain she had ulterior motives. The poison of Ruzuru was also known as the soul-calling fragrance, capable of hastening a cultivator's demise. When Liang Yu exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying my grandmother's recent decline in health is due to this incense?" Li Yuan nodded. "You and Han Qingying are still young, so it may not be obvious, but the old sect master is different. If she cannot break through to ascendancy at this rate, she may only have a century left to live." When Liang Yu sat in his chair, murmuring, "Is it all because of me?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan grasped what Han Qingying must have told him in the previous lives before his demise. It must have been the cause of the old sect master's death. Boom! A unique aura belonging to the transformation realm erupted from him, his cultivation surprisingly rivaling that of the eldest disciples of the sacred lands. Li Yuan was slightly taken aback when Liang Yu's age seemed to be merely 60 or 70. Indicating he was indeed a prodigy. However, it made sense. If he were ordinary, the Immortal Alliance would not find him a cause for concern. Yet, this promising future was all ruined by Han Qingying. Li Yuan, calm down. First, clarify her intentions for coming to the Divine Beast Mountain Manor and ascertain her schemes. That will help in dealing with her. 1. He had a nagging feeling that Yifan was involved in this matter and decided to stay for a couple of days to observe the situation. As Han Qingying's assistance to Yifan had been substantial, Li Yuan was unwilling to miss this opportunity to undermine Yifan. The three left when Liang Yu's courtyard, and Yushiha remarked, "Han Qingying is truly ruthless." To avoid suspicion, she even placed Ruzuru in her own room. Li nodded and wrote, "Senior brother, are we staying to deal with Han Qingying?" Li Yuan nodded, "Indeed. In one of my past lives, I met Liang Yu, and he truly is a commendable person. If possible, I still wish to assist him, preventing him from ending up with a shattered family. Of course, dealing with Han Qingying is also of utmost importance. The two matters are not mutually exclusive." Just then, the voices of the system echoed in Yushiha and Ruali's minds. Ding! Task issued. Assist Li Yuan in eliminating Han Qingying. Task reward, growth type magic weapon, Bixia sword. Ding! Task issued. Assist Li Yuan in eliminating Han Qingying. Task reward, growth type magic weapon, Tinkwan sword. The two brightened at the news but quickly regained their composure, pondering the remarkable rewards from the system. These magic weapons sounded extraordinary. Chapter 72. A family of quirky characters. The three intended to visit the main hall to meet the old sect master but were informed by Han Qingying that he had already retired for the night. So they conveyed their plan to stay for 2 days to her. "Since you intend to stay, allow me to guide you to the area designated for hosting guests from various sacred lands." Li Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, there is such a place? That I appreciate your kindness. No need for thanks. The sect frequently entertains guests from different sacred sects, so a specific area was set aside for this purpose." Along the way, many disciples greeted Han Qingying, who returned their salutes with a smile, indicating her popularity within the Divine Beast Mountain Manor. Han Qingying managed these matters with great attention to detail. As many disciples would inquire about various details, and her responses were indeed quite appropriate, considering the developments from previous lifetimes. It seemed that the Divine Beast Mountain Manor ultimately fell into Han Qingying's hands. Could it be that she had already begun her scheming? Upon reaching their destination, Han Qingying took her leave, and Li Yuan remarked, "Impressive, she has managed to win over so many hearts. I fear Xiaowen's influence might not even compare to hers." Yushiha, "But she doesn't even have a golden core. There are many things she should be incapable of doing." Ruali, "Doesn't she have a diligent transformation realm lackey, based on Liang Yu's past circumstances? Whatever she suggested, he would likely comply. Li Yuan, enough of that. I placed a spirit on her to seek out any clues. Why Yushiha, sigh, it feels difficult. After all, she hasn't revealed any flaws for such a long time. There is no reason for us to catch her off guard right away. Li Yuan, why would I search for her flaws? I sent the spirit to look for any evidence of her connection to Yifan." While they conversed, Hua Yunju approached with a group of disciples, seemingly on his way back. "Hua Yunju, brotherly, I intended to bid you farewell but didn't expect to encounter you here." Ahem. Upon hearing his light cough, the disciples from the Wanfa sacred land stepped back a few paces, trying to pretend they didn't know him. Based on their experience, they knew he was about to begin. This parting, though the mountains are high and the roads long like bees and honey, no matter how far apart, there will always be something guiding our reunion, and I believe that is friendship. Li Yuan, scram. You are indeed as annoying as a bee. You are heartless. By the way, what brings you here? I came to inquire about hatching beast eggs. But now I've discovered something significant, so I plan to stay for 2 days. Is there some excitement to witness? Nonsense. Hurry up and leave if you intend to go, don't block the way. Hua Yunju turned to say, then how about this, fellow disciples, why don't you go ahead first and tell my mother I encountered friends here and will play for a couple of days before returning. Upon hearing that they wouldn't have to travel with him, the disciples showed signs of delight and said, since senior brother wishes to meet friends, we will take our leave first. Farewell. Li Yuan looked at Hua Yunju, thinking about how much he must be disliked in the Wanfa sacred land. It was evident that no one cared to stop him from leaving. At that moment, when Liang Yu approached, his eyes filled with urgency. When Liang Yu, junior brother Li Yuan, what should we do now? Li Yuan, don't rush. I have an idea I want to verify. Let us wait for 2 days. As for the old sect master, the soul-calling fragrance has no antidote, but fortunately, the time is not long. Hua Yunju was left in a state of confusion as Li Yuan whispered about the exploits of the pure-hearted warrior When Liang Yu, overhearing their clear whispers, felt as if he was being publicly executed, unsure of the purpose behind their attempts to shield him, especially when Hua Yunju occasionally exclaimed really, and that's just absurd, when Liang Yu felt utterly disheartened. After listening, Hua Yunju patted When Liang Yu's shoulder, wearing an encouraging expression, and said, Senior brother Wen, although you lacked cunning at the time and perhaps still do, you truly are a commendable person, When Liang Yu. Thank you, junior brother, for your consolation. I suppose that counts as consolation. In the deep of night, Han Qingying stealthily descended from the main peak, unaware that 5 tails and a spirit fox were following her. Li Yuan, when will I have such luck to catch your flaw upon arrival? System, is it possible that your luck has little to do with it? Han Qingying activated her floating stone and exited the inner gate of the Divine Beast Mountain Manor. Soon encountering Yifan in the woods, to which she charged directly, Hua Yunju patted When Liang Yu's shoulder and said, there is nothing more to say, be strong, When Liang Yu, at such a moment. There's really no need for you to signal me, my friend, Yushiha. It turns out they have known each other for quite some time, but isn't it a bit too far away? Shixiang, with your skills, they should be unable to detect us if we get a little closer, right? What do you understand? That is the crooked-mouthed Yifan. If he twists his mouth even slightly, he will certainly notice us. Li Yuan drew a divine rune on a leaf and blew upon it, causing the leaf to gently drift towards Yifan, carrying their conversation into the ears of a few. Han Qingying, Fangu, you finally come to find me. Yifan smirked with his crooked mouth and replied, so how is it? Have you used the items I gave you? I have, but only in the form of incense. If I were to use it directly, it might get discovered, so this is the more prudent approach. The old sect master can only pass his position to me and When Liang Yu, and since When Liang Yu has long been obedient to me, I am also winning people's hearts. When the time comes, we can take control of his Divine Beast Mountain Villa. Haha, not bad, not bad. When you mentioned that fool revealing his identity, I knew he lacked depth. It seems I have indeed made a wise move, Han Qingying. But I cannot be by your side. Fangu, isn't helping me enough, although I did use drugs to obtain you back then. You must understand that if I hadn't taken a liking to you, I wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths. Li Yuan, what the hell, bro? Is this something a carbon-based life form would say? Han Qingying, I know, Fangu. After that, I was also impressed by your decisiveness. I believe you are destined for greatness. Li Yuan, damn it, why not take me out for some fun instead? Why directly kill the 2 women? You are too biased towards women, it's quite disheartening. The others looked at Li Yuan with disdain, feeling that his thought process was rather peculiar at certain points. Chapter 73, Yifan catches cicadas. Hua Yunju follows behind. Upon returning to the guest house, Hua Yunju excitedly exclaimed, hee, is this the feeling of knowing the other party's schemes? It makes their every move seem laughable. When Liang Yu's eyes glinted coldly as he said, Li Yuan, what should we do now? Let's play along with their act. Han Qingying currently holds more influence in the Divine Beast Mountain Villa than you, my Shixiang, and I also wish to have some fun with them. Yushiha, Shixiang, are you really going to play with Yifan? Li Yuan, Yushiha, don't push me. When I get angry, even I am afraid of myself. When Liang Yu, indeed, let us proceed as Li Yuan suggested. We should let them reveal their true colors, and then she will have no words to say. The next day, Han Qingying arrived at the guest house early, claiming she wanted to take a few people on a tour of the villa. Without hesitation, Li Yuan agreed, eager to see what means Han Qingying would employ against them. Throughout the journey, Han Qingying introduced the 3 to the sights and sounds of the Divine Beast Mountain Villa. Occasionally seeking to get close to Li Yuan, Li Yuan squinted, wondering what her intentions were. Could it be that this scheming woman was attempting to use seduction again? Yushiha and Ruali had long since gritted their teeth. Had it not been for Li Yuan's repeated warnings, they would have already torn Han Qingying apart. Seeing that Li Yuan remained unfazed, Han Qingying decided to change her approach and said, oh? Li Yuan Shixiang, your spirit fox is quite spirited. I wonder if I could have a look at it. Li Yuan, that may not be appropriate. It's rather dirty. No worries, I am also a disciple of the Divine Beast Mountain Villa. I wouldn't mind a spirit beast. Li Yuan internally, I'm saying you're the dirty one. Don't get my little white fox dirty. Reluctantly, Li Yuan allowed Han Qingying to hold the spirit fox when the three were not paying attention. She did something to it. The spirit fox let out a cry and scratched Han Qingying's hand, causing her to be thrown aside and fall to the ground. Han Qingying gasped and also fell. Thinking that since she had been hurt by Li Yuan's spirit fox, he would surely come to help her. Li Yuan, hey, what happened? Are you hurt? As Li Yuan approached, Han Qingying feigned a delicate demeanor and said, I am fine. There is no need for you to worry. Li Yuan Shixiang. Li Yuan gently cradled the spirit fox, soothing it while asking, are you alright? Han Qingying, are you blind? Clearly, I am the one who was hurt. Li Yuan, Han Shimi, you need not feel guilty. I believe your actions were unintentional. Don't worry, I do not blame you. Han Qingying, thank you. Li Yuan Shixiang, Ruoli, who's still trying to seduce Shixiang. He is not some frivolous person who can be swayed by mere charm. Throughout the morning, Han Qingying was unable to elicit even a flicker of interest from Li Yuan. She began to doubt her own allure. Is Li Yuan perhaps mentally challenged? A frail woman and a spirit fox both fall to the ground, yet he chooses to cradle the fox. Sigh, let it go for now. I will seek another opportunity. I refuse to believe I cannot ensnare him. In the afternoon, Han Qingying returned to the guesthouse, this time accompanied by Wen Liangyu, claiming they wanted to take the three on a stroll through the 10,000 Beasts city. After they left, Hua Yunju emerged from the shadows. Han Qingying was unaware of his acquaintance with Li Yuan. He was now acting as a hidden pawn upon entering the 10,000 Beast city. When Liangyu went to purchase items instructed by the old sect master, while Han Qingying asked him to meet at the inn for dinner. Yi Fan watched them from a distance, grinning maliciously. This time, you will all fall into my hands, and I will make you witness the cost of offending me. Hua Yunju observed Yi Fan from afar, grinning wickedly. This time, let me, Hua, give you a grand surprise. After wandering for a while, Han Qingying suggested they take a break at the inn just in time to sample the icy drinks of the 10,000 Beast city. A short while later, seeing Li Yuan and the others growing hotter and hotter, she smiled slyly, already envisioning victory within her grasp. The waiter approached to inquire what was wrong, and Han Qingying replied, no worries, my friends just suffered a bit from the heat. Please prepare 2 guest rooms for us to rest. The waiter, puzzled, raised 3 large question marks in his mind, eating icy drinks, suffering from heat. Nevertheless, he followed orders and arranged for 2 rooms. He escorted Li Yuan to one room, while Han Qingying led Ruoli and Yushiha to another. After Han Qingying exited the inn to find Yi Fan, Hua Yunju stealthily entered the guest room, only to find Ruoli and Yushiha sitting on the bed as if nothing had happened. Weren't you supposed to be drugged? I thought I should hurry and bring you the antidote. Why Yushiha? TCH, we already know she has ulterior motives. If we fell for her tricks, wouldn't that be foolish? Alright, enough chatter. You two go out first. I have a little surprise prepared for Yi Fan, not suitable for children. Ruoli exchanged a puzzled glance with Yushiha before jumping out of the window. After holding his breath, Hua Yunju sprinkled 3 whole bottles of aphrodisiac powder in the room, then wickedly retrieved a bag. Han Qingying, after notifying Yi Fan, arrived at Li Yuan's room, shattering a jade talisman to make herself and Li Yuan appear disheveled as they awaited Wen Liangyu's arrival. Wen Liangyu strolled leisurely to the inn, and as he pushed open the door, Han Qingying applied the antidote under Li Yuan's nose and cried out, Shixiang, save me. Wen Liangyu's expression remained calm as he watched Han Qingying's performance. Han Qingying thought to herself, something is off. Why hasn't he made a move to kill Li Yuan yet? Han Qingying concealed her face in tears, saying, Shixiang, I initially wanted to bring them here for desserts. But who knew that Li Yuan would drug me in the icy drink? Woo Shixiang, no, what is this reaction? Hurry up and kill him. And Li Yuan, why hasn't he woken up yet? Just then, a scream emanated from a nearby room, and upon hearing it, Han Qingying's heart trembled. She disregarded Wen Liangyu and Li Yuan and dashed toward the sound. Li Yuan sat up, puzzled. Wait, what on earth did Hua Yunju do? He has completely disrupted our act. Wen Liangyu, I don't know, should we go take a look? Han Qingying pushed open the door to the adjacent guest room and was instantly frozen in place, letting out a retch. Li Yuan and Wen Liangyu looked over in confusion, gasping in shock. Li Yuan quickly covered the spirit fox's eyes, as the scene before them was quite a shock. They beheld Yi Fan engaged in a fierce battle with 2 squat ape kings. And the spectacle was undeniably explosive. Li Yuan pondered to himself that the short-bodied ape was naturally lustful, though it typically focused its attention on human women. He wondered whether this encounter would pave the way for a new avenue of pursuit. When Liang Yu interjected, "Han Xingying, you should recognize the person inside, right? Come, follow me back to the sect.as for the individual within." Li Yuan remarked, "What are you looking at me for? I feel contaminated even within a 10-mile radius of him. And I would never dare to touch him." "Then let us find a few disciples who have not witnessed this scene to escort him back," he concluded. Upon exiting the inn, they spotted Hua Yunzhou and his companions indulging in icy porridge at a small stall. Yoshida swiftly offered a half-eaten bowl of porridge to Li Yuan. He cast her a disdainful glance and said to Hua Yunzhou, "You rascal, your tastes are quite perverse, even I, a deviant, find you peculiar." Hua Yunzhou, blushing, replied, "You're too kind. Where do you get that idea?" Li Yuan scoffed, "Forget it, let the disciples of the Divine Beast Mountain Villa come to apprehend those two." Han Xingying seems dazed, clearly frightened. Chapter 74, The Pursuit shortly thereafter. Disciples from the Divine Beast Mountain Villa bore Yi Fan away, with Han Xingying following in a daze. Li Yuan and his group formed a protective entourage as they made their grand way to the main peak. The old sect master, seated in the principal position, scrutinized Han Xingying and Yi Fan, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing her face. She had long known that Han Xingying had lost her Yuan. Yet having saved her own grandson's life, taking Han Xingying as a disciple posed no issue for her, provided she reminded Liang Yu not to harbor feelings for her. "Han Xingying, my grandson and I have done nothing to wrong you. Is this how you repay our kindness?" The sect master's stern voice roused Han Xingying from her stupor, and with tear-filled eyes, she responded, "Master, I do not comprehend your words. I have never wronged you or my senior brother." When Liang Yu retorted, still playing the part, "Are we why first, tell us your relationship with the person on the ground." He is, Li Yuan interjected with a smile, struggling to articulate, "Come now, I possess a record of your dialogue." With that, he produced a soundstone, musing that the inventor of such a device was truly a genius. As her conversation with Yi Fan was laid bare, she ceased her pretense and declared, "I am wholeheartedly devoted to Fan Gu. What issue is there in assisting him in seizing the Divine Beast Mountain Villa?" Hua Yunzhou exclaimed, "What, are you truly a human? The entire Divine Beast Mountain Villa treats you sincerely, yet Yi Fan not only drugged you but also used you as a mere tool. And you remain unwaveringly loyal to him." Li Yuan thought to himself, "This is undoubtedly artificial. No human with an IQ over 3 would engage in such behavior." When Liang Yu scoffed, "How utterly absurd you are." The sect master struck the ground with her spirit serpent staff, jolting Yi Fan awake, who gasped and scanned his surroundings, relieved to find the short-bodied ape absent. Li Yuan and the others instinctively took a few steps back. As the sect master admonished, "You possess great audacity to scheme against the Divine Beast Mountain Villa. Were it not for these young friends, we would have indeed fallen for Han Xingying's trickery." Yi Fan glared at Li Yuan and the others, filled with resentment. His plans had evidently been uncovered, and he had inadvertently set a trap for himself. The sect master slowly rose, her spiritual energy surging forth, causing the disciples outside the hall to feel an immense pressure. Yi Fan cried out inwardly, "Xian Lao, save me! Xian Lao, save me!" The slumbering Xiantian elder was stirred by Yi Fan's desperate calls, only to awaken and confront a menacing ascendant elder before him. The elder, enraged, chastised Yi Fan, "Can you not behave yourself? Offending others is one thing, but you persistently antagonize ascendant cultivators." Regret flooded Yi Fan's heart. Had he truly erred? Could sheer foolishness render even the most fortuitous of destinies futile? The Xiantian elder had long hoped to live vicariously through Yi Fan, but now not only was the rebirth of his physical form indefinitely postponed, but his residual soul had also suffered nearly 20% depletion due to Yi Fan's reckless antics. The sect master struck the ground forcefully with her spirit serpent staff, sending a beam of light toward Yi Fan. In response, the Xiantian elder could only lean into Yi Fan, attempting to shield him from the impending attack. A myriad of divine patterns flickered around Yi Fan, reflecting the sect master's assault back upon her, while he leveraged the force to daze the disciples and escape the grand hall, seizing the moment. Han Xingying dashed out, deliberately separating her escape from Yi Fan's, urging him, "Fan Gu, flee quickly, do not worry about me." Yi Fan did not look back, showing no inclination to assist her. Hua Yunzhou exclaimed in disbelief, "How on earth did someone like him find a soulmate? In what river did he fish her out?" The sect master, clearly caught off guard by Yi Fan's escape, shouted, "Seal the villa," the Xiantian elder urged. Flee to the rear mountain, the path ahead is blocked. The sect master, affected by the soul harvesting incense, felt her vitality surge uncontrollably, collapsing back into her chair, gasping for breath, when Liang Yu asked, "Grandmother, are you alright? No harm done." Merely a touch fatigued, she replied, "You should rest for a moment. We will pursue those two," he instructed. Yushiha turned to Li Yuan, saying, "Senior brother, you pursue Yifan, my sister and I will chase Han Qingying." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. "Very well, but exercise caution. Do not underestimate Han Qingying. Is senior brother showing concern for us?" She teased. Li Yuan replied curtly, "Enough chatter." Yushiha happily took Ruoli's hand, and the trio set off in pursuit of Yifan. While Li Yuan and his companions raced after him, meanwhile, upon reaching the rear mountain, Yifan's potent short-bodied ape aura incited unrest among the lower-tier spirit beasts. The chaos spread rapidly, with the spirit beasts soon erupting into pandemonium. The Xiantian elder commanded to go. That swift-wind leopard over there, imprint the divine pattern I taught you into its body. Following the elder's instructions, Yifan successfully imparted the divine pattern to the swift-wind leopard. Once it calmed, Yifan climbed onto its back, using it to flee. As for Han Qingying, after descending the main peak, she feigned nonchalance, asking the guarding disciples, "Has the villa been sealed?" "Yes, second sister. Thus far, no one has approached this area." They confirmed. Han Qingying, aware of the sudden turn of events, knew there was a significant chance the outer disciples had yet to receive the news. Fortunately, she had gambled wisely. "Very well, guard this place. I shall arrange another layer of checkpoints at the outer gate." With that, Han Qingying departed on a talisman stone, closely followed by Yushiha and Ruoli, who informed the guarding disciples of Han Qingying's betrayal. "What, are you saying second sister has betrayed the sect?" Ruoli exclaimed. "Sister, we must hurry and pursue her, lest she escapes." Yushiha chuckled. "Fear not, sister, I marked her back at the inn. The tracking secret arts of the Daiyu immortal dynasty are quite formidable." With that, Yushiha produced a round disc from her storage bag, revealing a glimmering light point. "Let us go, sister. We shall capture." "No, apprehend Han Qingying." Ruoli hesitated. "It's not that simple. If she resists, it is only natural that we may not hold back." As they arrived at the rear mountain, Li Yuan and his companions encountered the rampaging spirit beasts, the scene chaotic beyond measure. Hua Yunzhou exclaimed, "How did this happen? How are we to pursue now?" When Liang Yu retrieved a flute from his robe and began to play, the agitated spirit beasts gradually calmed upon hearing the melody. When Liang Yu scanned the area with his divine sense and noted, "One swift-wind leopard is missing. He must have ridden it away." Li Yuan mused internally, "Can it truly escape? We need only pursue. Yifan has far more to consider." Hua Yunzhou asked, "What shall we do?" When Liang Yu picked up a tuft of fur and said, "This is the fur of the swift-wind leopard. Do not forget what I went to Xianyi City to capture a year ago." Li Yuan remarked, I thought you had failed to capture anything after being bloodied." When Liang Yu sheepishly replied, "At that time, my cultivation had not yet broken through to the transformation stage, so I indeed could not succeed. It was my grandmother who captured it when she visited." When Liang Yu's guidance, the trio soon located a shadow wolf, its body radiating a dark luminescence, towering nearly 2 meters tall. When Liang Yu presented the leopard fur to the shadow wolf, which lowered itself, signaling for them to mount, Hua Yunzhou, captivated by the imposing creature, could not help but praise it. However, upon regaining his senses, he found the shadow wolf had already darted far ahead under Liang Yu's command. "Wait for me, I haven't mounted yet. Hey, hey!" Unfortunately, his voice could not reach such distances, leaving him standing idly in place. Chapter 75, The Demise of Han Qingying. The shadow wolf carried Li Yuan and Liang Yu directly into the sprawling mountain range. Although the swift-wind leopard was remarkably fast, the mutated shadow wolf was evidently superior. Roughly half an hour later, they spotted Yifan racing on the swift-wind leopard. At that moment, Yifan was cursing Li Yuan and his companions incessantly, each jolt of the swift-wind leopard causing him considerable discomfort. Yifan, swear to pursue those wretches to the ends of the earth. How dare they deceive me? Damn it, why is it that whenever I encounter those few women, misfortune follows?" The Xiantian elder admonished. "Could you quiet down? You, who achieve nothing and ruin everything, should be the one to be angry." Suddenly, he noticed their pursuers. Yifan, turning his head, he indeed saw Li Yuan and the others hot on his heels, a seething hatred emanating from his eyes. "You dare to chase me, without that old hag? What are you, Shen Lao? What cultivation levels do those two possess? One is at the transformation realm, another has reached the full spirit realm, while you, my friend, find yourself in the mid-stage of the golden core realm." Yifan, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just wait, one day Yifan will personally seek you out. Xiantian elder, you can't you just stop pretending? Soon Yifan sensed something amiss. The two individuals behind him seemed to be drawing ever closer. Realizing this, Yifan was struck with alarm, exclaiming, "Elder Xian, save me!" The Xiantian elder's mind was flooded with countless expletives. He truly wished to smash Yifan's head in his sight. "This time saving you has drained my energy significantly. I will likely fall into a deep slumber for half a year. During this time, I advise you to keep a low profile." Having said that, the Xiantian elder possessed Yifan, intending to strike as soon as Li Yuan and the other approached. Li Yuan's soul power was formidable. He sensed Yifan's change the moment the Xiantian elder took possession. Well versed in survival tactics, Li Yuan shouted, "Stop, do not approach him any further." When Liang Yu paused, perplexed, "We are about to catch up to that brat. Enough of your chatter. If you wish to live, heed my words. Even if you are at the Enlightenment realm, you are still no match for him." Although when Liang Yu was confused, he ceased his pursuit. Patting the neck of the shadow wolf to return after possessing Yifan, the Xiantian elder sneered, "Those two youngsters indeed possess extraordinary talents. However, since they have chosen to become Yifan's enemies, let us eliminate them all." Yifan commanded the swift wind leopard to halt. When he turned back, he was astonished to see that Li Yuan and Wen Liang Yu had stopped their pursuit and were instead retreating. "Xiantian elder? What is going on? Why have those two suddenly ceased their chase? I was fully prepared, and this is what you show me." Having nearly been caught earlier, the Xiantian elder understood that the swift wind leopard could not catch them at this distance. Given Yifan's limited cultivation, if he expended soul power to pursue them, he would surely be unable to escape when that old hag struck again. "Never mind, let us take this opportunity to possess him and swiftly distance ourselves from the Beast Mountain Manor. At least it will ensure Yifan's survival." Why Yifan, Elder Xian, why aren't we pursuing them? Xiantian elder, pursue. You go chase, you fool. Can't you engage that pig brain of yours? You are merely at the golden core stage. If you exhaust your soul power to chase them, I will have no capacity to possess you again when that old hag strikes. Yifan begrudgingly replied, "In that case, let it be. I owe you my gratitude, Elder Xian. After we escape, please take good care of yourself." Upon returning to the Beast Mountain Manor, Li Yuan and Wen Liang Yu found Hua Yunzhao squatting on the ground. "Playing with him, you did?" Li Yuan exclaimed. "You're that impressive? You managed to return before us, who were faster than the shadow wolf?" Hua Yunzhao, do you think it's possible that you didn't take me along when you left? TSK, you didn't go, so how can you blame us? So what? You didn't catch up to Yifan? When Liang Yu, we did catch up, but junior brother Li Yuan suddenly told me to stop pursuing him, insisting we retreated top speed. Hua Yunzhao, why? Li Yuan scoffed. Do you understand the worth of the chosen one? Forcing him to reveal another trump card is already sufficient, based on my years of reading novels. The old man's possession certainly comes at a cost. I initially pursued just to pressure him, never intending to subdue him. Hua Yunzhao looked skeptical and said, "Is that true? A mere golden core brat can be that extraordinary?" Li Yuan, he was able to capture a woman's heart through drugging. Do you not find that rather remarkable? Of course, I do not mean to touch on senior brother Wen's sensitive topic. I merely wish to illustrate how absurd the situation is. Hua Yunzhao pondered for a moment and remarked, "Indeed, logically speaking, one would want to eliminate him rather than become infatuated with him. It makes no sense to be so devoted." I'm not attempting to touch on senior brother Wen's sensitive issue. It just seems a bit outrageous. When Liang Yu, Li Yuan, alright, enough, let us return. Once my junior sister is back, we will see how things are on her end. I believe that eliminating Han Qingying would significantly impact Yifan. Meanwhile, Yushi and Ruali leisurely followed Han Qingying. After leaving the Beast Mountain Manor, she did not head to the 10,000 Beast City but fled directly into the wilderness. Han Qingying took numerous winding paths, even summoning different spirit beasts from her spirit beast pouch to ride upon, leaving behind traces of soft fragrances to conceal her whereabouts. Yushi, what a show! We can see her tracks directly. What's the point of all these tricks, Ruali? She doesn't know you possess such tracking abilities. After a considerable time, Han Qingying finally halted, seemingly feeling secure enough to take a breather. Just as she sipped some water, Yushi's mocking voice rang out, "Hey, why aren't you running? Are you tired already? You should practice more." Startled, Han Qingying looked at the two and exclaimed, "It's you. Why, we have no grievances or hatred. Why target me, Yushi? Do you even hear yourself? Just a short while ago, you drugged us to deliver to Yifan, and now you dare claim there is no enmity, Han Qingying, but joining with Fan Gu wouldn't be a loss for you. Fan Gu will surely become renowned in Songxian, and you'll benefit from his fame, Ruali? Have you lost your mind? How can you say such things?" Yushi was equally speechless. Exchanging glances with Ruali, both unwilling to waste further words on Han Qingying, and charged at her. Han Qingying, having no thoughts of cultivation at the Beast Mountain Manor, could only rely on spirit beasts to fend off Yushihi and Ruali's combined attack. She attempted to use drugs to ambush them again, but Ruali effortlessly severed her arm. With a cry of pain, Han Qingying fell to her knees, decisively picking up her severed arm to feed her spirit beast. After consuming the blood, the spirit beast became bloodthirsty and significantly more aggressive. Yushihi leaped lightly into the air, executing a sword flourish and unleashing the immortal slaying sword, instantly shredding the ground's spirit beasts into pieces with invisible sword energy. Han Qingying, covered in wounds, felt her face marred with ghastly sword marks. In terror, she touched her face. No, how can you do this? If Fan Gu sees me like this, he will surely distance himself from me. Yushihi and Ruali were taken aback that her concern lay in such a matter. Surrender and give up resisting. The sword energy of the immortal slaying sword cannot be dispelled unless someone willingly diverts it. However, I doubt Fan would do that. Han Qingying murmured. I did nothing wrong. We shall meet again in the next life, Fan Gu. With that, Han Qingying picked up a severed claw from the ground and plunged it into her heart. Yushihi and Ruali sighed softly and buried her body. Chapter 76, paving a new path for when Liang Yu. Upon returning to the main hall, Li Yuan and the others found the old sect master meditating. Noticing their return, the old sect master opened her eyes. Have you returned empty-handed, Li Yuan? Not quite, it was like this. After listening, the old sect master smiled and said, what a clever child. That fellow named Jifan is indeed remarkable. Your judgment is commendable this time, thanks to you. Otherwise, if Han Qingying and Yifan had succeeded, the future of the Beast Mountain Manor would be bleak. Liang Yu is pure-hearted by nature. This should serve as a wake-up call for him. The cultivation world will not spare you misfortune simply because you are kind. When Liang Yu, Grandma, Hua Yunzhao, I think senior brother one is quite good. He is just not very bright. However, we will help him. He just needs to play with us more. Li Yuan, playing with you isn't helping him, you fool. Don't you know what you are, old sect master? Good, you are all good children. Although the Beast Mountain Manor has maintained neutrality, it is always wise to have friends. Here are 2 jade tokens for you. With a gentle wave of her hand, 2 exquisitely crafted jade tokens floated over. The 2 reached out to catch them, noticing the inscription of the Beast Mountain Manor on them. These jade tokens signify the Beast Mountain Manor's decree. With them, the manor can provide any assistance you require, including aid for your sect. Hua Yunzhao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that upon returning, he would see who would dare say he was idle. Li Yuan was also slightly taken aback, although the Beast Mountain Manor was not a holy land. Its status in the Zhongxian realm was indeed paramount. He had not expected such an unexpected gain this time. The 2 bowed respectfully and said, thank you, old sect master, for the jade. At that moment, Yushihi and Ruali returned as well, sharing the outcome of their pursuit with everyone. The old sect master and when Liang Yu were somewhat moved. Old sect master, you all have worked hard today. Go and rest, this old lady still needs to recuperate. After all, I am just recovering from a serious illness. When Liang Yu assisted the old sect master back to rest, while the fragrant herbs planted by Han Qingying had already been dealt with by the disciples of the Beast Mountain Manor. Back in the guest house, Yushihi immediately snuggled up to Li Yuan, and Ruali was equally relentless, wrapping her arms around him tightly from the other side. Hua Yunzhao, what if I just leave? Please restrain yourselves a little in my presence. What else with this unwilling expression, you wretched creature? Yushihi, senior brother, when shall we inquire about the hatching of the beast eggs? Let us wait until senior brother when finishes his tasks. It is getting late, and there is no rush. Hua Yunzhao, are you all leaving? Don't go yet. I haven't had my fill of fun. We've just embarked on such an intriguing endeavor. And I'm reluctant to return now. Li Yuan, internal monologue indeed. What purpose does my return serve? I've longed to escape and revel in merriment. The next day, when Liang Yu sought out Li Yuan and the others at the inn, asking, Li Yuan, didn't you come to the Divine Beast Mountain Villa for a reason? Why not share it now? Perhaps I can assist you. It's about this. I have obtained 2 beast eggs. Yet they show no sign of hatching, so I wish to inquire about the proper course of action. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 eggs must be extraordinary, am I right? Indeed, one is a purple crystal beast, and the other is a prison suppression beast. Oh, that truly is remarkable. For such inherently powerful spiritual beasts, one should ideally drop a drop of their own blood on the eggs at intervals prior to hatching. Yushihi, why is it so bloodthirsty? When Liang Yu chuckled and replied, Junior sister, you've misunderstood. It's because powerful spiritual beasts are notoriously difficult to tame. This method allows a bond to form between the beast and the cultivator even before birth. As for the hatching method, We at the Divine Beast Mountain Villa employ unique formations for incubation. You can also place the beast eggs in a location abundant in spiritual energy that is human and warm. Li Yuan nodded in understanding. I see, thank you for enlightening me, senior brother Wen. The way, is everything alright with you? After all, when Liang Yu sighed, alas, how could I have no thoughts at all? Just the thought of being toyed with by her, nearly endangering my grandmother, leaves me feeling quite unsettled. Thankfully, I encountered all of you. Li Yuan, ahem, senior brother Wen, why not shift your perspective and broaden your horizons? When Liang Yu, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by that? You enjoy interacting with spiritual beasts. Have you ever considered seeking out a being that can speak, resembles a human, yet is not as complex as humans? A demon, Wen Liang Yu? Are you suggesting a half-demon? Li Yuan was about to speak when he noticed Yu Shihe and the others gossiping and shooed them away. Li Yuan continued earnestly, just imagine. A soft and adorable girl with a fluffy tail and pointed ears, who was both understanding and devoid of scheming ways, capable of cuddling and lifting you high, how blissful that would be. Upon hearing this, when Liang Yu fell into contemplation, and Li Yuan seized the moment, don't hesitate, my friend, every moment of indecision disrespects the cat-eared maiden. How about this, let us take a stroll outside. You can relax and broaden your horizons, and perhaps encounter delightful beings, or rather, delightful demons. When Liang Yu, this doesn't seem appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? It's high time for an impromptu journey. Let us go, Pippi Xiao. Li Yuan swiftly slapped a note onto the table and pulled Wen Liang Yu out the door, only to collide with Hua Yunzhou. Seeing their hurried demeanor, Hua Yunzhou inquired, what are you two up to? Planning to steal chickens? Li Yuan, wary of any mischief, gestured for Yu Shihe and Ruoli to follow and urgently grabbed him. There is no time to explain. Hop on, Hua Yunzhou. When Liang Yu managed to send a message to the old patriarch, and thus the three departed the Divine Beast Mountain Villa. In another room at the inn, Yu Shihe rested her chin on her hand, asking, senior sister, why did senior brother shoo us out just now? Ruoli shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Since senior brother had something to discuss, let us not disturb him, we should give him some space. After chatting for a while, they felt the time was right to find Li Yuan, only to discover a note left on his table. They froze for a moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Picking up the note, they read, gone out to play, do not worry. Yu Shihe, what? Senior brother has left. Ruoli hurriedly pulled Yu Shihe towards the main peak. Upon seeing the two arrive, the old patriarch smiled and remarked, oh? Why didn't you little girls join them? Yu Shihe anxiously inquired. Grandmother, do you know where my senior brother went? Are you implying he didn't inform you of his destination? I am afraid I can't help you there. Liang Yu only mentioned he was going out to play with your senior brother. Why, Yu Shihe, then what should we do, senior sister? Ruoli, let us return to the sacred land first and inform our master. Perhaps she has some insight. Why, Yu Shihe, alright grandmother, we'll head back now. Please take care and prioritize your health. Very well, off you go, and do come back to visit this old woman when you have the chance. Yes, goodbye, grandmother. Watching the anxious figures of the two, the old patriarch chuckled, youth is truly delightful. They can freely chase after their own springtime. Chapter 77, Master, senior brother has run away again. Yu Shihe and Ruoli raced back to the Zhongxian sacred land before afternoon, heading straight to Mu Qingxian's grand hall, where they found her disheveled. Why, Yu Shihe, master, why do you look this way? Upon hearing Yu Shihe's voice, Mu Qingxian momentarily thought Li Yuan had returned and was startled. Mortified at the thought of her disheveled appearance being seen by a Yuan, however, upon seeing them clearly she questioned, oh, where is your senior brother? Yu Shihe, alright, senior brother, this is bad, master, senior brother has run away again. Mu Qingxian abruptly rose, slamming her hand on the table, the sound echoing throughout the grand hall. What did you say? A Yuan has run away. Ruoli presented the note left by Li Yuan for Mu Qingxian to peruse. After reading it, Mu Qingxian felt a wave of calm wash over her. A Yuan merely stated he went out to play, he likely just wishes to see the world beyond. By the way, what transpired at the Divine Beast Mountain Villa? Upon hearing Mu Qingxian's analysis, the two found it quite reasonable. When their senior brother left the first time, his note was filled with finality, whereas this time it simply indicated a desire for leisure. Once they calmed down, Yu Shihe recounted the events at the Divine Beast Mountain Villa. Upon hearing it, Mu Qingxian's face brightened. This time, the significant support for eliminating Yifan would undoubtedly deal a considerable blow to his fortune system. This should significantly impact Yifan's fortune. Why hasn't that number changed? System, after all. You didn't directly see Fan, so I couldn't probe his fortune value. I will update you upon your next encounter. Oh, so that is how it is. I almost forgot that Fan is untraceable. System, phew, thank goodness I reacted quickly, otherwise if she discovered the chicken feet, it would be troublesome. Did your senior brother say anything before he left? I might be able to deduce his destination from that. No, senior brother was merely comforting senior brother when Ruali, master, when senior brother shoot us out, he was discussing something about half-demons with senior brother one, that was all. Mu Qing Xian, half-demons. Oh Li Yuan, you have an obsession with tails, don't you? Very well, just don't let me catch you. Mu Qing Xian was eager to go find Li Yuan, but with only 2 days left of the deadline set by her mother, she decided to grant Li Yuan 2 more days to enjoy life. Tianhai City. Li Yuan and Hua Yunzhou flanked Wen Liangyu, who was sandwiched between them, as they encountered a group of half-demons dancing gracefully. Suddenly Li Yuan sneezed, pondering what was happening. Why did a cold breeze sweep through? Feeling so chilly, the dancing half-demons paused, concerned for Li Yuan, who waved dismissively, just a minor issue, continue playing music, keep dancing, whether it's a minor issue or a significant one. Only after being caught by Mu Qing Xian will Li Yuan truly understand. Hua Yunzhou, brother, when open your eyes and take a look, if you do, I don't believe you'll see emptiness. When Liangyu, no, how can we be in a flower house? This is utterly improper. Li Yuan took a sip of wine, stating, I said I'd broaden your horizons, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Now tell me, do you wish to explore? Just look at their fluffy tails, don't you want to touch them? When Liangyu pondered this in his mind and replied, well, I do have a slight desire. Li Yuan smirked, now you're getting it. Who said innocence can only be directed towards humans? This is the realm of cultivation. Your innocence towards cat-eared girls is still innocence, my friend. Something within Wen Liangyu stirred awake. Realizing Li Yuan was right, who said that being innocent towards cat-eared girls wasn't innocence. Cradling the little fox in his arms, the spiritual fox occasionally emitted soft whimpers, and Li Yuan thought, now this is a fox. The nonsense from the last encounter was merely that, how could I, with my charming demeanor, possibly be a pervert? The three spent an afternoon at the flower house, watching the dances, and when they exited, Li Yuan naturally instructed Hua Yunzhou to pay the bill. Hua Yunzhou, realizing a moment too late, asked, wait, weren't you the instigator? Why do I have to pay? Li Yuan firmly pinched his lips and said seriously, tell me. Did you enjoy yourself? Hua Yunzhou nodded in agreement. Isn't that just splendid? I presented you with such an excellent idea, surely you wouldn't think it comes without a cost, would you? Hua Yunzhou, No. Where did you learn your arithmetic? It's as if you weren't even part of the game. Come now, my friend, discussing money can be quite detrimental to our camaraderie, just this once, or I might very well be incensed next time. Besides, when it comes to indulgence, I shall cover the food and drink and you can handle the merriment, why not? At that moment, Hua Yunzhu's mind raced, he scratched his scalp, feeling an itch as though something were about to sprout. Until the trio finished their meal, Hua Yunzhu slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming, I've got it, spending on food and drink is trivial, are you trying to deceive me? Li Yuan, just discharged from the hospital. Now think it over, merriment is a luxury, while sustenance is a necessity. So, have I not allowed you a bargain? Hua Yunzhu fell into contemplation once more, and Li Yuan draped his arm over his shoulder, saying, come, let us find another establishment to continue the revelry. After a drink or two, clarity shall follow. Ultimately, Hua Yunzhu, inebriated, settled the bill, appearing still perplexed. Li Yuan suggested that Hua Yunzhu could take a detour and shake a few coins at the supermarket entrance. As he did so, he might just uncover the root of the issue. When Liangyu, Li Yuan, when shall we return? Aren't you concerned that your master might worry about you? Should do not utter such ominous words in this moment of joy. The last time Mu Qingxian found him at the tea house, Li Yuan felt that jade token played a significant role. This time, he relied on it without hesitation, convinced he could not be discovered again. The following day, Hua Yunzhu was groggily roused, and the trio ventured to the passage leading to the Demon Clan continent. Hua Yunzhu, by the way, the fox maidens of the Qingqiu Fox clan are breathtakingly beautiful. How marvelous it would be to frolic in the Demon Clan continent. When Liangyu, Li Yuan, don't you possess a technique that renders one invisible? Why not use that to sneak past? Li Yuan, hey, have you not yet awakened? You cannot penetrate the veil because your spiritual power pales in comparison to mine, and your realm has yet to reach the understanding of Tao. Nor have you attained the natural state of Tao techniques. This passage is guarded by human cultivators of the Ascension realm and demon cultivators of the Ninth realm. If you wish to court death, do not drag me along. I have yet to savor all that life has to offer. to elude detection by those of the Ascension realm, I must at least reach the state of understanding Tao myself. Hua Yanzu pouted and said, utterly useless. Li Yuan, you little. Upon returning to Tianhai City, the trio discovered the city adorned with vibrant decorations. Bustling with excitement, they approached a passing demon for an explanation. You must be visitors from afar. These days mark the decade-long celebration of Tianhai City, where both demons and humans will revel together. Since you are here, you ought to join in the festivities. Hua Yanzu, oh, we have fortuitously arrived during such a festival. We must take the time to witness it. Li Yuan. Indeed, who knows, perhaps Wen Shixian may encounter his fated demon maiden during the celebration. Wen Liangyu, there's no need to rush such matters. Chapter 78, the approaching crisis for Li Yuan and Hua Yanzu. The three indulged in a feast in Tianhai City, reveling in joy. Wen Liangyu felt exhilarated by the experiences of the past few days, mentally labeling Li Yuan as both a mentor and a friend. As the celebration drew near, numerous stalls sprang up along the streets of Tianhai City. Hua Yanzu, in a flamboyant display, left his calligraphy on a stall selling scrolls. With a confident smile, he remarked, "This piece is my gift to you, feel free to sell it." Li Yuan didn't dare to glance too closely, for fear of an explosive reaction. The vendor, "Excuse me, sir, but have you perhaps confused my stall? I sell calligraphy, not offer writing services, so this paper does indeed have a price." Hua Yanzu lacking appreciation. "Take it away." I am the Hall of 10,000 Laws. Wang Roland and Hua Tianche engaged in a game of chess, though the former appeared somewhat distracted. "Where on earth is Jor? Surely nothing untoward has occurred? It was your insistence that I allow him to venture out, and now he has run off again." Hua Tianche, "Do not fret. The child is no longer little. It is only natural for him to seek experience. Moreover, the Li Yuan lad is quite astute. He would not undertake ventures without assurance." Wang Roland shot him a glance. "My concern lies with Joris' mischief. His propensity for causing trouble is nearly as low as your odds of a sudden demise." Hua Tianche, "My lady, while I understand your lingering resentment towards my leniency with that boy, isn't that a bit discourteous? You spend all day playing chess, yet no matter how well you play, you will never win against that old fool from the Xuanji sacred land. I wonder what the point of your continual losses is?" Fine, I shall inquire with the old matriarch of the Divine Beast Manor." "My dear, do not let your temper rise. It is I who shall suffer if you do." Hua Tianche led Wang Roland to the various sex communication hub and activated the Zhou Tian mirror. Connecting with the Divine Beast Manor, he sent a message to inform the old sect master. "Hua Tianche, old matriarch, I apologize for the intrusion. I wish to inquire about my son's circumstances, primarily. Has he caused any trouble?" No need for worry, the Holy Master. He and young Li Yuan have rendered great assistance to the Divine Beast Manor. You have raised a fine child." Hua Tianche felt a surge of joy, casting a glance at Wang Roland, who bore a look of "I did nothing wrong," to which she responded with a roll of her eyes before addressing the sect master. "Old matriarch, may I inquire what Jor has done? Could you enlighten us?" It is as follows. Upon hearing the account, both Hua Tianche and Wang Roland were taken aback. That rascal Hua Yanzi truly undertook a significant endeavor with Li Yuan. Hua Tianche stood a bit taller, chuckling. It seems my decision was indeed wise. Now you have no grounds for complaint, my lady." Wang Roland, old matriarch, could you summon Jor for us? I wish to know when he shall return." The sect masteress' tone shifted. "They have already departed the Divine Beast Manor. I am unaware of their whereabouts." Hua Tianche, Wang Roland, continue. "Why have you ceased, after the Zhou Tian mirror was deactivated?" Hua Tianche felt a chill at Wang Roland's displeased expression, sensing he might soon face dire consequences. "Wang Roland, contact the Zhongshuan sacred land and inquire if Mu Xianzi has any leads. As for you, we shall deal with you once Jor is found." Upon hearing this, Hua Tianche's scalp tingled with unease, reluctantly reactivating the Zhou Tian mirror. After understanding the situation, Mu Ziqiu planned to ensure Li Yuan learned a lesson upon his return. While the two unknowing parties were currently indulging in pre-apocalyptic revelry, Hua Yanzu, I can't drink anymore." Li Yuan, TSK, get up, we're not done yet, rise and continue. Wen Liangyu, Hua Shidi, you are rather inexperienced. Aren't you? What do you know? I am merely recuperating, waiting for my strength to return. Just watch how I bring you to heel." Li Yuan, inexperienced, then practice more. Enough already, I've said I'm not keen on playing with novices. Go to sleep. After sending Hua Yanzi back, Wen Liangyu voluntarily stayed to care for him, while Li Yuan felt it was still early and decided to wander about. In the bustling market, Li Yuan inadvertently caught sight of a shadowy figure lurking And driven by curiosity, he trailed behind at a leisurely pace. He observed as the cultivator darted back and forth through the alley, finally entering a private residence. What's the verdict? Did you catch them? If I intervene, what surprises could there possibly be? She is currently inside. Humph, a mere half-demon dares to defy me. Had it not been Tianhai City, I would have slain her in broad daylight. So what grievance does she hold against you? To warrant such a lavish expenditure for my assistance, I came to Tianhai City to sample the delights of a half-demon. However, as the esteemed young master of Qingshan sect, how could I simply seek pleasures in the brothels? Thus I opted to visit a tea-house instead. A tea-house? What of it, as long as one pays with spiritual stones? What's the issue, Li Yuan? This is absurd. Without the life of Yifan, do not attempt to emulate his actions. It is fortunate for you that you encountered me, or you would have truly run amok. He spoke up. Good evening, gentlemen, have you dined yet? If not, allow me to treat you to a couple of punches. The two in the courtyard were taken aback by his words. The flamboyant young master felt relieved upon seeing Li Yuan's youth. You brat, didn't your mother teach you not to meddle in others' affairs? Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. Did your mother fail to teach you to temper your arrogance when out and about? Oh, it seems she did not. How reasonable that is. You, seeking death. He lunged towards Li Yuan. Perceiving him as an easy target, believing a mere flick of his hand could end him, roaring you aren't fleeing but instead approaching me, Li Yuan. As the assailant neared, Li Yuan sidestepped and swiftly ensnared his neck with one hand. Delivering a resounding slap with the other, you scoundrel, you foul-mouthed wretch, it is only I who may speak ill of others. Until his lips were swollen from the blows, did Li Yuan finally grant him a chance to speak. Ugly. Li dares to strike, I Kwasi, stand in defiance of Li Si. Li Yuan, stand your ground. Articulate clearly, for I can scarcely comprehend a word of this. Young master cast a glance at the individual in the courtyard. Release him. Oh, what a surprise! Li Yuan had lost all interest in playing with them and summoned the Li Tian sword, swiftly severing the rotund head of his opponent. The onlookers in the courtyard were utterly astonished. Never expecting Li Yuan to dare commit murder right before their eyes, brandishing his treasured artifact. Dear fellow cultivator, he began, I am merely a hired hand. Would it not be better for us to pretend we have never crossed paths and part ways in peace? Li Yuan remained silent, gazing down upon him from his elevated position, causing the man to feel a deep humiliation. He retorted fiercely, are you truly willing to provoke me to such extremes, just you? Do you genuinely believe that being at the nascent soul stage grants you free reign in the Zhongxian realm? This realm is not solely inhabited by solitary cultivators. Your nascent soul is far too weak. You dare to label me as weak? Very well, today I shall demonstrate the might of a nascent soul cultivator. With a light chuckle, Li Yuan flicked his sleeve, and the cultivator was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a rock formation, utterly dazed. Chapter 79. The fox-eared maiden is the greatest under heaven. As he staggered to his feet amidst the rubble, disbelief painted his face. He felt as insignificant as an ant before Li Yuan. Despite his higher cultivation level, who are you? How can one possess such formidable spirit energy? Li Yuan teased, surprised, astonished. Isn't this roller coaster of emotions rather delightful? In a panic, the man drew forth a dagger, emanating a faint green glow, and hurled it decisively at Li Yuan. With a mere flick of his finger, Li Yuan sent the dagger clattering to the ground, only for it to rise once more, buzzing around him like a fly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. This is a treasure I found in a secret realm 30 years ago. Though merely a mundane item, it harbors deadly poison. One touch, and you shall perish. Prepare to meet your end. Li Yuan could not fathom the source of his confidence and seized the moment to slice the dagger in two with the Li Tian sword. No, my treasure, the man shrieked, picking up the severed dagger from the ground. He gazed at the shattered weapon in anguish. He had slain many foes with it, and yet, to his dismay, it had shattered like this. The green glow flickered, seeping into the wound Li Yuan had inflicted moments before. Bu-hao, Wan La. Li Yuan, with a bemused expression, thought, are you here to entertain me? He scratched his head, bemused by the two clowns he had encountered that night. Perhaps it was best to head indoors and see what awaited him. It seemed inappropriate to leave without offering assistance. Upon entering, he spotted a large sack on the bed, within which a half-demon trembled in fear. With a swift stroke of his sword energy, he sliced open the sack and said nonchalantly, come out, all is well. Wait, it's you. Ah, are you, the one who saved me? Thank you, charming yet peculiar guest, Li Yuan responded. I can't believe this. This how you treat your benefactor. If I had known it was you, I would have left you to your fate. I vaguely recall you once framing me. Yao pouted. I did not, I merely spoke the truth. You had already introduced yourself as Li Yuan. Deceit is not commendable. Or so my mother says. Stop, I need not heed your mother's counsel, you should be considering that you nearly caused my demise, and now fate has placed you in my grasp. How fortuitous, wouldn't you agree? Yaya shrank back in terror, stammering, calm down, dear guest, you are merely a little odd. Should you commit a grave misdeed, there would be no turning back. Li Yuan mused internally, still berating me, she never ceases her tirade. His thoughts echoed with chants of Yao, how absurd. It had been ages since he felt so speechless. Alright, where is your home? I shall escort you back. Yao sniffled. Really? Li Yuan replied, why would I deceive you? Your pitiful physique isn't worth my trouble. Yao huffed, yet you insisted on touching my tail last time. Li Yuan retorted, what do you know? It's a fixation of every otaku. I refuse to believe I am the only one. Yaya shot back, that only proves you are not a solitary pervert. Li Yuan scowled at her, seeing his displeasure. Yaya leaped from the bed and dashed outside, only to be startled by the sight of 2 corpses. Li Yuan scoffed, I expected you to be braver. Turns out you're just a useless fox. How rude. I am neither a spirit beast nor a demon beast. You cannot reduce me to just, I shall call you whatever I please. Yao chose to ignore him, walking away but not straying too far due to her lingering fear. After escorting her to her doorstep, he could sense her relaxation as her ears perked up. Thank you for saving me today, but if you truly desire to touch my tail, I could allow you to do so just a little. Li Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. This isn't right. Are you attempting to lure me into a trap to ascertain whether I am truly a pervert? Speak plainly. Yao's face flushed crimson. Although she got along well with others, she had never had physical contact with any male. She was grateful to Li Yuan for saving her but felt she had nothing of worth to offer in return. Being merely an ordinary half-demon, the teahouse owner had previously remarked on his extraordinary identity, and aside from granting him his tail-touching wish, she could not think of anything of value she possessed. Seeing Yao truly turn to expose her tail, Li Yuan could no longer resist and reached out to gently stroke it. Yao shivered, nearly bursting with steam. After a moment, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and asked, hypothetically speaking, if there were a next time, would it be possible for me to touch your tail again? Yao hastily waved her hands. No. That is not permissible, it is too shameful, you cannot touch it again. With that, she turned and dashed back into her home. Li Yuan, however, felt his desire for fox ears welling up, now placing Yao on par with cat-eared maidens, yearning to return and indulge in the company of his little fox. At the inn, when Liang Yu tended to the whimpering Huayunzi while also feeding Li Yuan's spirit fox. This spirit fox possesses remarkable spirit. I heard from Li Yuan's junior that he acquired it from an outer sect disciple. It is unusual for an outer sect disciple to raise such a spirit beast. He pointed a finger, causing a drop of blood to seep from the fox's brow. The creature remained oblivious, happily munching on the lean meat, when Liang Yu formed hand seals, suspending the blood above his pointed finger, and suddenly, the entire room was bathed in a brilliant golden light. Huayunzi rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Ha, is it dawn already?" Once the golden light dissipated, he flopped back onto the bed, falling asleep once more. When Liang Yu, however, appeared astonished, sitting in stunned silence. This is pure celestial demon bloodline. How can that be? How did such bloodline come to be outside the demon realm? Upon returning, Li Yuan noticed when Liang Yu's peculiar demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you? Did you encounter a captivating half-demon during your outing today and are now lost in thought?" When Liang Yu replied, "Li Yuan, are you familiar with celestial demons? Of course, the Qingqiu celestial fox, the fire domain vermilion bird, the illusory abyss azure dragon, and the Yunshan Luwu. Why do you ask? Typically those of the celestial demon bloodline merely possess the blood. Whether they can become true celestial demons depends on their future opportunities." Li Yuan scratched his head. What point are you trying to convey? When Liang Yu continued, however, if the bloodline is pure, as long as they do not perish prematurely, they will surely become a celestial demon, for the pure bloodline aids the cultivator in awakening all celestial demon legacies. What I mean to say is, the spirit fox you purchased has a pure celestial demon bloodline. Li Yuan was taken aback. What? He was stunned as he cradled the little fox, which affectionately licked his nose. Li Yuan thought to himself, first things first, let me determine if you're male or female. If you're male, even if you are a celestial demon, I will not hesitate to chastise you for licking my nose. Upon hearing this, the spirit fox squirmed in his grasp, while when Liang Yu looked on in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Li Yuan's first reaction was of such concern. Chapter 80, The Joy That Turns to Sorrow for Both. When Liang Yu explained to Li Yuan the method to form a spiritual contract with the celestial demon bloodline, but Li Yuan shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. His initial intention in acquiring the spirit fox was to keep it as a pet. He did not require it to perform any tasks. Moreover, if I cannot resolve my own issues, how could this little fox manage? It had only just begun to develop its intelligence, its greatest weapon being its adorable demeanor, when Liang Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, with your talent, even if it had followed you before you commenced your cultivation, it would hardly be able to keep pace. Li Yuan stroked his chin, pondering, but I ought to name it. I had so many distractions before that I forgot. Naming is such a chore. When Liang Yu asked, what name do you intend to give it? Since Qingqiu is a surname associated with the Bai clan, and this little fox's origins are shrouded in mystery. Perhaps I shall call it, Bai Erguzi. Upon hearing these words, Ling Hu sprang from Li Yuan's thigh and delivered a righteous headbutt, then scampered to the side, disregarding him. Li Yuan exclaimed, look, you're in such a hurry. If you dislike it, we could discuss it. There is no need to act out so impulsively. When Liang Yu mused, you've already called it ergo, so perhaps you should ponder whether you deserve to be hit. Li Yuan, rubbing his chest, contemplated for a moment and proposed, this little fox is agile and clear-minded. How about we name it by Lingxi? Upon hearing this name, Ling Hu perked up its ears and joyfully leaped back onto Li Yuan's thigh to resume its slumber. When Liang Yu remarked, it appears she quite likes it. She is no longer merely a spirit beast but now has a name and identity as a demon cultivator. Bai Lingxi chirped softly, and Li Yuan added, by the way, do you think the disciple who sold me this fox might be a powerful figure in disguise, intending to bestow an opportunity upon me? When Liang Yu replied, the likelihood is low. Based on your description, he is undoubtedly an outer sect disciple. Since he can take on inner sect assessment tasks, it indicates he has been in the outer sect for at least a decade. Li Yuan nodded, realizing that this spirit fox appeared to be only 2 or 3 years old, likely captured by that individual unintentionally, then raised as a common spirit beast with the hope of entering the inner sect through this means. The following day, Hua Yunzhao awoke in a state of confusion, feeling a hollow emptiness in his stomach and a parched mouth, prompting him to knock on Li Yuan's door. Li Yuan, filled with rage, flung open the door and scolded, knock, 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 are you here to be a woodpecker? Can't you be quiet in the early morning? Hua Yunzhao retorted, aren't you providing food and drink? I'm hungry and thirsty now. Who else should I turn to? Li Yuan growled. Damn it, you're hungry, are you? Come and take a punch from me. Hua Yunzhao dragged Li Yuan away, chiding, what are you sleeping for? At your age, how can you still sleep? If you're not going to diligently cultivate, at least put some effort into playing. The moment they sat down after descending the stairs, when Liang Yu appeared from the second floor, he smiled and said, I heard your voices earlier. Why are you both awake so early today? Li Yuan replied, exasperated. What can I do? There's a dog. Hua Yunzhao greeted, good morning, senior brother. I wonder how some people can't get out of bed in the morning. Shouldn't they be meditating and cultivating at night? He chuckled, you shouldn't say that. Have you cultivated at night? Only senior brother here has the right to say such things. When Liang Yu felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. For since he accompanied Li Yuan, he hadn't practiced at night, not a single day in the past few days. When Liang Yu recalled, almost forgot, the spirit fox is no longer an ordinary spirit beast but a demon cultivator. Lingxi is also awake. Bai Lingxi responded with a howl. Hua Yunzhao inquired, Lingxi, what is going on? When Liang Yu briefly recounted the events of the previous night, causing Hua Yunzhao's expression to transition from calm to dazed. Finally culminating in shock, he approached Bai Lingxi to scrutinize her closely, perceiving her to appear just like an ordinary spirit fox, lacking any peculiar traits. He extended his hand towards Bai Lingxi, saying, Lingxi, let us shake hands. Bai Lingxi disdainfully glanced at him before biting down on his palm, prompting a pained ow. From Hua Yunzhao, this command is incorrect. I clearly said to shake hands. Li Yuan smirked and said, hey, did you discover it? I didn't want my little fox to be commanded directly by others after my sacrifice. Hua Yunzhao was perplexed. When Liang Yu chuckled, Lingxi has already developed spiritual intelligence. Yesterday, junior brother Li Yuan even named her. You just tried to tease her like a spirit beast, so of course you were bitten. After breakfast, the three heard that there would be performances by demon clan cultivators at today's celebration. So they claimed the frontmost seats. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a demon cultivator finally took the stage, a three-tailed fox. Li Yuan gazed at the three majestic tails, feeling an overwhelming desire. After all, 3 times the tails meant 3 times the joy. He exclaimed, Lingxi, do you see that fox demon on stage? You must be stronger than her in the future and grow more tails to look even prettier. Envisioning himself enveloped by a few fluffy tails, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud until a voice interrupted him. Oh, I wonder if you wish to lie down on those tails and sleep. Indeed, ha ha ha, Li Yuan's laughter faltered, and he felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that he had inadvertently stepped into a perilous situation. The aura of Mu Qingxian in the Ascension realm silenced the surroundings, causing the three-tailed fox, which had been dancing gracefully, to reveal an expression of fear. Li Yuan, under Mu Qingxian's penetrating gaze, was now drenched in sweat. When Liang Yu said, "Greetings, Fairy Mu," after Hua Yunzhao greeted her, he noticed Li Yuan, who stood frozen, and said, "Brotherly, someone is looking for you." Li Yuan, adopting a demeanor of disillusionment, replied, "She'll let me quietly savor the final moments of my life." Hua Yunzhao, relishing the moment, moved aside with Liang Yu, who suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Previously, when he was the one being gossiped about at the Divine Beast Manor, he felt uncomfortable. However, now that he was the one gossiping about others, a thrill surged within him that was hard to resist. Mu Qingxian softly inquired, "Did you enjoy yourself this time, Yuan? Perhaps you could share with me." Li Yuan stammered, It was fine, honestly. I think it was just so. My evaluation is that it is not as good as a route from Qinghuan Peak." "Oh, then come along, return with me. My mother has expressly instructed me to bring you back." Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His ancestor had spoken personally. Damn. Hua Yunzhao chimed in, "Isn't it interesting, senior brother one?" When Liang Yu tugged at his sleeve, but Hua Yunzhao remained oblivious, fixated on Li Yuan. Joer, tell mother what is so interesting. Hua Yunzhao gasped, turning to see Wang Roland's enigmatic smile. He deciphered a multitude of meanings from her expression, the most significant being, "You're in trouble." When Liang Yu exclaimed, double the thrill, "How delightful!" Wang Roland seized Hua Yunzhao's ear and brought him before Mu Qingxian, saying, "Thanks to Fairy Mu, otherwise I wouldn't know where to find my mischievous little son." Mu Qingxian smiled and replied, "Senior, you're too kind. Just call me Qingxian. Since Yuan has befriended your son, we need not be so formal." Indeed, then I shall take this little rascal back. Qingxian, when you have time, please bring my young friend Li Yuan to the sacred land of all laws. After Hua Yunzhao was taken back, when Liang Yu cheerfully bid farewell to Li Yuan and Mu Qingxian before returning to the Divine Beast Manor, while Li Yuan, cradling by Lingxi, followed Mu Qingxian back to the Tsangshuan sacred land in despair. Chapter 81. A clever hearing. Upon returning to the Tsangshuan sacred land, Li Yuan was promptly led by Mu Qingxian to the back mountain of the main peak, where he found Mu Ziqiu staring at him with a menacing expression, causing him to feel anxious. With a fawning smile, Li Yuan greeted, "Good day, ancestor. The weather is quite pleasant today, and your complexion looks splendid." Mu Ziqiu replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is perfect for dealing with you." Li Yuan's expression fell. Mu Qingxian interjected, "Mother, perhaps we should just give him a light reprimanding. After all, the Sacred Land Grand Competition is next month, and we will be heading to the Tianyan Sacred Land in 10 days. Li Yuan protested, "A light reprimanding? How can such frigid words come from a mouth so accustomed to warmth?" Mu Ziqiu replied, Perhaps strip him of his powers and have him squat in the horse stance while lifting the large cauldron at the entrance. Ancestor, isn't that cauldron a bit too large, and squatting in the horse stance is somewhat challenging." "Challenging? How about I reward you with a serving of your favorite bamboo strips stir-fried with meat?" Li Yuan's body trembled, and he quickly replied, "Actually, young people should indeed challenge themselves with difficult tasks. I think lifting the cauldron is quite good." Mu Qingxian stifled a laugh, and Li Yuan reluctantly set Bai Lingxi down before proceeding outside to lift the cauldron. Mu Ziqiu glanced at Bai Lingxi and remarked, "Oh, this little fox has some intriguing qualities. Normally a spirit beast, this young shouldn't he have developed spiritual intelligence?" Mu Qingxian replied, "This is the spirit fox that Yuan purchased in the Beast City. Did you sense something?" "I didn't notice anything in particular, but I felt there was something unusual about her at first sight." "You may leave now. Let Yuan return when night falls." Mu Qingxian nodded and departed. Casting an encouraging glance at Li Yuan, who merely rolled his eyes in response, she thought to herself that Yuan seemed more willing to engage in small interactions with her now. A significant improvement, and she intended to prepare a little surprise for him upon returning to Qinghuan Peak. During the time Li Yuan spent lifting the cauldron, disciples and elders reporting matters at the main peak would pause to observe him. And at such moments Li Yuan felt akin to a performing monkey. Sheng Wenfeng remarked, "Isn't that Li Yuan, is he working out?" Elder Dan scoffed, "Who works out at the main peak? Clearly he is being punished." Li Yuan retorted, "Observing the monkey is a civic duty. If you don't love it, please don't harm it." Time and again, he wished to relocate to a less conspicuous spot, but each time he attempted to move, Mu Ziqiu would clear her throat, and he would dare not act. Finally, after enduring a day of torment, Li Yuan hastily channeled spiritual energy through his hands to relieve his meridians upon setting down the large cauldron. Thinking to himself that only those who lifted it would truly understand. Upon returning to Qingyuan Peak as expected, he found 4 stones of longing in his courtyard. Li Yuan now only desires to indulge in some delectable food as a reward for himself. Disregarding the others, Shuang Wanling immediately noticed the white fox, Bai Lingxi, perched on Li Yuan's shoulder and feeling aggrieved, said, "Senior brother, you have another fox now. Do you not love Shuang Maomao anymore?" Li Yuan replied. "Don't be absurd. How can you even be jealous over something like this? I won't stand for it. Today, I will compete with it." With that, Shuang Wanling summoned her demon form, and thus began a duel between the cat and the fox. Though termed a duel, it was merely a comical affair where they stood and used their front paws to swat at the air in front of each other, attempting to suffocate the opponent. Li Yuan, speechless, remarked, "What a ridiculous spectacle. This truly opens my eyes. Never mind, let's eat first." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qingxian approached with a plate of indescribable concoction, as if proclaiming, "My dear, it's time for your medicine." Li Yuan asked, "What is this?" "This is a skill I learned while you were away," Mu Qingxian replied. Yuan, "You must give it a tea or why?" Li Yuan, taken aback, thought, "You call this a skill?" Gazing at the burnt and misshapen dish, he said, "In truth, I seldom refuse a delicacy, but I must admit, I don't feel particularly hungry at the moment." Upon hearing this, Ruoli beamed with joy and quickly brought out a food box, setting an entire table of dishes in no time. Just as Li Yuan had claimed he wasn't hungry, he found himself transfixed by the myriad of dishes on the stone table, tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks. Mu Qingxian squinted her eyes and said, "Xiaoli, what do you mean by this?" Ruoli replied, "Only senior brother and I can cook at Qingyuan Peak. Since senior brother is weary today, I prepared dinner in advance. Please, master, take a seat." Mu Qingxian gritted her teeth, unable to find a rebuttal. After all, they had already invited her to sit down. Shuang Maomao, seeing the dishes served, ceased her antics with Bai Lingxi, stuck her tongue out at the fox, and transformed back into her human form to sit beside Li Yuan, while Ruoli swiftly occupied the other side. Mu Qingxian, holding her chopsticks, was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Had Ruoli outmaneuvered her in this? "What are you daydreaming about, Yushihi? There are no more seats besides senior brother," Mu Qingxian snapped. By the way, I plan to take you all to obtain your identity tokens tomorrow, since you are considered direct disciples. The process will be quite intricate, requiring approximately 7 to 8 days for the various trials and procedures. Li Yuan pondered the complexity of the process. No wonder Mu Qingxian had always found it troublesome. Maintaining Qingyuan Peak with her own resources, Shuang Wanling gazed enviously at Bai Lingxi, who was curled up on Li Yuan's lap. Seeing elegance and charm in the little fox, Bai Lingxi shot a provocative glance at Shuang Wanling before continuing to act cute. Prompting Li Yuan to feed her, Shuang Wanling declared, "You vixen, I shall make you aware that only I, Shuang Maomao, am senior brother's true love." The following day, the group from Qingyuan Peak, under Mu Qingxian's guidance, arrived at the mission hall of the sect. The elder in charge, Elder Lu, appeared puzzled at the sight of the entire Qingyuan Peak mobilized. Mu Qingxian said, "Elder Lu, could you assist them in finding the inner sect assessment tasks?" "Oh, is the Peak Master preparing to obtain their identity tokens? These juniors are due for some practical experience, and having identity tokens will indeed be more convenient," Elder Lu responded, after a thorough search. Elder Lu produced the inner sect assessment tasks and stated, "This is it. Go to the law enforcement hall and find Elderly, who will take you to the trial tower. You need to endure inside for 3 days. Afterward, return to undergo assessments for both true and direct disciples, and finally, go to Shenin Peak to find Elder Su for your soul guides. With the soul guides, you can visit Peak Master Murong to have your soul lamps crafted." Li Yuan exclaimed, Being a direct disciple involves so many procedures. Why does the Peak Master have to accompany us?" "You are the first disciple to inquire about this," Elder Lu explained. "The main purpose is for the recommender to witness the entire trial process. If the recommended disciple strays into darkness, the recommender will also suffer consequences." Li Yuan frowned. The divine punishment whip could directly strike at a cultivator's soul. Regardless of their cultivation level, every soul has its limits, and 9 lashes are enough to severely injure or even kill someone at the Ascension realm. However, the divine punishment whip is formed from condensed soul energy, rendering it fragile and unsuitable for combat. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have long since taken it to deal with Yifan. Realizing this, Li Yuan looked at Mu Qingxian, contemplating that in his previous life, after cultivating the ghost path, she must have also endured the punishment of the divine punishment whip. Mu Qingxian seemed to have guessed Li Yuan's thoughts, offering him a sweet smile without further elaboration. Chapter 82, The Mystical Adventure of the Heart Refinement Trial. Outside the trial tower, Li Yuan found himself here for the 7th time. Yet this time he truly did not know what he would encounter in the heart refinement trial. Mu Qingxian approached Li Yuan and whispered, Yuan, no matter what you see inside, the true me will always stand by your side. Li Yuan gazed at her face, suddenly reminded of a dream he had once, the content of which had eluded him until this moment. He was uncertain if it represented his innermost desires. But after countless lifetimes, what Li Yuan truly yearned for was merely an ordinary life, a home in the truest sense. Do not worry, it's just a trial tower, I have been through it before. What's the problem? With that, he strode towards the trial tower. Mu Qingxian, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. The heart refinement trial compels cultivators to confront their innermost selves, designed to test whether a disciple can conquer their inner turmoil and possess unwavering conviction. Now that he had awakened so many memories from past lives, this trial, though seemingly straightforward, could prove to be the most challenging for him. Upon entering the tower, Li Yuan found himself in a pitch-black space. Observing no one or nothing around him, why is it like this? With nothing here, how am I supposed to pass the system? Watching from the void side, alas, if you are unwilling to face your own heart. What can the heart refinement trial reflect? After wandering for a while, Li Yuan suddenly recalled that after awakening, he had used the mind-illuminating technique from his past life, which he had derived from the divine patterns. Could this be the reason? The mind-illuminating technique is a method to prevent losing one's true self, designed to avoid being influenced by those memories. It seemed he had employed it once that day. Realizing this, Li Yuan submerged his consciousness and began to release his inner world. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by countless figures, though he had no recollection of these individuals. Their attire unmistakably indicated they were disciples of the Immortal Alliance. Li Yuan, you the ruthless killer, do you not feel guilt for the families you have shattered? Because of you, how many households have been torn apart? They cried out. How? Why should I feel guilt? You all came to kill me. Should I not resist? Li Yuan retorted. Began, you cannot disturb my heart. Having chosen to become Yi Fan's tool, I will not show you an ounce of mercy. The crowd before him dissipated into mist, replaced by ordinary people, all gazing at Li Yuan with various expressions. A little girl stepped forward and asked, Big brother, I merely helped you to the village to recuperate. Why was our village later slaughtered? We had no dealings with the demonic cultivators. Are you a demonic cultivator? Li Yuan's heart jolted, and he replied, I. In that moment, questioning whether he was a demonic cultivator seemed less significant. As the slaughtered village was an established fact, young man, my grandmother only gave you a sip of water, and we were tortured to death. Why must we endure such a fate? Li Yuan closed his eyes and murmured. Do you intend to use these causalities to pressure me? But whether it be them or myself, we are merely transient figures in each other's lives. The root of all this lies in Yi Fan's violent nature. Frowning, Li Yuan nearly fell into the trap of self-justification. All the labels he bore in previous lives were affixed by the Immortal Alliance. Ironically, the Immortal Alliance, which acted with sinister tyranny, resembled demonic paths more than he. The evil outsider, yet they prided themselves on being the foremost righteous sect. Suddenly, the scenery around him shifted, and when it settled again, he found himself at Qinghuan Peak, with Mu Qingxian and the others standing before him. Their eyes filled with estrangement. So it is you all after all, Li Yuan remarked, feeling the painful weight of their gazes. Mu Qingxian urged Li Yuan, put down the slaughtering knife, you were never like this before. Shuang Wanling added, Senior brother, did you not teach me that one must acknowledge their mistakes? Why do you insist on repeating them? He questioned. Senior brother, how have you become so bloodthirsty, so dark? Ruali implored. Senior brother, if you intend to continue your slaughter, then you may as well kill us first. With a sigh, Li Yuan realized that the direct course of action was to break the deadlock with force. However, if he truly killed these phantoms, the suppressed hatred within him would likely surge forth. He casually waved his hand, and a massive array appeared beneath the feet of the group, activating it to increase gravity in that area, causing the ground to sink and rendering them immobile. The situation had reached a stalemate, and Li Yuan found himself in a predicament. Merely suppressing these illusions would not allow him to pass this trial. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the system suddenly addressed Mu Qingxian. Li Yuan is facing difficulties now, and he is currently battling against your phantoms. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingxian felt a tightness in her heart and inquired. Then, how did Yuan manage it? You see, the efforts you previously exerted remain effective. He has not yet resorted to outright violence against your phantoms. However, this situation cannot be overlooked, should Li Yuan ultimately decide to eliminate the illusions. All your prior endeavors would be rendered futile. The heart refinement trial is fundamentally designed to challenge the subconscious of the challenger while they are in a state of slumber. Utilize the dream mirror to assist him. Surprised that the dream mirror could be employed in such a manner, Mu Qingxian seated herself in feigned slumber, effectively entering the realm of the dream mirror. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was grappling with a headache. Realizing he too needed a viable escape route from this troublesome trial, just then Mu Qingxian descended from the heavens upon a rainbow cloud, causing Li Yuan's eyes to widen in disbelief, perplexed by the unfolding events. Upon her arrival, Mu Qingxian began to perform, pretending to be merely a figment of Li Yuan's imagination, and proceeded to vanquish all phantoms, including herself. Li Yuan exclaimed, "What, am I killing myself? How did this sudden apparition of Mu Qingxian come to be?" After dispatching the phantoms, Mu Qingxian approached Li Yuan and abruptly pulled him into an embrace. Do not speak, kiss me, she commanded. Following the unexpected kiss, Mu Qingxian vanished, leaving Li Yuan awash in newfound wisdom and contemplation. The rapid sequence of events had led him, in a state of bewilderment, to successfully pass the heart refinement trial. The subsequent challenge required him to endure a relentless assault from demonic beasts for a full 24 hours. A task that seemed trivial to him. Now in the spirit realm, he faced 5th-tier demonic beasts and simply took his place within the slaying sky sword array, where any beast daring to approach would be swiftly obliterated. As he remained there like a statue of a thinker, his mind continued to ponder the absurdities that had transpired during the heart refinement trial. I have never heard of phantoms defeating phantoms. Could it be that I have awakened a power that even the four spirits fear at the age of 18? Originally, the trial tower was set for 3 days, but Li Yuan completed the heart refinement trial in less than an hour. Shortly after its conclusion, he was expelled from the trial tower. Elderly, perplexed, remarked, "So soon, did you manage to pass the heart refinement trial that quickly? Remarkable, truly remarkable." Mu Qingxian pulled him aside, pretending to be oblivious, and asked, "Yuan, you did not encounter any difficulties in the heart refinement trial, did you? You had me quite worried." Li Yuan scratched his head, choosing not to reveal the circumstances of his escape from her phantom. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, especially since he had been forcefully kissed, the system, observing the two engage in their theatrical performance from the void, found it immensely entertaining and could not suppress a chuckle. Chapter 83. Seizing a moment to break through. As Ruoli and the others had yet to emerge, Mu Qingxian found herself unable to depart. Li Yuan resolved to return and attempt to break through into the nascent soul realm. Elderly exclaimed, "Ah, is it truly so simple to break through to a major realm? You merely declare it and it is done." Li Yuan replied, "There is little choice in the matter. Obtaining this token is quite time-consuming. And after its completion I must make my way to the sacred land of Tianyan. Oh, now I remember, you seem to be participating in the grand competition of the sacred land. Do your best. I have high hopes for you." Upon returning to Qinghuan Peak, Li Yuan produced the heavenly Tao essence and, without any preparation, commenced his breakthrough. In his previous lifetimes, when he attained the spirit perfection, he had not been this formidable. At that time, breaking through to the heavenly Tao nascent soul was a mere formality. There was no reason to believe this lifetime would present any complications. As he placed the heavenly Tao essence upon his brow, his aura began to surge. The golden core within his spiritual sea gradually expanded, and moments later, fissures appeared upon its surface. As spiritual energy poured in continuously, a vortex of spiritual energy manifested around Qinghuan Peak. Centered around him, this commotion drew considerable attention, with not only Mu Ziqiu and several peak masters but also Wang Hongfei and others hastening to witness the spectacle. Li Qingfeng commented, when Wang Xiong broke through to the nascent soul, "It did not cause such a stir. It seems the title of first on the first day may belong to our junior brother." Wang Hongfei chuckled, Indeed, if no one surpasses me, I would be rather disappointed." "Such is the way for the sacred land to thrive," Morongzhan interjected. Tsk, Su Guangfeng, you are truly fortunate to have found a disciple with both talent and character. Su Guangfeng replied, "You flatter me." Hongfei still has a long way to go. Observing the smug grin upon his face, the other peak masters regarded him with disdain. Suddenly, the peak master of Xuanling Peak, Zhou Yunxing, remarked, This young man's spiritual power attributes are quite peculiar. Normally, spiritual powers lean towards one of the 5 elements. How is it that he possesses none at all?" Mu Ziqiu explained, "When Yuana was brought back as a child, I examined his spiritual energy. His innate energy bears no attributes, yet he can wield attribute-laden martial or spiritual techniques according to the methods he practices. Su Guangfeng countered, but that cannot be right. Generally speaking, the purer the attribute of spiritual energy, the greater the enhancement it provides to the techniques used. Does he not have any enhancement?" Mu Ziqiu clarified, "You have misunderstood me, Peak Master Su. What I mean is that when Yuana employs techniques His spiritual energy transforms into the corresponding attributes, and it is remarkably pure. Su Guangfeng gasped, so this means he can utilize all techniques. Elder Dan questioned, why have we not heard of this before? After all, Yuaner had previously displayed a rather lazy demeanor. Not long ago, he had merely been a young lad who enjoyed fishing and dining, rarely engaging in battles with demonic beasts. The others were left speechless, feeling a sense of disbelief at such a remarkable talent being squandered, yet he had remained silent until now. Li Yuan was undoubtedly the foremost figure of the younger generation. As they conversed, a divine thunder struck, capturing the attention of many disciples with its overwhelming presence. Mu Qingxian gazed at the heavenly tribulation, murmuring, the intensity of this thunder is far greater than that of many core transformation cultivators' tribulations. However, considering Yuan's prowess, he should be just fine. The heavenly tribulation ignited Li Yuan's fighting spirit. He stepped forward, directly treading upon the void, reaching out to grasp the descending heavenly thunder, laughing maniacally. Ha, not even close. You think you can take my life? Watch me cleave you in two with my sword, Morongyu remarked. Doesn't Brother Yuan feel just a tad embarrassed? Although it is indeed quite impressive, there is still a hint of shame. Wang Hongfei and the others, who had been filled with fervor moments ago, now felt a strange discomfort upon hearing Morongyu's words. Sensing something amiss, provoked by Li Yuan's audacity, the heavenly tribulation transformed into a thunderous beast, roaring before charging at him. Li Yuan met the beast with his sword raised. Elder Dan exclaimed, this is madness. This boy is becoming increasingly reckless. Morongjian commented, I find it commendable. A cultivator should forge ahead without hesitation. While there are risks involved, if he fears even the heavenly tribulation, what else could possibly deter him? The moment Li Yuan made contact with the thunderous beast, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the sacred land. Mu Ziqiu raised a hand, gently conjuring a barrier to shield against the shockwave emanating from Li Yuan's confrontation. As the heavenly tribulation subsided, Li Yuan stood firmly atop the Tianjian, though several thunderous markings appeared upon his arms. This is the legendary Kirin arm. These markings seem to provide me with considerable enhancement. I must find someone to test it. Seeing that Li Yuan had emerged unscathed, Mu Ziqiu and her companions dispersed, while Wang Hongfei and the others proceeded to Qinghuan Peak to check on him. As Li Yuan landed, Morongyu beamed, Brother Yuan is truly amazing. What you said about cleaving the thunder with your sword was spot on. Li Yuan responded, you all heard that? Li Qingfeng chimed in, not only did we hear, but we also saw, including your maniacal laughter as you seized the heavenly thunder. In an instant Li Yuan contemplated a myriad of ways to silence them without being discovered. Yet nothing suitable came to mind, leaving him to accept the embarrassing reality of his social demise. Feng Xingyan added, not just us, the peak masters of the sacred land, as well as the grandmaster and the elder deacons, must have witnessed this. Junior brother, you have truly made quite the impression. Li Yuan, Wang Hongfei declared, to have broken through to the nascent soul realm before turning 20, and with so many powerful witnesses. Your rise is now unstoppable. Internally Li Yuan mused, then perhaps it would be better to halt this momentum. By the way, don't you all have work to do? What is the meaning of so many people witnessing my social embarrassment? Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. I am weary and in need of solitude. I shall take my leave. The following day, Yushiha and her companions emerged from the trial tower, spotting Li Yuan waiting for them, which filled their hearts with delight as they rushed to encircle him. Mu Qingxian cast a disapproving glance at the trio, pondering whether her role as a master was so inconspicuous. And what of your hands? Move aside. Clearing her throat, Mu Qingxian said, ahem, is your throat unwell, master? Perhaps you should return first while we accompany senior brother back. Stubbornly, Mu Qingxian clenched her fists, wishing she could confront them were it not for Elder Li's presence. Yushiha asked, when did you emerge, senior brother? You are indeed impressive. Come, let Shiha reward you with a kiss. Li Yuan seized her face, turning to Mu Qingxian and saying, Master, aren't there other trials to attend to? Mu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. Since Li Yuan regained his memories, this was the first time he had referred to her as master again. The words spoken by Li Yuan when he rebelled against the Holy Land in his past life still linger vividly in Mu Qingxian's mind, causing a slight sting in her nose, though she managed to suppress it. Responding quietly, she approached, shooing away the three hindrances, and walked alongside Li Yuan. The trio gazed at Mu Qingxian with discontent, pondering that if it weren't for their inability to defeat her, they would certainly make her aware that senior brother was not someone she could claim exclusively for herself. The subsequent trials consisted of tests related to talent and combat, which were as easy for them as drinking water, and they soon completed the assessments. At the end, Morongjian crafted soul lamps for them, marking them as some of the youngest direct disciples of the Zhongshan Holy Land, and there was no dissent among them. Chapter 84, Li Yuan's mini-class commences the next day. As Li Yuan awoke, he opened his eyes to find Mu Qingxian and her companion standing at the bedside, staring intently at him, causing him to jump in surprise. Clutching the pillow next to him, Bai Lingxi asked, "What is going on? Why are you all here instead of sleeping?" Mu Qingxian replied, "Mother summoned you. We came to inform you. Li Yuan, could you be any more boring? Would it hurt to just call me directly, Yushiha? Isn't it so you can get some more sleep?" Li Yuan, speechless, said, "What does Ancestor want with me, Shuang Wanling? Didn't he Ancestor previously mention that you should guide the younger disciples? Today is the day for you to fulfill that task. Li Yuan. Oh, so that's what this is about. When did Ancestor send you to summon me?" Shuang Wanling pondered, biting her finger, and replied, "About 2 incense sticks ago. Li Yuan, damn it." He quickly rolled out of bed, donned his clothes, and with Bai Lingxi in tow, dashed out. Mu Zicho, seeing that Li Yuan had finally arrived, forced a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes and said, "You've finally come. I thought I wouldn't be able to summon you. Li Yuan, Ancestor, let me explain. I've been wrong today. Enough with the nonsense, although most of the disciples here know you. Today marks your official appearance in the Holy Land, so don't mess around." Li Yuan patted his chest, assuring, "You can trust me with this, Ancestor. I'm quite reliable." Mu Zicho rolled his eyes at him and replied, "Hey, I hope so." In the inner doors martial arts arena, many young disciples had already settled down with their mats. Some were even older than Li Yuan, yet the highest cultivation level among them was only at the golden core stage. Most had no objections to Li Yuan guiding them, as he was known for his kindness and would occasionally treat them to delicious food. Most importantly, he had broken through to the nascent soul stage before the age of 20. Was that not sufficient qualification to guide them? The guidance was divided into 2 parts, one focused on combat, identifying the practical shortcomings of these young cultivators, and the other on answering questions, assisting them as much as possible with their cultivation or other matters. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, Li Yuan discovered Wang Hongfei and others were also present. Li Qingfeng smiled and said, "Junior brother, there is no need to be nervous. Most of us have gone through this before. It's really just a matter of sparring and chatting." Wang Hongfei, "Indeed, just keep a calm demeanor. Go ahead, but don't act rashly in front of the Holy Master and several peak masters." Li Yuan, "I'm always dependable. You needn't worry." Senior brothers and sisters, once he took to the stage. The disciples below erupted in excitement. Although he might not have been well known outside, he held a decent reputation within the Zhangxian Holy Land. While senior brother Li Yuan, "Come and guide me. I like you the most, Yushiha. Can we kick that person out?" Master, Mu Qingxian, "As much as I would like to, the disciples eligible for guidance are all among the more outstanding youths from each peak. With so many peak masters and mother watching, it wouldn't be appropriate." Senior brother Li Yuan is truly handsome. I wish to watch the sunrise with him. Bushijman, you're a guy. What do you mean by that? I'll tell the elders I want to change dorms. Li Yuan raised his hands to signal for silence, then said, "Ahem everyone, the future of the Holy Land belongs to me, to you, but ultimately it is yours. Let us strive for the future of the Holy Land, to cultivate for its rise. Today, I am honored to hold this guidance class for you all, and I hope my humble understanding can assist you in overcoming your temporary difficulties." After a wave of cheers, Shang Wanfeng expressed his confusion. This kid can talk so well. Li Yuan, although I may not produce famous quotes, I can certainly serve as a conveyor of them. Thus, the guidance entered its main topic. The disciples below formed groups to spar with Li Yuan, but at his current level, even a team effort from them was hardly a challenge. The sparring concluded quickly, and Li Yuan sat on stage, analyzing their practical deficiencies. His sharp insights provided invaluable guidance. The peak master of the Divine Seal Peak, Shu Mashuan, remarked, "Impressive. This lad not only possesses keen insight but can also pinpoint the crux of the matter. He seems to be quite the talent in formation techniques." As the second part commenced, the questions were indeed quite ordinary at first, but soon veered off course. A disciple asked senior brother Li Yuan, "I am rather plain looking and wish to find a partner, but I'm too afraid, and my anxiety is affecting my cultivation. What should I do?" Wang Hongfei facepalmed. "Here it comes, the most challenging segment. I wonder if junior brother can handle it." Morongu, younger brother Yuan has always been exceptionally clever. Just watch, he won't be as tongue-tied as you lot at Li Yuan. What is there to be anxious about? Be confident. Why should you be afraid if you think you're unattractive? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Next, then another disciple stood up and asked, "Senior brother, I wish to become stronger while lying down. I see you've accomplished that. Can you teach me?" Li Yuan, "What do you mean I've accomplished that? You just haven't seen me when I'm working hard, alright? Is that so?" When do you usually work hard? Li Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. You're talking too much, get out. Next, a female cultivator stood up and asked, Senior Brother Li Yuan, every time I meditate, my mind is filled with thoughts of food, which prevents me from cultivating properly. What might be the reason? It's probably because you're thinking too much about food. I suggest you drink more water. Next, Senior Brother, I've always had a crush on a fellow disciple from our peak, but I'm a bit afraid of societal judgment. What should I do? What's wrong with having a crush? If you like someone, say it boldly. If you can't even express your feelings, how can you aspire to achieve anything in cultivation? Say it now. Loudly, encouraged, he shouted to those around him, I like you. Will you be my partner? What, you know I'm disguised as a man? What, you're a girl? Li Yuan, what, are you serious? Afterward, a disciple from the Dan Ding Peak asked, Senior Brother, how should an alchemist defend themselves? Although we have some status, I don't want to just hide at the back every time, I want to fight too. Li Yuan. Wait, as an alchemist, isn't it a bit too hot-blooded? Fighting and being a caregiver are two completely different things, my friend. However, I do have some ideas. The disciple's eyes lit up respectfully, saying, Please teach me, Senior Brother. Well, it's not easy for alchemists to refine pills. Isn't it equally difficult to blow up a furnace? Besides, the lower the quality of the pill furnace, the easier it is to explode. All you need to do is use a sealing divine pattern to contain it when it's ready to blow. After sealing the furnace, you can hurl it at your enemy using spiritual power. When the divine pattern is impacted, it will dissipate, and the furnace will revert to an explosive state. Everyone knows the power of an exploding furnace. You see, this kind of divine pattern is quite basic and easy to learn. The explosive power of the furnace will increase with the alchemist's rank and cultivation level, making it incredibly powerful. I've even thought of a name for it. Atomic pill. Atomic pill. Why that name? Isn't it inherently lethal? If you don't like it, feel free to come up with your own name. I am just giving you a method. The crowd of seniors exchanged glances, realizing that Li Yuan's final suggestion indeed seemed feasible. Dan Lao, I didn't expect that at my age. I could still learn something from Li Yuan's class. Musicio, let us call it a day. Yuan's last suggestion is indeed excellent, low cost with considerable benefits. If utilized well, it could greatly aid the Holy Land. We should go try it out. Li Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had introduced a new combat strategy to the Zhongxian Holy Land. From that day onward, the disciples of Dan Ding Peak became the most formidable group. For as long as they shouted, I'm going to blow you up, the consequence would indeed be that they would truly blow you up. Chapter 85, the clever Shuang Wanling Muzicho addressed the disciples. Uttering a few words to conclude the day's unusual class, and Li Yuan, patting his backside, returned to Qinghuan Peak with Bai Lingxi. Shuang Wanling, Senior Brother, you're back. You were amazing today. Li Yuan, I suppose it was alright. Had Ancestor not interrupted my flow, I could have spoken more. Mu Qingxian chuckled. Come, let us have dinner. Tomorrow we'll take a day to rest before heading to the Tianyan Holy Land. Besides the major Holy Lands, other large sects and immortal families will also attend to observe. Yuxia, the Daiyu immortal dynasty should be going too, right? I can't wait to see those defeated foes from previous lives. Li Yuan, aren't you one of them? In the end, did not the great Yu celestial dynasty fall into Yifan's hands? Senior Brother, if you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be better to remain silent. It was only because my heart was entirely focused on you at that time that the vile little man succeeded. Enough of this, let's dine. At the dining table, the atmosphere was no longer as strange as before. At least on the surface, they were able to converse normally, and Li Yuan did not exhibit any signs of distance. The several women shared a tacit understanding and chose not to point this out. Engaging with Li Yuan in a measured manner, aiming to gradually change him, after the meal Li Yuan reclined on a lounge chair, while Bai Lingxi curled up on his abdomen, both enjoying the tranquil ambience. After relaxing for a while, he soon fell asleep. As he dozed, Li Yuan dreamed of being trapped beneath the five-finger mountain. Impudent monkey, if you can lift this five-finger mountain today, I shall grant you your freedom. Li Yuan struggled and struggled, yet he could not escape. Ultimately, the mountain came crashing down upon him, leaving him breathless, jolting him awake. To his surprise, he found Shuang Maomao and Bai Lingxi engaged in a playful tussle atop his belly. Li Yuan's expression darkened, and he seized one of them to impart a lesson. Do you both wish to end my life for your amusement? Is it too much to ask for a moment of peace? Shuang Maomao pointed a paw at Bai Lingxi, blaming her for occupying her space. Bai Lingxi exclaimed, "Oh!" Li Yuan set Bai Lingxi down, freeing a hand to flick Shuang Maomao lightly, causing her to yelp in pain. After wriggling free from Li Yuan's grasp, she buried her head into his chest, determined not to relent until comforted. Li Yuan felt a bit numb, but now he finally understood the reason behind Shuang Maomao's numerous anthropomorphic behaviors. So he embraced both little ones and continued to rest. The following day, Li Yuan awoke with a furrowed brow to discover Shuang Maomao had transformed back into Shuang Wanling, who was sleeping soundly on him. Li Yuan gasped, "Shuang Wanling, what are you doing?" Bai Lingxi was startled by Li Yuan's sudden exclamation, while Shuang Wanling rubbed her eyes and murmured, "I'm sleeping, senior brother, huh? Why did I suddenly transform back?" "How strange." Li Yuan scoffed, "Strange? Do you think I believe you? Really? I didn't know, and besides, I don't mind lying with my senior brother." Shuang Wanling giggled as she began to act coy. Li Yuan, stirred by her soft and adorable demeanor, wished for her to tone it down a bit. Just then, Mu Qingxian and her companions arrived at Li Yuan's courtyard. Witnessing Shuang Wanling's antics, thud, the food box held by Ruoli fell to the ground. She had always believed that being the one to cook would give her an advantage in Li Yuan's heart, but she never expected to be outdone by the gluttonous Shuang Wanling. Mu Qingxian stepped forward, grabbing Shuang Wanling and scolding Shuang Wanling, "So you thought you could go behind our backs, did you?" Shuang Wanling replied softly, "It's all right, master, I will take responsibility for my senior brother." Mu Qingxian couldn't help but tap her on the head, saying, "Is that the point? You won't have any food left this morning," Shuang Wanling exclaimed in shock. "Supplementary medicine, master." During the meal, Shuang Wanling looked at Mu Qingxian and the others with a mournful expression. Li Yuan gently tapped Bai Lingxi's forehead, prompting her to pick up a small bowl and rush to Shuang Wanling's side. Shuang Wanling cried, "Well, a senior brother is the best, and Bai Lingxi, though you are my rival. From this moment on, you have become a respectable opponent." After passing a tranquil and comfortable day, the time finally came for their departure to the Tianyan sacred land. The members of Qinghuan Peak rose early, for Li Yuan was to participate in the grand competition. Aside from Mu Qingxian, who must accompany him, Ruoli and the others also wished to witness the event. On this day, Li Yuan donned a light blue ink-dyed robe, his hair casually draped, exuding a gentle aura. Yushiha swallowed audibly, prompting the others to cast her peculiar glances. "What are you staring at? I refuse to believe none of you share the same thoughts as I do." "Humph." Li Yuan intentionally took a few steps aside and soared towards the plaza, which was already teeming with people. The appearance of the senior brothers and sisters from various peaks caused quite a commotion. Before their departure, Mu Ziqiu declared, "All disciples, heed my command. In this sacred land competition, we must showcase the might of our Sangshuan sacred land, allowing the Sangshuan realm to witness that our disciples remain unparalleled." The disciples participating in the Tianzi and Dizzy groups saluted and shouted in unison, "Understood." A colossal celestial ship, adorned with divine patterns, descended from the clouds, and the peak masters along with their disciples began boarding the vessel. Some uninformed disciples inquired, "Since so many peak masters are accompanying us, will the defenses of the sacred land be left vulnerable? Do you honestly believe that the sacred master and the overseers of the celestial mansion constitute the entirety of our sacred land's strength? Have you forgotten about the elders?" After the celestial ship took off, two elderly women and an old man appeared beside Mu Ziqiu, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Indeed, these young ones seem quite promising." Mu Ziqiu greeted, "It is an honor to meet the 4th, 6th, and 7th elders. You are now the sacred master. There is no need for you to bow to us old folks. Well done. It seems our choice of you as the successor to the sacred land was indeed wise." Mu Ziqiu did not take credit but inquired, "How is master doing?" You two, always clashing with one another, neither willing to yield an inch. Fear not, the eldest sister is doing exceptionally well." Regarding past events, "Your master forbade you from participating not because she did not want you to go, but because she wished to protect your future. Had you sided with the demonic cultivators, not only would you have been unable to succeed as sacred master, but survival itself would have been a matter of chance." Mu Ziqiu replied, "But he is not a demonic cultivator. He merely consumed a bloodthirsty pill to save me and Sienna, which caused him to lose his senses." An elderly woman interjected, "What a pity, that young man was indeed remarkable, but it is also true that he later slaughtered cultivators indiscriminately." Mu Ziqiu acknowledged, "I understand, but I simply cannot overcome the psychological barrier. Hence I cannot step into the realm of harmonization. Let bygones be bygones. You have already surpassed us old folks. No one in the Sangshuan realm can reach your level." Mu Ziqiu added, "Speaking of which, I have always believed that Sienna possesses extraordinary talent and will surely overcome the hurdle of ascension. Now it seems that mischievous lad Yuaner may prove even more formidable. All is well, let us await the spectacle." This is indeed the era of the young, they chuckled. Chapter 86. The Banquet of Fate. The celestial ship traversed the clouds, passing other powerful factions along the way. Li Yuan mused to himself that the Sacred Land competition was indeed a grand affair. After approximately a day, the celestial ship arrived at the Tianyan Sacred Land, where the disciples responsible for receiving that Sangshuan Sacred Land had been waiting for quite some time. The disciples of the Tianzi group and Dizzy group did not register together, and many were puzzled upon seeing Li Yuan's unfamiliar face. At that moment, a tall figure with sharp brows and bright eyes from the Xuanji Sacred Land approached Li Yuan, saying, "You must be the disciple Li Yuan." "Right, Qingyu mentioned wanting to compete against you once more, but it seems he has missed his opportunity." Li Yuan inquired, "And you are?" Forgive my forgetfulness, I am Ling Xingchen, the eldest disciple of the Sword Hall at Xuanji Sacred Land. My junior brother Su Qingyu has previously dueled with you." Li Yuan suddenly understood. "So you are senior brother Ling. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I heard that you have never paid attention to the matters of the cultivation world before." "So how do you know of me?" Li Yuan replied. "There is no need to inquire so deeply. Is it not better to leave each other a modicum of dignity, after completing the registration?" The disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land guided Li Yuan and his companions to the celestial mansion where the Sangshuan Sacred Land was to reside. Along the way, the disciple introduced various aspects of Tianyan Sacred Land. "Over there lies the very soul of our sacred land." Li Yuan gazed at the immense leaf and curiously asked, "Friend, why is the soul of your sacred land represented by a leaf?" "It is said that the first sacred master once declared, 'Wherever leaves dance, there shall be fire burning.' The light of the flames will illuminate the sacred land and every newly born disciple of the sacred land." Li Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, are there village folk in the realm of cultivation too? This is quite amusing. May I ask, do you happen to have a blonde fellow who enjoys eating noodles in your sacred land?" The disciple responded, "No, we don't have anyone like that. Why do you ask? It is nothing, please continue." Under the guidance of this disciple, they soon arrived at the celestial mansion, which was situated beside a magnificent waterfall. The buildings were adorned with soundproofing divine patterns, ensuring that the roar of the waterfall would not disturb them while they enjoyed the breathtaking scenery. Upon Li Yuan's return, Yushiha addressed the group. "Master, the great Yu Celestial Dynasty has sent word inviting me to a banquet they are hosting." Mu Qingxian replied, "Though the traitors of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty have all been eradicated, the undercurrents remain treacherous. I should accompany you." Yushiha shook her head, saying, "This time, it seems that they only wish to invite the younger generation to dine, hoping to get to know them better." Li Yuan interjected, "Tsk, then I shall accompany you. What is the big deal? Really, senior brother, you are the best. Come give me a kiss." Li Yuan once again grasped her face and inquired, "So who is it that wishes to host this banquet?" "How come I have not received any news, Yushiha? They have invited only the disciples of the Earth Division. They must also be aware that the disciples of the Heaven Division are not ordinary, and thus may not necessarily show them any deference. Outside the sacred land of Tianyan, they have prepared a celestial mountain as a temporary base for the major powers that are not part of the sacred lands. To facilitate their accommodations during the competition, within the encampment of the Daiyu Immortal Dynasty, a slightly rotund man addressed the person before him. "Third sister, do you think Yushiha will truly come this time? Moreover, will capturing her offend that Sangshuan Sacred Land?" He chuckled. "Although that Sangshuan Sacred Land wields great power, they cannot interfere with our immortal dynasty's affairs. They would not dare to disrupt the established order. This is a dispute among our younger generation, and it would be inappropriate for anyone else to meddle. As for her companions, can they possibly be more formidable than Wang Hongfei? So, this time, second brother has invited so many young disciples from the sacred lands under his own name. Do you think this will provoke his ire? Rest assured, second brother will turn a blind eye when the time comes. As long as we succeed, he will provide an explanation for us. He has long been dissatisfied with father's favoritism. Yu Menglu, this time I have arranged for my right-hand man. He is a distinguished cultivator at the transformation realm, so there should be no issues. Yu Chang, excellent. When the time comes, we shall toast to signal our intent. And we must capture Yushiha, to show father that without that Sangshuan sacred land, she is nothing." As night fell, Li Yuan and Yushiha arrived at the encampment of the Daiyu Immortal Dynasty, where indeed many young disciples had come at their invitation, seemingly eager to flatter the Daiyu Immortal Dynasty. Li Yuan remarked, "From now on, I'll only be here to watch and brawl. Don't say anything unnecessary." Yushiha pouted and said, "How infuriating, you saw right through me. I was planning to announce at the banquet that I have secretly pledged my life to you." Li Yuan gave her a sidelong glance. Wearing an expression that suggested he had seen it all before long, Yu Manglu and Yu Cheng took their seats, and Yu Qin Song appeared at the head of the table, greeting the young disciples of the sacred lands with a smile. Li Yuan scoffed, "What a waste, at 100 years old and still hasn't he broken through to the transformation realm." Yushiha replied, Senior brother, could you refrain from defining the entirety of the Tsangshuan realm by the most elite geniuses of the sacred lands? Generally speaking, achieving a breakthrough to the transformation realm before half one's lifespan is already quite commendable. So, do you have any leads tonight? It should be Yu Manglu. She specifically invited me to a gathering exclusive to the younger generation. Likely to prevent our master from intervening in this matter. Li Yuan scoffed. Does she really think everyone else is as incompetent as she is? Since Yushiha's arrival, Yu Manglu had been watching her intently. Though she did not recognize Li Yuan, merely thinking it peculiar that a flower should be placed amidst dung, with the dung in her eyes. Being Yushiha growing impatient, Li Yuan said, "Are we not going to make a move? These few dishes are hardly enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Let us finish this quickly so I can return for a late-night snack." Yushiha's eyes twinkled as she suddenly stood and declared, "Second brother, if you intend to kill me, why invite so many people to host a banquet as a cover?" A sudden silence enveloped the room. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking this tactic quite clever. Directly exposing that pretentious act, Yu Qin Song was taken aback, as the gazes of the sacred land disciples upon him turned strange. If he mishandled this, it would be impossible for him to reconcile with the disciples of the sacred lands again. He declared with righteous indignation, "Ninth sister, how could I perform such an act? Do not make baseless assumptions. Oh, then who else could the transformation realm cultivator hidden within these walls be if not someone intending to kill me?" Yu Qin Sang bellowed at Yu Cheng and the others. "Not only do you wish to harm Ninth sister in secret, but you also seek to frame me through my banquet. What audacity!" In a fit of rage, he smashed his wine cup to the ground. The transformation realm cultivator, thinking it was a signal, rushed out with a sinister grin, but before he could approach Yushiha, he was swiftly subdued by Yu Qin Sang's men. Confusion filled his mind, reflected in his wide eyes, as he looked at Yu Manglu with uncertainty, shock, and disbelief. He was utterly flabbergasted. No one had informed him that he was the target before arriving. And after lying in wait for an hour, he was caught the moment he emerged. Yu Manglu understood the need for denial and shouted, "How dare you, to act so recklessly at second brother's banquet?" Li Yuan remarked, I truly did not expect the Dayu immortal dynasty to be so adept at theatrics. However, I shall take care of this for you. Next time you act, consider your own capabilities first." Rising from his seat, he casually flicked a sword shadow that struck at Ichio. Ichio hurriedly struggled to channel his spiritual energy to resist but was unable to halt it in the slightest. Yu Qin Song stared wide-eyed at Li Yuan, unable to fathom how a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul could so easily slay a transformation realm cultivator. Li Yuan took Yushiha and departed. Indifferent to the life he had taken, unless the Dayu immortal dynasty had the audacity to seek trouble with the Tsangshuan sacred land, he would not regard them with any additional respect. Chapter 87, Li Yuan's Hunt for Hua Yunju. 3 days later, the grand competition commenced, starting with the Earth Division's contest. Unlike the Heaven Division, the Earth Division's format was merely a straightforward arena battle, ultimately determining the strongest team and individual. Before the match began, the disciples of the Tsangshuan sacred land repeatedly insisted that Li Yuan should come and cheer for them, leaving him no choice but to comply. Albeit reluctantly observing them, Li Yuan nodded and said, "Cheer up, go for it, go for it." The masters of the various peaks looked at him in disbelief, thinking his lackluster enthusiasm was glaringly obvious. Surprisingly, the disciples below appeared as if greatly inspired, with some even shedding tears of gratitude. Li Yuan, our tireless senior brother, still finds time to encourage us. He truly is a remarkable senior from the Tsangshuan. Indeed, our senior must be tirelessly cultivating to be this way. I cannot let him down." The peak masters were left speechless, perplexed by the entire phenomenon. The drawing of lots began, with team matches dividing each sacred land into groups based on their celestial abodes, forming larger units based on the sacred lands, and the final rankings determined by the results of the smaller groups. Li Yuan, the struggling student, sat in the audience, pondering why he could not simply return to sleep. I knew you would be here, early brother. I've come to play." Li Yuan's expression darkened. He could hardly bear him when he was lively, let alone now. Hua Yunju, ever amiable, greeted Wang Hongfei and the others before turning to Li Yuan. "Li brother, what do you think my chances are of claiming victory?" Li Yuan replied, 90%. Hua Yunju laughed. Li brother, you truly have an eye for talent. I knew you would understand me. I have an eye for swine. I believe you have a 90% chance of being thoroughly beaten, TSK, you look down on me, huh, just wait and see my performance. Bai Lingxi rested her chin on Li Yuan's shoulder to nap. And upon hearing Hua Yunju's words, she opened her eyes to cast a disdainful glance. Days later, the first-place team still belonged to the Tsunchuan Sacred Land, although the other Sacred Land's young disciples showcased formidable strength, preventing the Tsunchuan from sweeping the top 3 spots of the individual competition. Unfolded as expected, with the first and third places being claimed by disciples of the Tsunchuan Sacred Land, once again demonstrating the prowess of their students. Upon returning, Mu Qingxian asked Li Yuan, "Tomorrow marks the duel of the Heaven Division. Do you have confidence?" Li Yuan confidently replied, "Should I not be confident? My breakthrough to the nascent soul has made me terrifyingly strong." Shuang Wanling inquired, "So will you win this time?" "This time, victory is assured unless the author is incompetent. Otherwise I can hardly fathom a loss." The grand competition of the Heaven Division was truly a spectacle to behold, with the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce even establishing a betting scheme, setting odds for every cultivator after the first round. The opening round involved a hunt, but not an ordinary one. Cultivators were only permitted to hunt using the spirit bows distributed uniformly by the Tianyan Sacred Land. In this round, cultivators could attack one another and hunt specified prey, but all actions had to be executed using bows. The prey and the cultivators were both equipped with personal spirit energy shields. Breaking the shield would count as a successful hunt. The bows and arrows were formed by channeling spiritual energy into the bow, thus demanding a high level of control over spiritual energy from the cultivators. Engagement in hunting could occur in an instant, and the ability to channel how much spiritual energy in a pinch, as well as the capacity for swift and effective responses, hinged on the individual cultivator's prowess. Therefore, the duel of the Heaven Division tested the comprehensive abilities of the cultivators in the first round, while the second round would be an arena battle, measuring the cultivators' combat strength. The Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. The senior executives observed the stage, when suddenly an elderly man asked, "Yue, do you have a candidate in mind for the championship?" Shang Yumu replied, "Yes, Grandpa, I believe it will be Li Yuan. Oh, that lad indeed possesses astonishing talent. Manager Liao reported to me that he can match a transformation realm cultivator with mere spiritual prowess, truly remarkable. It seems your judgment is quite sharp, my dear." On stage, Li Yuan inspected the bow from side to side, musing whether this competition had been specifically designed for him. "With my dragon Yuan, crafting a spiritual arrow should be a piece of cake, right?" He noticed Shang Wanfeng inscribing something on the bow and approached to take a look. Discovering he was engraving divine patterns. Li Yuan exclaimed, "Someone come, there is cheating happening here." Shang Wanfeng replied, "Li Yuan, would you like one? This divine pattern allows for rapid absorption of spiritual energy, reducing your charging time." "Is this even permissible?" Senior brother, who said this doesn't count as comprehensive ability, as long as the final victory is determined by archery, it does not violate the rules. Li Yuan, alright, so that's how we're playing. "Huh, watch my moves." He immediately inscribed a divine pattern on his bow that could absorb spiritual power at any time, followed by another that could proliferate. Li Yuan squinted, thinking to himself that he had seen it all. Someone had taught him this, and he had volunteered for it. Before the match commenced, Hua Yunju displayed a provocative expression towards Li Yuan, who smiled and nodded, having found his target, as the signal for the match sounded. Everyone entered the mountain range, and Li Yuan began his search for Hua Yunju. Upon entering the mountains, Hua Yunju encountered prey and, after shattering the shield of a lightning marten, his scorecard displayed the number 5. Prey yielded odd scores, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 points, corresponding to the colors of the spiritual energy shields, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. Shattering a cultivator's shield could directly yield 20 points. Hua Yunju, what a splendid start. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow flew towards him. Hua Yunju swiftly turned, drawing his bow and releasing with seamless precision. His arrow collided with the incoming one, both shattering upon impact. Not bad. Not bad. I must commend your courage for challenging me. Come forth and let me see who you are. Out stepped Li Yuan, exhibiting a somewhat deranged demeanor, and said with a grin, "Surprise, take this. My myriad arrows piercing your heart." Li Yuan raised his bow and began to draw back, astonishingly managing to knock 3 to 5 arrows simultaneously. Hua Yunju's eyes widened in disbelief, and he turned to flee. Li Yuan, cackling madly, pursued him. Hia, don't run away, little darling, face me head on." "Hua Yunju, what the hell? What is this? How can you shoot so many arrows? I demand a rematch." "Who said that no rules means it's fair game?" "I, Li Yuan, am not cheating. Every one of my actions is within the bounds of the rules. I haven't employed any means beyond arrows. What Li Yuan did not know was that the first round of the Heavenly Character Groups contest was being broadcast live by the transmission stone. And as the first to choose to hunt cultivators, the footage naturally focused on him. All the spectators fell into a profound silence, with his maniacal laughter echoing throughout the arena. Yushihi, How long has senior brother been in this state? Mu Qingxian covered her face, struggling to believe that the person depicted was the one she had longed for. Yuan assist him. One can only say that the host and that person surnamed Hua. The poet from the Wanquan department. On the viewing platform of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, Shan Yumu gazed at Li Yuan's figure in the air, lost in thought, feeling that he looked nothing like a normal person. The old man beside her consoled her. What a vibrant young man indeed. At least it proves he is not only adept in battle and alchemy but also in divine patterns. Does it not? Chapter 88. The honest young lord Hua Yunju ran while Li Yuan chased. It was impossible for Hua Yunju to escape. Stop it. Do you really intend to finish me off here? Li Yuan, I'm just concerned for you, my good brother. I've gone to great lengths to prevent you from being beaten in the second round. If you could tone down that maniacal laughter, I might just believe you. Stop fleeing. Rather than letting others take advantage, why not give the points to me? What do you say? I'm your. Li Yuan felt it was time to let him off the hook. As he merely wished to scare him, given Hua Yunju's previous arrogance. Alright, I won't scare you anymore, having wasted so much time looking for you. Farewell. Hua Yunju peered out from behind a tree, saying, is that for real? You're not pulling a fast one on me, are you? Li Yuan remained silent and turned to leave, while Hua Yunju, like a confused deer, followed him, not knowing what to think. The environment in the mountains was extreme. Cultivators needed to constantly expend spiritual power to maintain their physical state, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of hunting. By a stream, Li Yuan noticed disciples from the Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground driving several 9-point spiritual beasts into a perimeter drawn with divine patterns. Li Yuan, how tempting. If I can take this batch down, I'll likely secure the top score instantly. Hua Yunju, that's easy. I'll challenge them to a duel, and you can seize all the points from their prey in the meantime. TSK, do you really think they'll be that foolish? Why would they agree to a duel? Other methods may not work, but our team leader has said that the disciples from the Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground are somewhat one-track minded. There is a 90% chance this approach will succeed. Outside, an elder from the Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground cast a disdainful glance at the elder leading the Wanfa Sacred Ground team, who felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. How could that brat Hua Yunju say such things? He just causing me trouble. Seeing that Li Yuan was skeptical, Hua Yunju jumped out and shot an arrow in their direction, prompting the disciples from the Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground to react swiftly, reaching out to catch the arrow. Li Yuan, are you actually going for it, buddy? How is this any different from dancing in a minefield? Disciples from the Wanfa Sacred Ground, this fellow, let us not discuss the fact that you're ambushing our prey. Now that you're here alone, aren't you just delivering food to us? Hua Yunju, I've heard your Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground prides itself on being straightforward. I didn't expect you to resort to tactics of overwhelming numbers, if you have the guts. Let us duel one-on-one, with the stakes being this pile of prey. Good, I didn't expect you to be so spirited. We accept. Li Yuan, the elder from the Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground, felt somewhat uncomfortable. As if Hua Yunju's words had been validated, behind them, Hua Yunju gave Li Yuan a thumbs up, signaling him to seize the opportunity. As both sides were tense, focusing their attention outside the perimeter, Li Yuan leaped down from a large tree and drew his bowstring. Dozens of arrows rained down from the sky, directly targeting the perimeter. As the dust settled, the spiritual beasts within lost their protective shields, signifying that hunting them would no longer yield any points. Before the disciples from the Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground could react, Hua Yunju shouted first, "Thief, how dare you! We'll split up and chase him down. Once we catch him, the points are still ours." With that, Hua Yunju dashed away, and by the time the disciples from the Heavenly Battle Sacred Ground pursued, the two had long vanished from sight. Senior brother, doesn't this feel a bit strange? They wouldn't be working together, would they? It's unlikely. That guy's determination when he chased after him didn't seem feigned. He genuinely wanted to hunt that little thief. On the other side, Hua Yunju caught up with Li Yuan and asked, "So how many points did you secure?" 63 points. Not bad. I should be ahead of everyone else now. The first round lasts for 3 days. And there is still a requirement of 400 points. Your 63 points. 1 cut it on the first day. Let us keep going. And, over there, I see a rabbit. Those little bunnies are so cute. I think we can roast a couple for a taste. Hua Yunju glanced in the direction Li Yuan pointed and indeed spotted a pair of red eyes watching them from a patch of grass. A golden shield, 9 points. Hua shall claim it. Hua Yunju released an arrow, but Li Yuan, quick as a flash, shattered his arrow, causing the startled rabbit to bolt away. Li Yuan hurriedly pulled Hua Yunju along to chase after it. Are you an idiot? Rabbits are social animals, one can only yield a few pieces of meat. Wait, how many points does one actually give? That rabbit was incredibly swift and agile, had they not locked onto it with their divine sense. It would have been difficult to keep up. They chased for nearly the duration of a stick of incense before finally seeing it burrow into a small mound of earth. Li Yuan smirked. Time to feast. Using a mystical method to imbue the plants within a 10-mile radius with spiritual energy, he stomped heavily on the ground. Soon, the sounds of rabbits could be heard from all directions. And Li Yuan followed the sounds to capture his prey, simultaneously earning points. Hua Yunju, brilliant, you truly are a clever little rascal. Li Yuan returned 63 points to Hua Yunju, and when all was said and done, their combined score approached 90 points, and this was only within the first 2 hours of the match. By the riverbank, Hua Yunju squinted and asked, "Wait, what exactly are you here for? Your cooking utensils and seasonings are far too comprehensive. If we're eating, then eat, if not, stop whining. This is my professional quality." What do you know? At the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, someone suddenly exclaimed, "A business opportunity has arisen, the spectators must be salivating. Hurry and sell some rabbit meat." Beside Mu Qingxian, Shuangwan Ling's mouth was agape, nearly drooling as she said, "Master, I'm hungry, I want to eat the rabbit roasted by senior brother." "Yushihi, where would you find rabbit meat here? Are you planning to abandon senior brother to go eat?" Shuangwan Ling, just as Shuangwan Ling wore a sorrowful expression. A delectable aroma wafted into her nose. Roasted rabbit, freshly roasted rabbit, don't miss it, Mu Qingxian? There wasn't this kind of segment in previous sacred competitions. What happened this year? Could it be due to Yuan's outrageous behavior? After satisfying their hunger, the two ventured deeper into the mountains once more. Their teamwork was indeed remarkably harmonious. Whether in pursuit or direct hunting, they had not missed a single opportunity. Time flew, and 2 days had passed. Hua Yunju remarked casually, "Tomorrow is the last day. Today, cultivators have already begun to hunt one another, and this situation will only intensify tomorrow. After all, that is undoubtedly the most effective method to acquire points in a short span of time. However, our scores are quite comparable now, so perhaps we should refrain from provoking others unless someone offers assistance. The hunting of cultivators allows one to seize all of an opponent's points along with any bonus points, which presents an excellent opportunity for those lacking sufficient points to turn the tide. It seems we might encounter some difficulties. Let us rest for now. The real spectacle will commence tomorrow. This is akin to the final moments of a pig slaughtering scheme. It is time to indulge in some madness." The following day, Li Yuan and Hua Yunju emerged from the cave, only to be greeted by a flurry of arrows as they stepped out. They deftly sidestepped and gazed towards the figures emerging from the snow. "Ha, I've been watching you for quite some time. Had it not been for the formation at the cave entrance, it would have been best to attack while you rested last night. Now, it seems we will have to share your points with a few more individuals." Chapter 89. Let the betting begin. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings and noted that indeed, a considerable number of individuals had arrived, comprising members from both the Tianyin Sacred Land and the Xuanji Sacred Land. Hua Yunju remarked, "They must have struck some kind of deal. 7 people dividing our points means each could garner quite a sum." Li Yuan replied, "It matters not. I had intended to play it safe today, but since assistance has arrived, we shall proceed without hesitation." "Assistance? You seem quite confident. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wendiang Xing, the senior brother of the Xuanji Sacred Land's Immortal Artifact Pavilion, mere steps away from transcending to the God transformation stage." Li Yuan shot back, "Wake up. In the Tsangshuan realm, there is no such thing as half-step God transformation. A nascent soul is simply a nascent soul. What are you trying to portray?" Wendiang Xing's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my Immortal Artifact Pavilion." Li Yuan raised his middle finger, declaring, "Prowess, is it? I have my own. Behold, the great wilderness prison Skyfinger. Are you afraid?" Although Wendiang Xing was unsure of Li Yuan's gesture, he could sense the humiliation embedded within it. He then produced a round orb from his robes and tossed it onto the snow. Instantly the thick layer of snow melted away, causing Li Yuan and his companion to plunge into the water below, which promptly refroze, ensnaring them within. Wendiang Xing and his companion stood upon the air laughing. "Are you still so arrogant now? As long as we do not directly attack you, we are not violating any rules. You are simply too young." They strolled towards Li Yuan and Hua Yunju, believing the two to be as helpless as fish in a barrel. However, as they approached, Li Yuan and Hua Yunju transformed into two ice sculptures. Swiftly morphing into two ice dragons that ensnared and froze them, Wen Tianxing shouted, "Zhang Yan, quickly melt the ice." Zhang Yan replied, "Do I need to tell you, my divine fire cannot melt this ice? Rather, my spiritual energy cannot suppress his. How can this be? Wasn't he merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul? Ask me, who should I ask? Alas, had I known, I would not have agreed to collaborate with you. Even without taking shortcuts, I could have surpassed 400 points today. At that moment, they felt a shadow loom over them. Looking up, they saw Li Yuan wielding an unknown ice sculpture, preparing to strike them down. Li Yuan bellowed, "Taste my road roller." Wen Tianxing exclaimed in alarm, "Stop, this is against the rules." Quickly cease, crack. The ice sculpture shattered, and their spiritual shields were obliterated by Huayanzhu's arrow. Li Yuan chuckled softly. "Just kidding, I bid you farewell." As they departed, Li Yuan inquired, "You must have accrued quite a few points by now. Why are you still following me? Am I the sort to seize benefits without caring for my friends?" "I shall wait until your points are sufficient before we exit together." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Rationally speaking, I suspect you have been possessed." Huayanzhu retorted, "You insolent." Throughout their journey, Li Yuan did not encounter Wang Hongfei and the others. However, the mountain range was vast, making it challenging to stumble upon familiar faces. Surprisingly, Huayanzhu did come across two individuals from the Wanfa sacred land, who, upon seeing him, turned and fled, fearful of being ensnared. Huayanzhu sighed, "Brotherly, you see, even the senior brothers are reluctant to associate with me. I am truly pitiable." Li Yuan shot him a glance. "First, tell me what you've done." "I haven't done much. I merely assisted senior brother Hua in writing a letter to express his feelings to the senior sister and help senior brother Wei share his work with the disciples of the sacred land. And, additionally, in my enthusiasm, I have lent a hand to several brothers within the sacred land." Ha, you call this assistance? To be honest, your mere survival in the Wanfa sacred land is a rare miracle in the Tsengshuan realm. The hunting concluded, and those who failed to reach 400 points or were hunted down were eliminated, while those with sufficient points returned to the arena in a flurry of light. An elder from the Tianyan sacred land announced the official conclusion of the first round, granting them a day to recuperate before the second round of the Tianzi group competition commenced in 2 days. Simultaneously, the betting set up by the Tianyi Merchant Association began. When Liang Yu stood before the betting table, inquiring, "Why is Li Yuan's odds so high?" "Clearly, he scored impressively in the first round," the steward explained. While the first round also assessed the cultivator's overall abilities, it does not necessarily reflect their final combat strength. Li Yuan possesses the lowest cultivation level, hence the higher odds. When Liang Yu was about to argue in favor of Li Yuan when he was interrupted by the voices of Yu Shiha and her companions. "Bet on Li Yuan to win, all in." When Liang Yu exclaimed, "What? How could I not have thought of that? Forget selling spirit beasts, this is far more profitable." When Liang Yu declared, "Steward, I shall wager all my spirit stones on Li Yuan." Yu Shiha chimed in and, "Oh, senior brother Wen, it's you. Hello, where is junior brother Li Yuan?" Shuang Wanling pointed, "There he is, over there." When Liang Yu turned to see two individuals clad in headscarves approaching stealthily to place their bets. Huayanzhu questioned, "Why are we wearing headscarves? Have you lost your mind? I came to bet on myself winning. What if I am discovered and they claim I am colluding with the Tianyi Merchant Association?" What do you mean by colluding? Just shut up and finish placing your bets." On their way back, Huayanzhu suddenly remarked, "Wait, why should I bet on you to win? I'm a contestant too. I should bet on myself, just you. You might not even be able to defeat your senior brother, but worry not, as a good friend, I have placed a few bets on you." Huayanzhu gasped. "Brotherly, I never expected you would go this far for me." A boat floating through life, lamenting the absence of a true confidant. "If you do not abandon me, I would gladly forge a brotherhood with you." Li Yuan replied, I wagered that you would lose in the first round of your arena battle." Huayanzhu, after a series of extravagant bets, the steward was left astonished. Following the conclusion, he rushed to report. And the higher-ups promptly adjusted Li Yuan's odds overnight. The next day, Li Yuan stared incredulously at his drastically lowered odds, nearly losing his temper. "What the hell? The Tianyi Merchant Association lacks integrity. You little chicken can't handle the heat." Mu Qingshan asked Li Yuan, "What do you need so many spirit stones for? I can provide for you. My Mu family's wealth rivals that of the Tianyi Merchant Association." Li Yuan responded, "Extravagance. The process of accumulating wealth is as enjoyable as spending it. Do you understand?" The drawing for the arena battles commenced. Li Yuan, not particularly confident in his luck, turned to the white fox in his arms and said, How about you fetch me a drawing of the white fox yipped in agreement after the draw. Li Yuan gazed at his empty ticket, pondering the adorable white fox in his arms. The system mused, where did this little fox come from? Such strong fortune, this must be a buff for the host. Li Yuan thought inwardly, what is going on? Is this fox part of the canine family? Even dogs are better than me, Wang Hongfei remarked. Junior brother Li Yuan, your luck is quite favorable to draw a bye. After a brief exchange, they prepared for the upcoming matches. Hua Yinju, curious, came to inspect Li Yuan's draw, only to be utterly dismayed. Wait, why do you get a bye? This is so unfair. Where did your luck come from? I refuse to accept it. Li Yuan smirked. See, this is the luck of a brother. Having finished his jest, Li Yuan departed. Leaving Hua Yunju bewildered in the wind. Chapter 90, Brother times have changed. The second round commenced, with Lu Jingxian being the first to take the stage. Those familiar with him wore puzzled expressions upon his entrance. Isn't that Lu Jingxian from the Tsangshuan sacred land? I recall he is a pill master. While he managed to pass the first round, which did not solely test combat strength, what can a pill master do in a tournament? As Li Yuan observed Lu Jingxian's entrance, an unsettling premonition stirred within him, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxian's opponent mockingly stated, Taoist Lu, this is hardly a place for pill masters. I suggest you concede gracefully. Lu Jingxian retorted, if you want me to concede, then defeat me fair and square. Today, I shall show the world that we pill masters can also contend in battle. His opponent chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Faced with a pill master, he felt no need to summon his magical artifacts. As the bell tolled, Lu Jingxian unleashed his soul flame against his opponent. However, the attack seemed somewhat lackluster and predictable, as his opponent merely sidestepped to evade it. Although the soul flame refined by the alchemist possesses formidable power, what significance does it hold if it fails to strike its target, my friend? It would be wise for you to concede early. With a flick of his toes, countless clones materialized upon the arena, each merely gesturing slightly, leaving Lu Jingxian overwhelmed. The cultivator maintained a confident smirk, his tone laced with amusement, effectively provoking Lu Jingxian's ire.in response. Lu Jingxian retrieved numerous small alchemical furnaces engraved with mystical runes from his storage ring, prompting his opponent to halt their assault. Perplexed by his intentions, Li Yuan felt an urge to tell Lu Jingxian's adversary, my good sir, the times have changed. Lu Jingxian declared, ever since I heard my junior brother Li Yuan's thoughts, I have been crafting these items for days. Today, I shall unleash them upon you. With that, Lu Jingxian manipulated the furnaces with his soul force, hurling them at astonishing speed towards his opponent, who wore a puzzled expression, wondering what purpose these devices served. Boom! Following the resounding explosion, every spectator felt a slight tremor in the arena, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. What is this? Can an alchemist truly generate such a cacophony? What did you say? I can hardly hear you. I said an alchemist can possess such destructive power. What is happening? Wang Hongfei turned to Li Yuan and asked, is this within your calculations? What does it have to do with me? Wang Shixiang, you must not speak carelessly. It is evident that this is all the doing of Lu Shixiang. I am but an outsider. The two were uncertain whether they were aligned or at odds. Li Yuan dared not admit his involvement, fearing that he might be blamed for the chaos. Meanwhile, disciples from the heavenly flame sacred ground dragged two soot-covered individuals from the dust, one of whom, an unknown senior brother, appeared to be on the brink of death. Li Yuan shrank back, anxious to avoid detection, feeling as though he had once caused a ruckus while playing with friends in a past life. Yet, Lu Jingxian, despite his struggle, gave Li Yuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, junior brother Li Yuan, I have succeeded. You are the light of our alchemists. Li Yuan replied, I see it, but do you not think you could quietly seek help now? Inside the encampment, the leaders of various peaks wore expressions of distress, for the elders of the Xuanji sacred ground were blocking the entrance. Yao Chenzi exclaimed, old fossil, I know you are inside. Do you have the audacity to teach yet lack the courage to show yourself? Open the door. The alchemist elder wore a face of helplessness, thinking, what have I done for you to seek me out? Shangguan Feng sighed, what a predicament. We agreed on a friendly spar, yet Lu Jingxian nearly killed someone. Now the Xuanji sacred ground has come to our door. Feng Yunin suggested, why not let Li Yuan go out to explain? Morongzhan conceded, indeed, what leader Feng proposes might serve as a viable solution, provided we protect him during the explanation. What do you think? Peak Master Mu Qingshan sighed, given the Xuanji sacred ground stance, an explanation is indeed necessary. Surrounded by the elders, Li Yuan stepped outside, and Elder Yao furiously remarked, Well, old fossil, did you teach Lu Jingxian this? Your intentions seem rather nefarious. The alchemist elder replied. Li Yuan weakly interjected, cough, cough Elder Yao. To be honest, this matter may have a slight connection to me. Elder Yao raised an eyebrow. Is it you, Li Yuan? What do you mean by that? Li Yuan recounted the events of the previous small lesson, leaving Elder Yao in shock. So, all of this was initiated by your reckless chatter? Li Yuan asserted. Elder Yao, I cannot agree with that. I was sincerely trying to assist my junior brothers and sisters. It was no mere rambling. Oh, so you acknowledge that today's situation is a result of your actions? Elder Yao sighed. Very well, since this is a matter among juniors, we need not escalate it further. Moreover, since that young man received timely treatment, there is no severe consequence, yet we must provide some explanation to the outside world. Li Yuan tightened nervously, asking, what explanation? I sell my skills, not my life. No, rather, I sell my skills without sacrificing my life. Elder Yao rolled his eyes. I did not say we would capture you. Besides, those around you do not appear to be capable of detaining you. My intention is to publicly acknowledge that you were the one who proposed this, and to announce your dual mastery of alchemy and martial arts, claiming that your original intention was to enhance the self-defense capabilities of alchemists. The alchemist elder concurred. This is indeed plausible. Thus, the alchemist shall not overly ostracize this martial talent. Li Yuan hesitantly asked, elders, are you certain I won't be ambushed on my way? Elder Yao replied, this matter presents more advantages than disadvantages for you. Should alchemists recognize your abilities, your path into the Alchemist Alliance will face far less resistance. Li Yuan pondered, recalling how he had self-taught himself alchemy up to the 4th tier in his previous life. He had contemplated joining the Alchemist Alliance to acquire resources, yet the process had been fraught with difficulty. The main reason was that he was not a pure alchemist. Upon revealing his cultivation talent, he faced even greater exclusion, ultimately leaving the Alchemist Alliance empty-handed. Fortunately, the system guided him to the legacy of the alchemist immortal Qingwu, allowing him to finally step into the realm of alchemy. Li Yuan relented. Well then, it seems I have no choice. Thus, in a rather inexplicable manner, Li Yuan made his first appearance in the eyes of all cultivators in the Zhongshuan realm. That night, Li Yuan placed Bai Lingxi beside his pillow. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a cat's meow out. He opened the door in exasperation to find Shuang Maomao tilting her head with an eager expression. Li Yuan thought, what now? Pray do not tell me you wish to sleep here, Shuang Maomao replied. Meow. Before Li Yuan could refuse, Shuang Maomao dashed into the room, leaping directly beside Bai Lingxi, pushing her aside. Bai Lingxi yelped, watching the two small creatures once again embroiled in a scuffle. Li Yuan's face darkened, and he admonished, if you continue this, I shall toss you back to your own room. Upon hearing this, Shuang Maomao obediently leaped to the other side of the pillow, lying down as if the earlier mischief was entirely uncharacteristic of her. Li Yuan shook his head and fell asleep, quickly drifting into dreams. Chapter 91, Li Yuan utilized a mental assault. The next day, upon awakening, Li Yuan felt as though his throat had been locked. His eyes were calm as he mused. As expected, he raised a hand and flicked Shuang Wanling's forehead, forcibly waking her. She groaned, holding her head and looking at him with indignation. Brother, you actually hit me. If you don't give me hugs and kisses, I shall cry. Ha, you think that will work? Do you believe I won't give you a taste of my punches? Shuang Wanling huffed. Stinky brother, I shan't bother with you. Time to rise. With that, she seized the still sleeping Bai Lingxi, forcibly waking her as well. Oh dear, you aren't awake yet, my apologies. Feel free to go back to sleep. Bai Lingxi let out a startled cry before pouncing on her. But Shuang Wanling, now in her human form, easily subdued Bai Lingxi. Shuang Wanling triumphantly declared, you have no moves left, do you? This is my strength. Do you understand? Li Yuan admonished, act like a person. Shuang Wanling, you've provoked the Fox clan to the point of speaking out. If Bai Lingxi could speak sooner, she would surely have your share of the blame. Mu Qingshan and the others arrived to find Li Yuan and Shuang Wanling emerging from the room. With a thud, the lunchbox in Ruoli's hands fell to the ground once more. Yushiha remarked, second sister, your lunchbox has fallen again. Wait, why am I focusing on this? After breakfast, Li Yuan followed Wang Hongfei and others toward the arena. Noticing a wooden sign next to the stage reading throwing of alchemical furnaces prohibited. Li Yuan thought to himself, indeed, every absurd rule has a heart-wrenching story behind it. Hey, look over there, that's Li Yuan, the inventor of the thunderclap pill. As this statement rang out, Li Yuan felt countless gazes converge upon him, prompting him to take a step back and hide behind Wang Hongfei. Some cultivators accused him of disturbing the order of the cultivation world. Fearing that this would lead to a shift in the status between alchemists and cultivators, however, many others believed that his actions could enhance the self-defense capabilities of alchemists, thus better protecting them from the coercion or abduction of powerful factions. The status of the Dan Ding Peak and the Tsengshuan sacred ground also rose as a result, as they could, with Li Yuan's assistance, research even more powerful thunderclap pills. Li Yuan merely wanted to exclaim, "I have no idea what the thunderclap pill even is. Please don't pin everything on this salty fish." The second round of the arena competition commenced, and Li Yuan's opponent was the senior sister from the Tianji Pavilion of the Xuanji sacred ground, who approached the stage with evident hostility. Leaving Li Yuan bewildered, Yun Yueying declared, "So, you are Li Yuan? Today, I shall avenge junior brother Yang." Li Yuan responded, "My dear lady, are you not misdirecting your vengeance? Shouldn't you seek out senior brother Lu instead?" This unidentified elder sister, I believe unless it involves annihilating 10 clans, this matter should not greatly concern me. I merely proposed an idea." Yun Yueying fell into a stunned silence as she produced a formation plate. Beginning to manipulate it, a grand formation materialized at the feet of Li Yuan. Driven by instinct, he raised his hand and erased the formation patterns, leaving Yun Yueying utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Aside from Li Qingfeng, was there truly another among the younger generation capable of manifesting a formation with a mere thought? Li Yuan, whose muscle memory had been triggered, how was he to explain this? Below the stage, the masters of various peaks abruptly stood, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Shu Mashuan, when did this lad acquire such skills? Master Mu, were you aware of this?" Mu Qingshan pondered deeply for a moment. Reflecting on everything from the birth of the Tsongshen realm to the changing of seasons, from the origins of all things to the rise of civilizations, contemplating how Li Yuan would articulate his thoughts. On a frigid winter night, as Yuan traversed a frozen pond, he encountered an elderly man, battered and bruised, who, on the brink of death, entrusted Yuan with a tattered manual. "Shu Mashuan, Master Mu, I implore you to answer my question sincerely." Mu Qingshan, however, Yuan's divine patterns and formations were learned from that very manual. I merely assumed he was practicing aimlessly, thus I paid it no mind. So, are you suggesting that Li Yuan merely stumbled upon a manual and casually browsed through it, eventually making such remarkable progress in formations? On stage, Yun Yueying, as the senior sister of the Tianji Pavilion, was confident that her research in formations ranked her among the best of the younger generation in the Tsongshen realm, second only to Li Qingfeng. Yet now she was confronted with an unfathomable scenario, prompting her to pick up the formation plate once more, simultaneously constructing 2 grand formations. Given Li Yuan's youth, she doubted that his spiritual power could simultaneously erase 2 formation patterns. Yet reality once again shattered her expectations. How could this be? How could this be? How on earth did you achieve this? Li Yuan spoke gravely. "It was a cold winter night, Shu Mashuan." Could it be true? Yet this sounds like an implausible tale. Yun Yueying clearly struggled to accept this. Just as she was about to make another move, Li Yuan waved his hand, conjuring 3 illusionary formations upon the stage, causing her to lose consciousness as her head dropped. In Yun Yueying's vision, Li Yuan transported her to a realm filled with molten lava, where a moment's inattention could lead to her demise in the fiery abyss. "Humph, a mere parlor trick. Do you think a simple illusion can ensnare me? Watch as I break free." With that, she lifted the formation plate in her hand and, as if making a profound discovery, her lips curled into a triumphant smile as she shouted, "Break!" Yet the next moment, instead of the arena, she found herself in a frigid expanse, the biting cold wind stinging her painfully. An array within an array. And such a vivid sensation, utilizing the first illusion to confuse me, leading me to revel in the joy of breaking the formation, only to fall into a stronger illusion designed to shatter my spirit? Yun Yueying acknowledged that for a fleeting moment her mind had faltered, but as a prodigy of the Array Dao from the Xuanji Holy Land, her pride forbade her from conceding defeat. She steadied her mind and resumed her efforts to break the formation. In such extreme weather, she could feel her condition deteriorating rapidly. However, this was not reality. All her senses were direct feedback from her brain, and thus even wrapping herself in spiritual energy could not shield her from the piercing cold wind. Finally, through her relentless endeavor, the ice fractured, and a beam of sunlight cascaded over her, returning her to the arena. At that moment, Yun Yueying felt the sun's warmth exceptionally comforting, and the bustling arena felt strangely welcoming. But facing her was Li Yuan, exceedingly irksome. "Yun Yueying, so, how is it? I broke your grand formation, Just as she finished speaking, she beheld Li Yuan's head suddenly expand, becoming grotesquely enormous, his once handsome visage transformed into something bizarre. "Ah!" Gazing upon the immense head of Li Yuan in the sky, Yun Yueying finally broke down, letting out a terrified scream. Outside, Li Yuan was startled by Yun Yueying's shriek. Upon dispelling the illusion, he found her sitting dazedly on the ground. The judge, seeing her inability to continue, declared Li Yuan the victor. Disciples from the Xuanji Holy Land rushed onto the stage to check on Yun Yueying, who merely murmured, "Big head, big head." One disciple coldly addressed Li Yuan, "Today, my senior sister has fallen to you, but one day, I shall reclaim this defeat." With that, he slapped himself and turned to leave. Li Yuan? Chapter 92, The Beaten Huayunju. On the spectator platform. Yu Qinsong could scarcely believe that Li Yuan was also adept in formations. Coupled with the rumors of the past 2 days, it indicated that he was indeed a polymath in the realms of alchemy, formations, and martial arts. If only he had not allowed Yu Menglu to act recklessly that day and had shown sufficient goodwill to Yushiha, perhaps he could have secured Li Yuan's support by now. With this thought, Yu Qinsong was filled with regret, and his gaze toward Yu Menglu and Yu Cheng grew increasingly dangerous. The Tianyi Merchant Association, Shang Yumu, also recognized Li Yuan's remarkable talent. Lamenting that it would be even better if he were a normal person, Huayunju felt utterly numb, having agreed to flounder together, yet he had been defeated so thoroughly after descending from the stage. Li Yuan pondered how to explain the situation to the people of the Zhongxian Holy Land. To his surprise, Xu Mashuan was the first to pat him on the shoulder, offering an approving glance. Well done, well done. I never imagined you could self-learn to such a degree from a single manual. Li Yuan? What nonsense is this? I can barely convince myself of that flimsy excuse. Must you be so gullible? Master Shu, ahem, thank you for your kind words, Master Shu. Master Mu had previously mentioned this to me. I thought he was just being dismissive, but it seems he spoke the truth. However, your talent should not be squandered. Here's the deal. Upon returning, I will report to the Holy Master and arrange for you to study formations at the Divine Seal Peak, just as you did at the Alchemy Peak. Dedicating 1 week each month to the Divine Seal Peak. Li Yuan, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Not only had Mu Qingshan predicted his fate, but he also felt an unsettling sense of deja vu, as if he were being forced into various interest classes in a past life. Stripped of any remaining mood, Li Yuan returned to his quarters to lie down, while Bai Lingxi sat atop his chest, using her paws to massage him. At Li Yuan sighed, "Why can't I just be a quiet and handsome man?" Bai Lingxi, oh, Li Yuan stroked Bai Lingxi's fluffy tail, finding solace for his wounded spirit. Before long, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found a servant, clad in humble attire, holding a storage bag outside. Li Yuan, who are you? You must be young Master Li Yuan. Yes, here are the spirit stones from your previous wager, totaling 500 high-grade spirit stones. Please verify the amount. After confirming the count, the servant departed. Sitting in the courtyard with the storage bag, he pondered what he had purchased, realizing he had essentially bet all his spirit stones on his own victory. Just then, a bruised and battered figure appeared at the threshold. Startling Li Yuan with his ghostly appearance, he bellowed, "Halt, you dare invade the residence of your grandfather Li?" The figure fell silent before responding. "It's me." Li Yuan uncertain inquired, "Huayunju, so you've finally been ambushed by the disciples of the 10,000 Laws Holy Land?" Huayunju, in the first round yesterday, I drew the top contender of the younger generation from the Heavenly Battle Holy Land, Ruan Xiaoxiao, who battered me senseless. Li Yuan, ahem, you know me. I've received professional training and am incapable of laughing at even the most humorous situations. Unless I am unable to restrain myself, Huayunju fumed. "Howl, horse, mei li cao." Li Yuan, regaining his composure, replied, "One may be killed but not humiliated. Why did she treat you so?" Huayunju pondered and replied, "Perhaps it was due to that incident 10 years ago at Yunmeng's. I mistakenly thought she was a boy and mocked her when I saw her in women's clothing. That hardly seems sufficient. Couldn't you have clarified, is she truly that petty?" And later, when I realized she was female, I remarked that her front and back were identical, saving a fair bit of fabric. Raham, she's rather magnanimous. Isn't she? It's surprising she didn't kill you today. Huayunju regarded Li Yuan in disbelief. And Li Yuan ceased to provoke him further, handing him half of the spirit stones from the storage bag. "Huayunju, are you genuinely being so generous? Those spirit stones might explode, right? Oh, these are the spirit stones I acquired from your defeat. As soon as you arrived, it came to mind, and seeing you in such a pitiful state, I thought I'd share half with you." Huayunju, another inexplicable blow. Huayunju no longer wished to converse with Li Yuan. Scoffing as he took the 250 spirit stones and turned to leave, after the second round, several disciples from the Zhongxian Holy Land faced unexpected eliminations, including the Grand Senior Brother from the Seeking Spirit Peak, Duan Yunsheng, and Mu Rongyu from the Forging Peak, who had placed 3rd and 5th in the previous competition. Duan Yunsheng shook his head, stating, "I never anticipated that Ruan Xiaoxiao could achieve such advancement. Mu Rongyu smiled. No worries, Wang Hongfei and Li Qingfeng have yet to lose it. Besides, this year, we also have Feng Xingyun and brother Yuan participating. I believe the top 3 will still belong to us. As the third round commenced, Li Yuan, the lowest ranked among the Tianzi group, had surprisingly made it this far, and many began to harbor expectations for him. Today, his opponent is Wei Wunyan, the esteemed senior brother of the Divine Blade Pavilion from the 10,000 Laws Holy Land. Upon taking the stage, he displayed no discernible fluctuations in emotion, neither sorrow nor joy. Li Yuan regarded him with a newfound respect, recognizing that such a composed demeanor is the least susceptible to being deceived by feigned weakness. Li Yuan, you are indeed a commendable adversary. The formation of thoughts into a strategy can indeed catch one off guard in battle, yet what concerns me more is, your combat prowess may not be as straightforward as it appears. He remarked. Li Yuan smiled and replied, I am Li Yuan from the Zhongxian Holy Land. Please enlighten me. Wei Wunyan of the 10,000 Laws Holy Land, at your service. As the bell tolled, Wei Wunyan drew his blade and stepped forward, launching a strike infused with a dark blade aura directly towards Li Yuan. In response, Li Yuan raised his hand and executed a sword gesture, unleashing a surge of sword energy that dispersed the attack effortlessly. The spectators were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Li Yuan, possessing a cultivation 1 major realm lower, could so easily deflect such a formidable blow. Impressive. I had a feeling Li Yuan would emerge as the dark horse of this tournament. And my instincts have proven correct. Friend, that is not what you said before. How much did you wager? 300 top-grade spirit stones. Wei Wunyan smirked, saying, you are indeed formidable. Allow me to see how far you can go without relying on formations. Unfathomable slash. With that, Wei Wunyan vanished in an instant, and the next moment, countless blade auras surrounded Li Yuan, leaving no room for retreat. Li Yuan raised his hand, forming a seal with a smile. Marvelous techniques transforming spirits. Xuanwu, with a resounding crash, Li Yuan stood upright, an illusory Xuanwu enveloping him, absorbing all the blade auras with its sturdy shell. Summoning the Li Tian sword, Li Yuan pulled with both hands, causing the sword to instantaneously split into numerous replicas, all shooting towards Wei Wunyan. In that fleeting moment, Wei Wunyan unleashed his true form in the transformation realm, cleaving through both the Li Tian sword and its illusion. With a nimble leap, Li Yuan grasped the sword hilt and swung down, proclaiming, the sword stops water. Wei Wunyan met the attack head-on, shouting, Yuan Sha. As the blade and sword energies collided, a piercing shriek erupted, and Wei Wunyan felt the relentless onslaught of the sword energy, each layer stronger than the last. Boom! Ultimately, Wei Wunyan could not withstand the pressure and was forcefully knocked off the stage, marking his defeat against Li Yuan. Wei Wunyan dusted himself off, acknowledging, Li Yuan, you are indeed impressive. I concede this battle. Li Yuan replied, I appreciate your graciousness, brother Wei. The audience below was left in awe. Such a one-on-one contest offered little room for error, and Li Yuan's victory over Wei Wunyan was particularly noteworthy. From this day forth, Li Yuan became a favored contender for the championship, and many who had previously wagered on him now lamented not having bet more. Chapter 93, a chance encounter with an old friend. After the day's tournament concluded, Li Yuan had intended to place another bet, only to discover his odds were slightly lower than Wang Hongfei's. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. Had I known, I should have performed more poorly today. Now I have no place to spend these spirit stones. What a disheartening figure. Who but Huayongzhou deserves such a sum? Contemplating this, Li Yuan decided to venture outside the Tianyin Holy Land, where numerous vendors had set up stalls at the foot of the mountain. While he didn't expect to find anything remarkable, he thought it prudent to spend a little. By Lingxi perched on his shoulder, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Suddenly she spotted something, nudged Li Yuan, and pointed with her paw to indicate he should investigate. Puzzled, Li Yuan approached the crowd and overheard a vendor boasting about his wares. Dear friends, we traditional cultivators from the Suiyan domain are quite discerning. For instance, this starshine stone, even if not utilized, can serve as a lovely ornament, adding prestige when one is out and about. Li Yuan interjected. So, does this imply that with the integration of us outsiders, such culture is gradually fading? He gently tapped Bai Lingxi's forehead as she pointed at an unremarkable yet aesthetically pleasing stone carving. Li Yuan picked it up, genuinely unable to discern its uniqueness. It appeared to be merely a mundane stone sculpture. Esteemed guest, do you fancy this stone carving? The vendor said with a grin. I assure you, it is quite extraordinary. Oh, from whence does it hail? How was it acquired? What phenomena accompanied its appearance? Pray enlighten me. Shouldn't the customer inquire about its extraordinary qualities? Then that means it lacks any, thus it is merely an ordinary object. albeit finely crafted. Now, how much do you seek for it? Initially, the vendor had hoped to swindle Li Yuan judging by his opulent attire, but was now caught off guard by Li Yuan's interruption, leaving him hesitant to quote a high price. Well, esteemed sir, conducting business is paramount. This is indeed a fine item. How about a top-grade spirit stone? Li Yuan dismissed him, stating, 5 low-grade spirit stones. Deal. Li Yuan thought to himself, damn, I overestimated. I should have tried too. Producing a top-grade spirit stone to break, he tossed the vendor 5 low-grade spirit stones and departed with Bai Lingxi. Throughout their journey, Li Yuan remained oblivious to the stone carving's significance, contemplating whether to break it open. Fearing it might be ruined, how about you give it a try? After all, you were the one who discovered it. Bai Lingxi, cradled in Li Yuan's arms, began to gnaw on the carving, causing Li Yuan to wince. Wondering if it might damage her teeth, before long Bai Lingxi spat out a glowing blue fluid. Li Yuan raised his hand to examine it closely, and after some thought, he recognized it. Isn't this soul condensing dew? However, my own soul force is already sufficiently strong. This seems of little use to me, though it held no value for Li Yuan. Soul condensing dew is a rare treasure that enhances a cultivator's spiritual power. Highly sought after by all cultivators, particularly alchemists and formation masters. How did you sense this? Bai Lingxi pointed to her nose, indicating she could smell it. Li Yuan was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing being detectable by scent. Well, since you found it, it is only fitting you consume it. It should greatly benefit a young fox like you. Bai Lingxi extended her tongue, licking the soul-condensing dew into her mouth, and after a soft sigh, she fell asleep, a golden diamond appearing on her brow. Rapid refinement, is it? As Li Yuan strolled through the market with Bai Lingxi in his arms, his gaze fell upon a familiar face. Is it him? I never expected to encounter him here. Perhaps. Li Yuan approached and gently tapped the man on the shoulder. The individual turned, puzzled, and upon recognizing Li Yuan, his expression shifted slightly. You are Li Yuan. I observed your match today. Do you require something from me? Li Yuan smiled and replied, nothing of the sort. I merely wish to acknowledge your impressive demeanor and seek an introduction. The compliment left the man somewhat bashful, scratching his head as he replied, in your presence, I hardly feel exceptional. I am Duan Lingyun, your brother. Duan. Meeting is a fortuitous bond. Why not join me for a few drinks, without waiting for a refusal? Li Yuan led him to a secluded spot to enjoy a late-night snack accompanied by drinks. Duan Lingyun watched Li Yuan bustling about, unsure why he was so familiar. Li Yuan initiated the conversation. Brother Duan, where do you hail from? I am the sole heir of the Duan family from the great Zhou immortal dynasty. My father is the General Duan Zhanghao. After a few rounds of drinks, as Duan Lingyun grew slightly inebriated, Li Yuan's thoughts wandered back to previous lifetimes. It was the 7th year since the demonic sex resurgence, during which he oscillated between righteousness and malevolence, driven solely by his instincts. Having dealt with numerous individuals from both paths. On one occasion, he witnessed a group of demonic cultivators besieging a cluster of mortals, intent on initiating a blood sacrifice, just as they were about to succeed. Li Yuan intervened, dismantling the blood formation. Enraged, many demonic cultivators sought to capture him. However, by then, he had already transcended to the feathered realm and held no fear of even ascended cultivators, let alone these lowly adversaries. While he toyed with the demonic cultivators, a silver spear descended from the heavens, instantly slaying all the demons present. The spear's wielder was none other than Duan Lingyun. Upon recognizing Li Yuan's identity, he chose not to engage him but instead allowed him to escape. A curious Li Yuan inquired, you are clearly a member of the Immortal Alliance. Why did you not attack me upon our encounter, but instead let me go? I only believe in what I can see. You saved those mortals. I do not perceive you as a demonic cultivator. Ha, how intriguing. I never imagined the Immortal Alliance would harbor such an interesting individual. Farewell. Subsequently, Li Yuan encountered him multiple times during the conflicts between the righteous and demonic factions. Each time, he donned golden armor and wielded a silver spear, his first action invariably to save others before combating demons. As Li Yuan grew closer to him, he learned that Duan Lingyun had joined the Immortal Alliance due to the great Zhou immortal dynasty's allegiance. Although a member of the alliance, he fought solely for his homeland and upheld his personal sense of justice. Back then, Li Yuan enjoyed joking with this general, fully aware that he abstained from alcohol during campaigns, yet still insisted on treating him to drinks, resulting in a perpetual debt. Such a disobedient pawn as Yi Fan would surely not retain him, especially given his extraordinary cultivation. The last news Li Yuan received about him was during the demonic invasion of Luofeng City, when the Immortal Alliance offered no support. Duan Lingyun valiantly defended the city for several days before succumbing to his injuries. Interestingly, after his demise, no one mourned for him except the common folk, an unusual occurrence that naturally piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. Upon investigation, he discovered that the empress of the great Zhou Fengjin had initiated a ruthless purge after being supported to ascend to power by the Duan family many years ago. It seemed that Duan Lingyun had long been on her kill list. As for why she had refrained from acting sooner, it was likely because, after Duan Lingyun's death, the Great Zhou Celestial dynasty lost its protective shield until the dynasty joined the Celestial Alliance established by Yifan. Li Xiong, what troubles you? Why are you lost in thought? Li Yuan chuckled. Haha, it's nothing, just pondering some matters. Come, let us continue our revelry. The debts incurred from our previous drinking shall be settled in this lifetime. Chapter 94, The Violent Wall Slam of Mu Qingxian. After exchanging cups, Duan Lingyun visibly relaxed, and their conversation grew more profound. Brother Duan, you must be on the verge of breaking through to the transformation realm. Am I correct? Indeed, I came here to witness the talents of the sacred grounds and gauge how far behind I truly am. I see, earlier, I noticed a hint of distress etched upon your brow while we drank. Have you encountered some troubling matter? If it's not too burdensome, perhaps you could share it. I might be able to alleviate your worries. Said Duan Lingyun pondered for a moment and sighed. Alas, the princes and princesses of the Great Zhou are fiercely competing for power, all vying for the support of the Duan family. We seek someone who will treat the common people well to ascend the throne, and it appears two candidates meet this criterion. However, I'm uncertain whom to choose. And I've come here to avoid the limelight. Li Yuan smiled. No rush after the competition. I plan to visit Luofeng City. You can show me around then. I'm eager to witness this power struggle. Duan Lingyun scratched his head. Well, if that's the case, then very well. After their conversation, Li Yuan returned to his lodgings and, upon opening the door, spotted Mu Qingxian sitting in the courtyard. You're back. Yuan, Li Yuan, intrigued, inquired, aren't you staying with the Victal Master? Why are you outside at this late hour? What will you say if someone asks, if it weren't for a certain cat running to you all day? I would have waited until after returning to Feng to seek you out. No sooner had she spoken than Frost Cat leapt onto the wall, only to meet Mu Qingxian's disapproving gaze. Frost Cat, meow. In a panic, she turned to flee. Mu Qingxian snorted, thinking, as expected, she has returned. If it weren't for my foresight, that pesky cat would have succeeded again. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, it is well known that cats love fish. Why can't this salted fish be a bit more discerning? Feigning ignorance, Li Yuan replied, discerning? Where is there any discerning? I happen to be hungry. Mu Qingxian, incensed, stood and cornered Li Yuan, pressing her hand against the wall beside his ear. The force of her action cracked the wall inscribed with divine patterns, causing Li Yuan to stand at attention as he noticed the dust on his shoulder. Calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Within the realm of divine retribution, Yuan, we clearly shared kisses daily. I know you harbor a mental barrier, but have I yet failed to stir any emotion in you? Li Yuan replied, at present, it's not a matter of whether I'm moved, but rather of whether I dare to act. How about we sit down over there and continue our discussion? Seeing him still evade her, Mu Qingxian rose on her toes and kissed him, as if to reclaim the interest owed from this time apart. After what felt like an eternity, Li Yuan gasped. Phew, I nearly suffocated on land. Sister, I'm merely at the nascent soul stage. How could I survive without breathing for so long? Now satisfied, Mu Qingxian boldly declared, we were already considered partners in the realm of divine retribution. What's wrong with a kiss? Alright, UWINIS, that's sufficient. Mu Qingxian gave a proud huff and happily departed, reminding herself that this was not Qinghuan Peak and she needed to exercise some restraint. Over time, she had noticed that Li Yuan's resistance was not as strong as before, and this attempt was her true purpose for the evening, though she also sought to prevent Frost Cat from indulging. Unbeknownst to her, Frost Cat had not actually left, but rather hid in the shadows. Observing the entire encounter, Frost Wanling thought, how hypocritical. Master, you initially promised a fair competition, yet now you indulge in such privileges. The next day marked the final round of the arena competition, where the remaining 10 disciples would face off in pairs, with rankings determined from the 10th place onwards. To everyone's astonishment, the highly anticipated Ruan Xiaoxiao could not withstand 5 moves against Wang Hongfei. Li Yuan mused, even among those in the transformation realm, there are disparities. To match Wang Hongfei, the strongest disciples of the sacred grounds broke through to this stage before the competition, yet it appears their efforts were in vain. Ever since Li Yuan defeated Wei Wunyan the previous day, no one expected him to lose against a transformation realm practitioner today, and he naturally emerged victorious. In the end, the top 4 positions were claimed by the Tsongshuan sacred ground, namely Wang Hongfei, Li Qingfeng, Feng Xingyan, and Li Yuan at Li Qingfeng remarked, Li Yuan, your mastery of formation techniques rivals mine, yet in martial prowess, I cannot compare to you. I concede. Feng Xingyan said, do refrain from being so perfunctory. At least put up a fight. Regardless, my only priority is to keep the top 3 positions within Sichuan. I have no desire to clash with my junior. Li Qingfeng voluntarily accepted 4th place, leaving Li Yuan to face Feng Xingyan, where victory would lead him to contend for first with Wang Hongfei, while defeat would solidify the top 3 rankings. Li Yuan, do not hold back against your senior. Such grand events should be thoroughly enjoyed. His speed was astonishing. Even the most mundane of slashes, bolstered by his swiftness, could deliver tremendous impact. However, the celestial sword formation, impenetrable as it was, perfectly countered him, ultimately, with a single decisive move. Li Yuan secured victory. Feng Xingyan laughed heartily. Impressive, your techniques are indeed ever evolving. After a brief respite, Wang Hongfei and Li Yuan stood upon the arena. He had always held Li Yuan in high regard but did not expect him to reach such heights so swiftly. Li Yuan, as fellow sword cultivators, let us reveal the essence of our swords today. This sword is named Tai Sui, a relic of the earliest sword cultivators of humanity. Li Yuan thought inwardly, what? No one mentioned such a segment before my arrival. He drew the Li Tian sword and declared solemnly, this sword is called Li Tian, a gift from Mu Qingxian, the master of Qingluan Peak. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. Mu Qingxian. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as the masters of each peak were eager to assert that the item on stage was not a disciple of the Sichuan sacred ground. Wang Hongfei shook his head with a smile. Li Yuan, you never fail to surprise us. In the next moment, wielding Tai Sui, Wang Hongfei leapt into action, delivering a strike that carved deep fissures into the Xianjing stone arena. Having felt the force firsthand, Li Yuan could ascertain that within the transformation realm, Wang Hongfei had no equals. Marvelous method. Transforming spirit, candle dragon. Wang Hongfei retreated a half-step, drawing a cross in the air, his fierce sword aura dispersing the dragon's shadow and even causing a slight distortion in the fabric of space. Li Yuan frowned. This sword strike had severed the spiritual energy of transforming spirit, meaning the candle dragon could not coalesce once more. Impressive. Wang Xiang's sword techniques were devoid of any ostentation. Each strike was powerfully formidable. You're too kind, Junior. Since breaking through to the transformation realm, I have been honing my sword. I believe today you should be able to elicit my full potential. Li Yuan rolled up his sleeves, lightning patterns emerging on his arm, and with a hint of excitement, he proclaimed, then I shall test my mettle against your sword. Chaos of the heavens. He leapt high into the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy imbued with lightning. Descending like a torrential downpour, Wang Hongfei, clearly intrigued, gripped his sword and replied, 4 directions slash. For immense sword energies surrounded Li Yuan after breaking through his sword rain. After sheathing his sword, Li Yuan again struck upwards. A colossal sword phantom, charged with heavenly lightning, descended from above, passing through Li Yuan without harm, annihilating Wang Hongfei's sword energy, and plunging into the ground while unleashing a terrifying display of lightning. As the lightning dissipated, Wang Hongfei shook his numbed hand, standing oppositely to Li Yuan, his eyes filled with astonishment. This chapter primarily illustrates that the male lead's resistance is not as strong, yet he has not completely let go. A catalyst is still required for that. Perhaps you can all make some guesses. Chapter 95. The furious Mu Qingxian on the arena. The gleaming swords flashed, and the sound of clashing blades reverberated throughout the competition. Mu Qingxian observed Li Yuan showcasing many techniques he had not employed in his past life, pondering that he must have endured considerable hardship. The tense battle caused many spectators to forget that Li Yuan was merely a practitioner at the early nascent soul stage. While Wang Hongfei was regarded as the foremost among the younger generation in the Sichuan realm before Li Yuan achieved success in his prior lives, Wang Hongfei had consistently overshadowed all young practitioners. However, at that time, he lacked the leisure to engage in friendly duels, as he was always in search of opportunities, striving to cultivate and fending off those who sought to trouble him. As their sword strikes increased in frequency, Li Yuan suddenly noticed the arena was etched with traces of Wang Hongfei's sword aura, distorting the very fabric of space. As Li Yuan came to a halt, Wang Hongfei chuckled and remarked, "It seems that my junior brother has made a discovery. However, this truly is the limit. Any further words might overwhelm me." I see, Li Yuan replied, "so every time you wield your sword, you leave behind traces of sword intent. I presume the sword you mentioned is the one that gathers these intents to strike, am I correct? Would you like to receive this sword?" Li Yuan smiled and said, "Naturally, I too have a sword to unleash." "Why not give it a try, brother?" Wang Hongfei positioned the Tai Sui before him, the patterns on the sword emanating a gentle blue glow. He observed as those translucent traces were gradually absorbed into his being. Li Yuan murmured, "It appears I am on the verge of comprehending my own path, truly formidable however, I am not to be underestimated." He hurled the Li Tian sword into the sky, and with a swift leap, he grasped its hilt and unleashed a strike toward the heavens. Woe unto autumn! The spectators could distinctly see a rift appear in the sky from which a multitude of maple leaves cascaded down. Li Yuan conjured a whirlwind from these leaves and directed it toward Wang Hongfei. With a sudden awakening, Wang Hongfei swiftly swept the Tai Sui in front of him, and in the next moment, three intersecting sword energies materialized to confront the whirlwind mid-air. This strike is named Falling Stars and Celestial Bodies. I am too weary to continue. If you can shatter this sword, I shall concede defeat. In the following instant, Wang Hongfei's gaze sharpened as he realized that after cleaving through the maple leaves, it was his own sword energy that had suffered damage. Those leaves, they are all transformed from sword energy. Each one destroyed releases a surge of potent sword energy, amplifying the whirlwind. Such an extraordinary technique, yet I have never heard of it before. As the whirlwind grew stronger, the sword energy encapsulated within became visible to the naked eye. Wang Hongfei, with a calm smile, stated, "It seems I am destined to lose today." At the edge of the arena, Huayanzu exclaimed in disbelief, "What? How can you be so strong? If you seize victory, won't you become the envy of others? My mother will surely scold me upon my return." He felt a sense of frustration as others claimed not to have studied seriously, while he was the only one who actually had tea. Did this lad truly believe he could win? Was he merely jesting? After slapping his thigh in realization, he regretted not having placed more bets earlier. The whirlwind, having shattered Wang Hongfei's sword energy, surged directly towards him. But Li Yuan swiftly dispersed it. "You have one junior brother," Wang Hongfei conceded. "It has been a thoroughly exhilarating duel." A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the name Li Yuan would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire Songxian realm following this grand competition. As the awards were presented, the first place prize was a wisp of Dao Soul, a vital component for transcending the martial realm, only to discover that the champion was a Yuanian cultivator. Consider it a stamp collection. At least I can save myself from searching for a wisp of Dao Soul in the future. This one aligns with the sword path. With two more, I could synthesize a 2-star Dao Soul. No, I could break through. After the celebrations, Li Yuan returned to his courtyard, only to find the young servant who had delivered the spirit stones earlier arriving again. "Young Master Li, here are all the spirit stones you wagered on your victory. Please verify." "Such a trivial matter. I trust that your Tianyi Chamber of Commerce would not engage in any deceitful practices." "Thank you." As Li Yuan examined the storage ring, he was utterly captivated by the dazzling array of spirit stones. "Wow, this is beyond delightful. I have never seen so many spirit stones in my entire life." In his previous lives, he had been hunted by everyone, and no one would dare trade with him, fearing the consequences from the Immortal Alliance. Thus, he had to survive on the remnants left by those who sought to kill him, who would believe that a ninth-grade alchemist nearly starved in the streets. While Li Yuan was lost in his thoughts, Duan Lingyun approached him, announcing that the tournament had concluded and he was preparing to take his leave. "Congratulations, Brother Li. I shall take my leave now. Should you find the time, do visit me in Luofeng City. I will be sure to extend my hospitality." Li Yuan, uncertain of the current political developments in the Great Zhou Immortal Dynasty, recognized that while the dynasty's entry into the Immortal Alliance posed no issue, the ruler was a female emperor. He could hardly believe that Yifan, a man who cherished both wealth and power, would let such a prize slip by. As long as they were not adversaries, Li Yuan felt compelled to act. At the very least, he should save Duan Lingyun's life. "How idle I am! Clearly, I am quite free at this moment. Without further ado, Brother Duan, I wish to experience your hospitality right away." Duan Lingyun replied, Shouldn't you inform the elders of your sect? A trivial matter. They will soon grow accustomed to my frequent absences. A simple note will suffice." With that, Li Yuan slapped a note onto the stone table, grasping Duan Lingyun and departing, leaving the latter feeling as if he were the guest instead. Shuang Wanling had informed Yu Shiha and the others about Mu Qingxian's situation the night before. The three, consumed by rage, could only sleep in anger. While Yu Shiha contemplated that if her cultivation were sufficient, she would surely bind her master to witness her affection with her brother, for he was always so unruly. Ruoi now plotted to secretly elope with her brother, intending to force her master to bear the consequences later. Shuang Wanling suggested, "Eldest sister and second sister, why don't we go find our brother for a meal? I am quite hungry." Ruoi, but Yu Shiha, winky face. Thus, the three made their way to Li Yuan's small courtyard, coincidentally overhearing his conversation with Duan Lingyun. After the two departed, Shuang Wanling remarked, "Brother is at it again. We should inform Master. Why she has smacked her forehead. Are you foolish? Master has already turned her back on us. We shall not inform her. Let us follow them ourselves, Ruoyi insisted. We must at least leave a message. We can simply note where we are going without telling Master. Not long after, the various peak masters concluded their discussions, planning to allow the disciples a day's rest before returning. Mu Qingxian also arrived at Li Yuan's courtyard. Thinking it was time to claim her affectionate moment, upon pushing open the door and finding no one inside, she was momentarily stunned, then noticed the note on the stone table. A sense of foreboding enveloped her as she approached to read its contents. Gone to handle important matters. Do not worry, Li Yuan. Gone to chase after the eldest brother. Do not worry, Rui. Gone to chase after the eldest brother. Second sister. Do not worry, Yushiha. Gone to chase after the eldest brother. Second sister. Third sister. Do not worry, Shuang Wanling. Boom. Mu Qingxian slammed her palm onto the stone table, shattering it into pieces, her breath coming in ragged gasps as fury coursed through her veins. Very well, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. On the flying vessel of the Duan family in the Great Zhou immortal dynasty, Li Yuan remained oblivious to the red danger emblem appearing above his head, while Rui and her companions, heading toward the teleportation array en route to the Great Zhou immortal dynasty, shared the same ignorance. Chapter 96. The system returns in Luofeng City. Under Duan Lingyun's guidance, Li Yuan entered the Duan residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a middle-aged man adorned in regal attire. Exiting, Duan Lingyun bowed and said, I did not expect the presence of the Grand Prince. My apologies for the oversight, Zhoshan replied. Lingyun has only just returned. There is no need for such formalities. It is I who have come uninvited, which is rather impolite. And who might this young man be? Oh, this is the eldest disciple of Qingluan Peak from the Tsongshan sacred land. A friend I made while attending the competition, and the champion of this sacred land competition. Zhoshan was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting as the identity of a direct disciple from the Tsongshan sacred land, especially one who was the champion, ignited a myriad of thoughts within him. Li Yuan interjected, my little fox and I are rather famished. Brother Duan, might we rest for a moment? Zhoshan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further comment, acknowledging that, in terms of status and identity, he, as a prince, was not necessarily superior to a direct disciple of a sacred land. Duan Lingyun remarked, I must thank Brother Li for coming to my aid. Otherwise, I would have been embroiled in a back and forth with the Grand Prince. A trivial matter. I was indeed quite hungry, especially since you whisked me away before I could even eat, Duan Lingyun retorted. Are you certain it was I who whisked you away? Not bothering to argue with Li Yuan, Duan Lingyun instructed his servants to reserve a table at the delicacy pavilion, and he and Li Yuan soon followed. Finally, as the feast commenced, Li Yuan's eyes widened at the sumptuous array of dishes before him, while in the adjacent room, Shuang Wanling bore a similar expression. The dancers from the ambience team performed with fervor. Although they did not know Li Yuan, they recognized Duan Lingyun. If they could be chosen and taken back as concubines, their lives would change entirely. As Li Yuan lifted his chopsticks to serve himself, the entire world seemed to pause, and 3 large question marks appeared above his head. What is going on? What is happening? Suddenly, a black circle appeared beneath his feet, and he began to sink, unable to escape regardless of his efforts. What is going on, Brother Duan, Lingyun? I'm falling. React, please. Not only Li Yuan, but the entire delicacy pavilion felt as if it had been frozen in time, yet the outside world remained oblivious to the anomaly, as every individual entering the pavilion was halted in their tracks. System, what the hell? A void beast. Wait, how did it come to be here? Could it be? No time to ponder further. If he did not follow through the spatial passage now, he would truly lose track of the host. Li Yuan felt as if he were perpetually plummeting, utterly oblivious to how much longer he would endure this freefall. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness rendered him profoundly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a crack appeared beneath him in the passageway, and as he passed through, it ensnared him and expelled him outwards, causing him to tumble several times before he landed, mouthful of sand. Ugh, tch, cough, damn it, with a face full of bewilderment. Li Yuan raised his head to behold the horizon where a colossal blood moon hung ominously. What on earth is this place? Is this still the Tsongshan realm? As he pondered this, he was unexpectedly seized by someone who dragged him in the opposite direction of the blood moon while exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Why are you staring at the blood moon instead of running? Are you daft? Li Yuan blinked in confusion. Why does that sound so familiar? Upon reaching a cave, the individual patted down her clothes and sat to it was only then that Li Yuan could discern her features. She was a delicate beauty clad in a light yellow dress, exuding an aura of gentleness. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yuan spoke softly. "Thank you, fair maiden, for your timely rescue. What else with the formalities?" she retorted. Li Yuan was baffled. How could such a demure person utter such audacious words? "I don't even know how to address you. I can't just remain ignorant of my savior's name, can I? Oh, I'm Shi Yao." "I suppose, is that a rhetorical question? Tch, why are you so chatty? Just call me Shi Ge.um, Shi Good. May I be so bold as to inquire whether you are male or female?" Shi Yao stood up, patted her chest, and declared, "Are you blind? If you don't want your eyes, you can donate them to someone who needs them." Very well. May I ask where this place is?" "This is called the Blood Secret Realm. You see the blood moon above? Staring at it will drive you mad. Once your consciousness is erased, you will become a bloodthirsty killing machine." Li Yuan gasped. "I thought I was just feeling lightheaded from staring at it. It turns out that my instincts were right. By the way, how have I never heard of this secret realm before? Several centuries ago, a cultivator consumed a blood elixir made from the blood herbs here, subsequently going mad and slaughtering countless sects in the Tsongshan realm before being eradicated by several sacred lands. In the end, over 20 ascendant cultivators from the 5 great sacred lands shattered the passage to the blood secret realm, rendering it effectively non-existent, hence why no one speaks of it. Li Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, you mean the passage here is gone? How do I get out?" No, wait. If this secret realm is effectively non-existent, how can there still be people here? "And your way of cursing is far too similar to mine." Shi Yao replied. "Are you scared, huh? I have a way to get you out. Palace liquid wine." Shi Yao instinctively responded. 180 per cup. Damn, I must have developed a conditioned reflex from reading the host's memories. Never mind, I'll just play along. Strange changes, even numbers remain unchanged. Li Yuan thought he had truly met a fellow townsman and was about to respond, but suddenly sensed something was amiss. The system had mentioned that he was a traverser specifically chosen by the Heavenly Tao, meant to serve as a vessel for fate, so there shouldn't be any other traversers. Most importantly, her timing was too coincidental, as if she had been tracking his movements all along. The fellow townsman. Finally, I meet a fellow townsman. Woe is me. By the way, do you know why the bear is so timid? Isn't it because it was frightened by firecrackers during the New Year? Li Yuan replied. The bear is my friend's dog. Please explain how you are responding so fluidly. Shi Yao exclaimed. You deceitful host. Are you trying to trick me? You think I'm the one being deceitful, so you've been enjoying the show all along, huh? Hey, calm down. I am absolutely on your side. In my previous life, I promised to let you live well after obliterating the consciousness of the Heavenly Tao, and I have indeed fulfilled that promise. What do you mean? Are you saying my plan in the last life actually succeeded? What else could it be? I admit your previous life's schemes were indeed slightly superior to mine. What schemes? You're just a mere machine. Not if I hadn't been at the helm in my previous life, you would still be torturing me. Wait, if my previous life was successful, why did we reset? Shi Yao fell silent for a moment before recounting the events of the previous life to Li Yuan, including the developments that transpired after his demise. Don't ask why I didn't tell you earlier. How could I know since I reincarnated with you? I only learned about their reincarnations in this life. So why didn't you stay with me and instead sought them out? Do you have any understanding of your own fortune? What use would it be to seek you out, by suppressing them through their fortunes? I can truly reverse my destiny. Li Yuan mused. Why does this person have such a foul mouth? It can't be because of reading my memories, can it? No way. Chapter 97. Astonishment. Li Yuan had been absent for an entire year. In the Rare Delicacies Pavilion, after Li Yuan's disappearance, everything returned to normal. The once slumbering Bai Lingxi awoke, bewildered by her unfamiliar surroundings and the absence of Li Yuan, causing her to panic. Wo. Duan Lingyun inquired. Li. Where is he? Ruali and the others, hearing the commotion from the adjacent room, opened the door to investigate. They saw Bai Lingxi darting out, cautiously surveying her surroundings in the corridor. Hey, Lingxi, over here. Upon spotting familiar faces, Bai Lingxi calmed slightly and leaped onto Yushihi, barking excitedly. However, the three were utterly perplexed by her vocalizations. Duan Lingyun also emerged, noticing Bai Lingxi seemed to recognize them and approached to greet her. Esteemed fairies, do you know this spirit fox? Shuangwan Ling replied. Oh yes, we do. Might I inquire what your relationship with Li is? Yushi interjected. Oh, he is my future husband. Shuangwan Ling and Ruali exchanged knowing glances and poked her, causing Yushihi to glare back in indignation. Ruali stepped forward and conjured characters in the air with her spiritual energy, stating, We are Li Yuan's junior sisters. Could you please enlighten us on what has transpired? Duan Lingyun was equally perplexed, uncertain of the situation. Moments ago, he had been introducing Li Yuan to the dishes on the table, and now he had vanished without a trace. The three women were equally astonished. Having never encountered such an event in their previous lives, now only concerned for Li Yuan's safety, suddenly recalling the system, they inquired internally if it had any knowledge of the situation, but this time they received no response. In the blood-secret realm, Li Yuan remained immersed in the scene the system had just shown him. He had always believed that the people of Qingluan Peak had intentionally distanced themselves from him due to Yifan's arrival. But it turned out that the consciousness of the heavenly Tao was directly influencing them. Li Yuan murmured, "Do you know why, despite everything they've done this life, I still cannot truly let go? Because I know that Yifan's charm is not invincible. I have witnessed many female cultivators who have been drawn to him but were ultimately untouched by his allure due to familial or romantic ties, yet thus I have always thought that Mu Qingxian and the others held no feelings for me. Only to discover it is quite the contrary." "How absurd, how laughable," Xiao remarked. "Now I can understand your perspective, but I must say, you have underestimated your importance in their hearts throughout these countless lives. They have never bowed to fate. This is the direct intervention of the heavenly Tao's consciousness. Ultimately, your death allowed them to break free from their shackles and confront the heavenly Tao willingly." Li Yuan looked up and sighed. I'm hungry," Xiao retorted. "Your mood swings are far too dramatic. Should this not be a moment for emotional reflection?" "Emotional reflection? I know nothing. Humans, when unburdened, often feel the need to eat at their most relaxed moments." Xiao replied, "Oh please, do you still think of me as the emotionless system from previous lives? I am 99% certain that your topic shift is due to your fear of me calling you sentimental later." "Am I right, brooding one?" Li Yuan gasped. "What? This dog is surprisingly perceptive now. If you had been like this earlier, would you have had to torment me through so many lifetimes?" He sat on a stone stump, arms crossed over his chest, thumb stroking his chin and index finger against his nose, adopting a profoundly contemplative expression. "You've crossed the line. One must maintain a sense of boundaries in interpersonal relationships." "Pup," Xiao shot back. "You little, by the way, I had always been unsure why the heavenly Tao's consciousness chose Yifan, but now I believe I understand. Do tell. I am quite curious, for Yifan appears to be merely a simulation. If he is human, I could easily consume him. First, I must introduce you to the concept of void products, namely systems, and void beasts. The key difference lies in the fact that the system's existence ensures that all worlds tend towards stability, allowing the natural progression of the world. This is why I contend with the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. The essence of the void beasts lies in their insatiable hunger to devour worlds. However, they feast solely upon decaying realms, yet this does not prevent them from employing various means to hasten a world's decline. Li Yuan, what does that have to do with me? How did I get dragged into this?" "Silence, are you an artist? With so many murals, the decay of a world can manifest in two forms: the natural aging process or the rapid deterioration following the catastrophic clash of two realms." After some contemplation, Li Yuan remarked, "Since the Zhongxian realm is currently flourishing, does that imply it falls into the latter category?" Xiao nodded and continued, "The transition from encounter to invasion between two worlds is a painstakingly slow process, typically requiring several centuries. Your strength in this life surpasses that of any previous incarnation, and coupled with your innate talents, who can predict how far you will progress in a few centuries? The void beasts can only transport you to another world. Li Yuan? Xiao, should you prove to be formidable and swiftly conclude the conflict, the Zhongxian realm will remain unscathed, allowing the void beasts but a single meal. Conversely, if both sides suffer heavy losses, they may feast twice. What? Is that even a thing? What kind of gluttonous beasts are these?" Regarding the Tao of Heaven's choice of Yifan, "You must be aware that the Tao is merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder, correct? Does this not imply that the Tao should nurture all life without expecting anything in return, reflecting an attitude of fairness and natural order? Yet here, it is taken literally. The myriad beings of the Zhongxian realm are insignificant to the consciousness of the Dao. As long as the Zhongxian realm does not face annihilation, that suffices. Once Yifan attains sufficient cultivation, he will undoubtedly regard the Zhongxian realm as his own possession, never permitting others to encroach upon it. The void beasts are particularly drawn to those whose fortunes defy the heavens. Should Yifan receive their aid in invading another world, the Zhongxian realm may not only avoid destruction but potentially flourish even more. Then why don't the void beasts seek out Yifan now? TSK you really are, sometimes clever, sometimes foolish. A single void beast may wander for millions of years before it can feast. Naturally, it prioritizes sustenance first. Besides, how strong is Yifan at this moment? Li Yuan nodded. Grasping the entirety of the situation, he now understood that while the Tao does not care for the lives of the common folk, he himself has those he cherishes. Should the Tao's consciousness prevail, the inhabitants of the Zhongxian realm would merely exist in Yifan's shadow, becoming puppets at his whim, a life indistinguishable from death. At present, Li Yuan could only assert, I will deal with Yifan and those who invade the Zhongxian realm. Li Yuan shall not spare anyone who dares disrupt my pursuit of happiness. With a sudden outburst, he stood up and shouted, startling Shi Yao. Upon meeting his resolute gaze, she nodded, thinking that he was finally ready to strive for greatness. Li Yuan looked at her and asked, Can you conjure something to eat? I am genuinely starving. I was just dragged away without so much as a morsel. Shi Yao, do you take me for a magical brush? The rewards I provide are merely items I collected during previous conquests of other worlds. You cannot seriously believe I conjured them. Even someone as dense as you can conquer successfully. Is the consciousness of the Tao over there more benevolent than you? Then why must you conquer here to awaken your emotions? You must be employing a comprehensive attack, right? Each system awakens emotions after conquering 10 worlds. That is simply how it is. I have no idea why. The two continued to bicker, infusing the cold, eerie crimson blood secret realm with a hint of vitality. Chapter 98. Return to Luofeng City. Li Yuan and Shi Yao were unaware of how long they had been bantering in the cave until a chill swept over them, prompting Li Yuan to shrink back. Confusion etched upon his face. So, do you feel cold? Shi Yao, taken aback by the familiarity of his words, exclaimed, Are you human? I am a system. Do you wish to embrace me? Li Yuan? Then he recalled having said something similar to Mu Qingxian in the land of heavenly punishment. He was astonished by Shi Yao's exceptional reading comprehension. Is it possible that I am genuinely cold? Shi Yao, that likely means it is time to leave. Let us hurry before the blood moon extinguishes. With that, she seized Li Yuan's hand and dashed out of the cave. The previously blood-red moon had now transformed into a pitch-black orb, casting darkness over the world. Shi Yao retrieved a large luminous pearl from her bosom, hanging it above them for illumination. Li Yuan leaned over for a closer look, puzzled. Where did you pull this thing from? Are you not just a little fairy? Shi Yao, what nonsense, our system does not possess a physical form. You could say I transformed this orb into a string of code stored within myself. Li Yuan scratched his head, pondering the peculiarity of her explanation. As they ran, he noticed blood-colored plants lining the path, resembling the ethereal flowers of the other shore. That blood orchid, perhaps I should pluck a few to take with me. Although that bloodthirsty pill sounds perilous, I only intend to collect them for academic research. No one else need know. He casually gathered a few and stored them in his ring, then inquired, What happens if one consumes this blood orchid directly? Shi Yao, are you a pig? Here's a fun fact. Missing a meal won't kill you, but if you eat it, you'll become a mad pig. Li Yuan, a mad pig? The kind that charges 4 and retreats 1. Shi Yao, do you think you're amusing? TSK, I'm not foolish, I merely inquired about the consequences. By the way, why are we running? Shi Yao paused, scratching her neck. This is my first time in human form. I'm not accustomed to many things, so please bear with me. Let us go. With a gentle tap of her toes on the ground, Li Yuan felt as though he were traversing through the stars, the scenery racing backward at breakneck speed. In the next moment, they found themselves directly beneath the blood moon. What the heck, what kind of trick is this? Why haven't you taught me? Teach you? Sure, I can punch you to death now, and then you can see if you can reincarnate as a system. If you succeed, then good for you. No thanks. I don't think it's necessary to learn so many things. Shi Yao ceased her banter and grasped his collar, her other hand pointing with her thumb to gauge their position. Li Yuan felt an ominous sensation rising within him. In the next moment, Shi Yao aimed him at the blood moon and propelled him forward with great force as he flew through the air, his voice echoing, You great lord. Satisfied, Shi Yao clapped her hands and then dissolved into a stream of data, vanishing from sight. As Li Yuan hurtled toward the blood moon, he instinctively shielded his handsome face with his hands, crashing directly into it. When he opened his eyes again, he had already exited the crimson blood secret realm, gazing at the pale sky with a soft exhale. By the way, why was I able to leave the crimson blood secret realm via the blood moon? Shi Yao emerged from within Li Yuan, transforming into her human form, and said, You can consider that place as a recycling station for the crimson blood secret realm, once things are collected. What else can be done but to retrieve them? Li Yuan. So does this mean, I was pulled out? If you choose to interpret it that way, then it is not incorrect. Alright, I'll return to those young ladies now, you hurry along with that. Xiao departed, only after she had left did Li Yuan realize something, enraged. You could have taken me with you, would that have killed you? Fueled by indignation, Li Yuan soared through the forest on the Li Tian sword and returned to Luofeng City via the nearest teleportation array. Upon arriving at the Duan residence, the guards, astonished to see him, exclaimed, "Young Master Li Yuan, where were you last night? The young master and your several junior sisters searched for you all night and have yet to return. Li Yuan, junior sisters? How did they know I was here? Never mind, that's unimportant. I'm going to eat first. Please inform your young master when he returns. I am that Songshan Holy Land." The return of the celestial ship and the results of the grand competition had long since been disseminated. With disciples from both the inner and outer sects gathering to welcome them, the three supreme elders had departed as soon as the celestial ship returned. They needed only to ascertain that the Holy Land was thriving. Mu Ziqiu wore a joyful expression. She had not anticipated that Li Yuan would defeat Wang Hongfei and claim first place, intending to commend him and prepare the best rewards. However, upon seeing Mu Qingxian descend from the celestial ship alone, Mu Ziqiu inquired, "What happened? Where is Yuan and what about those young ladies?" Mu Qingxian, mother, you can see for yourself." She extended her hands, passing several notes to Mu Ziqiu. Mu Ziqiu smiled and nodded. After exchanging pleasantries, she distributed the rewards and then returned to the main peak. Yet, it was not long before she emerged again, holding a glowing bamboo stick, proclaiming, "I will be stepping out for a while. During my absence, all matters of the Holy Land will be overseen by Elder Mo of the Affairs Hall." Elder Mo bowed and said, "I shall obey the Holy Lord's command." Upon finishing, Elder Mo shook his head, pondering that the young ones from Qinghuan Peak might be in serious trouble this time. But Mu Qingxian did not follow her. She was primarily fearful of witnessing Li Yuan's dire state. As Wang Hongfei and his companions gazed in the direction where Mu Ziqiu had departed, their minds wandered back to the glorious moments of their triumph at Li Yuan, evoking the idiom "Yin Ring Wnzi." Mu Rongyu sighed, "I hope he is safe." Lu Jingxian remarked, he is fine. What misfortune could befall junior brother Li Yuan? After all, he is also a disciple of the Saint Lord. It shouldn't be too dire." Wang Hongfei responded, "Yet he seems to have a penchant for trouble. This time, it might be challenging." In Luofeng City, Li Yuan was relishing a sumptuous feast, joyfully contemplating how delectable the dishes at Zhengxiyug were, wishing he could take some with him. Shortly thereafter, Duan Lingyun, upon receiving word from his servants, hurried to Zhengxiyug. Upon finding Li Yuan safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Brotherly, what on earth transpired last night? How did you suddenly vanish?" Li Yuan replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor inconvenience. By the way, brother Duan, have you eaten? If not, let us dine together." Duan Lingyun, slightly bewildered, took a seat. As he reached for his chopsticks, he realized he had once again been led astray by Li Yuan. "Wait, you suddenly disappeared last night, and you call that a minor inconvenience? To vanish without a trace in Zhengxiyug, such a feat is unheard of. You wouldn't understand. Do you know why the fire jade beast's shank meat is sliced and stir-fried?" I truly don't, but how is that related to your sudden disappearance?" "It's not. My point is, let us focus on enjoying our meal. I'm here, aren't I, rather than pondering my disappearance. Why not consider why the dishes here are so exquisite?" Duan Lingyun paused, sensing something amiss, yet he lifted his bowl and began to eat. Observing him, Li Yuan smiled subtly, realizing it was unnecessary to divulge his earlier troubles. The intersection of two realms was destined to occur. Why burden another with needless worry? Chapter 99, The Banquet in Serendipity. After a comfortable meal, Li Yuan leaned back in his chair and yawned, prompting Duan Lingyun to ponder, "Is this the esteemed leader?" Soon after, Yu Shiha and her companions arrived, with Bai Lingxi leaping into Li Yuan's embrace, playfully whining, her ears perked up. "Wu, brother, you're alive, how wonderful." "Wu, I thought you were gone again, you scared me to death," Li Yuan replied. "Can't you all wish for my well-being?" Ruoli approached, grasping Li Yuan's hand, gazing at him with tender eyes reminiscent of a scene of reunion. Li Yuan felt slightly overwhelmed by her stare. "You haven't had breakfast, right? Little Li, why don't you take them to eat? I need to discuss some matters with brother Duan. We can talk later." Ruoli's eyes sparkled. "Brother, you just called me Little Li, didn't you? Today, you seem different, not rejecting our closeness. Could it be?" With a twinkle in her eye, Ruoli gently squeezed Li Yuan's hand, then stood and pulled Shuang Wanling and Yushiha out. "Hey, I still haven't held brother's hand, sister. Wait, yeah, let me hug brother before we eat." Ruoli smirked, thinking, "It's essential that you don't succeed. I, Ruoli, shall be the first to dine with brother." Ha. Li Yuan shook his head, chuckling. "Brother Duan, didn't you mention you had two candidates in mind from the Duan family? Why not share? Let us consider it a casual chat, Duan Lingyun pondered, realizing Li Yuan had no reason to involve himself, especially since the Dazhou Xianqiao was not near that Sungshuan sacred land, so he divulged, one is named Zhou Fengjin. The eldest daughter of His Majesty, she never meddles in court affairs and carries herself with grace, earning the admiration of many officials. The other is Zhou Ruoyu, born of a palace maid, lacking influence in court but genuinely caring for the common people. Li Yuan mused, I see. So your Duan family supports whoever, and that individual ascends to the throne, No wonder they're disposed of when no longer useful, yet this indirectly proves the Duan family's loyalty to Dazhou. What do you mean? Which of the two would you choose? Duan Lingyun reflected. I lean towards Zhou Fengjin. I've known her since childhood, she possesses admirable virtues and excellent upbringing, but, Li Yuan interjected, doesn't that suggest a bias? For instance, I am a disciple of Sungshuan sacred land. Would you assume I am wholly righteous? But what if I were a deviant? Duan Lingyun contemplated for a moment and replied, are you suggesting that one should not judge solely by appearances and should observe more closely? Remember, those of high status often excel at maintaining facades. Whether they genuinely care for the populace or merely project an image can be discerned with scrutiny. With that, Li Yuan embraced Bai Lingxi and set off to find Ruali and the others. Leaving Duan Lingyun to ponder deeply. As he approached the door, intending to push it open, he overheard voices within and paused to listen, reasoning that their loudness didn't qualify as eavesdropping. Second sister. When you pulled us away, were you trying to prevent us from getting close to brother? Exactly. Brother has already been kissed by our master, and I haven't even had a chance. Shut up. You who turn into a frost cat every night to sleep with brother dare to say that? We haven't even shared a bowl of soup, and I refuse to let this go. I'm determined to slip something into brother's food today. Li Yuan was taken aback. What on earth are you saying? You frighten me to the point of clutching my little fox tightly. Feeling slightly anxious, Li Yuan knocked on the door. When Ruali opened it, the three women transformed into innocent expressions. Goodness, you have two faces, don't you? Putting on a performance for me. Shuang Wanling swiftly pulled Li Yuan to sit beside her, while Ruali occupied the other side. Why isn't third sister sitting down to eat? Aren't you hungry? She has seethed, her teeth clenched, wishing to punch Shuang Wanling's innocent face. Ruali and Shuang Wanling seemed to relish the act of feeding Li Yuan, compelling him to partake in another meal. Though delicious, he truly could not eat more. Yushiha consumed her meal with gritted teeth, startling the waiter who brought the dishes, wondering if the fare at Zhengxiu did not suit her palate. After the meal, Duan Lingyun led the four back to the Duan residence. Upon arrival, a servant handed him an invitation. Li Yuan leaned in for a glimpse, discovering it was an invitation from the Grand Princess to a banquet featuring distinguished figures of Dazhou. Who is this Grand Princess? What is her purpose for gathering people? She supports Zhou Fengjin. This action is likely aimed at her. Brotherly, would you like to join me first? Let us see if there is food at the banquet. I recall many gatherings merely involve idle chatter, with no food served. There will be food, Li Yuan and Shuang Wanling chimed. Then let us go, Duan Lingyun remarked. In the evening, the group accompanied Duan Lingyun to the banquet. Upon entering the Grand Princess's residence, many attendees were captivated upon seeing Ruali and her companions. A corpulent man approached Duan Lingyun for a greeting, though his eyes were fixated on Ruali and her friends. Sixth Prince, these ladies are friends of mine. I kindly ask that you refrain from any impropriety. Li Yuan quipped, Tisk, speak less, let him misbehave, that would give me a reason to eliminate him, wouldn't it? Zhou Chen retorted, who are you to speak so boldly in Luofeng City? Are you not afraid? Afraid of you? Go ask around in that Sungshuan realm who doesn't know the name Li Yuan of Sungshuan sacred land. Zhou Chen recoiled, for he indeed recognized